Ming Xi, a human from Earth, crosses the stars and arrives at a brilliant civilization centered around beast taming. Her identity is that of a middle school girl burdened with debts and working 3 part-time jobs to support her family. Is this something a minor should bear? Despite the hardships of life, Ming Xi still finds joy in it. After all, the beasts are truly delightful. Chapter 1. Crossing into the beast taming world. With a toilet plunger in her left hand and a dirty rag in her right, Ming Xi was cornered in a girls' restroom stall by a group of girls, raising her hands in surrender. Her expression shifted from confusion to bewilderment. That I say, if you can't handle this job, you should quit while you can. Look at how dirty this restroom is. What time is it? You haven't even done the basic cleaning. Are you sure you're serious about this? Sigh. dazzling used to clean so well. Every time she finished cleaning the restroom, it smelled great, really pleasant. Now, it's filled with disgusting odors, and you often see the squat toilet piled high with poop. I almost threw out my breakfast. Exactly. I really don't understand why the school would let such a useless person replace dazzling. Supernatural creatures are capable and useful, aren't they better than this lazy person? I heard from our teacher that she seems to be an orphan, like her parents are both gone. She has been living with her grandmother, but recently her grandmother got a new type of genetic disease, one that even healing beasts can't cure. They can only use rare materials for treatment, so her family is so poor that they can't even pay her tuition. The beautiful Jingjing felt sorry for her, so she let her clean the girls' restroom as a form of work study until graduation. Humph. Isn't that moral coercion? There are countless people in the world who are more pitiful than her. Should we sympathize with her? Why should we suffer because she's poor? I'm definitely going to complain to the teacher today. Either give the cleaning job to Dalinghua or another capable supernatural creature, or ill transfer schools. Right? I'm going to. Let's go. Together. After venting their long-held frustrations at Ming Xi, the girls left in a flurry, leaving her alone, still lost in thought. A while passed before Ming Xi slowly lowered her somewhat sore hands, her expression difficult to describe. What on earth is happening? She actually crossed over into a starry beast taming world. The original owner shared her name, was 14 years old, from Haizhou City, Hujing province of Longhua Country, and attended the 26th class of his second year at Haizhou 3rd Junior High School. Her family background is simple yet complex. The girls just mentioned she's an orphan, which isn't entirely accurate. Her biological father has indeed passed away, and she lives with her grandmother, but her biological mother is still alive. She just abandoned her to remarry and has never paid any child support. Even if they're so poor that they can only eat dry bread and steam buns, and even if she is exhausted to the bone, the original owner never thought to contact her mother for the support she deserves. She would rather exhaust herself than bend her back. Sigh. Ming Xi sighed lightly, unsure whether to pity the original owner or be angry at her stubbornness. In addition to cleaning all the girls' restrooms in the school during school hours, she also worked part-time at a bun shop and a barbecue restaurant. The former's working hours were from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., responsible for making dumplings and buns, while the latter's hours were from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., handling various chores in the shop. With almost no rest in a 24-hour day, she was as busy as a spinning top, exhausted and suffering, even falling behind her studies, but her salary was very low, totaling less than 200 star coins a day. This is a society where beasts have replaced human labor. For instance, in cleaning jobs, many believe that with a supernatural creature like Dalinghua, who can clean quickly and effectively while beautifying the environment and purifying the air, who would want to hire a slow, unattractive old lady. Just take a stroll around a construction site, and you'll find that the ones moving bricks are either strength bears or stone monkeys. Hardly any humans can be seen. Even delivery workers and couriers have been largely replaced by flying beasts. To put it bluntly, aside from those with special skills, ordinary humans have become the most neglected and cheapest existence in the labor market, and only unscrupulous merchants would hire ordinary people at super low wages. In contrast to ordinary people, there are beast tamers. A beast tamer can guarantee a comfortable living even if they lie around all day, as long as their contracted supernatural creature is powerful enough. This is the harsh and real state of the world. A beast taming civilization that has existed for thousands of years and has matured and stabilized. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell interrupted Ming Xi's thoughts. She nearly forgot that the original owner had come to clean the restroom during the break. Her identity at school is still that of a student, with her main job being to study. Ming Xi quickly put away the plunger and other cleaning tools into the red plastic bucket in the corner, washed her hands, and followed her memory to her original class. As soon as she entered the room, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, as if an old portable cassette player had jammed. Ming Xi blinked. This isn't right, is it? Although many classmates had begun to distance themselves from her since the original owners started working as the restroom cleaner, and even former close friends had drifted further away, her entrance should not evoke such an emperor's presence. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Feeling the pressure from the people's teacher, Ming Xi quickly greeted politely. Good. Ming Xi, as if unaware of the coldness from the teacher, calmly found her original seat and sat down, ignoring her desk mate's deliberate avoidance, pulling out a book from her desk and flipping through it casually. History of Beast Taming Civilization Volume 1. What a good book! She just needed to consolidate her knowledge of this world, as the original owner's memories were not her own experiences. Receiving the memories of this body does not mean she can empathize with the original owner's thoughts. It feels more like watching a long, tedious, and mixed content TV series ad. Fast forward. Her understanding and common sense about this world are quite superficial, lacking a sense of reality. Ming Xi believes she is just an ordinary little girl now, not a hyperthymesia patient, so she does not have the ability to remember everything at a glance. Thus, she must thoroughly digest those memories before they fade, making them truly belong to her. She patted the book. Her expression was solemn and dignified. To master the beast taming world, it all starts with studying diligently every day. Chapter 2: Natural Awakening. The exact time when extraordinary beings, the soul key, and the spirit contract room appeared is untraceable. But they seem to have existed long before human civilization emerged on Blue Star. The first beast master recorded to have awakened the soul key was the star's spirit emperor, who also discovered the existence of the spirit contract room and successfully used the soul key to open it, forming a contract with his first pet beast, the snow spirit. The star spirit emperor? It seems he was the founding emperor of the star spirit empire, which has been extinct for over 2,000 years, and one of the most legendary beast masters in history. But no matter how great he is now a thing of the past. It's enough to just remember this as a piece of knowledge. Let's continue. When a human's physical fitness reaches level and their brain domain development reaches level 2, the soul key and pet beast space will awaken. Ming Xi stroked her chin. Physical fitness and brain domain? So that's how it is. Physical fitness goes without saying. Those who understand know. As for brain domain development, as the name suggests, it refers to the level of development of the human brain. The higher the development level, the smarter the person usually is. The brain domain development level of ordinary people is basically below 1. To awaken, not to mention physical fitness, one can always meet the standard by training hard or taking some drugs, but brain domain development is a very difficult hurdle to overcome. At least 3,000 years ago, the proportion of humans awakening to become beast masters was less than 0.01, an absolute rarity. The main issue was stuck at brain domain development. Until the year 2312, Dr. Lin Yuheng, a scientist from the Longhua Kingdom, discovered a special mineral. The energy magnetic field formed by high-temperature processing of this mineral can promote the development of the human brain domain to some extent. This special mineral was named Hongming Stone by Dr. Lin Yuheng, and the process of awakening through Hongming Stone is referred to as Hongming Awakening, also known as Acquired Awakening. After several generations of scientific research and exploration, in the year 2794, the Interstellar Alliance officially implemented the Hongming Awakening method throughout the Alliance, stipulating that every human in the Alliance who reaches the age of 15 and breaks through level in physical fitness can undergo one free Hongming Awakening. And this rite is available only once. To this day, the success rate of awakening through Hongming Stone has reached as high as 79. Of course, there are still a small number of humans who can complete awakening without relying on Hongming Stone. Awakening that occurs spontaneously without any external assistance is called natural awakening. Generally speaking, beast masters with natural awakening have a certain degree of superiority in beast mastery talent compared to those with acquired awakening, and the grade of their soul keys is usually higher. Upon reading this, Ming Xi's eyes brightened. Natural awakening. Without a doubt, when she was reborn into this body, the inexplicably appearing pyramid-shaped space in her sea of consciousness is the pet beast space. And the key radiating mysterious brilliance in the center of the space is the legendary soul key that can open the spirit contract room. That's right, Ming Xi has naturally awakened, and she is just one step away from becoming a true beast master. Ming Xi thought about how she still hadn't finished cleaning the girls' restroom and prepared to run there as soon as the bell rang, intending to complete her cleaning task for the day. However, before she could leave the classroom, she was stopped by a strange male classmate. Which one is Ming Xi? The director wants you to go to his office. Ming Xi had already roughly guessed the reason the director wanted to see her, which was simply that those girls had indeed complained. As she expected, the facts were just as she had anticipated. Ming Xi is here, please take a seat. The director of Haizhou 3rd Middle School, whose surname is Huang and first name is Jing, was the one referred to as Jingjing Beauty by the group of girls who had blocked her in the restroom. He earned this nickname because he looked charming and graceful, like a young man in his 20s, which was completely at odds with the serious profession of a school director. However, in reality, he was already a middle-aged man of 43. The reason he looked so young was that he was a level Beastmaster. As Beastmasters level up, they receive corresponding benefits, thus their lifespan and appearance improve to a certain extent. The advantages of Beastmasters can be seen from this. Who wouldn't want to maintain eternal youth and immortality? Even Ing Zheng would be envious to tears. Back to the point. Huang Jing quickly explained the reason he called her over, which was indeed related to the complaints from those girls. I understand your difficulties. It is indeed not easy to balance schoolwork and work, but no matter what, work is work. Since you accepted the school's exchange conditions, you should do this job well. What do you think? Huang Jing's smile was calm and gentle, but his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Ming Xi's work-study arrangement was arranged by him. And now that problems had arisen, he also needed to take some responsibility. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. What could Ming Xi say? Due to the original owner's job at the early morning bun shop, she couldn't get to school until 7 at the earliest, which made it unrealistic to finish cleaning the girls' restroom in the entire teaching building before class. She almost always had to wait until after the lunch break to barely finish, and the completion quality was not comparable to that of extraordinary beings. In the evening, she had to rush to the barbecue shop, which meant she couldn't do any subsequent cleaning after school. However, according to the school's requirements, she had to complete all cleaning tasks for the girls' restroom before morning classes. I'm sorry, teacher, it's my fault for not doing well. Ming Xi would not make excuses for herself, no matter what. The fact that she did not fulfill her duties as required was undeniable. Huang Jing sighed lightly and waved his hand. Since there are student complaints against you, and upon investigation, you indeed cannot handle this job, you won't need to continue with the cleaning work for the girls' restroom. As for the tuition fees you owe the school. He scratched his head in frustration, thinking about this female student's family situation. He was about to say that he would temporarily pay for her and wait until she had star coins to repay him, when the frail girl in front of him spoke in a very calm and firm tone. Please give me a little more time. I promise to pay all the fees owed by the end of the month. Seeing that she did not seem to be putting on a brave front, Huang Jing didn't say much. Because the original owner had been doing the restroom cleaning job for almost 2 months, the director had not made her work for free and had exempted her from half of the tuition fees. Ming Xi naturally would not refuse his goodwill. After all, the seller had already offered a discount, and it would be foolish not to accept. In fact, even if the director didn't fire her, she wasn't planning to continue the original owner's 4.1-line lifestyle. Chapter 3 Physical Examination. Not only was she planning to quit the school job, but she also intended to resign from the jobs at the bun shop and the barbecue restaurant. Waking up at 2 in the morning was simply inhumane. Numerous studies have shown that lack of sleep can lead to hair loss. She had no interest in becoming a bald girl. After bidding farewell to the director, Ming Xi, now under pressure from debt, but free from work pressure, directly headed to the homeroom teacher's office to request leave. The homeroom teacher, Xiaobai, asked her for the reason for the leave. I naturally awakened this morning, and in the afternoon I want to go to the Beastmaster Center to check the quality of my soul key, Ming Xi stated directly. Teacher Xiaobai looked at her with a blank expression, chuckled dryly a couple of times, and said, I didn't realize that you, Ming Xi, like to tell cold jokes. Who doesn't know that everyone in their school has the potential for natural awakening? But it's impossible for Ming Xi in her class, because she was the student with the worst physical fitness in the whole school. Even the batch of kids who entered first grade were stronger than her. Not to mention reaching the awakening condition of level. When she entered the physical fitness testing machine, it didn't even react at all. It was just absurd. The little cabbage was referring to Ming Xi, who was both weak and not smart. If she could naturally awaken, then dogs could grow out of ivory. Ming Xi, is no one believing the truth these days? There are some family matters. Ming Xi was not the type to argue strongly. Since the teacher was unwilling to believe her when she spoke the truth, she didn't mind casually making up an excuse. It is actually very simple to prove that she is not joking. The unused soul key can be taken out from the pet space. However, she does not intend to do so. Mainly, she is a person with a strong sense of crisis and fears being robbed. Indeed, the unused soul key can be seized. But of course, it cannot be used by anyone other than the Beastmaster. But with the changes of the times, human hearts are always unpredictable, and there will always be those who enjoy doing foolish things that harm others without benefiting themselves. It's not that she does not trust Teacher Xiaobai's character. She simply does not want to test human nature. Teacher Xiaobai is unaware that her character has just been tested upon hearing Ming Xi's change of words. She indeed did not ask further. Every time, the reason given is that there is something at home, and Xiaobai has become accustomed to it. After obtaining the leave slip, Ming Xi left the school without delay. The Beastmaster Center, officially known as the Interstellar Alliance Beastmaster Management Center, is a special organization jointly established by 32 countries in the Interstellar Alliance. No country, organization, or individual has the right to interfere with its operations. All Beastmasters need to register at the Beastmaster Center. Each Beastmaster Center is almost a landmark building in the city, and it is usually adjacent to a pet breeding center. Haijo City is no exception. As soon as Ming Xi entered the hall of the Beastmaster Center, before she could experience its spaciousness, brightness, and sense of technology, a pet the size of a fan, with 2 pairs of blue butterfly wings and 8 tentacles on its head, flew in front of her. Tutu. Ming Xi flipped through the original owner's memories and quickly found the relevant information about this pet. It is a page butterfly, a mid-level insect-type pet evolved from the low-level pet green jade bug. The 8 tentacles on its head can replicate different images and play them as needed. Ming Xi curiously stared at the page butterfly and tentatively said, "I want to test the quality of the soul key." Very straightforward. Thank you. After the video finished playing, Ming Xi expressed her gratitude to the page butterfly in front of her. Tutu. The page butterfly humanely waved its wings, probably indicating something like "You're welcome." Ming Xi couldn't help but marvel at this magical pet world again. Here, it feels like high technology has somewhat lost its usefulness. Following the guidance video, Ming Xi skillfully operated her personal terminal to complete the payment and receive the corresponding number slip. Because she had just awakened, the Beastmaster Center did not yet have her initial data, so she needed to complete identity registration before testing the soul key. The identity registration required her to provide various data reports about her body. In short, the procedures were quite cumbersome. Testing room number 04. A female doctor in a white coat stood in front of Ming Xi, who was already lying in the space capsule, holding a digital board. Meanwhile, her pet, the Chi-Chi Vine, also dressed in a white coat, waved dozens of black tentacles, sticking various electronic chips onto Ming Xi. If Ming Xi were not pure, she would definitely have imagined some inappropriate scenes. Chi-Chi Vine, a high-level grass-type pet, has a racial talent skill called Super Touch, which can read the emotional state, physical abilities, brain development level, energy, and other information of the individual it touches. As the proficiency of the skill increases, the accuracy of the information it reads becomes higher. This Chi-Chi Vine can work at the Beastmaster Center, so its proficiency in Super Touch should not be low. "Little girl, you are not yet 15? The female doctor asked uncertainly at this moment. Ming Xi replied with an and personal information cannot be faked. The female doctor had a strange expression, her gaze subtly scrutinizing the girl. "So you awaken naturally?" Her tone was clearly filled with doubt. It's not that she is suspicious, but this girl does not seem like someone who could naturally awaken. She has worked at this Beastmaster Center for 3 years and has received thousands of new Beastmasters, but none of them look like this girl, who is thin as a stick, with almost no muscle in her limbs, a waxy face, swollen eyes, and a weary appearance, clearly very unhealthy. To put it bluntly, if this child does not receive proper treatment and rest, she probably won't live long. One of the 2 essential elements for awakening is physical ability. What kind of physically capable child would look like they are about to expire? Could she be encountering a delusional patient? Surprisingly, such things have happened at their Beastmaster Center before. Ming Xi was unaware that the female doctor had already categorized her as mentally ill. She answered again. The female doctor. "Hee, your birthday is March 14th, which means you just turned 14 last month. You are quite remarkable." Almost breaking the record for the youngest Beastmaster in the Alliance. The female doctor's tone now carried an evident sarcastic undertone. She had concluded that Ming Xi was either ill or deliberately causing trouble. Today is April 10th. The youngest naturally awakened person in the Alliance's history was 13 years and 11 months old, so Ming Xi is only 2 months late. At this moment, Ming Xi's body test data was just released and synchronized to the digital board in the female doctor's hand. Chapter 4, The Colorful Key. Name, Ming Xi. Gender, female. Age, 14. Physical abilities. Brain development level, 8. The female doctor blinked. And blinked again. The information on the digital board remained unchanged. The female doctor, Chi-Chi. The Chi-Chi Vine extended a tentacle to poke her, looking concerned as it gazed at its emotionally volatile Beastmaster, asking her what was wrong. The female doctor, coming back to her senses, shook her head reassuringly at her pet. "I'm fine." She looked back at Ming Xi in the space capsule and sighed. Is this what they mean by not judging a book by its cover? But this is too much. 3 minutes later, Ming Xi successfully completed her identity registration with her body test report. Although she is not officially a Beastmaster yet, she inexplicably felt a sense of a fresh start in the world. Next, she could test the quality of the soul key. After paying again and receiving a number, she soon entered the key testing room. The pet space exists in your consciousness. See, try to sense its presence first. The staff, upon learning that Ming Xi had awakened naturally, were very friendly. Ming Xi nodded, closed her eyes to sense, and the next second, her soul seemed to be drawn into a mysterious state. In her consciousness, A bright pyramid space was rotating at a slow, regular frequency. The walls, made of equilateral triangles, formed a space of about 20 cubic meters. And the wall material looked special, resembling crystal but with a metallic feel. Only one wall was bright white, while the other three were dull gray, as if they were unlit light bulbs. At the center of the space floated a key shimmering with 7 colors. Do you see that key? If you see it, use your thoughts to take it out. A gentle voice from the staff echoed in her ears. Ming Xi followed the instructions, and immediately, a hard object appeared in her right hand. Very good, you succeeded. Ming Xi quickly opened her eyes and looked at her right palm, where a key about 25 centimeters long lay quietly. It had a sword-like shape, somewhat resembling an ancient hairpin sword from her previous life, appearing like a meticulously crafted artwork by a deity, with every line on it exuding mystery and nobility. Huh. Both staff members in the testing room gasped in surprise simultaneously. One of them said, "It's actually a colorful key." Ming Xi was taken aback. She searched the original owner's memories again. Although the original owner was a poor student, it did not mean she was a fool. Her poor academic performance was largely influenced by her family situation. Even if she were indeed foolish, she still understood common knowledge. The colorful key is the most special existence among soul keys. Here, it is necessary to add a piece of knowledge, the soul contract room. The soul contract room is a natural creation, not man-made, and so far, it cannot be destroyed by any external force, although it can be moved artificially. All the spirit contract rooms discovered today are managed by the Alliance Beast Master Center, which allocates them to various regions based on local population data. No country, organization, family, or individual is allowed to privately store them, and those found doing so will face severe punishment. Once a Beast Master selects the pet they wish to contract, they can use the soul key to open the spirit contract room and complete the contract with the pet at the spirit contract platform. In other words, to contract a pet, both the pet and the soul key, as well as the spirit contract room, are essential. The illusory key, as a variant of the soul key, is undoubtedly very rare, with an occurrence rate of only 0.003, making it even rarer than natural awakenings. Doesn't that sound particularly impressive? Do you think it's some sort of golden finger reserved for protagonists? If that's what you think, then it proves you've read too many wish fulfillment novels. The difference between the illusory key and a regular soul key is that it offers a new option. It allows for a random summoning contract through the spirit contract platform without needing to prepare a pet in advance. It's like opening a blind box, where what you get might be something even the manufacturer doesn't know. Sounds fun, right? Exciting? However, the blood and tears of history tell naive beast masters that opening a blind box is not only unreliable, but also carries significant risks. According to Alliance statistics, 95 of the extraordinary creatures randomly summoned with the illusory key have very poor talent qualifications. To what extent? Beast masters who contract them will never be able to cultivate them to a high-level pet throughout their lives. Is that not enough to indicate their inferiority? As for the remaining 5, while their talent qualifications are quite good, there is a significant chance that the pet will backlash against the beast master, forcibly breaking the contract and directly damaging the beast master's brain domain. The fortunate few who manage to escape this curse are extremely rare, and calling them as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns would be an exaggeration. It's a pitfall, a bottomless pit. Therefore, as beast master civilization has developed to this point, very few beast masters choose to use the random summoning function of the illusory key. Even though opening a blind box could save a substantial amount of money on buying pets, who would dare gamble their future on a foreseeable pit without any protagonist halo or rebellious spirit? After all, this is not just a matter of metaphysics. It pertains to the martial arts realm. Only a grandmaster who has perfected Iron Head skill would have the courage to try it. After pulling up relevant memories, Ming Xi thought, what should she do? She was a bit tempted to give it a try. It wasn't that she was a direct descendant of the Iron Head skill sect, confident in breaking this curse. Rather, she was simply very poor. With total assets of less than 5,000 star coins on her personal terminal, and an elderly grandmother in poor health who needed care, plus over 200,000 in debt. Did she have the right to pick and choose her desired pet? What a daydream. Earlier, on her way from school to the Beastmaster Center, she had conducted a simple investigation. The cheapest pet egg at the neighboring pet cultivation center was priced at 80,000 star coins. She actually wanted to find the original owner's mother. In her view, that woman had a responsibility to raise her. The main reason the original owner had such a miserable life was largely due to her birth mother. Because the birth mother was alive, the national welfare system automatically excluded the original owner from civil assistance, meaning she could neither receive orphan subsidies nor get any support from her mother. Some people are better off dead. Thus, the original owner's resentment toward her birth mother was deeper than the sea and broader than the sky. With no limits like the stars and the ocean, she had once secretly vowed never to bow to that woman. However, Ming Xi was not the original owner. She understood the original owner but could not empathize with her. After all, in the face of reality and the future, dignity is not something particularly valuable. Just as she thought this, a sharp pain pierced through her insides, as if her soul was under attack. Chapter 5. Summoning. Ming Xi quickly realized that it was the residual thoughts of the original owner causing trouble. This girl was too strong-willed, and her resentment toward her biological mother was too great. Even though she was dead, the lingering thoughts left in this body still refused to allow compromise with that woman. This made things difficult. As a minor, it was almost impossible for her to gather the star coins needed to buy a pet in a short time. The option of borrowing from relatives and friends was firmly blocked due to her grandmother's illness last year. The two of them had already borrowed everything they could, which led to the over 200,000 in debt. The only option left was to sell herself. Don't get the wrong idea. This cell is different from that cell. She was now, after all, a beast master, and many organizations and families would offer training agreements for beast masters. This means that the beast master signs an agreement with them, and they provide money, pets, resources, etc. to cultivate that beast master, who would then be obliged to work for them for a certain number of years. It's a bit like securing a job for the next 10 or even several decades in advance. But it's too passive, and there is hardly any freedom. Ming Xi didn't like it. Even if her fate could not be controlled by herself, she at least wouldn't hand it over to anyone else. Rather than testing people's hearts, she preferred to test the heavens. Perhaps the heavens would favor her for her sincerity and devotion. Congratulations, student. Your key quality is the highest level of 5 stars, allowing for a perfect contract with intermediate pets. The staff member's surprised voice rang in her ears. Upon hearing this, Ming Xi's reaction was very calm. Since she had already decided to cultivate Iron Head skill, the quality of the key was not so important. The quality of the soul key ranges from low to high: 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. A 1-star soul key can only contract unhatched pet eggs. A 2-star can contract primary pets, but there is a 50 chance of failure. A 3-star can perfectly contract primary pets, with a 100 success rate. A 4-star can contract intermediate pets, also with a 50 chance of failure. A 5-star can perfectly contract intermediate pets, with a 100 success rate. This shows the importance of key quality, not to mention the effort, time, and money needed to cultivate primary pets to intermediate ones. The losses from contract failures are not something an ordinary family can bear. When a contract fails, the extraordinary creature will be teleported away from the spirit contract platform, the nature of which is the exact opposite of the random summoning of the illusory key. This means that the beast master must purchase a suitable extraordinary creature again. Ming Xi sighed heavily. In this day and age, if any family had a beast master who awakened a 5-star key, it would be like winning the lottery. They would want to celebrate with 120 fireworks. Many would even hold grand banquets for it. But why did such luck feel so unsatisfactory when it came to her? Under the envious and admiring gaze of 2 staff members, Ming Xi left the key testing room, not rushing to the neighboring pet cultivation center to test her determination. After finding another page butterfly and understanding the usage process of the spirit contract room, she directly took the elevator to the 15th floor of the Beastmaster Center. Those without pets were clearly accompanying friends and family. Someone like her, alone without a pet or pet egg, felt like a pink flamingo suddenly entering a group of penguins. That wasn't just eye-catching. It was like blowing up a fish pond. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Ming Xi received her 3rd number paper of the day, number 52. Earlier, she had heard the announcement call for number 17. It seemed there was still some waiting to do. She casually found an empty seat to sit down and took out the unfinished book History of Pet Civilization, Volume 1, to continue reading. Did she also reserve the spirit contract room? Sure, I just saw her take the number paper, and there's only one business on this whole floor. She looks very young, dressed in what seems to be the uniform from the nearby Senjong, and she's even carrying a cartoon backpack. This child can't have just graduated from elementary school, right? She's reading History of Pet Beasts, and I remember that's a textbook for the 2nd year of middle school. Hey, the point isn't her age, but the fact that she clearly made an appointment for the spirit contract room, yet she doesn't have a pet beast with her. Could it be? A group of people exchanged glances like they were sharing a secret code, their expressions growing increasingly strange. Finally, someone couldn't help but sit next to Ming Xi, cleared their throat, and gently tugged at her sleeve. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Ming Xi replied, you've already interrupted me. After all, I'm not deaf. With so many people chattering around, discussing their own situations, how could she not be distracted? She wasn't Socrates. Even a wild donkey kicking him wouldn't leave him unfazed. You want to ask me why I didn't bring a pet beast, right? Ming Xi put away her book and looked at the girl sitting next to her. The girl had a pair of cute little tiger teeth, a bright and generous smile, and didn't look much older than Ming Xi. She was holding a pet beast egg that was larger than her head, likely a newly awakened novice beastmaster. Yeah, actually, everyone is quite curious. The girl seemed completely unembarrassed, her demeanor confident. Ming Xi smiled and calmly said, I awakened a colorful key, and since my family is relatively poor, I plan to do a random summon. The surrounding listeners perked up. They were right in their guesses. In this day and age, there are still people choosing to open blind boxes? How poor must this child's family be to push her to this extent? Quite pitiful. Bathing in the many sympathetic gazes, Ming Xi thought, really, there is no need for that. Number 52. Fortunately, it was finally her turn. Ming Xi hurriedly followed the staff to the spirit contract room. The spirit contract room was almost completely enclosed when not in use, looking like a giant metal box. Under the guidance of the staff, Ming Xi took out the soul key and inserted it into the keyhole on the outer wall of the spirit contract room. Click, click. After turning the key 3 times, the door of the spirit contract room opened automatically, and Ming Xi stepped in without hesitation, pulling out the soul key. The inside of the spirit contract room was as cold and ordinary as its exterior, with nothing particularly special about it, except for the huge circular platform in the center. That was the spirit contract platform. When ordinary soul keys were used for contracts, the beast master and the extraordinary creature only needed to step onto the spirit contract platform together, and then use the key to draw from the pet beast space. The spirit contract platform would establish a bridge between the beast master and the extraordinary creature, thereby forming a contract. If the contract was successful, the soul key would merge into the extraordinary creature's body. If the contract failed, the extraordinary creature would be sent away, and the soul key would remain unaffected. Chapter 6. The First Pet Beast. When the colorful key was used for a contract, the beast master only needed to insert the key into the center hole of the spirit contract platform, and the platform would randomly summon an extraordinary creature. Once the extraordinary creature appeared, it would automatically complete the contract with the beast master. There was no possibility of failure. Of course, there was also no chance for regret. Ming Xi took a deep breath and stepped onto the spirit contract platform, giving herself no chance to hesitate as she inserted the key into the center hole. In the next moment, the entire spirit contract platform lit up brightly, various star formations appearing one after another beneath Ming Xi's feet, momentarily making her look like a goddess standing on a nebula. For someone like Ming Xi, who was born under the national flag and grew up in the spring breeze, everything happening before her felt so unreal, as if a fantasy movie had come to life. At this moment, no matter how calm and composed Ming Xi was, she couldn't control her heart racing at 100 miles an hour. Her palms were already slick with sweat. Boom. The light column of the spirit contract platform shot up to its highest point. Amidst the intertwining lights and shadows, a golden figure appeared, shining brightly under the light column, almost blinding Ming Xi. Ming Xi was a bit dazed. Could it be that she summoned a mountain of gold? Why was it so dazzling? Thunder. A piercing screech cut through the air, carrying a strong and aggressive aura. At the same time, Ming Xi felt goosebumps all over her body, and her instincts kicked in. She leaped into the air, performed a backflip to land, and rolled to the right, almost tumbling off the spirit contract platform. Sizzle. The sound of metal being cut rang out close by. Ming Xi turned her head to see black, cutting marks appearing where she had stood just moments ago. Even though the spirit contract platform was quickly repairing itself, it was still evident how fierce those attacks had been. If that had hit her, she would have been severely injured. What on earth did she summon? The way it came out was clearly intent on taking her life. Bang. A bird-like extraordinary creature about a meter long, covered in golden red spotted feathers, but with 3 vibrant purple-black feathers on its head, suddenly crashed down in front of Ming Xi. Locking eyes with her, its blood-garnet-colored pupils and pitch-black scara stared at her, initially filled with fierce aggression, slowly turning into confusion. Thunder? Since the contract hadn't been completed yet, Ming Xi couldn't understand what it was saying, but judging by its wary gaze and uncertain tone, it was likely asking where it was. However, the spirit contract platform didn't give her a chance. The contract began. The pet beast space hidden within her consciousness manifested, and a white pyramid, scaled down several times, floated in front of her. The only lit side of the pyramid faced the nameless bird-like pet beast nearby. And at the same time, the colorful key that had been embedded in the spirit contract platform also floated up, transforming into a stream of light that entered the body of the bird-like pet beast. The energy bridge was completed. It began to draw the extraordinary creature closer to the pyramid. The unfamiliar pet beast instinctively tried to resist, but was immediately suppressed by the energy bridge. Buzz. After a mysterious and profound sound of nature, the contract was successful. Huh. Ming Xi was puzzled. Wasn't its feather golden red spotted? Why had it turned light golden? She frowned and quickly thought of a possibility. Clumsily forming hand seals, the ethereal pet beast space reappeared in front of her, and with a flash of light and shadow, her first pet beast tumbled out awkwardly. Ming Xi looked at it. You're injured, aren't you? Its feathers weren't golden red spotted at all. Those red spots were clearly droplets of blood. Moreover, there were several penetrating wounds on its body, with blood gushing out. Even its left paw was torn. Everything had happened in an instant, and under the influence of the light column, she hadn't seen it clearly. Judging by the condition of these wounds, it seemed that before being summoned, it had been engaged in a fierce battle. So, it must have thought she was its previous enemy and attacked her without asking any questions, right? Thunder? Now that the contract was complete, Ming Xi could understand its words. Its tone was quite domineering. Ming Xi patiently explained, while briefly introducing herself. From its size and aura, it was clear that the pet beast she contracted was not a beginner level, but should be an intermediate beast. Oh wow, she hadn't wasted a 5-star quality key. However, there was no information about this pet beast in the original owner's limited knowledge. It was unclear whether the original owner was too academically challenged or if this pet beast had an extraordinary background. After hearing Ming Xi's explanation, the pet beast fell silent for a long while, its blood-garnet eyes swirling with unknown emotions, as if it were contemplating something. It remained silent for a considerable time, giving the impression that it could last forever. Ming Xi could only interrupt the thinker and tentatively say, "You're hurt too badly. Can I take you for treatment first?" The randomly summoned pet beasts were all wild ones without exception, possibly coming from other star domains or secret realms. Unlike the carefully cultivated pets from the breeding center, wild pets usually had strong aggression and were hard to tame. Especially this one, which might be a mid-level pet, required even more cautious handling. Thunder. The thunder demon bird looked at the human who had just become its beast master, sensing the goodwill she emitted, and finally stopped being silent. It proudly tilted its head and replied, "Thunder, thunder. Human, lead the way." Ming Xi. The thunder demon bird decisively shook its head and glanced down at its own body. It was indeed severely injured. And if it weren't for the energy feedback received from the contract with this human, it would likely have succumbed to severe shock by now. After thinking for a moment, it flapped its still bleeding wings and struggled to take off. Ming Xi felt a weight on her left shoulder and nearly toppled over. Goodness. Did it treat her like a bird perch? Does it not know how heavy it is? And it's covered in blood. Feeling the warmth and wetness dripping down from her shoulder, Ming Xi, isn't this like contracting an ancestor? As Ming Xi walked out of the contract room with the thunder demon bird, she immediately drew everyone's attention, with almost all the staff looking at her. Chapter 7, Thunder Demon Bird. The news that a new beast master was coming to perform a colorful contract had spread throughout the department long before Ming Xi entered the contract room. Such a rare spectacle was something they couldn't help but be curious about. After Ming Xi entered the contract room, those who were free rushed over, and some even bet on what kind of pet she would contract. At this moment, fiery gazes shot towards Ming Xi and the thunder demon bird on her shoulder from all directions. It was a bit intimidating, but for some reason, no one took the initiative to speak. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ming Xi found it a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. She was eager to take her pet for treatment. "Hello, my pet is injured. Could you please tell me how to get to the pet treatment room?" She asked the staff member who had guided her earlier. Oh, the person seemed to wake from a dream and quickly pointed her the way, even offering to accompany her. It wasn't out of courtesy. Mainly, she hadn't completed the pet information registration yet, and since she was performing a rare colorful contract, the related information registration was more rigorous than for other beast masters. Ming Xi had no objections and thanked the staff sincerely, then hurriedly followed them downstairs. If she didn't hurry, she feared her freshly contracted pet would kick the bucket. Don't think she didn't notice its stubborn stance was already wobbling. The three figures of Ming Xi and the thunder demon bird disappeared. The remaining staff finally stirred. That was the thunder demon bird, right? Right? Asking 3 times ensures accuracy. I swear by my eyes that have been nourished by the sharp-eyed hawk. That was the thunder demon bird. A voice filled with doubt weakly interjected. "Excuse me, is there something wrong with the thunder demon bird?" At that moment, Ming Xi outside the pet treatment room was asking a similar question. She had just learned the name of her pet species from the accompanying staff. The thunder demon bird. A flying, dual-element lightning pet, evolved from the primary pet, the golden feather sparrow. The golden feather sparrow was a relatively common pet species in the Chuanyang region. Isn't that a good thing? Then why were they looking at her with pitying eyes? Ming Xi felt a bit anxious about this reaction. It indeed had excellent attributes. And in terms of combat power, it was even at the ceiling level of mid-level pets, making it stronger than ordinary high-level pets, but its evolution chain was broken. What does that mean? Ming Xi was baffled. Ming Xi. So the colorful key has buried me in this pit? Why? Ming Xi couldn't understand. According to the staff member, the thunder demon bird's talent and qualifications were not inferior to others, so why couldn't it continue to evolve? Is this reasonable? Does it align with the logic of truth, goodness, beauty, and the falsehood of grandiosity? Staff member, how would I know? If I knew the reason, I wouldn't be working at this beast center, but rather at a pet research institute. Ming Xi, don't be too disheartened, little classmate. You might be able to help the Thunder Demon Bird successfully evolve to a high level. After all, your Thunder Demon Bird is different from other flashy ones. Hearing this, Ming Xi looked at him excitedly, her eyes clear yet a bit foolish. The staff member touched his nose, avoiding her gaze, and said, "This one was summoned with a colorful key. No one has ever summoned a Thunder Demon Bird in history. Ming Xi, let me thank you." If you were to ask about Ming Xi's current mood, it wouldn't be disappointment, as she had already mentally prepared herself for contracting a trash pet when she decided to perform a colorful contract. The Thunder Demon Bird at least had extraordinary qualifications and solid combat power. Not a big deal. Is the Beast Master of the Thunder Demon Bird still here? The door to the pet treatment room opened. The refreshed Thunder Demon Bird flapped its wings and flew out, free of the bloody, tragic wounds. It instantly looked even more magnificent. Its light golden feathers looked like silk carefully woven by fairies, beautiful and dreamlike. As it flapped its wings, it seemed as if golden powder was falling. But it didn't feel tacky at all, possibly due to the exquisitely beautiful plume on its head. In any case, the Thunder Demon Bird was quite good-looking. Thunder. It originally wanted to perch on Ming Xi's left shoulder, but, upon seeing her half-soaked in blood, decisively circled around her and landed on her right shoulder instead. Ming Xi, speechless, it was the silence of the night. The doctor's expression was also quite intriguing. No need to ask, he was definitely pitying her. Ming Xi, thank you, doctor. Please prescribe me 5 days' worth. A pet must be cared for, no matter how tough it gets. And one cannot be stingy with their pet. By the way, here is the Thunder Demon Bird's health report. Please submit this report to the staff at the contract department later, and they will help you complete the related registration for the Thunder Demon Bird. So you won't have to go to the lobby to modify the information. Ming Xi quickly took the report, and surprisingly, the Thunder Demon Bird also leaned its head in, as if it could understand. Thunder Demon Bird, Beast Master, Ming Xi. Age, 6 months. Level, mid-level. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, lightning. Energy peak, 2,133. Talent. It was only 6 months old. Wasn't he still a baby? Even more impressive, it had already evolved to mid-level at just 6 months. And looking at its energy peak, it was not a recent evolution either. One could only say, truly a gifted talent? Troubling. Thunder. The Thunder Demon Bird tilted its head at her, asking what she was worried about. Chapter 8, Third Stage Evolution Type. Ming Xi looked back at it. Speaking with utmost sincerity, your talent is just too good. I'm worried that I won't be worthy of you. Thunder. The Thunder Demon Bird nodded seriously, calling out twice. It seemed to say that she indeed was somewhat unworthy of it, but considering that she was its life-saving benefactor, it would temporarily overlook that. Ming Xi's expression was subtle. This statement carried a significant amount of information. It seemed that her random summoning had indeed saved its life, and it had directly expressed this without hiding it, showing it understood the principle of gratitude. So it's highly likely that it's not a scheming beast, and the risk of backlash is reduced. Of course, it could also be because it's young and doesn't yet understand those twists and turns. It even calls itself Little Master and speaks with a tone that's 100% arrogant. One can basically conclude that this Thunder Demon Bird is a typical middle schooler with its Sundra personality. Ming Xi raised her hand to stroke its smooth, satin-like feathers, saying, "Thank you for your temporary lack of disdain." It's not that it dislikes her. It just added the word temporary, making it both helpless and amusing. Thunder. Not bad. You're quite perceptive. After more than 2 hours of messing around at the Beastmaster Center, spending over half her savings, Ming Xi finally left as a Beastmaster. At this point, her personal terminal's information section had changed. Citizen ID, 1107-1268-031477588. Name, Ming Xi. Gender, female. Date of birth, March 14th, year. Nationality, Longhua Country. Registered residence, Jianghuai Region. Fujiang Province, Haizhou City. Identity, Level 1 Beastmaster. Pet, Intermediate Thunder Demon Bird. The star mark next to her name actually represents her identity as a Level 1 Beastmaster. Sometimes, when she needs to show her identity as a Beastmaster but doesn't want to expose other personal information, she can display just the name section. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the more stars there are, simply adding 1 for each level, very straightforward. Additionally, the Citizen ID has also changed. A letter has been added at the front, the first letter of Beastmaster, officially distinguishing it from ordinary citizens. Although it's interstellar, the means of transportation are not much different from Ming Xi's past life. Buses, subways, and taxis are still mainstream. Of course, their performance is not comparable to her previous life. For example, the taxis here are divided into those that run on the ground and those that fly in the air. Flying cars are no longer a dream. Besides that, one can also choose to travel using flying pets, experiencing the most primitive speed and thrill. Ming Xi now counts as a Beastmaster with a flying pet, but unfortunately, her Thunder Demon Bird isn't big enough. it could barely ride along, but that would be somewhat of a pet abuse. So for now, it should ride with her. The thunder demon bird is clearly summoned from another planet or secret realm, so it's necessary to help it get familiar with the new environment. This also helps her to discover and solve problems in a timely manner, minimizing the risk of being forcibly released from the contract in the future. So Ming Xi walked into the subway station with a blood-stained shoulder and a majestic posture draped in golden feathers. In this situation, the expressions of both the person and the beast were surprisingly consistent, both calm and composed, as if those gazes didn't exist at all. The human walked with steady, unhurried steps, exuding the aura of a big shot leisurely strolling through their own several thousand square meter garden. The beast, meanwhile, was leisurely using its beak to groom its feathers, occasionally looking up with its red eyes to observe its surroundings, showing expressions of curiosity, disdain, or contemplation. Thunder, thunder. On the subway, the thunder demon bird poked at the shape of the personal terminal in Ming Xi's hand with its claws, asking what it was. Ming Xi explained in a way it could understand, saying this was a personal terminal, which serves many functions. It can prove one's identity, be used for shopping, and also for contacting others. Thunder, thunder. Can only you humans use it? Are we beasts unworthy? Ming Xi laughed and said, of course not. Beast masters and their pets are one. You are my pet, and I am your beast master, so what's mine is yours. My personal terminal is naturally also your personal terminal. As she spoke, she opened her personal information page and pointed to the last few lines. Look, what's recorded here is your information. The thunder demon bird leaned in closer, its eyes spinning rapidly, and after a while, it reluctantly called out, indicating that it couldn't understand. Although it was tsundere, it was indeed a rare honest beast. It's fine. If you like, we can study together and improve together. After all, I'm currently a poor student with a lot of knowledge to catch up on. Having my own pet as a study companion is quite nice. It can be considered a bit of extra help. Thunder. Okay. The person and beast unexpectedly got along harmoniously. Ming Xi was searching online for information about the thunder demon bird, and most of the information matched what the previous staff member had said. I've always thought it was a pity for the thunder demon bird to be a flying and lightning dual-type pet. It has excellent innate talent, and almost all of them can become top-tier combat power of the same level, and they look good too, but they just can't evolve, which is too tragic. It's indeed a pity. I've seen battle videos of the thunder demon bird against the shining owl. The thunder demon bird easily beats the shining owl. They can't be compared at all. What is the use of the thunder demon bird being invincible at the same level? Intermediate pets are just weaklings nowadays. Not being able to evolve is the original sin. The shining owl may not be great, but it has a complete evolution chain. Even if it can't beat the thunder demon bird at the shining owl stage, can it not beat it when it evolves into the lightning flying owl? I heard that the thunder demon bird is almost extinct now, and only the Beast Research Institute might have bred a few. In the Chuanyang region, almost all beast masters who contract the golden feather sparrow follow the evolution chain of the shining owl. Actually, there are records of the thunder demon bird evolving into a high-level pet, but there are no records of it being artificially cultivated into a high-level pet. Because no one can determine that there are no evolutionary forms of the thunder demon bird in those secret realms, right? What the previous poster said makes sense. So the thunder demon bird is not that it can't evolve, but that our scientists and beast masters are too useless. Ming Xi also thought this made sense. Do you know what you will evolve into next? With a trial-and-error mindset, Ming Xi asked her pet beast. Thunder. Chapter 9. Grandparent and Grandchild. The thunder demon bird displayed a look of disdain, as if to say, you must be joking. Who should I ask? Well, it seems it doesn't know either. Ding ding dong. Songsan Station has arrived. Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and pets and exit in an orderly manner. Ming Xi's family is located in the old district of Haizhou City. The house where the grandparent and grandchild currently live was bought by her grandfather, who was still alive at the time, to provide a better living environment for his wife and children when her father was born. One could say this house carries all the love of a father and husband for his wife and children. The house is 38 years old. It is currently the most valuable fixed asset for the grandparent and grandchild. If the debts are not paid off within a year, her grandmother plans to sell the house. Even if she is reluctant, she must consider her granddaughter. Ming Xi closed the door and looked at the elderly woman knitting in the living room. After losing her husband and son, and having to raise her young granddaughter alone, the elderly woman was burdened with worries, and her once black hair had turned silver prematurely. Moreover, she was just an ordinary person. Time cruelly carved the traces of suffering on her face. Having just recovered from a serious illness, she was also very thin. Because she was too thin, her reading glasses struggled to stay on her face, and she occasionally had to lift them to steady them. When she saw Ming Xi, the elderly woman revealed a loving and gentle smile. Considering the elderly woman's health, Ming Xi worried that seeing the thunder demon bird suddenly might cause her grandmother's emotions to fluctuate too much. So after getting off the subway, Ming Xi put the thunder demon bird into the pet space and carefully washed the bloodstained school uniform in the station restroom, then dried it with a drying machine. Grandmother. Ming Xi changed into slippers and walked to her grandmother, squatting down. I have something very important to tell you. Please don't get too excited, okay? Sensing her granddaughter's unusual seriousness, Wan Qinghe was taken aback. What is it? Did those relatives come to your school to demand money? Who is it? They already promised me that they would give us another year, right? How could they? This year has really been hard for her and her grandmother. The elderly woman couldn't help but start thinking negatively. Seeing the old woman's emotions becoming more and more agitated, Ming Xi hurriedly grabbed her trembling hand and gently reassured her. No. Grandma, what I want to say is good news. Good news? Yes. Ming Xi nodded affirmatively and continued. Grandma, I naturally awakened today. What? Naturally awakened? Xiaoxi, you mean you naturally awakened? Is it the kind of natural awakening I know? You didn't lie to Grandma, did you? Wan Qinghe didn't want to doubt her granddaughter. But she knew too well what her granddaughter's situation was. Such a huge good thing like natural awakening shouldn't happen to her granddaughter. Grandma, when have I ever lied to you? I really naturally awakened. Maybe it's because I've been under too much pressure lately, working at high intensity every day. Isn't there a saying called hitting rock bottom and bouncing back? Maybe I'm just that kind of gifted person, and my physical and mental capabilities were stimulated because of it. Ming Xi was finding reasons for her awakening. The human body is inherently mysterious, and anyway, no one could prove she was lying, right? Upon hearing this, Wan Qinghe finally showed a look of surprise on her face. Grandma, don't cry. Silly child, Grandma is happy. As she spoke, she quickly wiped away a tear and suddenly stood up from the sofa, striding toward her own bedroom. Grandma, what are you doing? Seeing her determined demeanor, Ming Xi curiously asked. Wan Qinghe replied, I'm going to get the house deed. We are going to sell this house right away. Ming Xi was shocked and took 2 or 3 steps forward to stop her. Grandma, why sell the house? Xiaoxi, you don't need to persuade Grandma. This house must be sold today. Wan Qinghe's eyes were firm. Grandma is useless. I haven't been able to give you a good life over the years. And I've been sick and a burden to you, making your life harder than bitter melon. Grandma, I don't think it's hard. The original owner indeed thought so. Wan Qinghe patted her hand. You need to listen to Grandma first. Ming Xi nodded. Originally, Grandma planned to wait until you turned 15 to sell this house. Use part of the money to pay off debts, and use another part to buy potions for you so you could participate in the Hongming awakening as soon as possible. I didn't expect you to give Grandma such a big surprise by naturally awakening, since you've already awakened. We need to arrange for a pet beast immediately so you can become a beast master as soon as possible. Therefore, we must sell this house. Xiaoxi, don't be reluctant. Where we live is just a place. Your Aunt Lin's house is still vacant and hasn't been rented out yet. I'll contact her later, and we can rent their house. It turned out she was doing this to buy her a pet beast. Ming Xi felt both amazed and touched. Although the original owner didn't have parents, having such a loving and considerate grandmother was already a stroke of luck. Grandma, we really don't need to sell the house because I went to the Beast Master Center this afternoon and completed the contract for my first pet beast. As she spoke, she formed hand seals, and a white light pyramid illuminated the living room significantly. When Wan Qinghe saw the ethereal pet beast's face, she truly believed her granddaughter wasn't lying to her. She really had awakened, and she had indeed completed the contract. Thunder. Wan Qinghe looked at the impressive golden pet beast on her granddaughter's shoulder, her emotions unable to settle for a long time. After hearing her granddaughter's explanation and learning that she had boldly performed the illusion contract, she felt both angry and heartbroken. She knew this child would take such a gamble because she had 2 deep feelings for this house. She didn't want to trouble or burden her. So she chose a thorny path that other beast masters would never take. It was all for her. Grandma, don't worry. The thunder demon bird is really good. I like it very much. Afraid the old woman would overthink and become ill again, Ming Xi talked her ear off, barely managing to calm the anxious elderly woman. But seeing the tension in the old woman's brow, it was clear her reassurance wasn't very effective. It seemed they still needed to evolve the thunder demon bird or awaken a second soul key and contract another pet beast as soon as possible. Because the 2 of them were chatting so eagerly, Ming Xi forgot one thing. It wasn't until after 6 p.m. that the barbecue shop owner called, reminding her that she had forgotten to resign from the barbecue shop and the bun shop. Fortunately, the original owner had day jobs for both, and she hadn't signed any work contracts, so just saying goodbye would suffice. In the original owner's bedroom, Ming Xi was focused on writing a plan. Chapter 10, Time Domain Pet Beast Training Center. Awakening isn't easy. Even though she didn't have lofty dreams, she didn't want to just live passively. At the very least, she needed to honor her second life and the original owner. So she had to seriously plan her future. Short-term goal 1. Understand and train the thunder demon bird. Familiarize herself with its various abilities and skills, and build enough intimacy with it. Short-term goal 2. Strengthen her own training and quickly raise her physical fitness level to level 5. Short-term goal 3. Contract a second pet beast, preferably a healing type, to help take care of her grandmother's health. Long-term goal 1. Make money. Long-term goal 2. National definition. 1. Country. 2. Capital, metropolis. 3. Ming Xi put down her pen and looked at the thunder demon bird squatting beside her. It had an old children's learning machine in front of its claws. Ming Xi kept her word. She said she would study with her pet beast and improve together, so she wouldn't fool around. She specifically found the learning machine used by the original owner in elementary school to let it learn characters. The sound it made earlier was from the learning machine. The learning machine was a small king model. It would point to where it didn't understand. After finishing the plan, Ming Xi picked up her textbook and focused on studying. Time unknowingly reached 9 p.m. Ming Xi suddenly felt her mind clear and bright, as if a cool breeze had blown through. At that moment, the pet beast space that should have been sleeping in her consciousness unexpectedly etherealized before her eyes. Moreover, the originally precisely combined equilateral triangles dispersed, each piece extending and enlarging, and quickly combining into a large building. Ming Xi stared in shock. She knew the pet beast space could transform, but that required breaking through to a beast master level of 5. She was just a novice beast master. There was really no need to throw so many strange things at her. Moreover, her bedroom was only about 10 square meters, but this building must be at least 200 or 300 square meters. It was absurd. Ming Xi didn't notice that at the moment her pet beast space appeared, the electronic clock on her desk had already stopped moving. Thunder. The thunder demon bird let out a cry and flew to its beast master's shoulder, its claws instinctively gripping her shoulder blade, looking startled by the sudden scene. What could Ming Xi do? She could only endure the pain and let it keep holding on. Don't be afraid. This is the pet beast space. Let's go take a look. The human and beast approached the building. The door was wide open, but the interior was unclear. Ming Xi didn't hesitate long and stepped inside with her pet beast. Miss Ming Xi, hello. Congratulations on inheriting the Time Domain Private Pet Beast Training Center. I am the intelligent administrator of the Time Domain Private Pet Beast Training Center, and I am also your exclusive assistant coach. You can call me Guang Guang. A strange mechanical voice sounded, neither male nor female, and devoid of emotional fluctuations. Ming Xi, Time Domain Private Pet Beast Training Center? Inherit? Isn't this my pet beast space? Things were getting more and more absurd. What should she do? Could she call the police? Esteemed owner, would you like to extract your training time for today now? What training time? What training time to extract? Fine, since I'm here, I'll just go with the flow. Although she was confused and completely in the dark. It probably wasn't a bad thing, right? Ming Xi nodded. All right, then extract it. Okay, starting to extract today's training time. When the voice of the intelligent administrator named Guang Guang fell, a large spinning wheel suddenly appeared in front of Ming Xi. The wheel was divided into 6 equal sectors with different colors, each labeled with 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, 24 hours, 30 hours, and 36 hours. Please spin the wheel. Ming Xi rubbed her hands in preparation to step forward. Lei, the Thunderbird, called out, indicating that he wanted to try. After considering for a moment, Ming Xi still refused, deciding to let him wait for the next time. She couldn't bear to let an underage pet beast take the lead in such matters. Due to their contract relationship, Lei had a certain degree of mutual understanding with her, and the pet beast's perception was sharper than that of a beast master. Thus, Lei sensed her inner thoughts and tilted his head in confusion at her. Ming Xi didn't notice and had already stepped forward to spin the wheel. Congratulations, master. You have obtained 24 hours of training time at the Time Realm Private Beast Training Center. All training projects in the venue will be open for you and your pet beast, and the countdown begins now. The mechanical voice sounded again. At the same time, a rectangular light board abruptly appeared above her pet beast's head. It was the kind of support light board often used by fans, glowing fluorescent green, with a screen in the middle displaying 23:59:13. Ming Xi glanced at her oblivious pet beast and couldn't resist the curiosity to touch the glowing area, but only felt air. Lei, the Thunderbird, looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ming Xi breathed a sigh of relief, confirming through Lei's reaction that she didn't have such a magical light board on her head. Given the unequal treatment between them, she wisely decided to temporarily conceal the existence of the green light board. Isn't there a saying that goes, who isn't a woman? Just then, the mist in the training center dispersed, revealing its true form, which drew Lei's attention away. Energy detectors, healing pods, strength training devices. One by one, the instruments Ming Xi recognized and didn't recognize were neatly arranged nearby, along with various fitness equipment of unknown purpose and small rooms. It really is a training center, huh? Ahem, Guang Guang, right? Before we start training, can we chat about something trivial? This situation is so abrupt. She didn't even have time to prepare herself physically, let alone mentally. Of course, as long as the master doesn't mind the training time, I can chat for hundreds of hours without any problem. Oh, So this intelligent administrator can joke around. You just said I inherited this Time Realm Beast Training Center? Then who was its previous owner? And why did they want me to inherit it? The Time Realm Beast Training Center is a product derived from the rules of time. And you are its first chosen heir. Ming Xi. She couldn't help but suspect that she was actually the legendary chosen one. This feeling of being surrounded by the protagonist halo from all angles was hard to ignore. Look at the golden finger she was given. She almost felt like she was floating. So, tell me about the rules for using this Beast Training Center. Okay, Chapter 11, The Thunderbird's Health Check. The Time Realm Beast Training Center opens for you daily at 9 p.m. real time, allowing you to draw daily training time from the spinning wheel. The currently available time ranges from a minimum of 6 hours to a maximum of 36 hours. Once the time is drawn, it cannot be changed or exited early. When you are in the training center, real-world time is in a state of absolute stillness. The rules are quite simple. This Time Realm Private Beast Training Center only opens once a day, but the duration depends on how much she can draw. While she is in the training center, external time is frozen. This means she not only has a super luxurious private training center, but also gains at least 6 more hours of training time each day compared to others. This is pushing her to work hard. Is drawing the only way to obtain training time? The training time is undoubtedly a good thing, as it relates to how much she can achieve. However, the drawing method is filled with uncertainty and is tied to luck. She always felt that Guangguang was hiding some important information. The master is very perceptive. Guangguang's mechanical voice hinted at a smile and continued, "You guessed correctly. There are indeed other ways to obtain training time, but how to obtain it will require you to explore on your own." Ming Xi was delighted but couldn't help but complain. Even the intelligent ones these days like to keep people in suspense. It seems they've watched too much The Singer. Fine. If the golden finger wants to maintain some mystery, that's understandable. I get it now. Can you help Lei make a training plan? Didn't the intelligent administrator say it also doubles as an assistant coach? Since it has the title of coach, it should have some coaching skills, right? Of course, this is also part of my job. Please take Lei to room 1 for a detailed body data check. And I will recommend targeted training projects based on Lei's body data. There's actually a testing room here. Moreover, the testing room's functions are more than 100 times better than those of the Beast Center. The freshly baked data report for Lei in her hand is proof. Thunderbird. Beast age, 191 days. Level, intermediate, 62 days since evolution. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, lightning. Energy peak value, 2133. Energy average value, 2028. Talents, trait 1, thunderous might. Level. Description, when encountering thunderstorms or lightning weather, energy value will be 3 times the usual, with a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Trait 2, immovable king. Level. Description, after entering battle, willpower becomes exceptionally firm and unshakable under any circumstances. Skills, Gale, minor level 22, Claw Strike, beginner 66, Golden Feather Whirlwind, beginner 48, Light Drive, novice 73, Wing Slash, novice 39, Lightning Sphere, novice 33, Thunderbird, novice 12. With a pounding heart and trembling hands, Ming Xi looked at the testing report with sparkling eyes. What kind of divine training center is this? Just checking the body brought her such a huge surprise. The detailed age, evolution duration, traits, and skills of the pet beast were all clear at a glance, even including the proficiency of skills. She had just been planning to familiarize herself with Lei's skills and traits as soon as possible. And now that goal had already been exceeded. Ming Xi took a deep breath, pressed down her excited heart, and carefully studied the report. Compared to the one from the Beast Center, this one was not only more comprehensive, but also more detailed. The beast age was specified in detailed days, and even the evolution days were marked, allowing her to understand Lei's growth process more intuitively. That was quite considerate. Next were Lei's traits and skills. The traits were undoubtedly practical, whether it was the level 1 Thunderous Might or the level 1 Immovable King. Both were highly useful. Even though Thunderous Might has an additional prerequisite, it doesn't diminish its impressive nature. 3 times the combat power, what more could she ask for? As for the skills, the Thunderbird had learned a total of 7 skills. The Alliance categorizes pet skills into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, earth level, sky level, and divine level. Among them, Gale, Claw Strike, and Lightning Sphere are beginner skills. Golden Feather Whirlwind, Light Drive, and Thunderbird are intermediate. Meanwhile, Wing Slash is a high-level flying skill. An intermediate pet beast that can use high-level skills. Ming Xi had nothing else to say but to once again marvel at her Thunderbird's astonishing talent. Light Drive expels all light within a certain range. The skill's effective range and duration increase with proficiency. Ming Xi clearly remembered that this was neither a flying skill nor a lightning skill, but a demon-type skill. How did the Thunderbird, a flying, lightning-type extraordinary creature, learn a demon-type skill? The information available online didn't mention that the Thunderbird could use demon-type skills either. Ming Xi was quite confused and greatly shocked. At this moment, Guangguang spoke again. Master, the Thunderbird's talent is quite good. Its strengths are speed and high attack power, while its weaknesses are poor defense and low skill proficiency. Regarding the defense issue, I suggest regularly consuming energy pills or potions that enhance the hardness of its feathers. Reflecting on Guangguang's words, she quickly crossed it out in her mind and didn't plan to accept the suggestion. The Thunderbird indeed had a weakness in defense. Its feathers were light and soft, making it easy to get injured if hit by an attack. Guangguang's suggestion was very reasonable. However, she had no intention of training the Thunderbird to be an all-round pet. It wasn't that being versatile was bad, but she understood the principle of not being able to handle too much at once. Moreover, one of the Thunderbird's strengths was its speed, but enhancing the hardness of its feathers would inevitably weaken its speed to some extent. Doing so would be somewhat counterproductive and not worth the loss. Ming Xi preferred to maximize her pet's strengths and minimize its weaknesses. It said that the best defense is a good offense. As long as the speed was fast enough, the attack wouldn't catch up to the Thunderbird. And as long as the attack was strong enough, it could eliminate danger under its claws even if the opponent was faster than it. Lele. The hero's perspective was similar. The Thunderbird clearly did not agree with Guangguang's suggestion, stating that it did not like stiff feathers. Guangguang seemed to understand the Thunderbird's words as well. However, the assistant coach had a good temper and did not mind the misunderstanding between the human and the beast. The assistant coach merely proposed suitable plans, and whether to accept them was up to the beast tamer and the pet. It continued, regarding skill proficiency. The Thunderbird can engage in static attack training and simulated combat training, both of which can enhance the pet's skill proficiency. This was acceptable. Chapter 12, Who Said It Cannot Evolve? Regardless of the skill level, skills have varying degrees of proficiency, ranging from low to high. Beginner, entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, proficient, harmonious, wishful, miraculous, and transcendent. Even beginner-level transcendent skills can withstand major achievement of Earth-level skills. Thus, the level of skills is important, and proficiency is equally important. Where can static attack training be practiced? Room 2 is a static simulation room, and Room 3 is a combat simulation room. Then let us get started. Ming Xi and her pet exchanged glances, their eyes burning with the same fiery emotion, and confidently pushed open the door to Room 2. The static simulation room was somewhat like an indoor shooting range, where pets launched skill attacks at fixed targets, which could be adjusted in shape and position according to needs. Through several trials, Ming Xi found that practicing in the static simulation room was very effective for improving the proficiency of attack-type skills. For example, when the Thunderbird used Wing Slash twice and successfully hit the target, its skill proficiency would increase by 1 percentage point. In other words, it only needed to successfully release the same skill 200 times to advance from beginner to entry level. However, as proficiency increased, the number of successful releases required would also increase. For instance, the Thunderbird's Claw Strike had already reached entry-level proficiency, requiring 20 successful releases to increase by 1 percentage point. The combat simulation room, on the other hand, was a virtual space that nearly replicated reality 1-to-1, with both random and fixed combat modes. The former, as the name suggests, randomly matches opponents based on the pet's condition, with the opponent's race, attributes, and level all being random. This mode maximizes the training of the beast tamer and pet's adaptability to changing situations. The latter is more user-friendly, allowing for specifying the type, attributes, and even skills of the combat pet according to one's needs, making it a highly targeted training. Although the combat simulation room is not as efficient as the static simulation room in improving pet skill proficiency, it can significantly enhance the combat ability and synergy between the beast tamer and pet. Though the main pet duo had just formed a contract, they were exceptionally in sync during training. One was from the modern world, already accustomed to hard work. The other was determined to become stronger. For a full 24 hours, the pair hardly rested, tirelessly immersed in the simulation room. Just before the green light above the Thunderbird's head was about to reach zero, Ming Xi finally posed the question she was most concerned about. Who said it cannot evolve? Guangguang's tone remained flat, without any emotional fluctuations. What does this mean? Tick-tock. Time began to flow silently. Everything seemed normal. It was as if the time realm had never appeared, but in the back of her mind, Ming Xi could clearly feel that her pet's space was different from before. Moreover, after 24 hours of high-intensity continuous training, logically, she and the Thunderbird should be extremely exhausted. But they were not. Both she and the Thunderbird were full of energy, in the best mental and physical condition. And she could probably run a full marathon effortlessly right now. She had already tired of saying how amazing the time realm was. Lele, the Thunderbird excitedly called out, indicating that it felt stronger. Ming Xi thought to herself that it was not mistaken. After 24 hours of training, the Thunderbird's progress was evident. Thunderbird. Beast age, 191 days. Level, intermediate. Evolution has been 62 days. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, lightning. Energy peak value, 2,397. Energy average value, 2,248. Talent. Trait 1, Thunderous Might. Level. Description, when encountering thunderstorm or lightning weather, energy value will be 3 times that of normal, with a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Trait 2, Immovable King. Level. Description, once in battle, willpower becomes particularly firm, unshakable in any situation. Skills, Wind Chase, Minor Achievement 22. Claw Strike, Entry Level 75. Golden Feather Whirlwind, Entry Level 51. Light Drive, Beginner 77. Wing Slash, Beginner 52. Lightning Ball, Beginner 51. Thunderbird Beginner 28. In addition to a significant increase in skill proficiency, the Thunderbird's energy value also noticeably improved. It's important to note that under normal circumstances, wanting to increase energy value by 100 points would take at least 10 days to half a month. However, in this pet training center, they had increased by over 200 points in just 24 hours. No one would believe it if she told them. If they trained like this every day, in less than 2 months, the Thunderbird's energy value could reach the peak of intermediate pets. The reason for such good results was not only due to the incredible functions of the simulation room, but also because, besides the simulation rooms, there were energy recovery chambers available at any time. Once the Thunderbird ran out of energy, it could enter the recovery chamber to replenish energy, which was the reason for the 24-hour continuous high-intensity training. With this private pet training center in the time realm, Mom no longer has to worry about me not being diligent enough. More importantly, the Thunderbird's evolution now had a direction. Ming Xi immediately searched online for information related to the Ghost Thunderflower. Ghost Thunderflower, a rare material that blooms in extremely cold and dark places, has only been found in the Moon Mirror secret place of Longhua Country and the number 13 secret realm of Meiwei Country. The Ghost Thunderflower is one of the conditions for the king-level pet Kyogui to evolve into the emperor-level Latagui, due to its extremely special growing environment. It cannot currently be artificially cultivated, making this flower exceedingly rare, with very little circulation in the market. It turns out to be the evolution material for a demon-type, king-level pet beast. Tao Dodo sells it for 99 star coins, and it includes free shipping. Regular potion, herb, and item shops don't sell it at all. They're out of stock. It's only occasionally auctioned at high-end auction houses, starting at 5 million star coins for a single piece. Ming Xi truly feels speechless. Who would have thought that a mere intermediate pet beast would require such precious and rare materials to evolve into a high-level one? 5 million. And that's just the starting price. Which kind-hearted person can afford that? Ridiculous. This Thunder Demon Bird, what is the point of calling it a Thunder Demon Bird? It might as well be renamed as the Gold Swallowing Beast. Ming Xi couldn't help but look at her pet beast with a gaze full of affection. Luckily, you met me. Although it's true that other Thunder Demon Birds must use Ghost Thunder Flowers for evolution, her Thunder Demon Bird doesn't need to. Chapter 13. There's an extraordinary creature outside the window. Because there's an evolution pod in the time realm. Yes, that kind of evolution pod. As long as the pet beast's energy value meets the evolution requirements, it can complete the evolution directly by staying in the evolution pod for a while, even if other conditions are not met. In the end, it all comes down to money. Ming Xi pinched her nose, and for now, she could only take it one step at a time. If conditions allow, she still wants to get Ghost Thunder Flowers for her Thunder Demon Bird before letting it evolve. Although she is deeply in debt, her affection for her pet beast is absolutely genuine. Not thinking much more, Ming Xi quickly tidied up her desk, stood up, stretched, and prepared to wash up and rest. Thunder. The Thunder Demon Bird suddenly called out. There's an extraordinary creature outside the window. She perked up her ears and listened for a while, but didn't hear any sounds. Unable to help but look at her pet beast in admiration. Your hearing is really good. The reflection of her sincere little face appeared in the fiery red eyes of the Thunder Demon Bird, slightly surprised. She clearly didn't hear anything. But did she doubt that it was lying? This newly minted Beastmaster really is strange. Thunder? Aren't you going to open the window to see what is going on? Ming Xi thought it was indeed necessary to open the window and take a look. She was in Haizhou City, which belongs to the Jianghuai region, known for having the strictest control over wild extraordinary creatures in the country. Under normal circumstances, wild extraordinary creatures rarely appear in the city. Now that her pet beast said there's an extraordinary creature outside, it's highly likely that it has an owner. With an owned pet beast, the danger level should be low. So let us take a look. She decisively pushed open the window and then widened her eyes in astonishment. The building where they lived had a hollow structure, and the design of the hollow part was quite narrow, only a little over 3 meters apart. Her bedroom was located at one corner of the hollow, and her desk window faced the neighbor's secondary bedroom. She saw a silver-white thread, about the thickness of a pinky finger, connecting her window with the opposite window, like a suspension bridge. In the center of this thread, there was a creature about the length of an adult S-arm, mostly milky white, with 2 black antennae on its head and 3 circles of green fuzzy hair around its eye sockets, crawling quickly yet laboriously toward her. The sound the Thunder Demon Bird heard must have been the noise it made while crawling. The Thunder Demon Bird really does have some impressive hearing. Ming Xi quickly recalled information about this creature in her mind. Dingala, a primary insect-type pet beast from the Lian region, has an evolution limit of intermediate level. Its combat power is low, but it is loved by many breeders for its X-ray vision ability, and of course, it also has its share of enthusiasts. X-ray vision ability. Could it be that this Dingala was sent by its beast master to spy on her? Ming Xi couldn't help but think of conspiracy theories. After all, having such an ability is indeed quite perverted. It's rare for women to remain unflustered when encountering such a pet beast. Thud, thud, hanging in midair. The sweating Dingala noticed the movement on her side. Tears actually welled up in its round cartoonish eyes. Ming Xi, what is going on? Is it excited to see my beautiful figure? Thunder. Knowing her beast master couldn't understand, the Thunder Demon Bird took on the role of translator. Thunder, thunder. This little bug says its beast master is in danger and hopes she can help call the police. Ming Xi frowned. In danger? Thunder Demon Bird, bring it over first. Seeing that the thread was swaying in the air, looking like it could snap at any moment, Ming Xi was worried that this Dingala would fall. After all, they were on the 9th floor. Even if Dingala is an extraordinary creature, falling from such a height would be dangerous. The Thunder Demon Bird had no objections and flew out the window, bringing the Dingala back in. The safely landed Dingala clearly showed a relieved expression. Ming Xi immediately asked, "Who is your beastmaster?" Dingala quickly pointed its tiny leg toward the opposite side. Sure enough, previously, the house was occupied by an elderly couple. But at the end of last year, they were taken abroad by their son for a reunion. Their house was sold, and new neighbors just moved in last month. Ming Xi furrowed her brow, staring at the opposite room. The curtains were pulled up, the lights were on inside, but she didn't see anyone's shadow. Ming Xi listened carefully again, and this time she could vaguely hear rustling sounds and muffled groans belonging to a girl. Although very faint, she could still barely hear some noise. She also noticed that the window on the opposite side was not tightly shut, which should have been left open when Dingala came in and out. Things were indeed suspicious. She looked at the anxious Dingala again. Is there someone else in your Beastmaster's room? Thud, thud, thud. The Thunder Demon Bird translated in sync. Thunder, thunder. It says yes, it's its Beastmaster's stepfather. Stepfather? A high school girl and her stepfather? Ming Xi instantly associated it with a lot of unpleasant tragedies. Time was of the essence. If she waited for the police to come, the situation on the opposite side might be dire. Thunder, thunder? The Thunder Demon Bird flapped its wings, asking if she wanted to save the person. It could help. Ming Xi sighed, not expecting her pet to have such a sense of justice. Wait a moment. Ming Xi observed the distance between the opposite room and her side, asking, "Can you carry me up to fly?" Thunder. No problem at all. Ming Xi was not surprised. Extraordinary creatures are not like the beasts from her past life. They are usually powerful. Although the Thunder Demon Bird is not very big, with its wings fully spread, it's less than 2 meters. But it can definitely carry her up to fly. She picked up the anxious Dingala and placed her personal terminal, which was made of super metal and can firmly attach to the skin on the back of her hand. She dialed the police, and when the call was connected, she activated the panoramic mode for video calls, briefly explaining the situation to the operator on the other side. At first, she was a bit nervous since she had never done this before. If she wasn't careful, she could become a real-life example proving Newton's law of universal gravitation. Fortunately, the Thunder Demon Bird was reliable. It indeed carried her steadily into the air. Soon, the two of them flew in front of the opposite window, and Ming Xi quietly opened the window. Chapter 14. The Devious Thunder Demon Bird. She quietly instructed her pet beast, use light expulsion in the room. Although the Thunder Demon Bird didn't know what she was going to do, it obediently activated the skill. The next second, the opposite bedroom was plunged into darkness. The darkness produced by the light expulsion effect is different from the darkness of night. The latter is influenced by environmental factors and is not complete darkness. Normally, someone without night blindness can adapt and see objects in the dark after a short while. However, the darkness under the effect of the light expulsion skill is different. It expels all light elements within the skill's range. It's true darkness. It lets you truly experience the world of the blind. Her family's Thunder Demon Bird's light dispelling skill is too low in proficiency, currently only affecting a radius of 3 meters centered on itself. But if the layout of the opposite bedroom is symmetrical to hers, then 3 meters is already enough. It is hard for an ordinary person to remain calm when suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. Damn it! A middle-aged man's curse rang out, even in a state of rage. His voice was clearly deliberately lowered, with an unnatural hoarseness and gasping. Ming Xi narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. It seems that Dingala did not lie. She did not guess wrong. There is indeed a beast inside committing evil. Without further hesitation, Ming Xi nimbly flipped and jumped into the window, with the thunder demon bird following closely behind. Just as she successfully entered the opposite bedroom, the 3-second duration of the light dispelling skill ended, allowing her and the operator on the video call to clearly see the sordid scene unfolding in the bedroom. Not far away, on a single bed arranged very warmly and comfortably, a tall middle-aged man, wearing only his underwear, was pressing down on a young girl with a forceful posture. The girl's hands were bound and tied to the headboard. The man's left hand was attempting to slip under the girl's clothing, while the other hand was tightly covering her mouth and nose, causing her face to turn bright red from being forced to hold her breath and from humiliation and fear. Tears rolled down her cheeks, her eyes filled with despair as if they were an endless, desolate desert. But the moment she saw Ming Xi appear, the despair in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by excitement and pleading. Ugh, damn. Seeing this heart-wrenching scene, Ming Xi couldn't help but curse. Thunder Demon Bird, Claw Strike. Without waiting for the man to react, Ming Xi decisively launched her attack. Why bother with martial ethics against a scumbag? Even if she killed him today, he would still have to kneel and thank her for saving his degenerate and filthy life. The Thunder Demon Bird immediately lunged at the man. Its sharp claws aimed directly at the man's face, which had risen in shock at Ming Xi's sudden intrusion. Ah! The man screamed in pain, his unrestrained hands finally becoming obedient, and his body sprang up from the girl like a spring. Before Ming Xi could give further commands, the Thunder Demon Bird took the opportunity to extend its righteous claws towards the man's lower regions. Howl! The sound was earth-shattering, a pain that pierced the heart. Seeing the man curled up on the ground, clutching his guilty area in agony, Ming Xi was stunned. Damn it, where did her pet learn such underhanded tactics? How did it know that the weakness of human males was that little bit of flesh? It was quite bewildering. Not good. He is about to cast a spell. She couldn't let him succeed. He is a level beast tamer, with a high-level pet, the lava cat. Her heart tightened, and she immediately shouted, Lightning Ball. In this day and age, the proportion of beast tamers is too high. It is not surprising that this man is a beast tamer. It was her negligence. She almost fell for it. Hearing her command, a purple glowing lightning ball was spewed out from the Thunder Demon Bird's mouth. However, just before it could hit the man, he nimbly dodged. The lightning ball smashed into the ground, producing a sharp crackling sound, and arcs of electricity flickered. Ming Xi squinted slightly. Given the man's evasion speed, his physical fitness level was probably not low. No wonder he was able to recover so quickly after being injured there. However, the lightning ball successfully interrupted the man's spellcasting motion. But Ming Xi did not let her guard down. She remembered the girl had said that this man had a high-level pet, the lava cat. This extraordinary creature, Ming Xi had a deep impression of when she absorbed the original owner's memories. Not only because the lava cat is a relatively common high-level rock-type pet in their Jianghuai region, but also because it has a very special function. The lava cat's excrement is actually a type of oil, rich in vitamins and minerals, and many women use it for hair care. It is said to have excellent effects. Could Ming Xi not have a deep impression of the oil made from lava cat's excrement? No matter how peculiar the function of the lava cat's droppings is, it is still a high-level pet. If this man were to release the lava cat, it would definitely not be easy for her and the Thunder Demon Bird to deal with it. The bedroom is too small, making it difficult for the Thunder Demon Bird, a flying-type pet, to use its skills effectively, and one misstep could injure that young lady. So, Thunder Demon Bird, you provide support and harassment. Before Ming Xi's words fell, she had already shot forward like lightning, her fingers clenched into a fist, striking fiercely and accurately at the man's chest. Research shows that the reason for the physical fitness requirement in awakening the soul key is that if a beast tamer does not have strong physical fitness, they are very likely to be unable to withstand the energy during the contract and will explode and die. Thus, the awakening conditions derived from the laws of the universe impose restrictions on physical fitness. However, due to over 2,000 years of peace and stability in the interstellar alliance, today's beast tamer combat system mainly relies on pets as the main combat force, while beast tamers act as commanders in peaceful combat mode. Therefore, most beast tamers are not particularly outstanding in personal combat capability. Although every beast tamer will enhance their physical fitness level, most focus solely on body refinement, with few intentionally enhancing their actual combat ability. In short, nowadays, if a beast tamer does not have a pet's help, they are usually just superficial. The man in front of her has a rock-type pet, so his defense is certainly stronger than that of an ordinary person. But without a pet, he is just a soft-shelled shrimp with a hard shell. In terms of actual combat ability, Ming Xi is confident that she is not inferior to this man. Moreover, she has the Thunder Demon Bird assisting her. Through the training just now in the Time Realm, Ming Xi has roughly understood the Thunder Demon Bird's combat mode. Aggressive, strong attack, relying purely on hard power to win. In short, it does not like to think, rarely schemes or plots. But the current situation proves that the Thunder Demon Bird is not incapable of being cunning. Rather, its cunning may only target humans. In the cramped room, the Thunder Demon Bird skillfully darted and moved, taking advantage of the gaps in Ming Xi's attacks to occasionally deliver a blow to the man's lower regions. Chapter 15. Entering the police station. Those strikes were executed with ease and proficiency. Ming Xi watched, breaking into a cold sweat. Her pet was really playing the game of not being ashamed to ask questions to the fullest. With the powerful support of the Thunder Demon Bird, the man was completely unable to perform any spellcasting summons. After about 10 minutes, the man was already covered in wounds. As the saying goes, no matter how high one's martial arts skills, one still fears the kitchen knife. Moreover, the man had little martial arts skills, at most. He had thick skin and strong defenses, but in the end, he was still a mere mortal. It would be strange if he felt good. You're the neighbor's child, right? You casually barging into my house is a crime. I can sue you. Zhang Cheng glared at the girl in front of him, his face ashen. He had already recognized her. Living next door were an old person and a young one. The old one was sick, and the young one was weak. After he moved in, he had only had a few brief encounters with that old person, who was an unlucky ordinary person with no awakened beast tamer talent. As if he had any ulterior motives towards her. Ugly in appearance, yet thinking highly of herself. He was very picky about food. Ming Xi did not know what the man was thinking. Otherwise, she would have beaten him into submission. The original owner was not ugly. It was just that this year had been too difficult and tiring, suffering from fatigue without proper nourishment, which led to her pale and thin appearance. In fact, her features were delicate and exquisite, with a rare sharpness in her eyes, almost identical to the Ming Xi from her previous life, who was considered one of the most beautiful women in the area. The men who pursued her lined up from this street to that street. How could she be ugly? Right now, she was at most just not obviously beautiful. Well, that's not the point. Isn't she only 14 years old? Moreover, she had contracted a mid-level pet that even he couldn't recognize. This person and pet not only ruined his good deeds, but also made him end up with injuries all over. Zhang Cheng was both irritable and on the verge of collapse. He was angry, frustrated, and miserable. He wanted to summon his pet beast to kill the person and beast in front of him. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't complete the hand seals. Despite the girl looking thin and weak, her movements were agile, and her attack angles were tricky, making it hard to defend against. And her pet beast was simply extremely sleazy. What frightened him even more was that if tonight's incident were to be exposed, his reputation, marriage, and future would be in chaos, and he could even face the prospect of prison time. Had he known such a turn of events would happen, he wouldn't have been so anxious. After all, the juicy meat on the plate wouldn't run away. Now he could only. A flash of intense killing intent passed through Zhang Cheng's eyes. He took a deep breath and decided to stabilize the child in front of him first. The urgent task was to summon his pet beast and get through the predicament at hand. He forced a smile that he considered gentle and kind. Little sister, I think you must have misunderstood something. Actually, just now, Uncle and your sister Ding Ding were rehearsing. She is participating in her school's drama performance. But she said she has been struggling with one of the scenes, so she asked Uncle for help. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding Ding's face turned pale. Tears filled her eyes, shooting out sparks of hatred. I didn't. Sister, don't believe him, he's lying to you. Zhang Cheng secretly cursed his stepdaughter for causing trouble, while he struggled to evade the relentless attacks. Little sister, Ding Ding has already gone mad. Think about it. Uncle is her father. How could he do anything bad to her? We were really just rehearsing. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to believe him, but he just wanted to disturb her state of mind. Unfortunately, his plan was destined to fail. From start to finish, Ming Xi's attacks had not ceased for even a second. If I had a knife in hand, I could have directly chopped off the man's fingers. Rehearsing? Which rehearsal involves being left in just your underwear. The actors are in a stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. Moreover, she had just seen this man doing something disgusting. Was this also rehearsal? Uncle, don't be ridiculous. Who are you trying to fool? Want to complete the hand seals? Once he ends up in prison, he won't be able to complete anything. Under the man's incredulous gaze, she promptly stepped on his right wrist, with a skillful twist. As the police burst in through the door, the man's wrist bone snapped with a crack. It was broken. At the police station that night, warm lights stayed on throughout the night. In the inquiry room, Ming Xi sat in a chair holding a cup of steaming bubble milk tea, while the Thunder Demon Bird quietly perched on her shoulder. The girl and the beast were both obedient and well-behaved, showing no trace of ferocity or sleaziness. They looked like two harmless little cuties. Sitting opposite them were two diligent public servants responsible for taking Ming Xi's statement. Name, Ming Xi. Age 14. After Ming Xi finished recounting the events of the night, the female officer looked up, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, "Little Ming Xi, how did you think of having the Thunder Demon Bird use the light drive skill at that moment? In that situation, it seems like using light drive wouldn't have much effect aside from startling the snake." Ming Xi looked surprised, seemingly not expecting her to ask such a simplistic question. Of course, it was to confirm that someone was really committing a crime inside. Otherwise, who would know the truth just based on a vague statement from a Dungra? "I'm not stupid. And I can't just have your operator barging into someone else's house without evidence, right? I don't want to go to jail." Her reasoning was so sound that the female officer was momentarily speechless. However, the officer beside her, Kujunyu, maintained a calm demeanor. Lin Shui was new and lacked experience, which was why she asked such a silly question. Yet this little Ming Xi, despite her young age, was so perceptive and meticulous, appearing impulsive but actually acting with great caution. She had both courage and strategy, which was truly rare. He cleared his throat and smiled. "Little Ming Xi, your consideration is very thorough. In that situation, it was indeed correct not to trust that Dungra too readily. No one can guarantee that it wasn't a trap specifically targeting you." Chapter 16. Good people are rewarded. Ku Junyu spoke with a solemn expression on his handsome face. Also, helping others is premised on having the absolute ability to protect oneself. So don't be so reckless next time. Ming Xi understood that the officer was looking out for her, but she couldn't help but retort, "I wasn't reckless. Didn't I call the police before taking action? I believed you would arrive in time." Ku Junyu and the female officer were taken aback and then laughed lightly. This little girl was not only meticulous, but also quite good at flattering people. The key was that they knew she was flattering them. Yet it still felt good to hear. Ming Xi looked at them nervously, her big eyes full of innocence. They would swear on their badges that the little girl was definitely doing it on purpose. They hadn't understood before, but after watching the entire video, they quickly realized. She was not only venting for Xiao Dingding, but also using this method to heal the wounds left in Xiao Dingding's heart. Despite her young age, the little girl had a delicate and understanding heart. "Ahem, you don't need to compensate. We all know it was unintentional." Ming Xi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There was no way. She was truly poor. She didn't want to waste her precious little money on a scumbag. Kujunyu continued. "Not only do you not need to compensate, but our police department will also apply for a reward for you, recognizing your brave act of saving someone tonight. The case can ultimately be classified as attempted strong woman assault, all thanks to you, Ming Xi. So rewarding you is only right." Moreover, they had already inquired about the little girl's situation. Her father had passed away early, her mother abandoned her to remarry, and she lived with her grandmother in poverty, deeply in debt. Until today, the little girl had been working odd jobs to make money aside from attending school. Life had been very difficult. Fortunately, she had naturally awakened today. However, due to her poverty, she couldn't afford to buy a pet beast, and even though her soul key had a quality of 5 stars, she could only helplessly choose a rainbow summon. Ultimately, she contracted a Thunder Demon Bird. When Ming Xi heard there was a reward, her big eyes immediately sparkled. "Police brother, is what you said true? Is there really a reward? How much?" Setting aside the 200,000 she owed her relatives because of her mother's illness, she hadn't forgotten that she promised Jingjing Beauty she would pay off the remaining school fees by the end of this month. She also needed money to buy energy pills and supplements for the Thunder Demon Bird. Seeing her greedy expression, Kujunyu and the others did not find her mercenary or annoying at all. If they were in Ming Xi's situation, they would probably act even worse. Generally, based on the severity of the case, the minimum reward is 5,000 star coins, and the maximum is 20,000 star coins. I will do my best to help you apply for the highest reward possible, even if we can't get the maximum amount. Many colleagues in our department have already decided to chip in to make up the difference. Everyone feels this little girl has had it too hard. Did not expect such good news. Indeed, good people are rewarded. Ming Xi's heart blossomed with joy. Even if it was the minimum reward, it would be enough for her to pay off her school debts. At this moment, Ming Xi was unaware that the benefits of her heroic act tonight extended far beyond this reward. "Thank you, police brother. Thank you, sister." Kujunyu and Lin Shui both shook their heads. "No need to thank us. It's what you deserve. Have you contacted Ms. Xiao? What was her reaction?" After finishing the statement, Ming Xi couldn't help but be concerned about the follow-up of the incident. To be honest, Xiao Bihua's judgment of men was truly lacking. Her ex-husband was a gambler and an alcoholic who squandered the family fortune and ultimately resorted to robbing a pet breeding shop, which led to his arrest. The mother and daughter almost ended up homeless. After enduring the hardest and most bitter days, life finally stabilized. She found herself a new husband to share her life with. But the new husband turned out to be even worse, treating her like a non-person. So the two quickly established their relationship and got married. To make commuting easier, the couple decided to sell their original house and bought an old 2-bedroom apartment in the Wanlin community, where Ming Xi's family lives. This place is relatively close to where all three of them work and go to school. It must be said that Xiao Bihua is a good mother. She did not neglect her daughter because of her marriage, nor did she ignore the signs of trouble just to protect her marriage. She didn't leave home and hide her pet in her daughter's room, so she felt at ease. He actually knew all along that Xiao Bihua was worried about him and was testing him, so he chose to endure and pretend he hadn't noticed anything. Becoming increasingly gentle and considerate toward his wife, and loving yet respectful towards his stepdaughter. Until today, when Xiao Bihua had to rush to Hanning City for a business trip and, due to work requirements, couldn't leave her pet to accompany her daughter. It was then that Zhang Cheng finally tore off his good man mask, revealing the suppressed desires he had held inside for so long. Chapter 17, Golden Ingots. If it weren't for Xiao Dingding being alert enough, it's uncertain what would happen tonight. All one can say is that Xiao Dingding is lucky. Lucky to have a pet with X-ray vision, allowing her to see the Thunderbird in the neighbor's house. Then she was lucky to meet Ming Xi, a kind and brave girl. And now, this kind and brave girl is being scolded by her grandmother, who is pulling her ear. You've gotten quite capable, haven't you? Contracting a pet makes you feel important, does it? Ming Xi, looking pitiful, replied, Grandma, I didn't. Heaven knows, she was just a simple girl who couldn't stand injustice. How dare you argue? In such a situation, why not call the police? How can you just charge in? Grandma, by the time the police arrive, Sister Xiao will be in danger. That man can just pull a gun, and if I delay for even a second, Xiao Dingding's innocence will be gone. Ruan Xinghe was also well aware of the seriousness of the situation, but when she thought of her granddaughter facing a high-level beast master, she couldn't view it rationally. That's not something a child like you should be meddling in. If anything happens to you, how will Grandma live? Ruan Xinghe was indeed frightened. Originally, she had been tossing and turning until midnight because her granddaughter had naturally awakened and contracted a no-future Thunderbird. She hadn't slept long when she was awakened by noise from next door. In such a situation, anyone would be furious. Sorry, Grandma, I scared you. At times like this, admitting fault is the standard answer. But Ming Xi wouldn't just admit fault. That is not her nature. Grandma, I just hope that when we face similar dangers one day, someone will help us in time, just like I did today. People float in the rivers and lakes. How can they avoid knives? No one can ensure they can always stay unscathed. To coexist harmoniously is a high-level attitude toward dealing with things. But is it not high-level to not coexist harmoniously? She doesn't think so. Ruan Xinghe looked at her granddaughter's determined and bright eyes, filled with countless thoughts, unsure whether to feel more comforted or worried. This child is becoming more and more like her father. Ming Xi didn't expect her first day of rebirth to be so eventful. It felt like her experiences in one day were more exciting than others in a month. After a brief silent exchange with her pet, she reviewed her entire day's experiences, reflecting on what she could have done better and summarizing her gains and experiences. Finally, she recorded it in her memo. After finishing her evening routine, she rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Ming Xi woke up late. At 7 a.m., she was awoken by the pecking of the Thunderbird. Thunder, lazybones, Grandma said if you don't get up, you'll be late for school. Ming Xi opened her eyes groggily and saw the time. Her usually reliable biological clock had failed her this time. She felt it wasn't just because she was too tired yesterday, but due to the time difference. The morning practice was out of the question. Golden Ingots was the name Ming Xi had just given the Thunderbird. She chose this name not only because of its golden appearance, but also to express her wish to get rich. Golden Ingots, surname Jin, given name Yuan Bao. No matter how you call it, it brings joy. The Thunderbird had no concept of human names and accepted this simple and good name without any objection after Ming Xi's persuasion. Thunder. Golden Ingots looked serious. It didn't want to stay in the pet space. It wasn't that the pet space was bad. It could train inside. But it preferred to stay by its beast master's side to better observe the human world and learn more. I know you're not noisy. Your existence itself is special and attractive. Think about it. When we took the subway yesterday, didn't everyone's attention fall on you as soon as you appeared? Ming Xi seriously explained to her pet, not because of the summoning contract, but based on mutual respect and understanding. Thunder. Ming Xi continued, if you appear at our school, you'll definitely attract the attention of classmates and teachers, which will affect other students, right? This statement was not mere persuasion for Golden Ingots. As a second-year student who was also known as a small troublemaker and poor student, if she suddenly brought the Thunderbird to school at this time, it would surely cause a stir, if not a sensation. Ming Xi didn't want to keep a low profile. She awakened and contracted a pet based on her abilities. So why should she? Moreover, this matter couldn't be kept low-key for long. Her personal information would change, and as the school managing her academic records, it wouldn't be long before the administrative office received feedback from the Beastmaster Center. So even if she wanted to keep a low profile, she couldn't. The reason she wanted Golden Ingots to stay in the pet space temporarily was simply that she felt having Golden Ingots with her would affect her classmates, especially her classmates. Thunder. Golden Ingots was reluctant, but eventually agreed. What could it do? It could only blame itself for being too excellent. Ming Xi patted its head. Although it was a bit childish, it listened well, was honest, and had a strong sense of justice. So if it had to stay in the pet space, so be it. Excellent beings deserve the best, and that includes excellent pets. Ming Xi was increasingly satisfied with her pet. After class, I'll ask the teacher if our school has a suitable place for pet training, and during the lunch break, I'll take you there. I promise I won't let you stay in the pet space all the time. Their school had a lunch break of 2 hours. Let us continue working hard. Thunder. It's a deal. Ming Xi walked into class 26 of the second year as usual, and her classmates continued to ignore her, pinching their noses to avoid her. Of course, not all the little innocents were that naive. Ming Xi. Chapter 18, Former Friends. A cardboard box sealed with cartoon paper circles was placed on Ming Xi's desk, and through the transparent plastic wrapping, a delicate cream cake could be clearly seen inside. At the same time, a hesitant and soft voice came from the girl. This is a strawberry cake my mom made by hand. I remember you used to love this the most, so I brought it just for you. Ming Xi turned her head to look at the girl standing next to her desk. The girl had long hair and an oval face, wearing a black and white school uniform with a fashionable vest over it. She had a slender figure and a distinctive appearance. She lowered her head. Her hands twisted together in front of her, as if conveying her current anxious feelings. Ming Xi certainly remembered the girl. Her name was Sun Xiaoxian, who had been the original owner's best friend since they were in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Their relationship had always been good until the original owner couldn't afford the tuition and accepted a job cleaning the girls' restroom offered by the school. After that, Sun Xiaoxian began to distance herself from the original owner. The original owner wasn't foolish. She could naturally sense her friend's silent rejection and sudden indifference. At that point, the original owner completely gave up, although it was inevitable to feel sad and heartbroken. Her chaotic life and exhausting work left her with no energy to mourn the lost friendship. Compared to the essentials of life, friendship was just that, friendship. Without it, she could still survive, right? Ming Xi looked down again at the box that had been pushed to her. Thank you, but no need. In fact, whether it was her or the original owner, they both liked strawberry cream cake, and they were allergic to mangoes. But she was happy to spout nonsense. Sun Xiaoxian was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly sniffing, clearly unaware that Ming Xi was lying. Is that so? Sorry, I might have remembered wrong. Xiaoxi, are you still blaming me? Sun Xiaoxian had a wronged look on her face. Can I say sorry to you? Please forgive me. We can still be best friends like before. Ming Xi raised an eyebrow. Classmate Sun, what do you want me to forgive you for? She looked at her, half smiling. Is it forgiving you for looking down on me, forgiving you for workplace discrimination, or forgiving you for ignoring and blocking me, or forgiving you for laughing at and mocking me behind my back with others? Ming Xi was not kind. She felt no pity for little fairies like the green tea bunnies or white lotuses. Sun Xiaoxian's face turned pale, clearly not expecting such cold and sharp words to come from her sweet and fragrant cherry lips. Xiaoxi, I was just bewitched before Ming Xi suddenly raised her head, interrupting Sun Xiaoxian's words, and asked a question that seemed out of nowhere. Did you find out? What? Meeting her dark and deep eyes, Sun Xiaoxian inexplicably felt as if she was being seen through. Ming Xi smiled. It seems I guessed right. It was your dad who told you, right? I remember you mentioned that your dad works at the police station in our area, so he must have seen me last night. If it weren't for Sun Xiaoxian bouncing up to her, Ming Xi wouldn't have remembered that Sun's father was also a police officer. However, Sun's father didn't have a good career at the police station. After 20 years of service, he was still an auxiliary officer. It seemed that he had no hope for this life. The other party must have seen her at the police station last night. The original owner often went to Sun Xiaoxian's house to do homework, so her parents naturally knew her. Sun Xiaoxian must have learned about her awakening and contract with the thunder demon bird from her father. Seeing her potential value, she immediately approached her eagerly. The young girl was not very old, but she had a lot of schemes. Ming Xi was not the original owner. The original owner was young and had not seen much of the world, unable to recognize Sun Xiaoxian's true nature. But Ming Xi had experienced the ups and downs of life, having seen both black and white. Before Sun Xiaoxian even opened her mouth, she had already figured out that this girl was a tea artist. It was quite foolish to be so young and pursue such an art. Ming Xi had a mocking smile on her face as she looked at the stiff-faced Sun Xiaoxian. Classmate Sun, do you know what the next line of a poor wife should not be abandoned is? Wrong. Ming Xi shook her head, revealing a look of how foolish you are. It's a friend from yesterday cannot be pursued. She stared directly into Sun Xiaoxian's eyes, saying that if you were lucky enough to pursue her, congratulations, she was 90 likely to want to find a chance to hit you. Are you trying to say there's a remaining 10? That remaining 10 is even more terrifying. She wants to kill you. After saying that, she didn't forget to flash a smile at Sun Xiaoxian, a smile that was chilling and eerie. Even the sickly Sinua would have to concede defeat. Classmate Sun, Do I look like your friend from yesterday? Making her own black mark, leaving the black mark with nowhere to run. She was always serious about self-deprecation. In the prime of her life, in her youth, she made money, worked hard, and cultivated her own pet beast. Wasn't he that nice? Why bother playing palace intrigues with a little girl? Looking at Ming Xi like this, Sun Xiaoxian felt a chill down her spine. What was even harder for her to accept was that the one treating her this way was once her supporting character. She had to lower herself to seek reconciliation. And the other party didn't even show gratitude. Instead, they turned around and threatened her? This was outrageous. Sun Xiaoxian's eyes turned fierce. The little green tea transforming into a thorny vine, her voice filled with anger and malice. Ming Xi, don't be too proud too soon. I will never lose to you. So what if I naturally awakened? I'm so much better than Ming Xi. If she can do it, I can too. Sun Xiaoxian's inner confidence flared up. After saying that, she ignored Ming Xi, tilted her head up, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, her back proud yet awkward. Ming Xi shook her head. This girl really is. Why learn from anyone else when you could learn from Grey Wolf? Classmate Sun, you forgot to take your strawberry cake with you. Sun Xiaoxian's proud figure froze instantly, and she coldly and fiercely said, just throw it to the dogs. As soon as she finished speaking, a parabolic arc brushed past her ear, carrying a sweet fragrance. Bang! The familiar plastic packaging box accurately landed on her desk, not far away. Pressed by gravity, the cartoon sealing tape burst, causing the lid to pop open and the strawberry cake to collapse and slide out. The white cream flowers bloomed on the desk. Good dog, remember to eat more. Chapter 19 Public Execution. Ming Xi's life creed did not include a principle of not bullying children. Besides, who isn't a baby? She was used to it. Compared to Miss Xiao Ding Ding from next door, this green tea girl was much worse. As soon as Sun Xiaoxian approached Ming Xi, the classroom quieted down. Almost all the students were paying attention to the two, having been in the same class for nearly 2 years. Everyone knew that Sun Xiaoxian and Ming Xi used to be very close friends, and that they had completely fallen out. They thought they would never interact again. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoxian proactively sought out Ming Xi to reconcile, even bringing a carefully prepared gift. All the students in class 26, but then the course of events took everyone by surprise again. They thought Ming Xi would be overjoyed to reconcile with Sun Xiaoxian, but instead, she didn't accept Sun Xiaoxian's goodwill and instead sharply mocked and threatened her. All the students in class 26, winky face. In the end, the usually gentle and fresh-faced classmate Sun Xiaoxian became furious, disregarding the risk of her persona collapsing, and threw harsh words at classmate Ming Xi. Then classmate Ming Xi rebounded with harsh words and threw a cake bomb at her desk. All the students in class 26. Was classmate Ming Xi's aim really that good? She could hit the target from such a distance without involving any innocent bystanders. That's a bit impressive. I want to learn. Ahem, Xiaoxian, are you okay? Helping Sun Xiaoxian clean up her greasy desk, her desk mate cautiously spoke up. I'm fine. Sun Xiaoxian had calmed down, although her expression was still not good. Her desk mate seemed to ignore her expression and leaned closer, asking gossipingly, by the way, why did you suddenly go find classmate Ming Xi today? Didn't you say you wouldn't interact with her anymore? Did her family suddenly become rich overnight? They aren't as easily deceived as Ming Xi. Sun Xiaoxian was, in essence, a refined egoist, making friends with a strong sense of purpose. Just like the old Ming Xi. She used to be a supporting character for Sun Xiaoxian to highlight her beauty. But once the supporting character got stained with filth and affected her image, Sun Xiaoxian immediately kicked her away. So actively seeking reconciliation with Ming Xi, who has a bad reputation, really doesn't fit the character of her deskmate. Unless there are greater benefits to be gained from Ming Xi. The only possibility she could think of was that Ming Xi's family had suddenly become wealthy. Sun Xiaoxian sulked in silence, pulled out her textbook, and started on her homework, but the fingers gripping the pen were turning white. The eyes hidden under her bangs shifted between light and dark, jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness all played out in turn. If she wouldn't say anything, then she wouldn't believe that there was any truth that her gossip queen Jin Xiang couldn't find out. But before the gossip queen could take action, the truth became known throughout the school. The homeroom teacher for class 26 in the second year was Xiao Bai, who taught the introduction to pet beasts. Today, the moment she entered the classroom, she displayed an unusual excitement, no longer resembling an anxious girl desperate to marry, but more like a bride about to be carried off in a wedding sedan, with 2 rosy clouds blooming on her cheeks. It was a bit dazzling. Before the students could express their confusion, when she reached the part about the size of intermediate pet beasts, she could no longer hold back and revealed her big surprise. To help the students better experience the size of intermediate pet beasts, I would like to invite a student to come up and demonstrate. Students, what does that mean? Demonstrate what? Then they heard teacher Xiao Bai, all smiles, say, Ming Xi, please come up and summon your pet beast. Students, I am confused, I am bewildered. I am greatly shocked. Ming Xi. She just knew it was impossible to be low-key. So naturally, the fact that she had awakened and completed a contract with the Thunder Demon Bird was already known to Teacher Xiao Bai. But Ming Xi truly didn't expect Teacher Xiao Bai to pull such a stunt in class, actually making her summon her pet beast in front of her classmates. The one being bold was still Teacher Xiao Bai. What could Ming Xi do? She wasn't rebellious enough to that extent. With no other choice, Ming Xi stood up and walked to the podium. Under the gaze of more than 40 pairs of eyes, she made hand seals. A bright white light shone, and the ethereal space of the pet beast appeared. The next second, the clear cry of the golden ingots rang out, flying 2 circles above the classroom before finally landing on Ming Xi's left shoulder. Thunder. It looked at its beast master. Isn't this the training ground? A pet beast. It's really a pet beast. Ming Xi has become a beast master? What the heck? When did that happen? When did she awaken? This is absurd. Ming Xi isn't even 15 yet. Right? I remember the oldest in our class is the vice class leader, and he hasn't turned 15 yet, so Ming Xi must have awakened naturally. How is that possible? Her physical fitness hasn't even met the standards, her grades are so poor, and her brain domain development must be very low. How could she awaken naturally? What is impossible? The facts are right in front of us, and what else is impossible? Some people should stop deceiving themselves. I thought so. No wonder Sun Xiaoxian went to find Ming Xi for reconciliation. She must have known that Ming Xi had awakened naturally long ago. What do you call this? Silent wealth accumulation? The barking dog doesn't bite? Whether she is the first or not isn't important. I'm just curious about one thing now. What is the name of the extraordinary creature Ming Xi contracted? Why have I never seen it before? After Ming Xi made the hand seals to summon the Thunder Demon Bird, her classmates could no longer contain the wild power within them, even though they were in class. And their homeroom teacher was standing not far away. In an instant, the classroom was as noisy as a bustling market. Ming Xi, standing by the podium, felt quite speechless, as if she were being publicly executed. She was so embarrassed she could almost dig her toes into the ground. She cleared her throat in an attempt to remind the unruly homeroom teacher. However, all her hints fell on deaf ears. Teacher Xiao Bai not only didn't stop it, but wore a proud expression. A student in the class had awakened naturally. Could she not be proud? Could she not be excited? Awakening is a big deal, and natural awakening is even more so. Ming Xi had brought her so much honor. She had awakened naturally at just over 14 years old, a full 6 months earlier than that student in the 3rd year. What does this represent? Chapter 20, the school's training ground. It represents that Ming Xi is now the most outstanding and excellent genius in their school. This child really is someone who, when they make a move, surprises everyone. Previously, there were teachers from other classes who ridiculed her for having a bottom-ranking student. Now what? Let's see who dares to talk back in front of her. They can't slap their faces hard enough. Looking at Teacher Xiao Bai's beaming face, Ming Xi, lost for words. Teacher Bai, do you still remember your job? This classroom isn't a stage for a grand performance, right? She's not here to perform. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps Ming Xi's internal complaints had an effect, as Teacher Xiao Bai finally remembered her duty. All right, quiet down. It's class time now. Any questions can be discussed after class. The students' heightened emotions were suppressed, but their fiery gazes couldn't be concealed, all focused on Ming Xi and the Thunder Demon Bird. Teacher Xiao Bai cleared her throat once more. Finally, they started the formal class, and Ming Xi let out a huge sigh of relief. As soon as the class bell rang, Ming Xi ran out of the classroom as if chased by ghosts. If she didn't run now, she wouldn't be able to escape. Did you hear? That girl from class 26 awakened naturally. You definitely wouldn't believe it. The genius you were talking about is the one who used to clean the girls' restroom. A junior in the 2nd year naturally awakened, and I heard she just turned 14 not long ago. What a comparison. Did you know? A senior in our 2nd year contracted an intermediate pet beast. Meanwhile, the center of this gossip, Ming Xi, had already found the open training ground located behind their school gymnasium. In the world of starry beast masters, pet breeding, training, and battles occupy a significant portion of people's lives. Although Haijiu 3rd Junior High is just a full-time regular school, most of the students are ordinary people who have yet to awaken, but don't forget that many of the staff here are beast masters. Moreover, most of the 3rd year students can complete their awakening before graduation. Therefore, the school has specifically opened an open-air training ground behind the gymnasium for staff and students to train their pet beasts daily. However, to prevent ordinary students from accidentally wandering in and getting injured by the skills released by pet beasts, the school has explicitly stated that apart from staff, students must have a note from their homeroom teacher to enter. Generally, only those who have contracted a pet beast will get a note from the homeroom teacher. So Ming Xi specifically went to find Teacher Xiao Bai in the morning. In this world of extraordinary creatures where beasts can easily reach 3 to 5 meters in size, the open-air training ground of the 3rd Junior High is definitely not large. It's about the size of 2 football fields, but for junior high students, it's already sufficient. Usually, the training ground isn't too crowded, It's only a bit busier in the months leading up to graduation for third-year students. By the time Ming Xi arrived, there were already quite a few people training their pet beasts in the open-air training ground. The sounds of explosions, impacts, and metal grinding intertwined, creating a lively and spectacular scene. Ming Xi's gaze swept over the beast masters and pet beasts present, noticing that all the beast masters were young boys and girls. There were no teachers in sight. Therefore, the extraordinary creatures appearing here were almost all low-level pet beasts. The only intermediate pet beast was a crimson flame tiger, currently practicing its skills. A fist-sized fireball was spewing from the tiger's mouth, exploding on the ground, instantly shattering stones and kicking up dust, even distorting the surrounding air. No wonder it's a powerful fire-type skill. Even at the beginner level, it has such power. Ming Xi couldn't help but observe the imposing crimson flame tiger for a moment. But just for a moment. Playing with fire is great, but her own pet beast is more endearing. She found an empty spot and summoned the golden ingots. Thunder. The appearance of the golden ingots definitely belongs to the high-end pet beast category, especially since gold is already eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people and beasts. The topic related to Ming Xi had not reached here yet, so no one recognized them for the time being. Jin Yuanbao, you should familiarize yourself with the environment here. We will probably spend a lot of time here in the future. Training during the day cannot stop either. Just because we have the time realm doesn't mean we can waste our time in reality. That would not only be a waste, but also a disrespect to the time realm. We must plan and utilize every minute and second wisely, so that this journey is not in vain. It's not just Jin Yuanbao. She also needs to schedule her body training and studies. Most of the training programs and equipment in the time realm are designed for pet beasts, but that doesn't mean she can't train herself there. In the future, she can allocate some time to learn about this world's knowledge, some time for physical training, and the remaining time to accompany Jin Yuanbao for training. Jin Yuanbao nodded, excited. Last night at the private pet training center in the time realm, it was similarly serious yet excited, almost flawlessly fulfilling her requests. It was so well-behaved that it didn't seem like a little lord at all. Ming Xi speculated that it must be eager to become stronger. It might be harboring bad intentions to turn against her, or there could be other reasons. Ming Xi wasn't in a hurry to know the truth. There was plenty of time ahead. Moreover, Jin Yuanbao was a surprise from a blind box. A moment of good behavior didn't mean it had accepted her. It still needed to be a gradual process. Classmate. A male voice sounded next to Ming Xi. She looked at the newcomer, slightly surprised, and politely said, "Hello, senior." The person was taken aback. "You call me senior? Aren't you in the third year of middle school?" Fu Yifan had noticed the girl when she arrived. Not because she was good-looking. She was too thin to even evaluate her looks. He noticed her because he knew almost everyone who came to this training ground. The sudden appearance of a completely unfamiliar girl was hard to ignore. He had just been wondering when someone like her had joined their grade. Now he realized she wasn't even from their third year. I'm in the second year." Ming Xi recognized that this senior was the beast master of the previous Red Flame Tiger. This senior was a prominent figure in their school. Even the original owner had heard of his fame. Chapter 21, Thunderbird and Red Flame Tiger. It was said that he came from a good family, with a privileged background. Top grades, a sunny and cheerful personality, and being a naturally awakened genius, combined with his decent looks. It was no surprise he became the Prince Charming in the hearts of many infatuated girls. She remembered that Sun Xiaoxian was also his admirer. Fu Yifan stared at the girl in a daze. "So you are also a naturally awakened one?" Ming Xi nodded again. "I'm no longer the only one in the third year." Fu Yifan couldn't help but mumble internally, feeling a bit complicated. However, he wasn't too entangled, although he was proud. He didn't have the arrogant notion that he was the only genius in the world. Besides, the other party was a girl. Didn't they say two tigers can't coexist unless one is male and the other is female? While this junior sister was somewhat hard to describe in terms of looks, at least she was a girl. Ming Xi noticed that he had been silent for quite a while, so she took the initiative to ask about his purpose. "Senior Fu, are you looking for me for something?" Fu Yifan was not surprised that she recognized him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was more popular than the principal at their school. This junior sister before him might also be one of his fans. He smiled confidently, his brows relaxed, and directly stated his purpose. "The one you contracted is just a Thunderbird from the Chuanyang region, right?" As a student from a well-off family, he quickly recognized the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird was a creature with excellent innate talent, but destined to have no future. More importantly, it wasn't a pet beast from their region. Since she learned about the Thunderbird's uniqueness, Ming Xi had already mentally prepared herself to be questioned repeatedly. "I awakened the illusory key, and the Thunderbird is an illusory summoning contract." She couldn't be bothered to be coy about it. No wonder, he thought to himself, saying that in this day and age, there were still people who actively contracted Thunderbirds. It turned out it was randomly summoned by the spirit contract platform. Illusory summoning was indeed a trap. This junior sister might come from a very poor family. He looked at the girl with a hint of pity, his tone becoming much gentler. Junior sister, do you know the situation of the Thunderbird? Ming Xi replied, I know, and I will make it evolve. Fu Yifan was taken aback. This junior sister was a bit arrogant. So many scientists, breeders, and beast masters had no way to deal with the Thunderbird. Why did she, a middle school student, think she could? How about letting your Thunderbird have a battle with my Mountain King? They're both intermediate level, right? A pet beast battle? Ming Xi glanced down at the brain axe squatting by Fu Yifan's feet. It was staring intently at Jin Yuanbao, baring its teeth, looking eager to try. It was said that fire-type creatures often had bad tempers due to the influence of fire energy. Even those already contracted by humans had unstable emotions. Most of them were like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. She had seen news about fire-type pet beasts causing harm to people or other beasts or damaging public property online. Just this morning, she had seen a report on the subway. The police investigated and found that the reason the flame roar went crazy was that it noticed there were 2 more skewers in front of the jade flower meow than it had. It became jealous. Wasn't that quite explosive? The problem was that similar situations were not rare. Therefore, even though fire-type creatures ranked high in attack power among all attributes, their explosive tempers made them the second most avoided pet beasts among new beast masters. The first place went to the demon type, which was even harder to control and had more unpredictable lethality. If you couldn't control them, no matter how powerful they were, the one who got hurt in the end would still be the beast master. This school hunk dared to contract a fire type as his first pet beast and trained it to intermediate level in a short time, besides being stubborn. His family background must have played a crucial role. Money can sometimes do wonders, as long as you throw enough star coins at it. Even a hellthorn dragon could be trained into a gentle little lamb, let alone a mindless brain axe. The poor Ming Xi couldn't relate. Alright, Ming Xi had no reason to refuse. Practical combat was always the fastest way to improve combat power. The more, the better. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao also firmly agreed to fight. Its eyes already filled with intense fighting spirit. It was sensitive and had long noticed the provocation in the gaze of the red flame tiger. This nasty big cat had no idea how many it had torn apart back at home. Both sides agreed that this informal battle didn't need a referee. Ming Xi and Fu Yifan quickly found suitable positions to stand. Fu Yifan was already the center of attention, and with Ming Xi, a stranger, it drew even more eyes. Is Fu Yifan going to fight someone? Who is that girl? I don't recognize her. Do we have someone like that in the 3rd year? Not only the people, but I also don't recognize the pet beast. From its size, it looks like an intermediate pet beast. When did our school get someone like this? Is it a flying fire-type pet beast? Who do you think will win? Do we even need to ask? It must be Fu Yifan. Is there anyone stronger than him in our school? Not necessarily. Perhaps that unfamiliar girl is a relative of a teacher at the school. She might even be a high school or college student. After all, she has an intermediate pet beast. The surrounding chatter did not affect Ming Xi and Fu Yifan. After both sides were ready, the pet beast battle officially began. In the center of the cleared area, the red flame tiger stepped forward with its claws, and its whole body was immediately engulfed in crimson flames. With the characteristic flame body, its entire body became fiery, increasing its attack power. While touching a pet beast in this state had a certain probability of causing burns, Ming Xi sighed, realizing that the red flame tiger must have good potential, as not all fire-type pets possess the flame body trait. The red flame tiger had already launched its attack. 3 fist-sized fireballs shot out of its mouth in quick succession, clearly aimed at the golden ingot flying in midair. Ming Xi did not immediately issue commands. Instead, she focused intently on the movements in the arena. The golden ingot had been a wild, extraordinary creature before she contracted it, and its battle awareness was definitely stronger than that of pets raised in a greenhouse. Golden ingot. Swiftwind, Spinfly. Chapter 22. Hidden Rules of the Time Domain. As soon as the golden ingot dodged the fireball attack, Ming Xi calmly spoke her first command. Swift wind was the golden ingot's most proficient skill. At the initial stage, it used air and wind pressure to enhance its speed. With a small proficiency in swift wind, it could reach speeds of up to 570 kilometers per hour. Spinfly referred to a flying technique while in swift wind status, a skill activation state. Ming Xi instructed the golden ingot to do this considering the outdoor arena's conditions. Once the 3 fireballs landed without hitting their target, they would inevitably create a small dust storm, which would affect visibility. Losing track of the opponent in battle was extremely dangerous. Ming Xi did not dare to underestimate this. Spin flying would generate strong winds that, even if they couldn't extinguish the flames, would certainly blow away the dust. It was a practical application of a skill. Sure enough, when the fireballs exploded on the ground, the dust began to rise, threatening to obscure their view, but the hurricane generated by the golden ingot's swift flight blew it away to the other side. Fu Yifan probably did not expect Ming Xi to be so sharp in her judgment of the battle situation. Seeing the dust about to engulf his pet, he hurriedly ordered. Mountain King, Flame Pillar. Ming Xi's eyes sharpened. The Flame Pillar was a mid-level fire skill that compressed energy into multiple impact fire pillars on the ground, with the number of pillars increasing with proficiency. When using this skill, the pet could freely control the height of the fire pillars. This skill was particularly effective against flying-type pets. In pet battles, there are strict height limits for flying-type pets, which vary depending on the opponent's level. Since the Red Flame Tiger was a mid-level pet, its height limit was 6 meters. This meant that if the golden ingot flew above 6 meters, they would lose the battle. However, the Flame Pillar skill was not without its flaws. In addition to consuming energy, the pet could not move during the skill's release. If it moved, the skill would become ineffective. Looking at the 6 fire pillars distributed in various directions across the arena, Ming Xi did not hesitate and decisively commanded. Left front fire pillar, Thunderbird. Her cool voice penetrated the air and reached the golden ingot, which was quickly darting between the fire pillars. Considering the experience from last night, even though it did not want to diminish its own prestige, it had to admit that its Beastmaster had some real skills. She always managed to identify the opponent's weaknesses and issue the most effective commands at the fastest speed. She had never made a mistake. So even though it did not understand the meaning of her command, it hesitated for only 0.01 seconds before immediately executing the skill as instructed. The left front fire pillar was only 50 centimeters tall. Thunderbird was a mid-level lightning skill, where lightning-type pets gathered electrical energy and released it in the form of sharp blades, possessing strong penetrating power. Due to the shape of the lightning blades resembling a pointed beak of a small bird, it could also change direction while flying, hence the name. Thunderbird was also a group attack skill, which the golden ingot likely awakened after evolving to mid-level, so its proficiency was only beginner level. Currently able to release a maximum of 4 blades. For purple-red lightning blades, swift as shadows, plunged directly into the fire pillar. Just as the light chirp began, the explosive sound quickly drowned out all other noises. Boom, boom, boom. The attacked fire pillar exploded uncontrollably from within, flames and debris shooting out like meteors, indiscriminately. And the fire pillar selected by Ming Xi happened to be the one closest to the Red Flame Tiger, no more than 1 meter away. Therefore, when the fire pillar exploded uncontrollably, the Red Flame Tiger was affected. Both the Red Flame Tiger and Fu Yifan clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and both reacted sluggishly. Ming Xi, however, excelled at seizing opportunities. Wing Slash. Mountain King, quickly dodge. Hearing Wing Slash, Fu Yifan's face changed drastically, shouting in panic. Wing Slash is a high-level skill. This Thunder Demon bird actually learned a high-level skill. Is it really a mid-level pet? But it was too late to dodge. At that moment, the Flame Pillar skill became ineffective, making it easier for the golden ingot. The Thunder Demon bird was already known for its speed, and even without using Swift Wind, its speed was still unmatched by the Red Flame Tiger. With a swift motion, the golden ingot's wings descended like a guillotine, striking the Red Flame Tiger, leaving deep wounds on its abdomen and right leg, exposing bone. The Red Flame Tiger let out a pained cry and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity to finish it off, Ming Xi had no sympathy for the tiger and decisively commanded, Lightning Ball. A follow-up attack was necessary. The Lightning Ball was similar to the Fireball skill, also launched from the pet's mouth, with the only difference being the form of energy. However, with the same proficiency, the Lightning Ball's attack power was certainly higher than that of the Fireball. This was the advantage of lightning-type pets. In this situation, it was inevitable that the Red Flame Tiger would be hit by the Lightning Ball, not allowing its Beastmaster a chance to retaliate. It was electrocuted, its fur standing on end, and its body swelling significantly. It didn't last 3 seconds before it completely fainted. Fu Yifan. At the same time the Red Flame Tiger fell, a mechanical sound echoed in Ming Xi's mind. Detected that the Master's Thunder Demon bird successfully defeated the same level pet. Red Flame Tiger. Reward. 10 minutes of training time in the private pet training facility of the time domain. The reward time can be stacked and called at any time. Remaining reward time, 10 minutes. Ming Xi's eyes widened in realization. So this was the hidden rule. As long as her pet won in battle, she could obtain reward time, and crucially, the reward time could be stacked and called upon at any time. Ming Xi pondered. Since the reward time could be stacked and said to be callable at any time, did it mean she could turn any space into the time domain whenever she wanted? And it didn't have to be consumed all at once like the drawn time? And there was no need to worry about others seeing the time domain? If her guess was correct, then the time domain could undoubtedly play a greater role. For example, in a critical moment when the golden ingot ran out of energy, she could activate the time domain, send it into the energy recovery chamber, and it would emerge fully replenished. Furthermore, if she went out into the wild or entered a secret area and faced urgent problems, she could activate the time domain. She wouldn't have to worry about answering nature's call anymore. Later, when Ming Xi learned about the other uses of the reward time, She even thought that answering nature's call wasn't such a bad idea. The more she thought about it, the better it seemed. If all of this were not just her speculation, she would want to summon the time domain right now. Victory. Are you really that happy? This human is really easy to satisfy. Chapter 23. I believe in you. Ming Xi was unaware of her pet's thoughts, smiling as she stroked the feathers on its back, generously praising, "You're amazing." According to the hint from the mechanical voice earlier, defeating a same-level pet rewarded 10 minutes. What about low-level or high-level? She was eagerly looking forward to it. Wow, Senior Fu actually lost. Not just lost, it could be said he was thoroughly beaten. That unfamiliar pet turned out to be lightning type, a dual flying and lightning pet. So cool and definitely expensive. Does anyone have a pet identification device? Quickly check what kind of pet this is. Did you all just see that? That pet beast actually used Wing Slash. I remember Wing Slash is a high-level skill for flying types, right? When the Crimson Flame Tiger fainted, the students who initially had great confidence in Fu Yifan were in an uproar. These students were all in their third year of junior high, and almost none of them recognized Ming Xi. They were curious about Ming Xi's identity, and even more curious about what kind of pet beast could easily defeat the Crimson Flame Tiger. Someone had already taken out their pet identification device that they had casually stuffed in their pocket. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out in the noisy training ground. Summary: Thunder Demon Bird does not possess the life of a legendary extraordinary creature, but has contracted the disease of a legendary extraordinary creature. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The information was quite overwhelming. Such a powerful pet beast actually couldn't evolve. And which company produced this identification device? That last remark was a bit harsh. Ming Xi naturally heard the voice from the pet identification device and gently patted her pet beast, which had developed a hostile gaze. She then looked up at Fu Yifan not far away. "Senior Fu, thank you." He forced a dry smile. The Thunder Demon Bird truly deserved its reputation as the combat powerhouse among intermediate pets. It was indeed impressive. Was he trying to save face? Ming Xi understood very well the mentality of young people who cared about their pride and refused to lose, so she nodded nonchalantly. "Well, Senior Fu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my pet beast to train." "Junior, wait a moment," Fu Yifan hurriedly called out as Ming Xi turned to leave. "Could you tell me why you had the Thunder Demon Bird attack that flame pillar just now?" He had never known that the flame pillar could explode from within, and if it hadn't exploded, he believed he wouldn't have lost, at least not so quickly. In fact, this question piqued not only Fu Yifan's curiosity, but also Jin Yuanju's, who tilted its head at her with a thirst for knowledge. Ming Xi didn't have the mindset of cherishing her knowledge, since they asked. She didn't mind temporarily taking on the role of a teacher. In other words, the lower the flame pillar, the better the hitting effect would be. With the same energy, a lower flame pillar would inevitably be in a state of energy compression. The more compressed it was, when it became unstable internally, there would be a certain probability of explosion, and the impact would depend on the degree of compression. Ming Xi looked at Fu Yifan, noting that electric energy was exactly the most unstable among all elemental energies. The flame pillar she had Jin Yuanju attack was not only the closest to the Crimson Flame Tiger, but also the lowest. In fact, she wasn't 100% sure her plan would succeed. After all, she had never tried it before. If you were to ask her why she was so familiar with the flame pillar skill, it was naturally thanks to the simulated combat practice in the realm of time last night. Yesterday, the Thunder Demon Bird had randomly matched with a high-level fire-type pet beast, which also possessed the flame pillar skill and had almost roasted Jin Yuanju. After getting up this morning, she carefully studied this skill, combined with a bit of observation and analysis, which allowed her to achieve unexpected success in the recent battle. "You are really smart." This was something Fu Yifan had never experienced even when the Thunder Demon Bird had defeated his Crimson Flame Tiger. After all, he had heard about the reputation of the Thunder Demon Bird as the combat powerhouse among intermediate pets. Although losing was unexpected, it was ultimately understandable. However, the girl's explanation made him clearly realize that while the Thunder Demon Bird was indeed powerful, its Beastmaster might be even more extraordinary. After all, as the Beastmaster of the Crimson Flame Tiger, he had seen the Crimson Flame Tiger use the Flame Pillar skill no less than 100 times. But he had never noticed the energy fluctuation problem with the Flame Pillar. This showed how remarkable this junior's observational skills were. Unfortunately, she had only contracted a Thunder Demon Bird. Ming Xi calmly accepted the compliment. "By the way, I still don't know how to address you, Junior." Ming Xi, Ming as in tomorrow, Xi as in dawn. Fu Yifan silently repeated the name twice, smiling as he extended his right hand. "Hello, Ming Xi Jr. I am Fu Yifan from Class 11, Year 3. Nice to meet you." The sincerity and enthusiasm of the young man were sometimes like a brilliantly blooming flower, making it hard for people to refuse. Even with Fu Yifan's unfortunate start, the other students in the training ground couldn't resist their intense curiosity and began to come forward one after another to challenge Ming Xi. Although their pet beasts were all at the beginner level, Ming Xi welcomed them all. In her eyes, These pet beasts were not just tools for accumulating practical experience, but also precious training time in the realm of time. Although defeating a beginner pet beast only rewarded 1 minute, even a mosquito's leg is meat. How could a child from a poor family complain about the meat being too little? It wasn't until Jin Yuanzhu had exhausted all its energy that this one-sided crushing ended. Ming Xi took out a bag of specialized pet nutrition supplements and fed them to Jin Yuanzhu. She was too poor to afford energy-replenishing medicine and could only temporarily make Jin Yuanzhu drink this cheap and not very effective nutrition supplement. Once I make money, I will definitely buy you the best and most expensive energy supplements. Then she shook her head again. No, once I make money, I will find the most professional breeder to customize exclusive potions and energy pills for you. Her tone was firm, and her eyes shone with clarity. Jin Yuanzhu absorbed the nutrition supplement, its blood-red eyes reflecting its beast master's tender, pale face, and it let out a low sound of resignation. Lele, little master believes in you. Chapter 24, Internal Selection Competition Invitation Card. In the afternoon, classes began, and Ming Xi ultimately couldn't escape the fate of being surrounded and chased by her classmates. After more than 2 hours of fermentation, they erupted with enthusiasm that had never been seen before. They had clearly forgotten the past cold violence towards the original owner and chased Ming Xi to ask various questions, including but not limited to, when did you awaken? Are you really a natural awakening? What quality is your soul key? Why did you contract the Thunder Demon Bird? What skills does the Thunder Demon Bird have? I heard you fought with Senior Fu from year 3 and 1. Is that true? They were all clamoring and making a fuss. As soon as she entered the room, she started shouting, Nanny, I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. Jin Yuanzhu, who had already shown signs of building a nest on Ming Xi's shoulder, also called out in agreement. I want to eat boiled pork slices, spicy chicken cubes, sauerkraut fish, spicy grilled fish, boiled cabbage, pickled fresh. Buddha jumps over the wall, Longjing shrimp. Halfway through her revenge menu, she finally noticed that besides her nanny, there were other people in the living room. 3 pairs of eyes were staring intently at her and Jin Yuanzhu, their faces adorned with an unmistakable smile. Ming Xi, I'm stuck. Is this considered social death? I'm online and quite anxious. In the end, it was her nanny who spoke up to rescue Ming Xi, who had already dug her toes into the ground. Xiaoxi, Aunt Xiao and Dingding came to see you and Ziyuanzu. Xiao Bihua and Xiao Dingding had already stood up and quickly walked to Ming Xi's side. Xiaoxi, thank you so much. Xiao Bihua grabbed Ming Xi's hand. If it weren't for you, my Dingding might have. She obviously couldn't bring herself to say that cruel possibility. Tears were already uncontrollably falling. Even though it was Ming Xi's first time meeting Xiao Bihua, she understood the other person's identity the moment she saw Xiao Dingding. She hurriedly shook her head and said it was nothing. Ming Xi, thank you so much. As if finding her still not embarrassed enough, Xiao Dingding also deeply bowed to Ming Xi, seriously expressing her gratitude. The incident last night had happened so suddenly. After the police arrived, she and Ming Xi were taken to different police cars, and she was sent to the hospital for a checkup, so she hadn't had the chance to thank Ming Xi properly. Today, she took a leave of absence from school and, after sending away the so-called relatives and friends who came to see the joke of the mother and daughter, she brought gifts to the Ming family. Ming Xi couldn't handle this situation at all and quickly reached out to support the person, forcing a smile on her face. Sister Dingding, actually, the one who worked hard is my family's Jin Yuanbo. Jin Yuanbo nodded. Lele. That's right. I'm the main force here. Ming Xi's mouth twitched slightly. I was just being polite. Do you really think you're taking the lead? Forget it. It would indeed increase the difficulty of the rescue without Jin Yuanbo. Yes, I'm just a support. But I will accept the thanks from you and Auntie on behalf of my Jin Yuanbo. Jin Yuanbo cooperatively flapped his wings and called out, indicating there was no need to be polite. At this moment, Xiao Bihua and her daughter also noticed the girl's awkwardness, and while they found it amusing, they couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that such a pure and lovely girl would save her daughter without hesitation in such a dangerous situation last night? Xiao, Ding Ding, don't just stand there, let's sit down and talk. Only now did she have the time to assess the mother and daughter pair. Their mental state was not very good. It was completely understandable. Having such a beastly husband would drive any normal woman to the brink. However, Xiao Dingding seemed to be doing well, showing no obvious signs of lethargy or sorrowful melancholy. Perhaps she was just good at hiding it. In fact, from her foresight in arranging for Dangala before the incident, it was clear that Xiao Dingding was a cautious and very smart girl. Ming Xi had a good first impression of Xiao Dingding, because when she burst into her bedroom last night, she didn't recklessly command her Dangala to join the fray, nor did she scream or shout, causing unnecessary chaos. For Ming Xi, not being a hindrance made her a good teammate. Seeing her again today, the impression was even better. Who wouldn't like a beautiful, unpretentious girl who is both brave and resourceful? Xiaoxi, the words of thanks are too pale and cannot express the gratitude Auntie and Ding Ding have for you, so. Xiao Bihua suddenly pulled out a card from her jacket pocket and pushed it in front of Ming Xi. This is a gift Annie hopes you can accept. Ming Xi looked down at the metallic card in front of her. The card was about the same size as her ID from her previous life. Made of silver black metal with a gold foil pattern around the edge, and a golden foil image of a tiger-like extraordinary creature in the upper right corner. What's this? It can't be a bank card, right? In this day and age, bank accounts are linked to personal terminals, allowing for direct transfers and transactions. However, this world doesn't completely lack bank cards. They can still be issued for certain special reasons or personal needs, especially in high society. For example, wealthy wives sending off their husbands, sons, or mistresses with a check or bank card is more ostentatious than a direct transfer. That's beside the point. And Xiao, what is this? Ming Xi didn't directly refuse, glancing at the card on the table but not picking it up. However, Jin Yuanbo had already impatiently flown down from her shoulder to the coffee table, stepping around the card as if examining a rare treasure. This little one really is still too young. Your behavior has revealed your inexperience. Xiao Bihua smiled and explained. This is an invitation card for the internal selection competition held annually by our headquarters. Ming Xi was surprised. Internal selection competition? Is it a pet battle? So it's not a bank card? Ming Xi couldn't tell if she felt more disappointed or relieved. Sigh, being poor is just a word. Yet it could turn a pure fairy into a shrewd merchant. Yes, Xiao Bihua nodded, that's right. The company I work for is a subsidiary of Chongqing Group. And Chongqing Group has a secret land. Chapter 25, Chongqing Secret Land. Upon hearing the word secret land, Ming Xi's eyes immediately lit up like two light bulbs. Secret lands and secret realms are unique to this world. Both exist in alternate spaces, akin to fragments of continents, where extraordinary creatures live and various rare materials can be found. Fundamentally, the main difference between the two is whether the space is stable and solidified. In simple terms, a secret land is a space that has been completely stabilized at a fixed anchor point. Unless it collapses entirely, it will always be there and open at specific times. Some secret lands can even be entered at any time. Secret realms, however, are different. They appear randomly, with unpredictable locations and timings. Just because one appears this time doesn't guarantee it will appear again next time. Nonetheless, secret realms don't just appear everywhere. Generally, their movement range is manageable, allowing countries to number the secret realms that have appeared within their borders. In fact, secret lands are usually smaller than secret realms. As mentioned earlier, a secret land is a space that has been stabilized. Pay attention, it is stabilized. Before a secret land becomes a secret land, it is a secret realm. It is stabilized by extraordinary creatures with spatial abilities, forcing the secret realm to solidify at a location. But how easy is it to use spatial power to fix a drifting continent? Even extraordinary creatures evolved to the respect level might need to exhaust all their energy or pay an even higher price to barely achieve this. Therefore, only small secret realms can be forcibly stabilized. Currently, the largest secret land is the Dragon God Secret Land, under the jurisdiction of the Alliance Beastmaster Center, with a total area of 3.26 million square kilometers. The Chongqing Secret Land is a very small secret land, with a total area of about 120,000 square kilometers of land and water combined. Ming Xi thought to herself, 120,000. That's equivalent to the total area of a large province in my previous world. How is that small? People in this world are really exaggerating. 6 years ago, after discussions by the board of directors, the chairman agreed that the exploration quota for the Chongqing Secret Land would henceforth be issued as a special benefit for company employees, stipulating that any official employee who has worked for the company for more than 5 years could receive such an invitation card. Of course, not everyone holding an invitation card can enter the secret land. After all, the space is limited, and they can't let too many people in. Therefore, participants must take part in an internal selection competition, and only those who rank in the top 20 can truly receive the hand card to enter the secret land, with all rewards inside belonging to the individual. At this point, Xiao Bihua couldn't help but comment. I think our chairman is so generous probably because the good stuff in the secret land has already been cleaned out. Ming Xi thought, that makes sense, but Aunt Xiao, don't you fear that we might think your gift is too shabby when you say this in front of me and Grandma? Of course, she wouldn't think that. After all, the gift may be small, but the sentiment is deep. Aunt Xiao, are you suggesting that I participate in this selection competition? The secret land. She was very interested. Even if, as Xiao Bihua complained, the good things in the Chongqing secret land had already been cleaned out, they couldn't have stripped it bare. Could they? After all, a mosquito's leg is still meat. She could do it. Yes, this internal selection competition only allows beast masters under the age of 17 and those with household registration in the Jianghuai area to participate. It uses an 11-pet battle mode, so you meet both conditions perfectly. No wonder Xiao Bihua decided to give the invitation card to her. Beast Masters under 17 can only cultivate a high-level pet at most. She and Jinyuanbo are not without the strength to fight. This is indeed a gift that is hard to refuse. Regardless of whether she can obtain the hand card to enter the secret land in the end, at least she can gain experience fighting against her peers in the selection competition. No matter what, it's a significant advantage for her. However, she remembered that Xiao Dingding was also 16 years old this year and was also a Beastmaster, and this spot should logically belong to her. Perhaps sensing her inner conflict, Xiao Dingding smiled and said directly, "Actually, my mom usually sells this invitation card online every year, but this year, since I contracted with Dingala, she decided to let me have a go. But you know Dingala is just a weakling. We would just be eliminated in the first round anyway. So, little Shi, you don't have to worry about me. Since you've said that, if I refuse, wouldn't it seem pretentious?" Ming Xi decisively reached out and took the invitation card, looking at the mother and daughter across from her, and said, "Then I will not be polite. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. Thank you, Sister Dingding." Xiao Bihua happily waved her hand. "No need to thank, no need to thank. Little Shi, as long as you like it." Throughout the whole time, Wan Qinghe had not voiced any opinions, leaving the decision entirely up to her granddaughter. The old lady was very clear-headed. After sending off Xiao Bihua and her daughter, Ming Xi and her grandmother made dinner together. There were no marinated fresh dishes, nor was there Buddha jumps over the wall. Just the simplest 2 dishes and a soup. But the 2 of them were very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Ming Xi chatted with the old lady for a while before being sent off to do her homework. After finishing her homework, it was still not even 8 o'clock, and Ming Xi opened her computer to check information about the Chongqing Secret Realm. As a large group company in the Jianghuai region, the existence of Chongqing Secret Realm was no longer a secret. Chongqing Secret Realm, formerly known as Secret Realm Number 83, belongs to Longhua Nation and was solidified in August 436. The year after solidification, in December, it was auctioned as the main item for the annual auction of Xingyun Auction House, starting at 1 billion star coins, and was eventually successfully acquired by Chongqing Group for 36 billion star coins, thus named. Ming Xi casually calculated. The Chongqing Secret Realm had been solidified for almost 100 years now. The Chongqing Secret Realm opens every year on April 30th. And due to incomplete rules within the Secret Realm, only Beastmasters below level, including level, can enter along with their pets. No wonder the selection competition had age restrictions. It turned out that Beastmasters above level could not enter the Secret Realm at all. It was also understandable why Chongqing Group's internal selection competition only restricted age and not the level of Beastmasters. After all, Longhua Nation simply could not find a level Beastmaster under 17 years old. Rather than restrict the level of Beastmasters, it was better to limit the age directly. This way, not only could opportunities be given to the younger generation, but unnecessary troubles could also be avoided as much as possible. After all, the universal understanding is that adults are definitely more cunning and sly than teenagers and are more likely to engage in immoral and illegal activities. Chongqing Group was willing to open the secret realm to the public, but they certainly did not want it to be destroyed. Therefore, it was quite normal to set such thresholds. Chapter 26. The Good Fortune of the Golden Ingots. The secret realm opens on April 30th, which means less than 20 days left. Ming Xi muttered. She checked the information about the internal selection competition again. This was also not difficult to find. There was even a trending topic related to this matter on Menghua. A wealthy second generation from Nanqing is purchasing invitation cards for the Chongqing Group's internal selection competition at a high price. Ming Xi quickly skimmed through the relevant topics. It was roughly saying that a wealthy second generation surnamed Li from the neighboring Nanqing was purchasing selection competition invitation cards online, offering a purchase price of 50,000 star coins and welcoming anyone who has won. Ming Xi had just seen a report on the sale price of the invitation cards. After Chongqing Group announced this benefit, they had never restricted their employees from selling or transferring the invitation cards. After all, it was said to be an employee benefit. Once the benefits were issued, how employees handled them was their own business. Moreover, even if they didn't allow sales, it was impossible, as not every employee had suitable friends or relatives. The invitation cards sold for the highest price in the first year, generally fetching around 50,000 star coins. However, that was not the case the following year. It was not that the Chongqing Secret Realm's hand cards were no longer attractive, but rather that there were too many participants, making the chances of advancing too low. All the companies under Chongqing Group had over 3,000 formal employees who had served for more than 5 years, which meant that the number of participants in the internal selection competition would not be less than this number. From 3,000 to 20, the chances were less than 0.7. It cannot be said that the opportunity was not slim. Additionally, with age and regional restrictions for the competition, how many 15 or 16-year-olds could achieve financial freedom? If their parents were unwilling to spend money, even if they wanted to compete, they would have no choice. Therefore, in the following years, the invitation cards depreciated significantly, with the highest price only reaching 20,000. This year, this wealthy tycoon who was not short on money suddenly appeared, driving up the value of the invitation cards. Ming Xi glanced at the invitation card set aside. So this invitation card is worth 50,000? Should I sell it for cash? As soon as this thought arose, Ming Xi immediately shook her head to dismiss it, setting aside her and Jin Yuanbao's great interest in the selection competition. How would she explain it to Xiao Bihua and her daughter after selling it? Would she tell them that she was really greedy and that, compared to the illusory secret realm hand cards, the star coins in hand were more practical? Would she still be able to face her benefactors? Moreover, Xiao Dingding had clearly stated that she wanted to watch her competition. It wouldn't be good to disappoint her sister. Ming Xi regretfully closed the purchase page and continued to check information about the selection competition. She found that the internal selection competition held by Chongqing Group was quite well known in Longhua Nation, with many related posts discussing it online. Previous competitions had professional media interviews and competition recordings, and last year they even sold the broadcasting rights to television stations. One could only say that they were indeed capitalists, good at making money. Ming Xi selected some representative and topical competition recordings to watch, based on the basic strength of past participants. She could roughly estimate the general strength of this year's competitors. There were not many level Beastmasters, and the majority of participants were level, but the top 20 decided each year were basically dominated by level Beastmasters. This was not because level Beastmasters had 2 pets. The competition used the 1v1 model, and having an extra pet did not significantly affect the outcome. However, the reason level Beastmasters could become level Beastmasters was not just because they awakened a second soul key, but also because they necessarily had a mid-level or even high-level pet. This was the true advantage of level Beastmasters. Ming Xi compared the strength of Jin Yuanbao with that of the top 20 pets from previous years. Of course, she could not be complacent or slack off. Last-minute cramming was urgent. They had to get organized. With only 8 days left until the official start of the competition, Jin Yuanbao, let us work hard and get the proficiency of Wing Slash and Thunderball to the entry level. The first round of the selection competition was set for next Saturday, leaving them with very limited time to prepare. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao nodded seriously. It was also very interested in the Chongqing secret realm. Time quietly passed to 9 p.m. again. The pet space, quietly sleeping in the sea of consciousness, once again silently transformed, expanding into familiar buildings. Ming Xi came prepared this time, quickly putting on her cartoon backpack and taking Jin Yuanbao into the time realm. Would you like to extract your training duration for today? Guangguang was clearly not someone who liked pleasantries. As soon as Ming Xi entered, it got straight to the point. Ming Xi was very satisfied with its straightforward attitude. However, she was not a straightforward person. Wait a minute. I have a few questions regarding the reward duration that I need you to clarify for me. It was better not to discuss such things during training. It would waste time. Is there anything the master does not understand? The reward duration does not need to be used all at once. As long as the reward duration has not reached 0, she can switch the pet space to the time realm at any time. Moreover, aside from her and her pets, no one else or extraordinary beings can see the time realm. So she didn't need to worry about exposing the existence of the time realm. Joyful and celebratory. Master, can we draw the training time now? Ming Xi smiled and nodded. Yes, let us draw. The big turntable appeared out of thin air. Jin Yuanbao pretended to be reserved and called out twice, indicating that it has always had good luck, and suggested that it should try tonight because it would definitely draw the best. Having confirmed that the turntable posed no danger, Ming Xi naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request from her pet. She made space for it. Jin Yuanbao happily flew to the side of the turntable and raised its paw to spin it. The 2 pairs of big eyes, one human and one beast, eagerly focused on the turntable pointer, which stumbled to a stop in the 6-hour range. Ming Xi, is this what Jin Yuanbao's good luck looks like? She silently turned to look at Jin Yuanbao, and a familiar sign appeared above its head. Unaware of what was happening, it blinked its beautiful red eyes, looking at her with anticipation. Lele, how much did I draw? It must be 36 hours, right? Blind confidence is not a good thing. Ming Xi thought inappropriately. It seems Jin Yuanbao has no talent for learning cultural knowledge. After several hours of study last night and this evening, it still doesn't recognize Arabic numerals. It's probably a pet that only excels in certain areas. Congratulations, Master, your Thunder Demon Bird has drawn 6 hours of training time. Guoguang is still so oblivious. Chapter 27. I want to learn Thunderstorm. Jin Yuanbao's expression changed instantly, calling out in disbelief. Its eyes then went blank, with a bewildered bird face, showing a look of deep disappointment, unable to accept the reality. Ming Xi sighed, patted its drooping feathers, and comforted. It's not that you have bad luck. We were only supposed to draw 6 hours today. Thunder? Lele? Really? It's not that my luck is too bad? Ming Xi nodded without hesitation. Really? Just like you and me, originally separated by distant time and space, we could never meet, but the illusionary key made us each other's closest partners. All arranged by fate long ago. Jinyuanbo thought for a moment. Lele, I understand now. Everything is the best arrangement by fate. Ming Xi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the effects of opportunity education were pretty good. Then let us start training. Since the time we drew tonight is limited, we must make every second count and maximize every minute. It turned out Jinyuanbo's luck was indeed poor. For the next 2 nights, it was responsible for drawing. And time and again it happily drew 6 hours. Ming Xi comforted it for quite a while before it regained some confidence. However, she didn't dare let Jinyuanbo prove its luck again, finding an excuse to distract it and taking the lead herself. Sure enough, she still had it in her, and she drew 36 hours in one go. When the turntable pointer stopped at the 36-hour range, colorful ribbons and fireworks effects appeared around the big turntable. These ribbons and fireworks were like slaps on Jinyuanbo's face, in a riot of colors. The training time was indeed ample, but Jinyuanbo went silent again. The comparison was just too stark. Fortunately, the repeated setbacks and luck didn't bring Jinyuanbo down for too long, because Ming Xi once again exceeded expectations. She said, "What does it matter if your luck is a bit poor? Strength is the hard truth, as long as you are strong enough. Even if you encounter some bad luck, you can handle it easily. Moreover, you still have me. My good luck means your good luck, doesn't it?" Jinyuanbo was indeed easy to persuade. For the next 36 hours, Jinyuanbo paid more attention to its training. At this time, Ming Xi still didn't know that her comforting brainwashing over the past few days had unintentionally cultivated a competitive spirit in Jinyuanbo. April 20th was the day when the internal selection competition of Changning Group, also known as the Changning Cup Youth Beastmaster Selection Competition, officially began. Ming Xi had already adjusted her time difference. Every day, she got up before dawn, first running 10 laps around the community, then doing an hour of military boxing. She needed to quickly build up her physical fitness. She was still too weak. After completing the basic training, she had Jinyuanbo carry her for 10 laps to improve its endurance. After checking the time, if it was still early, she would go to the nearby outdoor training ground to continue practicing skill releases. Thunder. She released a thunderball, which exploded into a large amount of rubble and dirt. Ming Xi nodded in satisfaction. The power of the thunderball was obviously much stronger than when they first formed their contract. This was the difference in proficiency. However, Jinyuanbo flapped its wings in dissatisfaction. It flew to Ming Xi's side and called out to her very seriously, meaning, "I want to learn Thunderstorm." Its tone was particularly serious, lacking the previous arrogance and detachment. Ming Xi recalled an incident from the night before in the time realm. During the practical simulation training, they were randomly matched against an electric shock Momo. Losing was inevitable, but the electric shock Momo ended Jinyuanbo in one move. Not even giving them time to see the opponent clearly, large amounts of purple lightning completely overwhelmed Jinyuanbo. At that moment, all Ming Xi could see was a storm densely packed with lightning. Gorgeous, domineering, ferocious. Afterward, she asked Guoguang and learned that move was called Thunderstorm, a high-level lightning skill. Last night, Jinyuanbo hadn't shown any abnormalities. Who would have thought it still remembered it in its heart? One must admit that whether in terms of skill power or effectiveness, Thunderstorm had no flaws to speak of. It was not surprising that Jinyuanbo would think of it. However, learning a pet skill is not that easy. It's still a junior pet trying to learn a high-level skill. There are 3 ways for a pet to master skills. The first is for the pet to evolve and awaken, just like the golden feather sparrow evolving into the thunder demon bird, which generally awakens 1 or 2 lightning skills due to the addition of the lightning attribute. The second is learning through skill stones. Skill stones are special items that some extraordinary creatures imprint their comprehended skills onto, at the cost of consuming soul energy, which then condense outside into stone-like objects. By fusing with skill stones, there is a certain probability of learning the skills imprinted on the skill stones. As for how high that probability is, it depends on the quality of the skill stone and the pet's own comprehension. Not all extraordinary creatures have the capability to condense skill stones. First, only skills that have reached the proficient level can be imprinted. Second, condensing skill stones requires consuming soul energy. But the soul energy of extraordinary creatures below the rank of general is insufficient to support them in condensing skill stones. Therefore, usually, only extraordinary creatures that have reached the rank of scholar can condense skill stones. The level of skill stones is also influenced by these 2 factors. In other words, the higher the level of the extraordinary creature, the higher the skill proficiency, the higher the quality of the skill stone. In summary, skill stones are quite rare, and not just anyone with money can obtain them. Ming Xi, a bottom-level citizen with no power or influence, had even less chance of getting a popular high-level skill stone like Thunderstorm. Therefore, if Jinyuanbo really wanted to learn Thunderstorm, there was only one last option left: to learn and comprehend by itself. The simplest and most straightforward method Also the path most Beastmasters take. Ming Xi thought for a moment and carefully explained the actual situation to Jinyuanbo, without hiding anything or making grand claims. This is the situation. We can also ask Guoguang. Maybe it has some special way to learn skills. She had noticed that there were still unlocked spaces in the time realm, which might be specifically for skill learning. Lele. It seems that's the only way. Jinyuanbo didn't throw a tantrum. It had long understood its Beastmaster's financial struggles. Chapter 28. Chickens pecking at each other. Learning about thunderstorm battles is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Haste will not help. The most important thing right now is the internal selection competition of Chongqing Group. The headquarters of Chongqing Group is located in Hanning City, about a 2-hour drive from Haizhou City. Fortunately, Chongqing Group has set up 5 additional sub-venues in the Jianghuai region based on the distribution of subsidiaries and participants, making a total of 6 sub-venues including the Hanning City venue. Haizhou City is one of these sub-venue locations, which is convenient for Ming Xi. At 8 a.m., at the sports field of the Haizhou City Cultural Center, Ming Xi said goodbye to Xiao Dingding, who had come to cheer for her, and headed to the waiting area to draw her number. A glance around the waiting area gave Ming Xi the impression that there were more people there than in the audience area, apart from the staff wearing identification badges. All she saw were vibrant young men and women. The atmosphere was filled with youthful energy. However, there were very few pet beasts to be seen. It seemed that all participants had chosen not to summon their pets, maintaining an air of mystery. Ming Xi found a staff member with a pleasant demeanor and inquired about the competition arrangements. According to the registration data that closed last night, there were a total of 416 participants in the Haizhou sub-venue. The competition would use a knockout elimination system. Over today and tomorrow, the top 26 participants from the sub-venue would be determined, and only these 26 would have the opportunity to go to Hanning City for the final competition. This meant she would have to defeat at least 4 opponents to qualify. The first round of elimination quickly began. Each participant was assigned a number randomly by the computer, with adjacent numbers paired up. To speed up the competition, the staff had divided the sports field into 10 areas in advance, with 20 participants competing at a time. While waiting in the competition area, Ming Xi overheard a conversation between 2 students sitting diagonally behind her. Which high school are you from? Are you from this city? I'm from this city, Defu High School. How about you? I'm from UNS City. UNS City? ISNT that close to Hanning City? Why did you come all the way here? Well, my aunt married into Haizhou City, so I feel more at home here. Ming Xi thought to herself, how naive they were. The out-of-town student probably didn't come just because of his aunt. He likely believed that the participants from Hanning City would be stronger and that competing here would give him a better chance of standing out. As the capital city of Hujiang Province and one of the 3 core cities in the Jianghuai region, Hanning City had resources and beast tamers that Haizhou City simply could not compare with. To put it bluntly, the 2 cities were not even in the same league. It was understandable that others thought the competitors from Haizhou City were weak. Number 69, number 70, prepare for Area 7. The announcement finally called for Ming Xi. She immediately stood up, left her seat, and quickly walked toward Area 7, only to find that her opponent was the local student. What the heck? The boy had a head of spiky hair and flashed her a bright, friendly smile. Where are you from? How old are you? Number 70 was quite chatty. And even as the competition was about to begin, he was still trying to gather information. Ming Xi thought he would have made a good reporter. She was sure she hadn't misjudged. The moment she spoke, number 70's eyes sparkled brighter than the starry night sky. Hey, he probably thought he had already won. The referee blew the whistle, and the competition officially began. Ming Xi and the contestant numbered 70 did not slow down for a second, almost simultaneously forming their seals. And 2 white ethereal pet spaces appeared. A golden ingot soared out. Thunder. Opposite it was a brown-gray bear-like pet, standing about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall. Looking at the cute bear in front of her, Ming Xi quickly recalled relevant information. She had encountered a tough opponent right from the first battle. The Dolly bear was a rare, extraordinary creature adept in both defense and melee combat, with excellent ranged attack capabilities as well. More troublesome was its endurance. To defeat a Dolly bear of the same level, one had to strike quickly and not give it a chance to consume chestnut fruits to restore energy. Ming Xi's expression remained calm as she decisively commanded, Golden Feather Whirlwind. The golden ingot spread its wings and quickly approached the Dolly bear, while simultaneously, golden feathers shot out like blades, forming a 1-meter diameter golden whirlwind that rushed toward the chubby bear. Dowdo. The bear's painful cry reminded number 70 that he had underestimated his opponent. That bird-like pet was also of intermediate level. Although the girl was only 14 years old, she was not weaker than him. Chestnut Blossom, attack with chestnuts. He shouted immediately. He was indeed unlucky to be matched against a flying-type pet. The advantage of ground-type pets was almost negligible against flying-type pets, as they were completely countered. Fortunately, his Dolly bear was not an ordinary ground type. Ming Xi did not even furrow her brow, and continued to calmly command, "Thunderball, do not stop," with the golden ingot's reaction speed. Avoiding the opponent's attacks did not require her reminder. The golden ingot did not disappoint her, while rapidly spinning in midair to evade the exploding chestnut fruits. It also quickly and accurately released thunderballs. Of course, not all the thunderballs hit the Dolly Bear, as several missed and landed on the ground. The sound of crackling electricity echoed fiercely. Hey, look at Area 7. Although Chongqing Group had generously rented the entire venue, the audience was not very large due to the nature of the competition. Most of the audience consisted of family and friends of the participants, scattered throughout the stands. At first glance, it resembled a patchy sight. They were not particularly interested in today as competition. As for the people in this world, pet battles were part of daily life. They had probably watched at least 100 matches, if not 1,000. Officially and unofficially held pet battles were numerous. There were university beast tamer leagues, professional provincial competitions, entertainment matches, regional contests, national tournaments, and extreme competitions. Not to mention the Star Sea Cup pet battle tournament that captured the attention of the entire league. What could be more exciting than the chicken fights happening right in front of them? Chapter 29, Thunder Demon Bird vs. Dolly Bear. Their eyes had been spoiled. So apart from the participants' families, there were hardly any who genuinely cared about the match on the field. Wow, both are intermediate pets. These two participants are quite unlucky. Whoever loses will be a bit unfortunate. By the way, what is the name of that golden pet? I've never seen one that looks so good. Such a pet exists? How did that little girl contract such a seemingly useless pet? Who knows, maybe she is just a bit unconventional. The Thunder Demon Bird itself seems quite powerful, with both flying and thunder attributes, making it advantageous in such competitions. Look, that girl seems to be winning. In Area 7, the golden ingot took advantage of its aerial position, skillfully dodging the Dolly Bear's attacks while continuously firing thunderballs, regardless of whether they hit the opponent. Just like how a fireball ignites upon contact with flammable material, the thunder did not immediately disappear upon contacting the air, especially after the golden ingot tirelessly released thunderballs. It actually created a thunder field covering the entire area. Dowdo. The Dolly Bear had nowhere to hide. Although the power of the thunder field was not strong, it still shocked it enough to yelp. Number 70 remained relatively calm and quickly commanded, Earthquake. Earthquake, a mid-level ground-type skill, was used to attack the opponent by harnessing seismic force. However, his purpose here was not to attack, but to disperse the thunder field. Someone in the audience commented, "The contestant number 70 is quite good. His adaptability is impressive. I personally feel that number 69 is more outstanding. It's quite clever to think of using the skill effect of the Thunderball to artificially create a thunderstorm, isn't it?" The Thunder Demon Bird can continuously release thunderballs, and its skill proficiency is at least at the beginner level, which is quite good for her age. Everyone knows how difficult it is to level up skill proficiency as a Beastmaster. Ming Xi is unaware of how the audience evaluates her. At this moment, she is focused on the changes happening in the arena. After number 70 issued the command, she almost immediately followed up with her order, Ankles, Thunderbird. The earthquake skill requires the beast to touch the ground with both hands or feet to create an earthquake effect through energy fluctuations. During the skill release, rapid movement is not possible. Jin Yuanbao is seizing this opportunity. The four sharp Thunderbirds hit the ankles of the Dolly Bear, overlapping and cutting two long, thin wounds. Arcs of electricity flicker over the wounds. With both legs severely injured, the Dolly Bear can hardly endure and collapses. The champion of chestnuts. Seeing this scene, number 70 realizes that the thunderstorm was a trap set by the opponent, aimed at forcing the Dolly Bear to use the earthquake skill, thereby delaying its movement speed. The opponent's Beastmaster is quite cunning. Ming Xi doesn't care how the opponent thinks. She only knows that it's time to finish off. Jin Yuanbao wing slash. Number 70 hears this, his heart skips a beat, and he shouts dodge. His voice is sharp, excited to the point of losing his voice. But how can one dodge it? The two huge, sharp air blades cut through the air and descend. The whistle blows. Number 70's beast is unable to fight, and number 69 wins. At the same time, the reward duration from the time realm has also been credited. Remaining reward duration, 47 minutes. Ming Xi exhales a sigh of relief. She has never used the reward duration. After defeating Fu Yifan, the Crimson Flame Tiger earned her 10 minutes, and in the past 2 days, she has won 27 minutes from battles with seniors. Adding today's match, she now has a total of 47 minutes. Compared to the paltry duration drawn from the daily lottery, it's sparse, but very useful, so Ming Xi treasures it greatly. Although encountering a beast of similar strength in the first match was a bit unfortunate, the reward duration compensates for this misfortune. For the sake of the reward duration, she can stay in the beast space for 2 hours. Exiting the arena, Ming Xi prepares to find Xiao Dingding. And the audience area is also more convenient for her to watch other competitors' battles. Passing by competitor number 70, he is on a phone call. Don't mention it. I got eliminated in the first round. What bad luck. I ran into a girl with a mid-level beast. That beast can fly and has both thunder and electricity elements, completely dominating my chestnut champion. And that girl is particularly cunning. Ming Xi. Number 70 is immersed in the painful tragedy of being eliminated in the first round, completely unaware that a certain scheming opponent is standing not far away, oblivious as he complains to the person on the other end. Yeah. She said she's from Haijo City, 14 years old. Damn. Wait, she's only 14, so that girl must be a natural awakener. Damn. I'm so stupid for only realizing this now. I was so happy that my opponent was younger. Now realizing this point is indeed quite slow-witted. It's said that natural awakeners tend to have better talent than those awakened in the primordial way, and I used to think that was nonsense. But now it seems there is some truth to it. Sigh. If I had known I would run into a prodigy, I should have gone to Hanning City with you. Who knows? I might have made it through. Ming Xi doesn't continue to listen to the following conversation. Good children shouldn't eavesdrop. Ming Xi calls out sister and gives her a reserved nod. I saw your match just now. It was amazing. You and the Thunder Demon Bird are both impressive. Xiao Dingding's praise is unreserved, her sparkling eyes full of adoration for her. Ming Xi feels a bit flattered and scratches her head shyly. Sister Dingding, you're exaggerating. It was just a battle between two low-level beastmasters. It barely escaped the realm of chicken pecking at each other. How could it be considered amazing? Xiao Dingding views her through a lens of gratitude. And she would probably still rave about it even if she lost this match against the Thunder Demon Bird. Xiao Dingding shakes her head. There's no exaggeration. I genuinely feel that way. Plus, I heard many audience members discussing your match. Everyone says you're really impressive. Seeming worried that she still doesn't believe it, she lifts up the Dungra that Ming Xi is holding. Just ask Mimi. Ding ding. Dungra responds cooperatively with a call and nods seriously. Ming Xi smiles and pats its soft head. Okay. I got it. I'll strive to make every subsequent match exciting and make it into the top 20 of the selection. Chapter 30, Sweet, Good Mood. Xiao Dingding nods. You can definitely do it. Xiao Dingding sincerely believes Ming Xi can achieve it. Ever since Ming Xi appeared like a hero to save her, she has felt deep down that Ming Xi is extraordinary. There seems to be a wisdom and calm aura in her that her peers lack. Xiao Dingding has a premonition that Ming Xi is destined to stand in the most dazzling place in this world, side by side with the light. Ming Xi is unaware that Xiao Dingding's admiration for her has thickened to a certain degree. She is fully focused, carefully observing the battles of the competitors and their beasts, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses in her mind. Especially those beasts she feels are strong. She pays extra attention, preparing to battle them in the simulation room tonight. She never underestimates any opponent. Everyone below could potentially be her opponent. The first round of elimination lasted over 2 hours, followed by a half-hour break before starting the second round. It's still 10 matches at once. Number 274 is a particularly voluptuous girl, and she has contracted a poison explosion crab, a water and poison dual-element primary beast. Poison explosion. The poison explosion crab screams, its 10 claws limp as it faints. The whistle sounds, and along with the announcement of reward duration, Ming Xi defeats her opponent without much effort. A mid-level beast against a primary beast. As long as she performs normally, losing is not easy. At the moment the referee blows the whistle, the opponent, who doesn't look like a 16-year-old girl, suddenly bursts into tears while holding her beast. Ming Xi, what is going on? Why is she crying? How can she be crying? Ming Xi really wants to shout at this competitor. Miss, please don't cry. It makes your big dumpling look even more pitiful. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Jin Yuanbao lands on Ming Xi's shoulder, asking why this person is crying. Is it because I was so powerful that she cried? Ming Xi almost bursts out laughing on the spot. Isn't it because you were powerful that she cried? If you hadn't defeated her beast, she wouldn't be crying. The second round ends, and Ming Xi's task for today is considered complete. Whether she can smoothly advance in the division match will depend on tomorrow. Sister Dingding. Thank you for accompanying me all day today. Little Xi, don't be so polite with me. Anyway, it's a rest day these 2 days. And I have nothing to do at home. Xiao Dingding pauses. The clean smile on her face slightly fades, and there's a hint of worry in her brows. Although it's been a few days since the incident, and that person can't hurt her anymore, still. She pauses, her face pale. When I'm alone at home, I still can't help but overthink. I wonder what would have happened if you hadn't shown up that day. After all, she's a young girl who encountered such a disgusting incident. How could she really be completely unbothered? She's not particularly good at interacting with others. Nor does she know how to comfort people. Compared to the simple and gullible extraordinary beings, human emotions are far too complex. And verbal comfort might be the most useless thing for a victim. It could even make things worse. She didn't know where she pulled out a snow-white cotton candy, quickly tore off the packaging, and stuffed the cotton candy into Xiao Dingding's mouth. Dingding Jia, have some candy. The cotton candy was given to her by a policewoman named Lin Shui a couple of days ago. It was soft and very sweet. Eating it made her feel good. Suddenly being given a piece of candy, Xiao Ding Ding was stunned, as the soft and sweet taste slowly spread in her mouth. The shadows in her heart seemed to be slowly neutralized by this sweetness. She suddenly smiled at Ming Xi. Thank you, Xiao Xi, the candy is very sweet. In the evening, it was still the familiar time realm. Ming Xi rubbed her hands, aiming for a soul-stirring experience, and hoped for another 36 hours. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 24 hours of training time at the Time Realm's private pet training center. Although it wasn't 36, 24 hours was still good. After all, it was already 4 times the original amount. Guang, Jin Yuangbao wants to learn Thunderstorm. Do you have any good suggestions? Mingxi did not forget her pet's needs and asked the assistant coach after using the time. Currently, the Time Realm does not have targeted training programs for pet skill learning. Hearing this, Mingxi was not disappointed. The functions of the Time Realm were already incredible. She couldn't expect it to be perfect and omnipotent. That's okay. I'll find another way. Mingxi quickly arranged the 24 hours for tonight, letting Jin Yuangbao focus on the static simulation room for the first 12 hours, concentrating on improving the proficiency of Wing Slash, Golden Feather Whirlwind, Thunderball, and Thunderbird. This 12-hour training did not require her supervision, as Jin Yuangbao could complete the training on its own. It didn't matter if it ran out of energy. Although the assistant coach Guang didn't have a physical form, its intelligent system was connected to all machines within the Time Realm and could help operate the energy recovery pod. This way, Mingxi could completely let go and focus on sorting out the learning ideas for Thunderstorm. She had already checked online. In this day and age, apart from gossip and rumors, posts about pet skill learning definitely made up a large part of the internet. Theoretical analysis of the high-level skill Thunderstorm in the Thunder series. How to make your pet learn Thunderstorm without a skill stone. Brainstorming, let us discuss the learning ideas for Thunderstorm together. I'm about to collapse. My pet is also about to collapse. How high is the self-learning difficulty for the Thunderstorm skill? Who has experience learning Thunderstorm? Will pay a high price. Famous university Beast Master Instructor, 50 years of teaching experience. One-on-one teaching of high-level Thunder skills Thunderstorm. Guaranteed to teach well, serious inquiries only. Discussion posts, analysis posts, and advertisement posts like these were numerous, and apart from the dubious advertisements, most of the analysis and discussions were nonsense, lacking any technical content. However, a few posts did have substance. Summarizing a few key points. The core of Thunderstorm is energy compression and energy control. Most pets that have learned Thunderstorm will have the skill Thunder Radiation, which suggests that Thunder Radiation might be a prerequisite skill for Thunderstorm. Thunder Radiation. Intermediate skill in the Thunder series. A normal high-level Thunder pet using Thunderstorm will consume about 1/3 of its energy. If we take the minimum energy peak value of 10,000 for high-level pets as a baseline, then using Thunderstorm will consume about 3,400 energy. Thus, if Jin Yuangbao wants to learn Thunderstorm at the intermediate level, its energy peak must exceed 3,500. Mingxi's fingers flew as she quickly recorded her thoughts and ideas in her personal terminal's memo. After spending more than 3 hours, she finally determined the training direction for Jin Yuangbao. Not wanting to disturb Jin Yuangbao's training, she took out a book from her backpack and began to read seriously. Training was important, but cultural knowledge could not be neglected. The primary task of a student was still to study. It wasn't until the countdown on the green sign on Jin Yuangbao's head turned to 11:59 that Guang reminded her. Only then did Mingxi put down her book and take Jin Yuangbao into testing room 1. This had become a habit. Every time Jin Yuangbao came out of the static simulation room, they would do a retest. This helped Mingxi understand the training results. Thunder Demon Bird. Pet age, 201 days. Level, intermediate, evolved for 72 days. Gender, male. Attributes, flying, thunder. Energy peak, 4599. Energy average, 4257. Talent, trait 1, thunderous might. Level. Description, when encountering thunderstorm or thunder weather, energy value will be 3 times that of normal, and there is a certain probability to eliminate all negative states. Trait 2, immutable king. Level. Description, after entering battle, willpower becomes particularly firm, unshakable in any situation. Skills, Wine Chaser, Minor Mastery 24, Claw Strike, Beginner 79, Golden Feather Whirlwind, Beginner 88, Light Dispelling, Beginner 77, Wing Slash, Beginner 52, Thunderball, Beginner 46, Thunderbird, Beginner 92. Unknowingly, she had contracted Jin Yuangbao for 10 days. Just a few days ago, its energy peak had successfully surpassed 3,500. The Golden Feather Whirlwind and Thunderbird were also about to reach the next proficiency level. Jin Yuangbao, I investigated, and to learn Thunderstorm, your energy peak must first reach 3,500. 500, which you have already achieved. Next is the issue of continuing to accumulate energy, and you also need to learn the skill Thunder Radiation. Lele, Jin Yuangbao knew that Ming Xi had been helping it research ways to learn Thunderstorm. Although its beast master was poor, they were quite sensible. First, let's focus on pet battles against those pets we might encounter in tomorrow's competition, so we need to familiarize ourselves in advance. Then we will learn Thunder Radiation. Thunder Radiation is significantly easier to learn than Thunderstorm, as the release principle is somewhat similar to the skill Light Dispelling. Since Jin Yuangbao can learn the demonic type's Light Dispelling, Thunder Radiation will definitely be easy. Is that okay? Ming Xi seriously asked for Jin Yuangbao's opinion. Lei, sure. Jin Yuangbao rarely disagreed with her plans, and this time was no exception. In some ways, it was truly easy to get along with. The next day was another pleasant day. Xiao Dingding came to find Ming Xi with a hearty breakfast, and she had prepared portions for both Jin Yuangbao and Wan Qinghe. I made these myself, Grandma Wan, Xiao Shi, and Jin Yuangbao. You all try some. Wan Qinghe and her grandmother were shocked as they looked at the variety of breakfast spread before them. From Chinese soup dumplings to Western sandwiches. From pancakes and fried dough sticks to creamy bacon pasta. Everything was on the table. Child, how did you make so many? You must be exhausted? Grandma Wan. I'm really not tired. Making these is actually very simple. Many were prepared in advance last night. That is still too much. Ming Xi wasn't as polite as her grandmother. Already grabbing a soup dumpling and swallowing it in one bite. Dingding Jia, this is so delicious. You're amazing. Ming Xi was not picky and could eat anything that was given to her. But who wouldn't love delicious food? Ha ha ha. Actually, my childhood dream was to be a chef. When my mom wasn't home, I was the one who cooked. Ming Xi picked up on her implication. So what about now? Has your dream changed? Xiao Dingding nodded, looking at her seriously, and said, my current dream is to become an excellent breeder. What she didn't say was that her goal was to become Ming Xi's exclusive breeder. A breeder? That suits you quite well. Dongla is indeed one of the preferred pets for trainers. It seems that Xiao Dingding had a clear plan for her future career when she contracted Dongla. After happily finishing breakfast, Ming Xi bid farewell to her grandmother and headed to the cultural center with Xiao Dingding. The third round of the competition still used a random matching mode. This time, Ming Xi was matched against a beastmaster with an intermediate pet. In fact, raising a pet is not easy. Ordinary beastmasters, specifically those without significant backgrounds and of average family circumstances, typically need at least 1 to 2 years to raise a primary pet to an intermediate level. Moreover, some beastmasters can only contract unhatched pet eggs due to the 1-star quality of their soul keys, which also requires time to hatch. According to information Xiao Bihua obtained from her colleagues, only 54 of the participants in the Haizhou City subdivision have intermediate pets, accounting for only 13 of the total participants. From this perspective, it is definitely not good luck for Ming Xi to encounter intermediate pets in 2 out of 3 matches. However, Ming Xi accepted this well. After all, defeating an intermediate pet yields 10 times the time reward in the time realm compared to defeating a primary pet. If it weren't for her concern about the previous emperor's unfulfilled ventures, she would have preferred to encounter advanced pets. Some things cannot be mentioned, as according to Murphy's Law, if you worry about a certain situation occurring, it is more likely to happen. In the final round of the subdivision elimination, Ming Xi's opponent was a high-level beastmaster with an advanced pet. Number 69 unexpectedly clashed with number 402. What terrible luck. The Thunder Demon Bird of number 69 is quite powerful, easily sweeping through other intermediate pets. In the previous match against Haiki Huai, it was a crushing victory. I initially thought she would definitely advance from the subdivision competition, but unexpectedly, she ran into 402. Finally, it's number 69's turn to have bad luck. Sirsa right. Let her be arrogant. Chapter 32 Ming Xi and Gu Xingxi. It is unclear whether it's because the Thunder Demon Bird is too special, or because Ming Xi has performed well these past 2 days. But this number 69 contestant has garnered quite a bit of attention from the audience. Soon, many spectators noticed Ming Xi's matching situation. Some expressed sympathy for her, while others began to gloat. Xiao Dingding happened to be sitting not far from the boy who said Ming Xi deserved it. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she glared at him. Do you know how to speak? Why is your tone so harsh? Oh, it's you, the Beastmaster of Haiki Huai. No wonder your words are so sarcastic. Turns out you are just a defeated opponent of number 69. Despite Xiao Dingding's delicate appearance, her personality resembles her mother's, gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. With a bit more youthful sharpness than her mother, the boy seemed unprepared for her retort, his face darkening instantly as he glared back at Xiao Dingding. Upon seeing her delicate face, his gaze softened slightly, but his anger remained. So what if I lost to her? She's not much stronger than me. If she encounters 402, won't she have the same ending as me? Nearby spectators heard their conversation and, comparing the youthful boy and girl, some immediately chose to side with Xiao Dingding. Hey, classmate, is that the same? Number 69 just had bad luck. You purely lack strength. Exactly. You and number 69 both have intermediate pets, but what happened to you this morning? It seems you couldn't even last 3 minutes, right? And she is facing an advanced pet this round. Her outcome might be the same as yours, but she can still hold her head high. Why bother? If you can't take a loss, why participate in the selection? The Beast Master of Haiki Huai was nearly overwhelmed by the criticism. These people must be attracted to the girl's looks, deliberately saying such things to win her favor. A bunch of scoundrels with ulterior motives. He gritted his teeth. Luck is also a part of strength. Number 69 just isn't as good as 402. In pet battles, being weak is the original sin. That's true. The crowd silently agreed. At this moment, Xiao Dingding spoke again. The match hasn't even started. The outcome is still uncertain. Regardless, she believed in her sister Ming Xi. The boy scoffed coldly, his tone extremely disdainful. You can't possibly think number 69 can beat 402, right? So what if she can? This time, even those who had just supported Xiao Dingding shook their heads, clearly disagreeing with her statement. The gap between intermediate and advanced pets is not just in characteristics and skills. There is also a huge difference in energy. Just as intermediate pets can easily eliminate primary pets, when intermediate pets encounter advanced pets, they are basically destined to be eliminated. There is no comparison. Moreover, number 402's advanced pet is a bone phantom. The person looks quite good, but unfortunately, their brain isn't too great, despite being looked down upon. Xiao Dingding did not get angry again. She simply believed in her sister Ming Xi. So what if it's an advanced pet? They haven't even fought yet. Why should everyone be so certain that Ming Xi and Jin Yuanzhong will lose? Until the results come out, anything is possible. Ming Xi, unaware that Xiao Dingding had a brief conflict with a stranger on her behalf, was currently watching her opponent walk onto the competition stage with a serious expression. Number 402, being one of the only 2 advanced pet beastmasters in the Haizhou City subdivision, had their information dug up yesterday. Number 402's real name is Gu Xingxi. From the neighboring city of Yuejia, 16 years and 11 months old, just meeting the competition requirements for the Chongqing Cup. He possesses an advanced ghost-type pet, Bone Phantom, and a primary grass-type pet, Eight-Eyed Grass. Ming Xi certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that Gu Shengxi would send out Eight-Eyed Grass to compete against Jin Yuanzhong in the upcoming battles. Jin Yuanzhong's opponent could only be the advanced ghost-type pet, Bone Phantom. Both Beastmasters prepared. As the whistle blew, the white pet space and the red pet space appeared simultaneously on either side of the venue. Both pets took their positions. In stark contrast to the golden thunder demon bird was the grayish-white extraordinary creature opposite it. The Bone Phantom, standing less than 1 meter tall, has grayish-white skin, long drooping ears of the same color as its fluffy hair, and unusually milky white pupils. Overall, it resembles a somewhat cute 7 or 8-year-old child, if it didn't occasionally transform into a ghastly skeleton. Gu Xingxi dared to contract a Bone Phantom as his first pet. To be honest, Ming Xi felt a deep admiration. Even though the Bone Phantom belongs to one of the 4 major extraordinary abilities categories, the Ghost category. The Ghost, Demon, Fairy, and Angel categories are collectively referred to as the 4 major extraordinary categories due to their unique attributes and species, as they control superpowers like light, darkness, time, and space. As a Ghost-type pet, the Bone Phantom is considered noble among pets compared to non-4 extraordinary categories and Dragon-type pets. However, there are distinctions within nobility. Just as people generally favor Angel types and regard Demon types with caution, Ghost types are also not particularly well regarded, especially for pets with such peculiar habits like the Bone Phantom. The Bone Phantom species requires consuming a large amount of animal bones to grow. This is a key point. Even in the interstellar world, humans have not escaped the category of mammals, so human corpses are naturally on the menu for Bone Phantoms. Moreover, it is said to be a delicacy of feasting level. Such a peculiar preference is something most beastmasters cannot bear. In any case, if Ming Xi had a choice, she would absolutely not contract such a pet with extreme growth and evolution conditions. That's why she said she admired Gu Xingxi. The golden ingot also rarely showed a tense and serious expression, clearly realizing that this opponent was not simple. Saint Child, go invisible. Gu Xingxi's tone was calm, and his expression was very composed. After stepping onto the stage, he hadn't looked at Ming Xi and the Thunder Demon bird even once. That airy and aloof arrogance made Ming Xi feel like a tiny ant. Of course, others indeed had the right to look down from above. Invisibility was a racial innate skill of ghost-type pets. Moreover, ghost-type pets also had a racial innate characteristic, which was floating. This meant that ghost-type pets could float in the air like flying-type pets, just without the speed of flying-type pets. Chapter 33, Thunder Demon Bird and Bone Spirit. However, combined with the invisibility skill, ghost-type pets could completely approach their opponents silently, without being detected. They were undoubtedly innate assassins. Soon, there was no trace of bone spirit in Ming Xi's line of sight. She did not panic, nor did she issue commands. She allowed the golden ingot to fly aimlessly at a steady pace in the competition arena. Time passed second by second. And when the audience in the stands began to grow impatient with this meaningless stalemate, a faint blue light flickered in the air. Ming Xi no longer hesitated. Chase wind. Thunder. The speed of the golden ingot instantly soared to its limit, like a golden lightning bolt rushing past. 6 o'clock direction, golden feather whirlwind. The golden ingot let out a low roar. A golden whirlwind rose up, quickly sweeping towards the bone spirit, which had revealed its figure due to launching an attack skill not far away. Dark trap. Gu Xingxi frowned slightly and issued another command. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared in front of the bone spirit, instantly swallowing the feather blade whirlwind that was about to engulf it. Ming Xi sighed inwardly. As expected of a high-level pet, being able to casually use a high-level skill like Dark Trap. As the black hole disappeared, the bone spirit also went invisible again. Ming Xi and the golden ingot were once again left in the dark. Since this was the final round of elimination in the division competition, the number of arenas had already been reduced to 4, and the match between Ming Xi and Gu Xingxi was undoubtedly the most watched. The vast majority of the audience was focused on them. Number 69 is good, surprisingly not instant killed. The Thunder Demon Bird's speed still had a slight advantage. That last chase wind was used very well. In fact, as long as its beast master had sharp eyes and focused attention, it wouldn't be a problem to avoid the opponent's attacks if they reminded the Thunder Demon Bird in time when the Bone Spirit launched an attack. They couldn't keep dodging forever, could they? The energy levels of both sides were not even comparable. So it was just a matter of how long the Thunder Demon Bird could hold out. The outcome would definitely be a loss for number 69. The audience's pessimism clearly did not affect Ming Xi. Her attention was highly focused at this moment. Chase wind. Thunderball. Shadow blade. No one expected that this battle would develop into a tug of war. Hadn't they been fighting for about 10 minutes? Neither side's pets had even lost a single hair. Interesting. Number 69's Beastmaster had a strong ability to seize opportunities. If her commands were even a second slower, the Thunder Demon Bird could have been instantly killed. And dragging it out for this long was quite impressive. It was just a dying struggle. The energy gap between the Thunder Demon Bird and the Bone Spirit was there. And dragging it out would only lead to the Thunder Demon Bird's energy eventually depleting, at which point it would be at the mercy of the Bone Spirit. That said, number 69 had done very well to last this long. Yes, the previous encounters with the 3 contestants from number 402 had all ended in instant kills. And one of the Beast Masters had also sent out intermediate pets, not lasting even half a minute, right? Compared to them, number 69 had performed exceptionally. Everyone quiet down. Focus on the match. The outcome should be coming soon. After entangling for about 10 minutes, the Thunder Demon Bird's flight speed had noticeably slowed down, but it still held on without showing any signs of fatigue. Gu Xingxi narrowed his eyes and observed the girl across the way, keenly catching a fleeting moment of tension on her face. It was actually unexpected for him to be dragged out for so long by a junior Beastmaster in such a small division competition. He admitted that the other Beastmaster had allowed the Thunder Demon Bird to perform so many moves under the Bone Spirit, which was commendable. But that was all there was to it. It was time to completely resolve the opponent. Gu Xingxi's narrow phoenix eye squinted, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Saint Child, evil miasma. As his voice fell, the Bone Spirit revealed its figure, floating 2 meters behind the Thunder Demon Bird. It opened its small mouth and spewed out a large cloud of light black smoke, rapidly spreading in all directions. Evil miasma. An intermediate skill of the ghost type, releases ghostly power to create miasma that can slow down the enemy's movements. It is somewhat similar to poison-type pet skills, but it is indeed a ghost-type skill. Ming Xi frowned slightly, bracing herself. Thunder. Although evil miasma was only an intermediate skill, it had a rare absolute validity. Any pet, regardless of level, that inhaled even a bit of miasma would immediately be affected by the skill, and at this moment, the golden ingot's flight speed noticeably slowed down as the miasma spread, but it did not show any signs of weakness. In its blood-red pupils, the figure of the Bone Spirit was reflected, and its gaze was exceptionally firm and persistent, as if there were blazing flames dancing within. It spread its wings vigorously and simultaneously activated the chase wind skill, quickly compensating for the sluggishness caused by the evil miasma. Ming Xi's eyes lit up. Now's the time. Upon hearing the command, the golden ingot immediately turned sharply in the air, facing the direction of the Bone Spirit, and sprayed out basketball-sized thunderballs through the still dispersing miasma. The thunderballs first encountered the miasma, cutting through the air and exploding with purple-black flames. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed one after another. Don't think that it was an explosion caused by the miasma meeting open flames. Generally, Only miasma containing methane and with a high oxygen content could explode. The miasma released by ghost-type pets likely did not have explosive properties. However, it would still somewhat affect the power of the thunderballs upon detonation. More importantly, the spreading miasma affected visibility in both directions. Through the miasma, the bone spirit also couldn't see the movements of the golden ingot clearly. But the golden ingot was calculating. They had anticipated encountering number 402 last night, so they had practiced in the simulation room many times. Ming Xi had specifically noted the skills used by this bone spirit. She had even predicted and mapped out the skills it might possess. After all, it would never be simpler than the Beast Master's command of the entire battle. So when they really ran into number 402, although it was unexpected, Ming Xi was not unprepared. They had been waiting for the bone spirit to use evil miasma. With the bone spirit's floating speed, as long as they controlled the critical moment, even if Gu Shengxi reacted in time to remind it, it would be very difficult for it to avoid the golden ingot's thunderballs. The situation unfolded as Ming Xi had anticipated. Bone spirit. The bone spirit let out a sharp cry of pain. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Gu Shengxi was overly confident in the absolute validity of evil miasma, so he failed to issue commands in time. By the time he reacted, the bone spirit had already been repeatedly hit by the thunderballs. Chapter 34, Shadow Trick. The bone spirit could no longer maintain its floating position and fell to the ground in a disheveled manner. Its condition was not good at this point. Its skin was blackened from the explosions, and its fluffy fur was curled into charred tufts. Moreover, its skeletal form appeared more frequently, which usually indicated that it had sustained considerable injury. Ghost-type pets were mostly fragile. Once hit, they could be severely injured. This was the most fatal weakness of the ghost type. No one expected that in this battle with such a disparity in strength, the first to be injured would actually be the dominant bone spirit. The audience's uproar was even more intense than before. You are blind, or is it unaffected? It is indeed affected, but not severely, and it quickly connected with the stormwind, making it seem as if the miasma had failed. This shouldn't be the case. How could a normal intermediate pet easily shake off the influence of miasma? I suspect this thunder demon bird might have the Akalanatha trait. Akalanatha? Isn't that the one that can maintain a firm will regardless of what happens during battle? Yes, that's it. That makes sense. The Akalanatha trait is most effective against this type of confusion control skill. It seems this thunder demon bird has quite a good talent. But what good is talent if the pet can't evolve? It will remain like this until death, while the audience is watching the excitement. The battle on the field has reached a fever pitch. Seeing his pet injured, Gu Shengxi is furious. His holy child was actually hurt by an intermediate pet that doesn't even have an evolution opportunity. Such humiliation. Gu Shengxi takes a deep breath, finally no longer underestimating his opponent, and solemnly commands, Shadow Trick. Hearing the opponent's command, Ming Xi's expression changes, and she immediately shouts, Golden ingots, quick, finish it off. But it is still too late. On the field, the bone spirit supports its wobbling body, its short toes raised, and the shadow underneath it rapidly expands and rises, transforming into towering trees. In an instant, the thunder demon bird finds itself trapped in a magical forest specially constructed for it. Shadow Trick. This bone spirit can actually use Shadow Trick. A miscalculation. Gu Shengxi still has a sharp trump card hidden. Shadow Trick, a high-level ghost-type skill, manipulates its own shadow to create various illusions, which can be animals, people, props, scenes, etc. These illusions can not only confuse and deceive enemies, throwing them into chaos and confusion, but can also be used to attack, harming them invisibly. If mastered to perfection, the shadow illusions can be materialized. To put it this way, if Thunderstorm is regarded as the Roman economy of high-level lightning skills, then Shadow Trick is the law fight of high-level ghost-type skills. Now the law fight is fully poured, while she hasn't even had her appetizer. Even though due to Akalanatha, Golden Ingots is not completely confused by the illusion and is barely maintaining consciousness. Don't forget that Shadow Trick is not a simple control skill. The illusions it creates can also attack. Every leaf and branch formed by the shadow illusions is a weapon to attack Golden Ingots. Although limited by skill proficiency, these attacks do not actually inflict much damage on Golden Ingots. But even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. At the bone spirit's level, it can still wear down Golden Ingots to death. Ming Xi looks somewhat pained at the Golden Ingots, whose feathers are flying everywhere from the strikes, yet it remains silent. She does not rush to have Golden Ingots retaliate. It's not that she doesn't want to, but being trapped by Shadow Trick, most skills would just waste energy. The attacks are all hitting the shadow illusions, having no effect on the real body. Gu Shengxi's bone spirit has indeed been well trained, combined with Shadow Trick. It already possesses 2 high-level skills, especially Shadow Trick, which is almost unsolvable for Golden Ingots at this moment. Ming Xi is a bit conflicted. Is it really going to end like this? This is a competition worth 50,000 star coins. Losing like this would be a huge loss for her. 50,000 is enough to pay off a quarter of her debt. But if this stalemate continues, Golden Ingot's injuries will only worsen, and it will eventually lose. But she doesn't want to lose. Golden Ingots definitely doesn't want to either. What to do? The only way to break the skill lock of Shadow Trick is to injure the caster's real body with the Bone Spirit's fragility. Just one more wing slash would send it away. But the Bone Spirit has already hidden within the illusion forest it created, not only Golden Ingots. But even Ming Xi, standing on the outer command platform, can't find it. Unless it's an area-wide skill. The possibility of finding its real body in a forest and accurately hitting it is almost zero. But unfortunately, Golden Ingots does not have an area-wide group skill. Ming Xi is almost pulling her hair out. She can accept losing, but she can't accept losing without even having a proper performance. Unwilling. So unwilling. Golden Ingots seems to sense her intense emotional fluctuations, its blood-red eyes looking at her. Thunder. Yes, it is also unwilling. Just a little ghost. How could it lose to such a thing? At that moment, Golden Ingots, soaked in blood from being whipped by branches, suddenly has a mass of purple lightning energy appear around it, expanding rapidly outward, until the diameter of the energy mass reaches 5 meters. The energy mass explodes with a bang, and in an instant, purple arcs of electricity run wildly across the field. Ming Xi's eyes widen. Isn't this lightning radiation? Golden Ingots has learned lightning radiation? It only practiced a little last night, and it learned it? When did this happen? It was clearly not there when it came out of the time realm last night. So it awakened during battle? What a genius pet. Ming Xi's excitement burned for 3 seconds before she forcibly calmed herself down. Even though in her mind she was spinning in circles with excitement, reality remained as calm as an emotionless shark. The match is still ongoing. She has to wait until the match ends for hugs and kisses. The lightning from lightning radiation covers the entire field, and the hidden Bone Spirit is caught off guard and cries out in waves from the electricity. It was already heavily injured, barely hanging on to maintain the use of Shadow Trick, and now being attacked by lightning radiation interrupts the skill immediately. The illusion forest quickly collapses, completely exposing it. If not now, then when? Get close, wing slash. Quick, go invisible. Ming Xi and Gu Xingxi almost shout out simultaneously. Thunder. Golden Ingots has also successfully locked onto the opponent, its fighting spirit burning fiercely in its eyes. Chapter 35. Advancing in the regional competition. The excited, intense audience sees a golden light shadow sweep across the field. In the blink of an eye, the battered thunder demon bird appears not far from the Bone Spirit, fast as lightning, as if teleporting. The sharp blades formed by its wings strike down fiercely. The Bone Spirit lets out a scream and finally can't hold on any longer, collapsing completely. The referee blows the whistle. Detected that the owner's thunder demon bird has defeated the high-level pet Bone Spirit, rewarding 100 minutes of training time at the Time Realm private pet training facility. Hearing the prompt, Ming Xi exclaims excitedly. Defeating a high-level pet actually rewards 100 minutes. She has struck it rich. Remaining reward time, 163 minutes. The Bone Spirit is combat ineffective. Winner number 69. 2 voices sound in succession. The former is still cold and mechanical, without fluctuation. However, the usually cold voice of the experienced referee trembles slightly, revealing his inner unrest. It's not that he is unprofessional. His professional quality is unquestionable. It's just that the result of this match was too unexpected. Winning against a stronger opponent is not uncommon. But the twists and turns in today's match and the sudden reversal are relatively rare. Even more remarkable is that both Beast Masters in the battle are minors. Both have demonstrated Beast Mastery talents that surpass their peers. Contestant number 402, at such a young age, has managed to cultivate his pet to a high level and let it learn 2 or even more high-level skills. His excellence is unquestionable, but his shortcomings are equally obvious. The biggest problem is that the Beast Tamer is too proud and self-satisfied. Underestimating the enemy is always a major taboo in battles. In contrast, the performance of contestant number 69 was stunning. Throughout the entire fight, she commanded with confidence, remaining calm and composed even when at a disadvantage, without giving random orders that would waste her beast's energy. It's no exaggeration to say that every command from contestant 69 was perfectly timed. What's even more impressive is her ability to control the battlefield, which has already begun to show the qualities of a professional beast tamer. One could say that in this beast battle, it wasn't Bone Mingling that lost to the Thunder Demon Bird, but Gu Xingxi that lost to Ming Xi. The referee cast a rather subtle glance at the young girl, secretly sighing. Contestant 69 is excellent in every way, but unfortunately, she has contracted a Thunder Demon Bird. One wonders what her parents were thinking, allowing their child to contract a beast with a severed evolution chain. Don't they realize how important a beast tamer's first beast is? What a great talent the child has, only to be ruined by unreliable parents. Ming Xi was unaware of the rich inner world of the referee at that moment. Otherwise, she would have argued back. especially since the victory was not solely hers. Her command could only account for 20 of the success. If Jin Yuangbao hadn't learned electric radiation at the last moment, she would have lost 99. Therefore, the greatest credit goes to Jin Yuangbao, which accounted for at least 50. The remaining 30 naturally belongs to the time realm, without the simulation training room. Winning this match would not have been easy for them. At this moment, after a brief silence, the audience finally erupted into the most intense sound since the start of the preliminary rounds. She won. Contestant 69 actually won. What a tremendous turnaround. Winning against the strong with the weak, turning the tide in a disadvantageous situation, Contestant 69's operation was impressive. Wow. Contestant 402 actually lost. I thought he had already secured a spot in the secret ground, but he was defeated before he even started. How tragic. Contestant 402 was too arrogant, thinking that having a high-level beast made him invincible, underestimating his opponent in the competition, and it was only a matter of time before he overturned. So, does that mean our Hydro division only has one high-level beast left? So the Thunder Demon Bird is really that powerful? Who just said Contestant 69 would lose sooner or later? If you have the ability, stand up and say it again. Bro, it seems like you said it yourself. At this point, Xiao Dingding was so excited that her cheeks flushed, and even though she knew Ming Xi below couldn't see her, she still waved her hands excitedly at her. Ming Xi really won. She won. She successfully secured a spot for the next round. In her excitement, Xiao Dingding couldn't help but glance over at the boy who had previously mocked Ming Xi and even ridiculed her intelligence, but she found that seat had long been empty. She pouted and cursed under her breath, running away pretty fast. Having successfully secured a spot for the next round, Ming Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by her seemingly unflappable demeanor. In her mind, there was a string named Penny Pincher that was always taut. That was 50,000 star coins. Losing would really hurt. It would be the kind of pain that would make her unable to eat for several days. Congratulations to everyone who has advanced from the Hydro City Division. According to the arrangements from the headquarters, next Thursday at 4:30 p.m., we will provide special transportation to take everyone to Hanning City. Please arrive at the Cultural Center on time for the gathering. The preliminary round came to an end, and the main person in charge of the Hydro City Division met with the 26 contestants who advanced. Of course, I understand that some contestants are not from Hydro City, and it's inconvenient for you to depart from here, so you will need to make your own way to Hanning. You must arrive at Hanning Workers' Sports Center before 8 a.m. on Friday, April 26th, to complete the check-in and registration. Did everyone understand? The contestants nodded in unison. The person in charge then briefly explained the competition mechanism for the Hanning Combined Division. The Hanning Combined Division will span 3 days of competition. The first 2 rounds will still use the elimination system to determine the top 60. Then, these 60 contestants will be randomly divided into 4 groups, and within each group, they will compete in a round-robin scoring match. The top 5 contestants in group points will receive a hand card to enter the Chang'ing Secret Ground, based on previous year situations. Internal selection only requires determining these 20 contestants to conclude, but your year is somewhat special. Ming Xi blinked, wondering what was so special. To celebrate the 250th anniversary of our Chang'ing group, the group has also prepared 3 additional prizes as rewards for the top 3 of this selection competition. The crowd stirred slightly, but managed to restrain themselves. So, the 4 individuals with the highest points on the last day will also need to compete in the semifinals and finals. Upon hearing this, the excitement among the youth became more apparent, their eyes filled with excitement. Mr. Ding, do you know what the rewards are? Someone eagerly asked. Ming Xi, standing at the back of the crowd, quickly perked up her ears. Mr. Ding didn't keep them in suspense, saying, the reward for 3rd place is a 2-month unlimited supply voucher for Beast Energy Recovery Potions produced by our Chang'ing group. Chapter 36. Change, change, change. Ming Xi's eyes instantly lit up like a 300-watt light bulb. Energy Recovery Potions. 2 months of unlimited supply. Which wealthy boss is behind this? So considerate. She really wants it. Her Jin Yuangbao is still miserably drinking the cheapest nutritional potion. Ming Xi's original goal was very simple, to fight for the top 20. Now she is holding a magic wand and has transformed. Now her goal is to secure 3rd place. She vows not to be a dog. The reward for 2nd place is a custom-made high-level skill stone based on the beasts one possesses. At this, everyone's eyes turned into powerful searchlights, shining brightly. A high-level skill stone. It's actually a high-level skill stone. What a grand gesture from Chang'ing Group. Skill stones are rare items that can't even be bought with money. Even the basic skill stones are hard to find, let alone high-level skill stones. At that moment, almost everyone was moved. Ming Xi's bulb-like eyes transformed into 1,000-watt brightness, making it hard to look at. With a wave of her magic wand, she transformed again. The runner-up is indeed the runner-up. The rewards are even more enticing. After all, energy potions can be bought with money. and Jin Yuangbao is already used to drinking cheap nutritional potions, so having energy potions shouldn't be a big deal. But a custom-made high-level skill stone is priceless. Ming Xi secretly clenched her fist, setting a goal to secure third place and strive for second. A woman's fickleness is always traceable. Ming Xi's goal quickly changed again, because Mr. Ding said, "As for the champion's reward." He paused, smiling as he scanned the 26 young and innocent faces in front of him. It's a 5 cubic meter space node. The venue fell silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. With technological advancements, space compression and folding technology are constantly improving. But storage items like space nodes are still in high demand in the goods circulation market. They are almost exclusively circulated among the powerful and affluent beast tamers. Ming Xi's heart raced with excitement, gazing at the balding Mr. Ding as if he were the male god she longed for. It was passionate and sincere. This championship must be mine. She crossed over. How could she not have a standard storage space? Jin Yuangbao, perched on her shoulder, silently glanced at her. "Woman, your name is changeable." Upon learning that Ming Xi had successfully stood out in the preliminary round and secured a spot in the selection competition, Ruan Xinghe was so happy that she recited her ancestors' blessings several times. She specially prepared a large feast, inviting Xiao Bihua and her daughter to her home to celebrate Ming Xi. Everyone was very happy. That night, Ming Xi ate until her belly was round, the food pressing against her throat. She vaguely saw her great-grandmother waving a little handkerchief, summoning her. Eating and drinking excessively comes with risks. After swallowing 3 digestive tablets, Ming Xi finally felt a bit better. The call of the gold ingot is terrifying. At 9 o'clock, the time realm opened as usual to welcome guests. Jin Yuanbao, how about you draw today? Lei. Jin Yuanbao hesitated a bit, but ultimately refused. Forget it. Luck doesn't matter. I only care about strength, so you go ahead. Ming Xi was surprised. Was her persuasion really that effective? Could it be that she has the potential to become a master? The pretty girl stroked her chin. In the end, it was still Ming Xi who was responsible for the spinning wheel, and today she won the competition with particularly good luck. She drew another 36 hours. Time to grind. Today, Ming Xi first took Lei Demon Bird to the testing room, and sure enough, the skill column on the test report prominently featured the skill, Lightning Radiation. Jin Yuanbao, you're amazing. Truly a talent. With such a heaven-defying learning ability, even the skill stones should bow down. This kid is so cost-effective. Lei, but it's just a mid-tier skill. Once I learn Lightning Storm, then you can praise me. Ming Xi, is this humility? Or just modesty? Alright, let's start today's training. After completing 300 one-handed push-ups, Ming Xi felt a sense of exhilaration. This body was originally quite thin, and reasons such as overwork, lack of nutrition, and irregular routines led her to be somewhat underdeveloped. After Ming Xi arrived, she quit her job and made significant investments in her diet. No one could afford to lose themselves. Coupled with scientific and reasonable exercise, her body seemed like a wilting wild grass that had received nourishing rain, rapidly growing strong and upright. In just under 20 days, Ming Xi gave the impression of having completely transformed. The collagen of a youthful girl revived on her face, her cheeks smooth and flawless, radiating a healthy and full flush. Her eyes were bright and lively, sparkling with wisdom and spirit, resembling a clear, transparent spring water, making one unable to resist wanting to dive in. Her lips were red and elastic, slightly curling up with a hint of playfulness and tranquility, contradictory yet harmonious. Her figure still seemed a bit petite, but it no longer gave the impression of a fragile girl who could fall over with a gust of wind. Instead, it added a touch of cuteness to her charm. The only thing that hadn't changed much was her hair. The original owner had cut her long hair last year for convenience to work and take care of her grandmother. Now she sported a neck-length bob, with dry and frizzy hair that was somewhat yellowish. However, hair care is a long-term endeavor that requires patience and cannot be repaired in a short time. There's no use in rushing it, unless Ming Xi was willing to wear a wig. Regarding appearance, Ming Xi has always adhered to a policy of being lenient with herself and strict with others. She could afford to be subtly beautiful. Unless mirror time could solve that issue, which wasn't important. But if someone ugly came before her eyes, who would take responsibility for the style she developed? Don't medical expenses need star coins? Ahem. Getting off topic. Ming Xi stood up from the floor, did a few simple stretching exercises to relax her muscles and calm her breathing. Her gaze pierced through the glass partition to see Jin Yuanbao, who was struggling to escape the electric shocks from Momo inside. In recent days, to learn Lightning Storm, Jin Yuanbao had been sparring with lightning-type pets. If there were 48 hours in a day, it would spend at least 12 hours getting struck by lightning. It believed that experiencing the formidable power of Lightning Storm firsthand would help it comprehend the essence of the skill. The pet had its own ideas and didn't shy away from other training. Ming Xi naturally had no objections. Since this training method didn't require her to command, She readily handed over this tough special training task to Guangguang, freeing up time to exercise herself. The results were quite significant. She felt that she was not too far from reaching the physical fitness level. Chapter 37. Let me take you somewhere. There were 13 minutes left. She glanced at the sign above Jin Yuanbao's head. Seeing it twitching on the ground under Momo's 100,000 volts, she walked over to call off today's training. What's wrong? She asked Jin Yuanbao, who had flown out of the training room with drooping feathers, looking gloomy. Lele. Still hasn't learned Lightning Storm. It feels like something is missing, particularly uncomfortable. In the past few days, it had faced defeat after defeat in the training room, yet kept fighting back. Coupled with its master's theoretical analysis, it had grasped a bit of the trick to Lightning Storm. But it always seemed to be just a step away from success. Ming Xi understood. Jin Yuanbao's current feeling was like desperately needing to poop, feeling that urgent pressure in its intestines, yet being unable to push it out. Can it not be uncomfortable? Sometimes the cycle of digestion just doesn't make sense. But in reality, a single glycerin suppository could resolve your constipation issues. What Jin Yuanbao needed now was just such a special suppository. Of course, such a crude analogy was definitely not something she could say to Jin Yuanbao. After thinking for a moment, she said, "How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere." A couple of days ago, the police department had already deposited the reward for brave acts into her account, totaling 18,000 star coins. This instantly brought new vitality to her financially strained life. The moment she received the reward, Ming Xi paid off her outstanding school fees, leaving her with over 14,000, coupled with her own account balance. She had a total of 17,302 star coins. She allocated 5,000 to her grandmother for household expenses and 5,000 to buy energy pills and supplements for Jin Yuanbao. So now she had 7,300 star coins left. That should be enough for a trip to that place. Jin Yuanbao raised its eyelids, looking at her in confusion. Lele, aren't they supposed to set off to Han City tomorrow? Tomorrow is April 25th, Thursday. Originally, Ming Xi planned to finish her afternoon classes and rush to the cultural center to meet up. Their school was not far from the cultural center, and she should be able to arrive before 4:30. But now the plan had changed. No worries, we can skip going with the main group. Lele, what place are we going to? Ming Xi smiled sweetly. You'll know when the time comes. Since she didn't intend to follow the main group anymore, Ming Xi immediately contacted the staff of Chongqing Group, letting them know that they didn't need to wait for her tomorrow. She would set off to Han City on her own. They didn't ask for a reason. The next day, Ming Xi prepared early for her trip, not needing much luggage. Just a small backpack that could be carried, pulled, or worn. After saying goodbye to her worried grandmother, she temporarily left her backpack with the gatekeeper uncle and completed her day as studying and training with her cartoon backpack, as usual. Besides her homeroom teacher, Xiaobai, no one knew that Ming Xi had participated in the internal selection competition of Chongqing Group and had successfully secured a qualifying spot in the sub-region. She only took a day off on Friday. After all, where did she get the face to skip class? Ming Xi was going to Qingyan City, which belongs to the Huizhou province in the Jianghuai region. The travel guide said it was a beautiful city. She would leave Huizhou City at 4:30, taking the express train number 113, and would arrive in Qingyan City around 10 o'clock. This meant she needed to enter the time realm on the train. Although Guangguang had clearly stated that others and extraordinary beings absolutely couldn't see the time realm, it was still somewhat strange for the pet space to appear without needing seals on a quietly running train at night. If no one noticed, that was fine. But if someone with ulterior motives caught on, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't be dissected. After all, this was not just a pet world. It was also a high-tech interstellar world. The risk of dissection. So as soon as it passed 8:50, she slipped into the train restroom. I'm not sure if it's because the toilet has some sort of ominous presence, or if a noble toilet deity is intentionally punishing those who occupy the stall without using it. Lele, don't be discouraged. This is the best arrangement by fate. Jin Yuanbao patted her shoulder with a knowing look, as if to say, I understand, you don't need to explain. Explanations are just a cover-up. And cover-ups show disrespect for the young master. Ming Xi, this kind of indescribable frustration can probably only be understood by Hong Kong fans. Given that there is a match tomorrow, before leaving the realm of time, Ming Xi had Jin Yuanbao conduct a full inspection one last time. Thunder Demon Bird. Beast age, 206 days. Level, intermediate. Evolution has been 77 days. Gender, male. Attributes, flight, thunder. Energy peak, 6,026. Energy average, 5,813. Talent. Characteristic 1, thunderous might. Skills, wind chase, small completion 27. Claw strike, entry 80. Golden feather whirlwind, small completion 4. Light drive, beginner 77. Wing slash, entry 75. Thunderball, entry 76. Thunderbird, Entry 29, Thunder Radiation, Beginner 94. Aside from tonight's luck being affected by the toilet deity, resulting in a major setback, she had scored critical hits for 4 consecutive nights, with the worst being a solid 24-hour baseline. Therefore, the training results over these 5 days were particularly outstanding. Aside from no changes in characteristics, both energy levels and skill proficiency advanced by leaps and bounds. Even the newly learned Thunder Radiation was only a little short of reaching entry level. To learn Thunderstorm, Jin Yuanbao had been using Thunder Radiation the most in simulated combat these past few days, which is why its proficiency had increased so rapidly. Ming Xi had no doubt that if Jin Yuanbao couldn't learn Thunderstorm, the proficiency of Thunder Radiation would soon surpass that of other skills. Bang! Bang! As Ming Xi and Jin Yuanbao exited the realm of time, they heard the toilet door being banged on loudly. Are you shitting in there? How long have you been inside? Hurry up and get out. Or don't blame me for kicking the door down. Lele. Jin Yuanbao shook his feathers, and his blood-red eyes revealed a deep sense of disgust. The human outside was cursing really badly. Ming Xi thought to herself, isn't that the truth? 3 sentences without mentioning his mother. Mama S-boy. The worst review in the universe. Even extraordinary beings know how to be polite and respectful. Yet some people's manners are just tied to their mothers. Children without mothers are indeed the worst. Chapter 38, Thunderpool Villa. Tonight, the time drawn was too short, and most of it was spent on training, leaving no time to wash up in the restroom. Entering the toilet clean and fresh, but coming out drenched in sweat. Anyone educated in higher adult knowledge would think otherwise. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside had escalated from knocking to banging on the door. The noise became too loud, and soon a crew member arrived to stop the violent behavior of the person outside. Sir, what are you doing? Your behavior is affecting other passengers. The woman's voice was gentle, but carried an undercurrent of anger. The man continued to be arrogant. I don't know if the person inside has turned into a goddamn dung beetle, occupying the toilet without coming out. And I'm about to burst. Ming Xi could no longer listen. She crumpled the wet wipes and tossed them into the trash can, then flung the toilet door open. The 2 people outside were momentarily stunned and turned to look at her. They also noticed Jin Yuanbao on her shoulder. Ming Xi slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes, glanced at the man for a moment, and quickly showed a look of confusion, murmuring softly, he clearly has a toilet on him. Why is he trying to compete with us humans for toilet rights? How strange. Her low voice was deep, elegant, and resonant. Initially, both the man and the crew member didn't understand, their faces showing blank expressions, until Ming Xi walked 2 meters away. The man's furious roar could be heard from behind. You little bitch, are you calling me a toilet kangaroo? Ming Xi turned her head to look at the man. Huh? Aren't you a toilet kangaroo? But your mouth smells so bad. What else could you be? The toilet kangaroo, a primary pet beast of the Ziqing Empire, is known for its ability to transform its mouth into a toilet-like pouch and digest waste. It is said that in many places in the Ziqing Empire, toilets are managed by toilet kangaroos. Her expression was so innocent and serious, as if she truly believed it. The crew member was the first to burst out laughing. This little girl is really funny. The man's face turned various shades, going from green to black, like a color palette. He glared at Ming Xi in anger, wanting to curse, but facing such a tender, innocent little face made him feel like he was particularly low quality, bullying a child. Moreover, this child was actually a beast master. If this little beast master had been around a few months ago, Lu Yong, go use the toilet. A middle-aged man in the carriage spoke up. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the Mama S-boy noticeably shrank his neck, like a bear cub facing its stern father. Ming Xi glanced at the middle-aged man, finding that he was also looking at her and Jin Yuanbao. This person's gaze was somewhat indescribably strange. Similar to how that toilet kangaroo youth had looked at her and Jin Yuanbao. It was as if a hunter had spotted prey that interested him, but, due to his old age and frailty, had lost the ability to catch it, feeling both a hint of excitement and a deep sense of regret. What the heck? As Cheng Yin arrived, she took Jin Yuanbao off the vehicle and boldly called for a flying car. Driver, to Thunder God Mountain. Okay, the driver cheerfully replied, starting the flying car and elevating its body, heading towards the majestic mountain in the distance where thunder could be heard rumbling. Thunder God Mountain was their destination this time. Legend has it that long ago, Thunder God Mountain was not Thunder God Mountain. It was just an ordinary steep peak. At the highest point of this peak lived a divine-level extraordinary creature known as the Thunder Water-Sucking Python. One day, a massive thunderstorm suddenly broke out, and huge bolts of lightning struck the peak repeatedly, as if an immortal was crossing a thunder tribulation. The lightning not only destroyed the home of the Thunder Water-Sucking Python, but also struck it dead. Being a giant, divine-level extraordinary creature, after its death, its remains transformed into a massive thunder pool. Thunder? Is the legend true? Is there really a divine pet that can be struck dead by lightning? Ming Xi shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, The thunder pool really exists. Thunder. So you brought me here to see this thunder pool? After hearing Ming Xi's introduction, Jin Yuanbao probably understood her intentions. Ming Xi shook her finger and posed. What is the point of just looking? We're here to soak in the thunder pool. Due to the existence of the thunder pool, Thunder God Mountain had long been designated as an 8-level scenic area by the state, establishing Thunder Pool Villa, which is open to the public but only receives Beast Masters. Before even entering the range of Thunder Pool Villa, Ming Xi felt a prickling sensation throughout her limbs, as if electricity was constantly coursing through her body. It wasn't painful, but it was a tingling itch, certainly not comfortable. Thunder. What a rich electric energy. Jin Yuanbao excitedly called out twice. And the feathers on his head seemed to become even more vibrant. Ming Xi sighed. The thunder pool truly lives up to its name. The periphery is like this. I wonder what it will be like inside the thunder pool. Hello, please show your identity code first, guests. The night shift front desk beauty respectfully bowed to Ming Xi. Behind her stood a row of combat-type pet beasts dressed in high-end custom outfits, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Even though Ming Xi had a pet beast by her side, the front desk staff didn't really treat her as a beast master. This was because there had been many incidents in the past where ordinary people brought their family's pet beasts to impersonate beast masters and enter the villa, leading to misunderstandings. Therefore, the villa now had a clear rule that one must present their identity code to prove their status as a beast master before entering. Moreover, the young girl in front of them looked quite young. She might just be another ignorant child curious about what the thunder pool looked like. Ming Xi had read the guide in advance and was naturally aware of the villa's rules, so she promptly brought up the information page on her personal terminal. Of course, other information was hidden, and the front desk could only see her identity code and name. The front desk staff took a glance and was slightly taken aback. This child really was a beast master, and at only 14 years old. The front desk staff immediately put on a professional smile. Miss Ming, welcome to the Thunderpool Villa. May I ask if you would like to stay overnight or soak in the Thunderpool? Staying overnight was definitely not an option. She had to get to Han City before 8 a.m. the next morning, and she could only stay in Chengyan City for a maximum of 2 hours. Chapter 39. Is there a free Thunderpool soak? Ming Xi smiled brightly. Big sister, I want to soak in the Thunderpool with my pet beast, the cheapest option, preferably free. Is that possible? The Thunderpool on Thunder Mountain was not just for electric-type pet beasts. Beast masters could soak there too. It was said that the electric energy in the Thunderpool was very effective for human body tempering, so not only beast masters from the Jianghuai region often visited, but many from other areas and even foreign beast masters traveled thousands of miles just to soak in this thunder pool. The friendly smile on the front desk staff's sweet face froze. The cheapest option was one thing, but wanting it to be free was another. Excuse me, are you here to sabotage us like a thunder-absorbing python? She forced a smile. I'm really sorry, Miss Ming, but we do not have any free thunder pools available for soaking. Little girl, you're really pushing your luck. Ming Xi was not discouraged. With a look of disbelief, as if asking if she was really telling the truth, she insisted, really? The front desk staff shook her head firmly. No? Ming Xi still didn't give up, bringing her hands together in a pleading gesture. Sister, I'm really poor. My parents are gone, and my family has no money to raise a pet beast, so I can only rely on myself. Please help me think about it. Is there really no thunder pool that has been abandoned for a long time or is in disrepair? If possible, she didn't want to be so stingy. But according to the guide, the average cost to soak in the thunder pool for 1 hour was 5,000 star coins. If she included her pet beast, it would definitely exceed 10,000 star coins. How much did she have in total? If she didn't lower her stance and ask for help, she would end up bankrupt. Compared to going bankrupt, she felt that asking for help wasn't a big deal. After all, she was still a minor, only 14 years old. At an age like a budding flower, some peers could commit murder in public with solid evidence and still be acquitted, with the government even providing psychological counseling. What was wrong with her pretending to be pitiful to get something for free? In comparison, the Buddha, God, and Guanyin Bodhisattva would surely be more willing to forgive her. Beside her, Jin Yuanbao covered its eyes with its wings. It was too embarrassing to watch. The front desk staff tried to maintain her smile. I'm really sorry, Miss Ming, but we do not have any thunder pools that have been abandoned for a long time or are in disrepair. In fact, the fees at Thunderpool Villa were not expensive, compared to those rare items and super potions that easily cost millions. A 1-hour soak in the thunder pool for an average of 5,000 star coins was really nothing. However, as long as one could withstand the impact of the electric energy, soaking for an hour could have effects comparable to a level 1 body tempering potion. A level 1 body tempering potion had a market price of 100,000 star coins, and there needed to be a purchasing channel. Therefore, soaking in the thunder pool was definitely worth it. The reason for the low charge was that the thunder pool was not something you could just soak in whenever you wanted. It had a bit of a temper. Moreover, the villa was state-owned, and it had a somewhat public service nature. The purpose of establishing the villa was not to profit from the thunder pool. In summary, the charges were indeed not expensive. Perhaps this girl was genuinely poor, looking at her clothing and her pitiful appearance. Especially the cartoon backpack she carried on her back with the cartoon characters peeling, she really didn't look like a child from a wealthy family. The front desk staff thought for a moment, feeling a bit reluctant. There were no free options, but a couple of days ago, one of our guests Gamibobo evolved into a level Gekiado in Thunder Pool number 13, and at the time, most of the energy was consumed. It would need to wait until the next thunderstorm to replenish. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to soak in Thunder Pool number 13. Originally priced at 8,000 star coins, but I can give you a 50 discount as an internal staff price. Ming Xi's eyes lit up, but didn't he show it? A 50 discount was still too expensive. You mentioned that the energy in that thunder pool had already been consumed by more than half, meaning its value was already less than half of what it was originally. She gestured with 2 fingers to the front desk, indicating, I think a 20 discount would be more appropriate. The front desk staff's mouth twitched, thinking this child must have sold sugar cane in her past life. She was really good at bargaining. 30 off, that's the lowest I can go. It wasn't that she didn't want to agree, but 30 was already the internal staff discount. If it went any lower, she would have to cover the difference herself. Originally, before the next thunderstorm, Thunderpool No. 13 was not supposed to be sold to the public anymore, and only their staff could purchase it at the internal price. But since her pet beast wasn't of the electric type and had no interest in body tempering with electricity, she decided to let this opportunity go to the girl. Looking at the front desk lady's expression, 30 off was probably the limit. Ming Xi quickly calculated in her mind. The original price was 8,000 star coins, and 30 off would be 400 star coins. With her and Jin Yuanbao combined, she had a total of 800 star coins. Thank you, sister. Then we will soak in this one. Upon hearing this, the front desk staff also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid this little girl would continue to pester her and act pitiful. All right, do you and your pet beast both want to soak? The front desk staff glanced at the bird-like pet beast on the girl's shoulder, which looked very unfamiliar. Ming Xi nodded. Yes, it's a thunder demon bird. Okay, the payment has been processed. The front desk staff handed her a bag containing a disposable bathrobe, towel, insulated underwear, and an insulated cap. There is a washroom next to the thunder pool. You can change before entering. Of course, these were all prepared for Ming Xi, Jin Yuanbao, as a pet beast. Didn't he need them? The front desk lady pressed a bell on the left side. Shortly after, a small door behind her opened, and a semi-transparent, round, jelly-like creature that looked almost identical to the original form of the adorable king slime bounced out. Miss Ming, this is Zong's Hongling. It will take you to Thunderpool No. 13 and keep track of the time. If it takes out its bell and starts shaking it, that means you must come out of the thunder pool. Ming Xi curiously observed this slime for a few moments. It seemed to be a functional, extraordinary creature, completely different from the adorably overpowered king slime. She felt a deep regret inside but smiled like a blooming flower on the outside. All right, Zhongzhong. Zong's Hongling extended a thin hand from its jelly-like body and pointed ahead. Ming Xi didn't quite understand, but figured it was something like, please follow this way. There was no need to trouble her own pet beast to translate. She just followed along. After following Zong's Hongling for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. The closer they got to the thunder pool, the more intense the prickling, tingling sensation Ming Xi felt. She raised her hand and noticed that there were faint currents flowing across the surface of her skin. She reached out to touch her hair, and sure enough, every strand was standing upright, faintly giving off a burnt smell. Is it really that intense before even entering the thunder pool? Chapter 40, Thunderpool No. 13. No wonder every guide emphasizes in a serious tone, before entering the thunder pool. You must be mentally prepared for the pain that will make you wish you were dead inside. Don't think that just because you're a beastmaster, you have the special effect of being invulnerable. The thunder pool will make you face reality. You are just a fragile weakling, nothing more. Ming Xi glanced at the golden ingot flying beside her and noticed its excited expression, as if it couldn't wait any longer. What is this? Is it a competition where humans die and beasts cry? A bit sour, like a lemon. In the legend of the thunder pool, it is said to be formed from the god-level extraordinary creature, the thunder-sucking water python, so it's not without basis. Thunderpool No. 1 is where the python's head is located, flat overall, with a round, jade-like, giant stone at the position of its eyes, said to be the gifted gem on the python's head. Therefore, Thunderpool No. 1 is considered the area with the most abundant energy in the entire thunder pool. The price is 20,000 star coins per hour. In contrast, there's Thunderpool No. 65, which is the tail of the python. This thunder pool is the smallest in area, long and narrow, with the least energy, costing only 500 star coins per hour. But every size has its advantages. Smaller can also have its unique benefits. After all, Even toothpicks have their spring, and the flowers they bloom shouldn't be too stunning. Ahem. According to the guides, Thunder Pool number 65 actually has the highest foot traffic among all the small thunder pools. The reason is simple. It contains the least energy, which means the pain the Beastmasters have to endure is minimal. Plus, it's cheap. Who can resist the temptation of good quality at a low price? After all, not every Beastmaster is like the rich Ma, who never cared about small amounts of money. In fact, Ming Xi's original target was Thunder Pool number 65. Complaining at the front desk was just a little trick to save money. Who would have thought there would be unexpected surprises? For Ming Xi and the golden ingot now, the cost-effectiveness of Thunder Pool number 13, which consumes most of the energy, is higher. At the edge of Thunder Pool number 13, the water is almost within reach. How to describe that water? It looks like the mysterious thick soup brewed by an evil witch for 49 days, with bright and strange colors, occasionally bursting with odd lights. Seeing it makes one want to flee immediately. Ming Xi had already put on her insulating cap in advance. Although her hair was dry and frizzy, it was better than turning into a curly-haired lion dog. Ding ding. The golden ingot once again formed its semi-transparent little hand and pointed to a small house not far away. Ding ding. The golden ingot translated in real time. It says that's the washroom. You can go change your clothes. It will start timing again once we get in the water. Ming Xi swallowed. She felt a bit hasty. Can her mere mortal body really withstand this evil thick soup? After going in, she wouldn't be cursed and turned into a little frog, right? Ding ding. Sensing her inner turmoil, the golden ingot reminded her, you've already paid. At that moment, Ming Xi's resolve became as solid as a rock. Mountains without edges. The world uniting. She must soak in this thunder pool for a full hour. I'll be right there. The golden ingot sighed deeply. Sigh, her Beastmaster is so foolish. Quickly changing into the disposable underwear and bathrobe provided by the resort, Ming Xi stepped resolutely into the thunder pool. The moment her toes touched the water's surface, her entire body felt like it was connected to high-voltage electricity. Ming Xi could no longer maintain her center of gravity and suddenly fell into the water. Splash. Crackle. The sounds of water and thunder clashed, more lively than the feasts at the grain-drying field in her childhood. At the moment of entering the water, countless electric currents clung to her body like leeches, crazily covering her limbs and bones. Crawling in darkness, screaming, twisting. Crawling in darkness, screaming, wriggling, splitting. Crawling in darkness, rolling, climbing violently, twisting, convulsing, howling, wriggling. Low, eerie growling, crawling, splitting. Coming ashore, wriggling, convulsing, wriggling, walking twistedly, attacking indiscriminately. Ming Xi, what a sin. Her body was entirely in the dark. The online guides did not deceive her. She truly was a fragile weakling. Nothing at all. The water in the thunder pool is deep, but it has the effect of a saltwater lake, so people do not sink while in the water. This is probably why there has never been a fatal incident in the thunder pool. Otherwise, dozens of Beastmasters would have died. Ming Xi felt her body becoming less and less obedient, and those dark forces were clearly no longer satisfied with just moving on her surface. They began to dig deep into her bones. As a qualified Beastmaster, she did not forget about her pet. Turning her head with great difficulty, she saw the golden ingot completely submerged in the water, with only its head sticking out. Its purple-black feathers swayed under the thunderlight, looking even more enchanting than usual. It had an extremely joyful expression, with brilliant starlight flowing within its blood-red agate. It looked just like a local tycoon enjoying the company of 300 beauties. And she, on the other hand, resembled a weak little girl being killed by 300 big men. Ming Xi, people really shouldn't live too clearly. It leads to a separation of essence and form. Ming Xi completely gave up resisting. She put her hands together and floated on the water's surface like a corpse, peaceful. Detected that the environment the owner is in has special energy overflowing. Do you wish to consume reward time to collect it? Ming Xi suddenly became the most clear-headed person on earth. She immediately performed a dramatic act reminiscent of Lin Daiyu pulling down the willow. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. The golden ingot, immersed in the baptism of thunder and lightning energy, was disturbed by her movement and opened its eyes to look over. It saw its Beastmaster thrashing about in the water like a duck, her skin electrified like fish scales, peeling off in pieces. But it seemed she was oblivious. A big smile was on her face, like a fool next door. Ding ding. The golden ingot wondered if its Beastmaster had been electrocuted into a fool. She was already foolish enough. Should it continue to follow her? Or perhaps it should just forcibly dissolve the contract now. Ming Xi was unaware of her pet's dangerous thoughts at that moment. When the time domain unrealistically descended, she couldn't communicate with Guangguang. But as Guangguang's voice appeared, an option panel popped up in front of her. Yes. No. Although Ming Xi couldn't be sure what collecting special energy in the time domain would be useful for, it certainly wouldn't be useless. So even though consuming reward time made her feel a bit pained, compared to the hopeful future, Spending a little reward time truly wasn't a big deal. Without hesitation, she clicked yes. Chapter 41, Collecting Special Energy. Collection confirmed. Estimated time consumption, 50 minutes. Is that how much is needed? Thankfully, she hadn't known this beforehand. Otherwise, she might have been reluctant, as earning reward time for the golden ingot isn't easy. Moreover, she had used reward time without the golden ingot's consent this time. She would need to sincerely apologize later. Please try to get as close as possible to the center of the bottom of the pool. It has been detected that there is a thunder falling energy stone there, which is the source of the special energy overflow in this place. So that's it. Although Ming Xi didn't know what the thunder falling energy stone was, she could roughly infer from its name that it had something to do with the formation of the thunder pool. She vaguely recalled that thunder pool No. 13 seemed to be exactly at the python's 7-inch position, and the thunder falling energy stone was perhaps the inner dan or heart of the thunder-sucking water python. This speculation was quite plausible and rather fantastical. But who cares? Ming Xi did not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she plunged headfirst into the water, disregarding the bone-chilling pain throughout her body, summoning all her strength to dive deeper. Lei Lei and Jin Yuangbao watched this scene in confusion. What happened to their beastmaster? Why was she swimming underwater? Wasn't she in pain? After a moment of hesitation, Jin Yuangbao decided to follow her, wanting to see what she was up to, not out of concern for her, of course. The underwater world was completely transformed, although the eerie purple color remained. It was not as intense and deep as it appeared from above. The visibility underwater was at least enough for Ming Xi to see. Enduring unimaginable pain and resisting the buoyancy of the water, Ming Xi struggled to move her twitching limbs, resolutely diving deeper. She didn't notice that as she descended, the purple energy surrounding her was increasing, gradually forming a viscous, gel-like substance that wrapped around her body, quickly seeping into her skin. It hurt, but Ming Xi was too focused to care. She could feel the pet space in her mind spinning rapidly, the purple energy being sucked in like a hurricane. Fortunately, the depth of the lay pond wasn't so great that she couldn't reach the bottom in under 4 minutes. In less than a minute, she successfully touched the bottom. Guang Guang, are you sure this is the Tianyan Thunderstone you mentioned? Ming Xi struggled to open her eyes wide, looking through the swirling energy vortex at a common stone embedded among the enchanting aquatic plants. It really was just an ordinary stone, resembling the stone her grandmother used to pickle vegetables, plain, unremarkable, and something she'd want to toss into a latrine if she saw it lying around. The time domain was currently in a descending state, allowing her to communicate freely with Guang Guang in her mind. Ming Xi sighed. This must be what they called a treasure being unassuming. If it weren't so ordinary, it might have been taken away long ago. How could it still be lying so steadily at the bottom of the pond? She thought. Perhaps she should be more respectful when she sees flowers and plants or scrap metal by the roadside in the future. Who knows? They might be some celestial flowers or magical herbs, or even legendary swords and artifacts. Her mind, jolted by the lightning energy, began to wander. Should she choose a good day to propose to her crush? Heaven knows where her crush came from. She was a purebred dog destined to eat dog food for 2 lifetimes. Lei Pu Wu Wu, Jin Yuangbao, a bird-type pet, finally arrived beside Ming Xi after enduring immense damage. Seeing her dazed expression, it panicked and forgot that it couldn't speak freely underwater, opening its mouth and gulping down a bellyful of lay pond water. Now it was also soaking its insides in the lay pond. Only then did Ming Xi notice that her pet had followed her. In her haste to find the Tianyan Thunderstone, she had forgotten to inform Jin Yuangbao. Seeing it was about to drown, she quickly supported its body and swam upwards. It was a struggle to swim down, but going up was effortless. In just a few seconds, both master and pet flopped onto the water's surface. After resting for a moment, Ming Xi finally had the energy to speak. Jin Yuangbao, I've discovered that the effect of body tempering underwater is quite good, so I need to go down again. Although the time domain could still collect the energy that overflowed without getting close to the Tianyan Thunderstone, this would significantly prolong the time consumed. It wasn't that she was unwilling to extend the reward time. It was because she had only purchased an hour of soaking time in the lay pond. If the soaking time ran out before her collection was complete, what would she do? For safety's sake, she needed to complete the collection task as soon as possible. So she had to go down again. You are a bird, and it's inconvenient for you to hold your breath underwater. You should stay here to absorb energy, or see if you can awaken the thunderstorm. Ming Xi didn't want to keep Jin Yuangbao in the dark about the time domain's energy collection, but since Zhong Zhongling was still by the pond, she couldn't be sure if there were any surveillance nearby, so it was safer to discuss some matters after entering the time domain. Lei, Jin Yuangbao looked at her in confusion, feeling like she was hiding something from it. The energy in the lay pond was so immense that even it, a thunder-type extraordinary creature, was struggling to handle it. Why was she, an ordinary human, forcing herself to dive deeper? Was there something good at the bottom of the lay pond? Despite its confusion, Jin Yuangbao wisely refrained from asking. Humans were naturally a bit scheming. Ming Xi only rested for a few minutes, exchanged a few words with Jin Yuangbao, and then swam back down to the pond's bottom. As time passed, even Ming Xi herself lost track of how many times she had dived down and surfaced, setting aside the pain of the lightning energy washing and refining her body. The sheer difficulty of resisting the buoyancy of the pond was enough to push her limits. Ming Xi no longer remembered how much time had passed. She could feel her body undergoing a transformation. Her skin became more elastic, her muscles more resilient, and her bones harder. Within her, there was an uncontrollable force, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Throughout this process, her awareness became increasingly clear, as if she could feel every cell in her body coming to life. Buzz. Special energy collection completed, a total of 39 minutes and 44 seconds of reward time consumed. Thanks to Ming Xi's efforts, the consumed time was significantly less than expected. Master, the time domain is forming new rules and needs to pause operations for a day. Tomorrow, you will have 2 chances at the spin wheel. As Guangguang's voice echoed, the time domain floating in front of Ming Xi's forehead lit up with blinding white light. It returned to the pyramid shape of the pet space. But the original white light was quickly transforming into red light. In the center of the space, a familiar key began to gather light rapidly. Chapter 42, The Second Soul Key. Underwater, Ming Xi's eyes widened in shock. Was this the soul key? The second soul key? Had she awakened a second time? This was unexpected. The strategy guide didn't mention that soaking in the lay pond could directly allow a beast master to awaken. Blub blub blub. Oh no. In her excitement, she didn't close her mouth tightly and ended up swallowing a mouthful of lay pond water, just like Jin Yuangbao. Little did she know that there was a surprise waiting for her above. Just as Ming Xi awakened the second soul key, Jin Yuangbao, who had been accumulating power above, successfully unleashed a complete thunderstorm. As Ming Xi's head broke the surface of the water, she was met with a face full of a monstrous purple lightning flower the size of a basin. Ming Xi. She left peacefully. Lele. 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 Little Master succeeded. Little Master learned the thunderstorm. Its wings splashed the water, and the blood-red agate blossomed beautifully. Ming Xi opened her mouth, and a small mushroom cloud floated out, quickly dispersed by the omnipresent lightning. She trembled like a frail old woman, weakly lifting her arm, affectionately stroking its wet head. I knew you could do it. This saline solution was simply miraculous. Not only did Jin Yuangbao successfully learn the thunderstorm, but she also benefited immensely. Ding ding ding. Just as the two of them were shedding tears of joy, a crisp ringing sound came from not far away. Looking over, she saw that Zhong Zhongling had a bronze bell atop its head. As its body swayed, the bell chimed cheerfully. Time was up. Ming Xi had no intention of lingering for a few more minutes. She directly recalled Jin Yuangbao into the pet space and stepped out of the lay pond, which had brought her and Jin Yuangbao endless opportunities, looking relaxed. Are you not staying here for the night? The front desk looked at the girl who had just come out of the lay pond, seemingly preparing to leave. Was it her imagination? I always feel that this little girl has changed in some way. It's not that her appearance has undergone obvious changes, but there's an inexplicable aura about her. Also, her gaze seems to have become brighter and sharper, making it somewhat intimidating to meet her eyes. The lower the Beastmaster level, the longer they can endure in the Thunder Pool, and the better the body tempering effect. But to be honest, very few high-level Beastmasters can last a full hour. Most of them scream and rush out of the Thunder Pool after half an hour, saying things like I can't take it anymore. Even though they are soaking in the number 65 Thunder Pool, this little Beastmaster named Ming Xi is soaking in the number 13 Thunder Pool. But because the energy in the Thunder Pool has been consumed too much before, its energy level is actually comparable to that of number 65. This is also the reason why the front desk recommended the number 13 Thunder Pool to Ming Xi. If it were a normal number 13 Thunder Pool, even if Ming Xi wanted to soak in it, she wouldn't have agreed, fearing she might be electrocuted before she even got in. From the look of this little Beastmaster now, she must have soaked for a full hour and gained quite a bit. The front desk speculates that her physical fitness level might have even upgraded. Truly impressive for someone so young. Just based on her willpower, she surpasses many others. Ming Xi shook her head. No, I have things to do tomorrow morning and must get to Hanning City before 8 o'clock, so I need to catch the train now. She thanked the front desk again. This time, it was indeed thanks to this front desk sister that she was able to collect the overflowing energy from the time realm. Otherwise, she might not have awakened her second soul key so quickly, and there's also the golden ingots. In short, the front desk sister played an irreplaceable role. Expressing gratitude verbally may seem inadequate, but it's practical and costs nothing. Her virtue doesn't match the high morals of Xiao Dingding and her mother. So just a small gesture of thanks will do. After leaving the Thunderpool Villa, Ming Xi hurried to the train station. Sitting on the express train to Hanning City, Ming Xi finally had the time to calm down and observe the newly awakened soul key. In the quiet space of her pet, The familiar hairpin-shaped sword floated at the center of the pyramid. It looked extremely exquisite and noble, dazzling and luxurious. Ming Xi's lips twitched, and she took a deep breath. Having had one experience, she didn't need to test it to know that she had awakened another iridescent key. Deep down, she had a feeling that all the keys she would awaken in the future would be iridescent keys. How did the probability of 0003 turn into 100% for her? Could it be that she disturbed the nest of the iridescent keys in her previous life? No matter, in any case, iridescent keys are much more valuable than ordinary keys. What she should consider now is whether to immediately use the iridescent key for a summoning contract or wait until she comes out of the secret realm. Gathers enough star coins to purchase extraordinary creatures, and then proceed with a normal contract. The former is low cost, but high risk, while the latter is a high investment with low risk. Don't be fooled by golden ingots' consistently good attitude, following orders and eating whatever is provided, training diligently, and not showing any rebelliousness, thinking that the iridescent key contract is actually quite good. Naive. Ming Xi has never been able to figure out what is going on in its mind or what schemes it might be plotting. A simple example is that golden ingots never mentions where it comes from or what it was experiencing when summoned to Ming Xi's side. Has Ming Xi never asked? Of course not. She has tried to probe several times, both directly and indirectly, but each time it deflected her questions. What is hidden will eventually be plotted in the dark. Ming Xi never felt that she had completely tamed golden ingots. At most, it has temporarily recognized her as its beast master out of respect for the time realm. And even that is probably just temporary. Therefore, saying that iridescent keys carry risks and that contracts should be approached with caution isn't just empty talk. That's why Ming Xi is currently uncertain whether she should step into this minefield again. She needs to think it over for a few days. The matter of contracting a second pet cannot be implemented immediately, and Ming Xi's mood soon calmed down. With the night speeding by, she finally arrived at the Hanning City Workers Stadium before 8 o'clock. After finding the staff of Changheng Group, she smoothly completed the sign-in and information verification. After finishing all this, Ming Xi finally let out a breath of relief and slumped into a chair. Chapter 43, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. She has a naturally stronger sense of alertness than others and finds it difficult to sleep in unfamiliar environments unless she is knocked unconscious. Therefore, not counting the time in the time realm, she hasn't slept for a whole day and night. Added to that was the hour of struggle in the thunder pool. Even if her physical fitness had upgraded, she was still tired. But the Hanning Combined District competition was about to start, and the top 60 would be determined in the morning, with group scoring matches starting in the afternoon. This meant that they would have to play at least 2 matches continuously on the first day morning. Of course, if she were to lose in the first match, there wouldn't be a second match, so there was no time for her to rest and recover. The elimination matches still used the sub-area rules, drawing lots, randomly matching opponents. This time, Ming Xi drew number 96, 69 and 96. These two numbers paired together look quite unique and refreshing, as if they didn't care about the fate of the drawn participants. The Hanning City Workers Stadium is a professional arena for pet battles and has hosted several large pet battle competitions. The stadium is a semi-open structure covering an area of 570,000 square meters, equivalent to a quarter of the bird's nest, and can accommodate 20,000 spectators. Although it is not the largest battle venue in Hanning, it is already a top-notch configuration for a small-scale internal selection competition like the Changheng Cup. Ming Xi noticed that intelligent cameras had been installed near all 10 competition arenas to capture the matches from all angles. She also saw several people in the VIP seats at the front with identity badges from a certain local TV station, with various cameras ready to go. She noticed many individuals broadcasting live using personal terminals. Additionally, it was said that the organizers had invited professional commentators who would randomly commentate on the ongoing matches. It seems that this internal selection competition by Changheng Group is receiving more attention than in previous years. Could it be related to the unprecedented top 3 rewards? It should be, right? At 8:45, after the Changheng Group executives gave a brief speech, the event host announced that the competition officially began. All the contestants took their positions in the waiting area. Ming Xi, Senior Fu, what are you doing here? Fu Yifan had quickly walked up to Ming Xi. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Fu Yifan genuinely did not expect to run into Ming Xi here. What is this? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land? Such fate is quite rare. Senior Fu, you are also a contestant? Ming Xi asked. But I didn't see you in the Haizhou sub-area. Haizhou only advanced 26 people, and even if they didn't know each other's names, they at least recognized each other's faces. So Fu Yifan definitely wasn't among them. Fu Yifan shook his head and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I was directly granted a spot in the combined district competition, so I didn't need to participate in the sub-area competition. Ming Xi raised an eyebrow. There is such a thing as being granted a spot. What status do you have to be so impressive? Ming Xi suddenly thought of something. The chairman of Chongqing Group also seems to have the surname Fu. So it wouldn't be such a coincidence, would it? She looked at Fu Yifan and asked uncertainly, "So you are from the Fu family?" Fu Yifan nodded with a look that said, "You've uncovered my big secret. My grandfather is Fu Ting. Fu Ting, the current chairman of Chongqing Group, is also the current head of the Fu family." Impressive. Who would have thought that Fu Yifan was actually a genuine young master from a noble family? But why would he come to study in Haizhou City? At a public middle school, like number 3 middle school, with ordinary teaching resources? Aren't rich kids all attending schools like St. Mia, St. George, or private schools like Yinglan and Heizhou, which everywhere showcase the student's noble status? As if sensing what she was thinking, Fu Yifan shyly scratched his head. "I had a bit of a disagreement with my family before, and in a fit of anger, I went to Haizhou City with my aunt who married out. Funny, isn't it? I actually have an aunt who married in a Haizhou City. So, does the end of a lie lead to the truth? Do you also want to compete for one of those 20 secret spots?" Ming Xi looked at him with a "you can't be serious. That's too unfair" expression. Fu Yifan. The look in the junior's eyes was too straightforward. He felt embarrassed to nod. But he still nodded. It was indeed the case. There's no way around it. This is Grandpa's test for us. Ming Xi noticed the Huadian. "So besides you, does your family have others competing too?" Fu Yifan. "Yeah, I have a cousin who just turned 17 this year." Ming Xi finally understood why this year's selection by Chongqing Group was so grand and extravagant. They have skill stones and space buttons. It turns out that our family has a son coming of age, needing to step out into the world and experience some challenges. Ming Xi didn't really care. Battling with anyone was still just battling. However, since this insider news came to her, it would be remiss not to ask clearly. So she asked, "How strong is your cousin? How does he compare to you?" Fu Yifan glanced at her. "He has a tiger-type pet beast, just like me. But his frosty Niji tiger has already evolved to a high level, while my mountain king can't last 5 moves under his female tiger's paw. Their Fu family's first pet beast has always been a tiger type, which is a family tradition." He paused and lowered his voice again. "The space button in the champion's reward was specially customized by my grandfather according to his preferences." Ming Xi understood. His cousin's goal is the championship. "By the way, you know about the National High School Beast Tamer League, right?" Ming Xi nodded. She's not living under a rock. The National High School Beast Tamer League is the most important national event for high school students in Longhua country. How could she not know? It usually takes place at the end of January each year. From provincial competitions to regional competitions, and then to the national competition, the entire process lasts for 3 months. But this year is special. Due to certain reasons, the National High School Beast Tamer League is being held a month earlier. So it will end by the end of March. Is it really that impressive? Does she still have hope for the championship seat? After all, he is a top 16 competitor in the national high school competition. And what about her? An ordinary middle school student who has barely awakened for less than a month. The strength gap is quite significant. In fact, not just my cousin, several high school league competitors are participating in this internal selection as well. So the competition will be very fierce this time. Insider news indicates that there are as many as 9 beast tamers with high-level pet beasts in this round of joint competition. Hearing this number, even someone as calm and composed as Ming Xi couldn't help but gasp in shock. 9 high-level pet beasts? What a joke. In previous years, having 3 high-level pet beasts appear was already quite rare. Chapter 44, you'll regret it eventually. After all, it's not easy to cultivate a pet beast from the initial level to high level. 3 to 5 years is not uncommon. And there are even those who have not succeeded after 10 or 8 years. The internal selection of Chongqing Group only allows beast tamers under 17 years old to participate, which means that without natural awakening, these competitors have only been beast tamers for a maximum of 2 years. In 2 years, the chance of cultivating a pet beast from the initial level to high level is not very high. Ming Xi speculated that the 9 are likely to have soul key qualities at 4 stars, including 4 stars, or above, just like Ming Xi, whose contracted pet beast was at the intermediate level. Coupled with various advantages, it is not impossible to cultivate a pet beast to high level within 2 years. Moreover, this world is not short of geniuses. No wonder Ming Xi felt something was off earlier. Looking back, it was indeed strange. In previous years, there were at most 3 high-level pet beasts in the entire internal selection. And this year, there are already 2 just in their Haizhou division. Clearly abnormal. It was also her own dullness. Sigh. Fu Yifan sighed along. As a mere middle school student among a group of high school students, making it through was already difficult. And now it's even harder. My grandfather also demands that I must make it through. He doesn't think about how long it's been since I awakened. Sigh. It really is tough for middle school students. Ming Xi clutched her chest. What's it like to add insult to injury? She seemed to see her space button flapping its wings and saying to her, "You and I have no fate. And indeed, we have no fate. It hurts." "Yifan, what are you doing?" Not far away, a boy who resembled Fu Yifan was glaring at them with a pair of arrogant and indifferent eyes. His entire demeanor was as proud as Gu Xingxi, whom Ming Xi had encountered during the elimination round in Haizhou City. All these talented individuals with eyes not in the right place, stubbornly sticking to their heads. Fu Yifan, Ming Xi Jr., my cousin is calling me. So I'll head over first. If you need anything, you can find me. This side of Han Ning is my home ground after all. By the way, I think I haven't added your personal terminal number yet. Hurry up and add me. After a flurry of operations, Fu Yifan bounced over to his cousin like a spring. He no longer had the demeanor of a campus heartthrob, turning into a complete goofball. Over there, Fu Sushu raised an eyebrow and gave Ming Xi a sidelong glance, asking, that girl just now isn't your girlfriend, is she Yifan? Fu Yifan immediately shook his head vigorously. No way. She is my junior from Haizhou No. 3 middle school. I didn't expect her to participate in this selection too. Fu Sushu, junior? Natural awakening? Fu Yifan, yeah? I think she just awakened half a month ago. After competing with Ming Xi that day, he had someone inquire about Ming Xi's situation. Fu Sushu was surprised. Only half a month? Can she pass the regional competition? Her situation is quite special. Her family is in a difficult situation, and she just happened to awaken a rainbow key. So she went straight for a rainbow summoning and contracted a thunder demon bird. Thunder demon bird? It's not surprising that she could luck her way in. Fu Yifan noticed his cousin's obviously cold attitude and knew he didn't take Ming Xi too seriously. It wasn't that he had anything against Ming Xi, but his cousin preferred strong opponents. The stronger the opponent, the more his fighting spirit was ignited. After all, he was a cousin. Fu Yifan still kindly reminded him. She's really strong, cousin. If you encounter her, don't underestimate her. If cousin looks down on her just because she contracted a thunder demon bird, Ming Xi would feel wronged. And he himself would regret it later. Fu Yifan didn't know that Ming Xi had already eliminated a high-level beast tamer in the Haizhou division. If he had known, he definitely would have told his cousin. Strong? Does she have a thunder demon bird? Fu Sushu's tone was somewhat mocking. Fine, believe it or not. Anyway, he said all he could. There are a total of 236 competitors in the joint competition, and the first round of the elimination will determine the top 118. Just like in the regional competition, 10 matches will take place simultaneously. Ming Xi was randomly matched with competitor 184, Wei Xianming, and the two took their positions in Arena 10. On the podium of the venue, the host, sitting next to the invited commentator Wang Rui, actually noticed them right away. He said through the microphone, "Let me see. The match about to start on Arena 10 is between competitors 96 and 184. The competitor information I have shows that competitor 96 is the youngest participant in this year's Chang'an Cup and can even be said to be the youngest participant in history. As the organizer, Chang'an Group naturally has the basic information of all the contestants. It is only natural that a representative figure like Ming Xi would attract attention." Upon hearing this, Wang Rui couldn't help but be curious. How old is she? She just turned 14 a month and a half ago. So young, she must have awakened naturally. And it hasn't been long since her awakening. In the history of the league, the youngest age for a beast master to awaken is 13 years and 11 months. This record has yet to be broken. This means that contestant number 96 must have been over 13 years and 11 months old when she awakened. So she has only awakened for at most 2 or 3 months. I guess the quality of her first soul key must be very high, at least 4 stars, allowing her to directly contract an intermediate pet beast, which is why she stood out in the regional competition. Wang Rui is a commentator for the Beastmaster competition. Although he has just started, he still possesses this basic common sense reasoning ability. Ming Xi, of course, could also hear the voices coming from the podium, but she is accustomed to focusing entirely on her tasks. Once she stepped onto the competition stage, her eyes were only on her own pet beast and her opponent. After both sides exchanged polite greetings, the whistle blew, and the match officially began. Both sides summoned their pet beasts. 2 ethereal pet beast spaces appeared simultaneously, one white and the other red. Wei Xianming stared dumbfounded at the bright red pet beast space across from him. He almost lost his connection seal. A level beastmaster? Did he step in dog poop when he went out? He encountered a level beastmaster in the first round. No, this doesn't make sense. He clearly heard the host mention that his opponent, contestant number 96, is the youngest in this selection competition. She seems to be only 14 years old. So this girl awakened her second soul key at 14? What a freak. Of course, Ming Xi is not a level beastmaster. More accurately, she is not one yet. A beastmaster awakens their first soul key and successfully contracts their first pet beast, regardless of whether the pet beast has hatched or not. They can successfully register as a level beastmaster at the Beastmaster Center. However, upgrading to a level beastmaster is not that simple. First, a beastmaster must possess 2 pet beasts, including unhatched pet beast eggs. Secondly, one of the 2 pet beasts must be of intermediate level, including intermediate or above. Finally, they must pass the challenge task of the Beastmaster Center's Extreme Tower. Therefore, awakening a second soul key does not mean one is already a level beast master. However, after awakening the second soul key, the ethereal pet beast space will change from white to red. This is indeed the most important sign of a level beast master transitioning to a higher level. At the moment Ming Xi's pet beast space transformed into ethereal form, not only was Wei Xianming shocked, but the host, the commentators, and everyone else paying attention to the match also changed their expressions. The host was the first to exclaim, "Oh my, what am I seeing? A 14-year-old level beastmaster." His slightly sharp voice came through the loudspeaker, instantly igniting the crowd. What? A 14-year-old level beastmaster? What nonsense is this host talking about? No, it's true. Look at Station 10 over there. That girl's pet beast space is red. And the host just said she is only 14. Is this real? Is there really someone who awakens 2 soul keys at the age of 14? Too exaggerated. For a moment, the audience and contestant area erupted in noise. It's not that a level beastmaster is so novel, but a 14-year-old level beastmaster is incredibly rare. In the end, it was still commentator Wang Rui who was the first to calm down. He took the tablet from the host and quickly flipped through Ming Xi's information. Contestant number 90 SIXS data showed that she is a level beastmaster, and she only has 1 pet beast, which should mean she has just recently awakened her second soul key but has not yet contracted a second pet beast. The host also calmed down slightly and echoed in agreement. Although contestant number 96 is not yet a level beastmaster, there is no doubt that her talent must be very good. Awakening 2 soul keys in a short period is extremely rare throughout the league. Wang Rui nodded in agreement, but with some reservations. So I am looking forward to her upcoming matches. Because high awakening talent does not mean that her beastmaster talent is equally impressive. It's like some geniuses can effortlessly build a spaceship, but can turn the simplest scrambled eggs into a disaster. It's the same principle. If awakening talent is the foundation for a beastmaster, then beastmaster talent is the sword that clears the way for their growth. Looking at the professional beastmasters who have once shined in the league or are currently in their prime, their awakening talent may not be remarkable, but their beastmaster talent is invariably outstanding. For example, the third-place winner of the last Star Sea Cup, Lin Lan, is 67 years old this year, which is not considered young among all the contestants in the Star Sea Cup, but his level ranks in the lower middle. He is only level 5 because he has only awakened 5 soul keys. However, he was able to successfully win 3rd place amidst a host of level beastmasters because his beastmaster talent compensated for the gap in pet beast numbers. Of course, this does not mean that awakening talent is less important than beastmaster talent. The famous scientist Min Sabaha once said, "Awakening talent determines the upper limit of a beastmaster's growth, while beastmaster talent determines their upper limit of strength. Therefore, both are equally important." The host took over Wang Rui's words. "Yes, I believe everyone is looking forward to it. The battle at Station 10 has already begun, so let's see what kind of match these 2 young beastmasters will bring us." At Station 10, the match was actually already in the countdown. Under the bombardment of Jin Yuanbao, contestant 184 had no choice but to order his steel helm snail to move. The steel helm snail is a ground steel dual-type intermediate pet beast, evolved from a water snail, preferring humid conditions in summer and dry conditions in winter. Its shell is made of super gold steel material, with hardness and defense that increase with its level and energy. The green moss on the surface of the shell has magical effects of toxin resistance and cleansing dirt. It is said that scientists have already developed detoxifying agents by studying the moss on the steel helm snail. The steel helm snail has extremely strong defense, and even many advanced pet beasts cannot break through its full force attack. However, its normal movement speed is very slow, so it generally prefers to output while standing still in battles. It can also completely retract its body into its helmet shell for attacks. Therefore, it also has a nickname, the strongest tower. To defeat it, one can only wait for it to stick its head out of its helmet shell. Ming Xi's strategy is very simple. Since the steel helm snail wants to stand still, she will not give it a place to stand. Jin Yuanbao's skills cannot break the defense of this steel snail. Can it not blow up the competition platform? With the power of Jin Yuanbao's Thunderball, it can destroy the stone platform into pieces without needing 5 hits. As long as the area where the steel helm snail is located collapses severely, it will no longer be able to maintain its position comfortably. Contestant 184 obviously knows his pet's weaknesses and has guessed Ming Xi's intentions. Therefore, he did not blindly order his pet to move. Spikes. As he issued the command, small spikes suddenly emerged from the surface of the steel helm snail's shell, looking like a supersized sea urchin. At the same time, the steel helm snail, which had been curled up in its shell since it appeared, finally slightly poked its head out. Its 2 abalone-sized eyes bulged out, and the black pupils rolled around. Looking very sneaky, it warily watched the Jin Yuanbao in midair, without extending its head further, until its beastmaster shouted, "Forward!" Its neck shrank and stretched, completely poking its head out and quickly thrusting it towards the ground. Its normal movement speed is indeed very slow, so in battle, it never moves in a normal manner, but instead rolls to move. It only needed to extend its head for less than a second as the original driving force. And then it could move by relying on the undulations of the helmet needle. This method, of course, was not thought up by its Beastmaster. It was all based on the experiences of predecessors. Many helmeted snails did this in beast battles. Ming Xi was waiting for this moment, as if she could foresee the future. She grasped the timing perfectly, just as 184 was about to give the order. She commanded the hovering golden ingot, claw strike. Take it up. In the next second, it was evidently the hunting moment for the thunder demon bird. The golden ingot swooped down from midair like a hunting eagle on the grasslands, avoiding the thorn-like steel spikes, and accurately grabbed the head that was protruding from the steel shell with one claw. Helmet. The helmeted snail let out a painful cry. The golden ingot's blood-red eyes showed no fluctuations. Its sharp claws locked onto the helmeted snail's entire head, and its wings trembled as it soared back into the air, lifting the entire helmeted snail with it. The helmeted snail's body was elongated by the pull of gravity, rising into the sky in a way that was not meant for a snail. Chapter 46. Overbearing CEO Golden Ingot. The helmeted snail continuously emitted a shrill wail of helmet. Helmet. The audience watching this scene exclaimed, "Wow, the thunder demon bird is incredible." This hoarse and rough roar woke many people up, and they felt as if they were in a different world. They had to admit that the thunder demon bird was indeed impressive, especially with that final set of attacks. The dive, the pounce, the flight, all completed in an instant, so smooth that it seemed like it had practiced this series of actions thousands of times. Any slight mistake would have resulted in it being stabbed into a hornet's nest by the helmet needle. I admit defeat. 184's face turned pale, and without waiting for the golden ingot's reaction, he recalled the helmeted snail back into the beast's space. Quack. The referee announced the result of the match. Ming Xi won. But her face also darkened, because she didn't hear the prompt sound from Wang Wang. This victory did not grant her any reward time. Ming Xi quickly understood the reason. It was because the helmeted snail had not completely lost its fighting ability. It did not leave the arena unconscious. Therefore, the rules of the time realm judged that this match was not over. Had she known, she would have let the golden ingot strike again. Ultimately, she had been too merciful. That was 10 minutes, enough for her to make several trips to the restroom. Ming Xi lamented. Lele, didn't we win against that green snail? What kind of expression is this from her Beastmaster? Ming Xi sighed. It's okay, it's not your problem. It's my gentleness that made a mistake. Lei, what does that mean? The golden ingot was even more confused. Ming Xi shook her head and stopped speaking. She was now physically and mentally exhausted, full of doubts, but the golden ingot did not ask again, quietly flying beside her instead of perching on her shoulder. She seemed really tired. In order to take it to Chengyan City to soak in the thunder pool, she had refused the special car service and had been going nonstop for over 20 hours. She hadn't rested for a long time, and after arriving in Hanning City, she had to participate in a competition, unlike it, which could rest peacefully in the beast space. It had heard that humans could die suddenly if they didn't sleep for a long time. Would its Beastmaster die? On the chairman's stage, the host looked at Wang Rui. Wang, what are your thoughts on the match at Station 10? Wang Rui. Although the process was very short, it was exciting. The Thunder Demon Bird's performance was unexpected. I don't know if everyone noticed, but it only used 3 skills throughout to win this match. The host was surprised, huh? 3. I thought there were only 2, Thunderball and Claw Strike. What was the other one? It was Wind Chaser, an acceleration skill in the flying category, which it used during the final attack dive, allowing it to unleash such speed. I see. Wang Rui continued. It defeated the so-called strongest tower, the helmeted snail, using only 3 skills, which shows that the Thunder Demon Bird is indeed very strong. The dual advantages of thunder and flight in battles are also very obvious. If it didn't have such a fatal flaw, many would definitely want to let Jin Yuchao choose this evolutionary line. Isn't that right? Compared to the Shimmering Owl, the Thunder Demon Bird is indeed far stronger. I feel it might even be better than the Lightning Flying Owl. In fact, Wang Rui saw not only the strength of the Thunder Demon Bird in this match, but also the Beast Master talent of contestant 96. Just now, her timing in commanding the Thunder Demon Bird to attack was so clever, it was as if she had already predicted when the opponent would act. There is a concept in the professional Beast Master circle called temporal prediction. He had only seen this ability in famous genius Beast Masters during their competitions. Contestant 96 was so young, just starting out. She couldn't possibly have mastered such an extremely difficult technique, right? It must have been a coincidence. Yes, it must have been a coincidence. She chose a position with a good view and few spectators, preparing to observe other contestants and their beasts. Knowing oneself and the enemy can lead to countless victories. Lele, aren't you going to take a break? The golden ingot looked at its beast master with a face full of sorrow, as if she would collapse and die any second. Its blood-red eyes were filled with disapproval. Lele, with me here. I won't let any bad guys come near you. As if worried she would refuse, it called out several times in succession. To emphasize its point, it flapped its wings. It said, I know you want to observe the opponents and prepare for the upcoming competition, but I think you're getting things backward. Ming Xi was quite surprised. She never expected to hear such a reasonable and well-argued monologue from the golden ingot. She always thought it was a specialized beast, with all its strengths focused on battle. It seemed she was wrong. It clearly also had the potential to be a debate expert. And why did its tone inexplicably give off a feeling of an overbearing CEO? With her beast so considerate, Ming Xi felt she had no reason to refuse. Moreover, what the golden ingot said was very correct. Her poor state would indeed affect the upcoming competition. While it's true that one shouldn't fight without preparation, she had won battles without preparation before. It wasn't a big deal. I understand. Then I'll rest for a while. You help me keep an eye on the match progress. If the second round starts, wake me up. Lele. The golden ingot proudly nodded, indicating that she could rest assured everything would be left to it. It then extended its claw to tap on her personal terminal on her wrist. Lele, you can turn this on to record. Ming Xi gave it a thumbs up in appreciation, activating the panoramic recording function of her personal terminal. Later, she could watch the match recording. The video could be selected and fast-forwarded. The golden ingot gazed at the girl curled up in the chair, feeling her gradually steady breathing. It let out a small sigh of relief. This human just loves to worry unnecessarily. Its strength was so great that defeating these weak opponents was a matter of minutes. Right? Why did she have to think so much? Wow. Ka. The surrounding noise was chaotic and loud, causing the girl's brow to furrow slightly. The golden ingot glared angrily at the nearby spectators who were shouting and cracking sunflower seeds while drinking soda. These humans, lacking awareness, decency, and public morals, didn't they see that there was a human child sleeping here? It really wanted to take over this area of the audience. Chapter 47, Duty AI Bow. After thinking for a moment, it flew to the back of its beast master's chair, grabbed the backrest with its claws, and spread its wings to wrap the girl completely. At the same time, it activated the light shield. After thinking again, it realized that the light shield couldn't mute sounds. But in the darkness, she should be able to sleep a little better, right? If only the light shield could have a silent effect. Silence. Perhaps it could try that. He is so talented that he might really be able to make the light drive have a silent effect, right? Ming Xi never expected that she actually fell asleep in the audience. And it was a deep sleep. This is unscientific. She touched her forehead. Not hot. She felt much more refreshed. Could it be that some kind-hearted extraordinary being passing by used a sleep skill on her? She just couldn't understand. Jin Yuanbao saw her confusion but didn't explain. He was keeping a low profile. He really is a genius. At this moment, Ming Xi still didn't know that Jin Yuanbao had created a miracle for her, but she sensed that a large amount of energy within Jin Yuanbao had been consumed, leaving less than 1/3. She was extremely puzzled. Jin Yuanbao explained that he had been practicing his skills, which neither wasted time nor decreased his skill proficiency. Ming Xi frowned. What skill could be practiced in the audience? It could only be the light drive. Thinking about her deep sleep just now, could it really be because of the light drive? Ming Xi glanced at Jin Yuanbao, who had a cold and proud expression, and didn't pursue the matter further. The second round of elimination matches was about to begin. Going to the energy recharge room for Jin Yuanbao now might make her late. Without thinking too much, Ming Xi found a secluded spot. The display screens in the waiting area and the main venue had already started matching the second round of battle sequences. Suddenly, a ghostly male voice came from behind her. Senior, who are you trying to scare? Fu Yifan looked like he had been drained of energy by a female ghost. And wasn't he him who was scary? He had actually awakened his second soul key. When he saw that the red pet space lit up in front of Ming Xi, he almost screamed in a feminine way. He knew very well that Ming Xi had only been naturally awakened for half a month at most. And she had already awakened her second soul key? What kind of devilish speed was this? Did she have the skill of a rabbit dance? Too outrageous. Fu Yifan always thought of himself as a genius until he met Ming Xi, and only then did he realize that he was at most just a sweet potato. Pure and foolish. Ming Xi smiled. I was just lucky. I accidentally awakened it yesterday. Fu Yifan's tone became even more melancholic. I want that kind of luck too. Ming Xi. She couldn't respond to that, and could only change the topic. Senior Fu, the battle list is out. You should quickly check who you're matched against. Under his mournful gaze, she felt like a scumbag who had started something and then abandoned it. It was better to hurry up and compete. Fu Yifan was too terrifying right now. Number 33 versus number 96. The first row of the battle list prominently displayed Ming Xi's number. Ming Xi. Where was she supposed to place her wish power? Thankfully, she didn't hesitate to use the reward time. If she had taken Jin Yuanbao to the energy recharge room, She would probably have lost without a fight in this round. She looked at the young man beside her and saw that he was looking at the battle list with a very serious expression, as if the sky was about to fall. What was going on? Senior, you wouldn't be number 33, would you? Fu Yifan turned to her, hoping so. Although Ming Xi was strong, he felt he wasn't completely without the strength to fight back. After all, the move Ming Xi used against him last time was no longer usable. I am number 111. 111? Ming Xi raised her head to scan the battle list. Number 8 versus number 111. It was actually number 8? No wonder. Ming Xi blinked her eyes and showed a sympathetic expression. Participant number 8, Lin Yingluo, level Beast Master, known as the Deadly Poison Master, possesses a high-level poison-type pet, Duty Ibwa, and a low-level poison-type pet, Poison Water Weasel. She was also a prominent figure in this year's National High School Beastmaster League in the Zhonghua region. With impressive league results, Fu Yifan actually encountered her in the final round of elimination matches. He must have stepped in dog poop when he left home this morning, right? His luck of running into a benefactor was comparable to hers. Seeing his pitiful look as if he was about to cry, Ming Xi quickly whispered a few words in his ear. The more he listened, the brighter Fu Yifan's eyes became, sparkling like he had been infused with new energy, rejuvenated. Junior, if I can win this match, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Ming Xi waved her hand. Don't blame me if you lose. The second round began, and Ming Xi and contestant number 33, Ping Buta, were already on the number 1 competition stage. Contestants who advanced from the preliminary rounds had intermediate pets as the minimum configuration. Contestant number 33's pet was an intermediate fighting-type pet, Iron Fist Baboon. With brutal attacks, it was exceptionally fierce. In the end, Jin Yuanbao, risking having its left wing broken by the opponent, managed to severely injure that fierce Iron Fist Baboon, successfully winning this round. Detected that the owner's Thunder Magic Bird defeated the same level pet, Iron Fist Baboon. Reward: 10 minutes of training time at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Facility. Remaining reward time, 134 minutes and 16 seconds. Previously, recharging Jin Yuanbao had also consumed 10 minutes of reward time. Congratulations to contestant number 96, Ming Xi, for being the first to advance, securing a spot in the group stage. The host's excited voice rang out. Ming Xi let out a slight sigh of relief. Once she entered the group stage, her pressure would be much less. Group point matches allowed for some mistakes, unlike elimination matches where one loss could mean death. Of course, if the goal was the championship, then it was best to win every match in the group stage. Losing even one could mean missing out on the finals. The group stage would start at 2 p.m., but Ming Xi had to wait for the group list to come out and see Fu Yifan's fate. Unexpectedly, or perhaps not unexpectedly, the final result was that Fu Yifan's Crimson Flame Tiger narrowly defeated Lin Yingluo's Duty Ibwa at the last moment. The match was an upset. The entire venue erupted. What was going on? Duty Ibwa lost. A high-level pet lost to an intermediate pet? It seemed to have stepped into a trap and then inexplicably caught fire? But did a fire-type intermediate pet have such a powerful skill? They couldn't understand it. I don't understand either. Can someone tell me how Duty Ibwa lost? Chapter 48, Tactics. Who was it that said Lin Yingluo was a top contender for the championship? Look, she didn't even make it to the group stage. Contestant no. 111 seems to be the young master of the Fu family, right? This internal selection competition has been so lively this year because someone from the Fu family is participating. Could there be some trick in this match? Did Lin Yingluo deliberately lose to Fu Yifan? What are you thinking? Would Lin Yingluo lift someone else up? That would be underestimating the Lin family. Then I really don't understand. How did Duty Ibwa lose? Not only the audience didn't understand, but the commentator Wang Rui was also a bit confused. Contestant number 111 is Fu Yifan, the young master of the Fu family. The host had reminded him of this. Plus, his opponent was the young lady of the Lin family from Beijing City, Lin Yingluo, so they were particularly focused on this match. They initially thought young Master Fu was bound to lose, and they secretly felt sorry for him. Who would have thought that in the end? It was actually the Lin family's young lady who lost. The turning point came when Duty Ibwa unleashed the poison field. At that moment, Fu Yifan seemed to have said the word explosion. The next second, Duty Ibwa was suddenly surrounded by flames, losing its ability to fight in just a few seconds. Wang, the commentator, asked, "Did you figure out how the Crimson Flame Tiger won this match?" The host curiously asked. Before this, everyone should have noticed that contestant no. 111 said the word explosion. At that time, none of us understood what he instructed the Crimson Flame Tiger to do. Now that I think about it, they must have set a trap targeting Duty Ibwa in advance. The host nodded. So what skill did the Crimson Flame Tiger use? I don't remember any fire-type skill having hidden properties, Wang Rui said. It should be the Flame Pillar. That can't be, right? The Flame Pillar isn't like that. Wang Rui said. Think about it. The height of the Flame Pillars is controllable, and both the height and distribution location are manipulated by the pet itself. At that time, Du Diibua's venom spread throughout the area, and the Qian tiger could easily hide the flame pillars beneath the venom as cover. What you mean is that the Qian tiger compressed all the flame pillars to a height of less than 1 centimeter and distributed them around its location under the cover of the venom. When Du Diibua approached it to deliver a fatal blow, it was bound to fall into the trap, being invited by the Chongqing group to host. This host naturally cannot be ignorant. Soon, he caught up with Wang Rui's line of thought. Wang Rui nodded. That's right. I have to say this is a very bold but exquisite tactic. Contestant number 111 cleverly utilized the opponent's characteristics, turning a disadvantage into an advantage. This is a battle of wits. However, is the power of the flame pillars really that great? Du Diibua is a high-level pet. Perhaps it has a higher proficiency. I must say, Wang Rui has some skill. His analysis, while not 100 accurate, is largely correct. How did you do it? At this moment, Fu Shushu was also questioning Fu Yifan. Fu Yifan smiled like a cat that successfully stole fish. He didn't expect to actually win against Lin Yingluo. Ming Xi, really amazing. He didn't hide it from his cousin and carefully explained the tactic of the Qian tiger countering Du Diibua. So in fact, the Mountain King stacked the 6 flame pillars together, which is why it could unleash such great power. Fu Yifan nodded, adding one more point. That is, the issue of the flame pillar height that Ming Xi mentioned earlier. According to Ming Xi's theory, the power of the flame pillar when compressed to the extreme is the greatest. Not to mention the 6-in-1 flame pillar, its power is indeed exceptional. It actually took down Du Diibua in one hit. No wonder. Fu Shushu previously couldn't understand this point. He knew his cousin's Qian tiger very well. Logically, it shouldn't be able to defeat Du Diibua in one blow. It turns out it was an attack stacking. But how can you ensure that Du Diibua will step on that flame pillar? The Mountain King does not have control skills. As my senior said, this is called landmine warfare, also known as using one's spear against their own shield. If it hits, that's great. If not, it doesn't matter. There will always be a next time. The Mountain King has the characteristic of a flame body, which can weaken toxin erosion to some extent. This is also the main reason why the Mountain King mostly dodged rather than attacked throughout the battle. After understanding the entire process, Fu Shushu looked at Fu Yifan with a somewhat meaningful gaze. This tactic seems to have a chance element. But combined with the Qian tiger's flame body characteristic, the success rate must exceed 60%. Facing a high-level pet, a 60% win rate is already quite incredible. Even his Frost Kini tiger doesn't have such a high win rate against Du Diibua. Undoubtedly, in this battle, tactics played a decisive role. What's more, this set of tactics is not difficult to operate. It only requires precise control over the position and height of the flame pillars. Simple operation, yet effective. Why hadn't he noticed before that his little cousin had such a clever and intricate mind? Since his cousin could devise a clever plan to defeat Lin Yingluo, has he also thought of a way to defeat him? Fu Yifan was unaware that his cousin had already grown wary of him. If he knew, he would definitely tell him, "You should be wary not of me, but of that beast master of the thunder demon bird that you look down upon." It should be noted that Ming Xi had almost immediately taught him this set of tactics upon seeing his opponent for the first time. In other words, she didn't have to think much and simply devised a set of easy-to-operate and effective tactics based on the situation of their respective pets. He really wanted to ask, how did her brain develop like this? No wonder Ming Xi could awaken 2 soul keys in half a month. However, Fu Yifan also had doubts. Why? With such genius like Ming Xi, did she previously fall to be called a little nobody in their school? Had she been hiding herself, waiting for an opportunity? Regardless, after this battle, Ming Xi would no longer just be his junior. She would also be his idol. Ming Xi was unaware that she had gained a wealthy fan. She was currently looking at the freshly released group list. Chapter 49, Swipe the bank card. The second round of the knockout round ended, and a total of 60 people smoothly entered the group point competition. Among them, one was a lucky draw selected randomly from the eliminated contestants of the second round. The distribution of the 4 group lists is as follows. Group 1, Zhang Changgong, Yun Miao, Fu Shushu, Yi Xingyu, Cui Mingming. Group 2, Gu Xiaojun, Meng Wenbin, Qian Shasha, Ding Daping, Ji Shui. Group 3, Li Fuguwei, Sheng Shiyan, Ming Xi, Rui Qianwu, Cheng Yuan. Group 4, Go Dan, Xia Tianxi, Hua Lu, Fu Yifan. Ming Xi's gaze quickly scanned the list. Undoubtedly, it formed a death group. This group has as many as 3 seed players, beast masters with high-level pets. And there are only 9 seed players in the entire combined district competition. One was just eliminated by Fu Yifan. The remaining 5 are Meng Wenbin and Ji Shui from Group 2, Sheng Shiyan and Rui Qianwu from Group 3, and Hua Lu from Group 4. Comparatively, Fu Yifan's luck rebounded from rock bottom, as he was placed in the safest group. Ming Xi also noticed that among the 26 people who advanced from their Haijiu division, only Xi, Meng Wenbin, and Yi Xingyu made it through. Compared to other divisions, especially the Han-Ning division's advancement rate, the situation was indeed a bit dire. Ming Xi memorized the group list entirely. Since the time realm would not be open tonight, making it impossible to practice battles, she needed to spend more effort on developing tactics. So it was necessary to understand her opponent's information in advance. The group matches would start at 2 in the afternoon, with the 4 groups occupying 2 venues each, competing simultaneously without interference. Ming Xi glanced at the time. There was still over an hour until the group matches began. She and Jin Yuanbao had not eaten lunch, and their luggage had been stored in a temporary locker, so she planned to go to the hotel that Chongqing Group had specially arranged for the contestants. The room card had already been given to her during check-in. The hotel was not far from the stadium, and it only took 3 minutes to walk there. After checking in, Chongqing Group was generous. They provided each contestant with a single room with a big bed, along with breakfast and buffet vouchers. Ming Xi was very satisfied with this. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Is delivery so fast these days? Ming Xi didn't suspect anything and got up to open the door, letting Jin Yuanbao continue learning about interstellar pets. Outside the door was a somewhat familiar chubby boy, followed by 3 fighting-type extraordinary creatures wearing matching black sunglasses and custom black suits and pants, clearly bodyguards. Fighting-type pets are the most popular among bodyguards, and many prominent figures have them by their side. Besides the 3 bodyguards, a fairy-like extraordinary creature resembling a human with a pair of honey-colored wings floated beside the chubby boy. They didn't have the takeout she wanted. Ming Xi tilted her head. Classmate, you knocked on the wrong door. Saying this, she prepared to close the door. The chubby boy quickly pressed the door. I didn't knock wrong. I'm here to find you. Number 96. Ming Xi frowned at the chubby boy. What do you want with me? The chubby boy in front of her was Li Fuguwei from Group 3, rumored to be a particularly wealthy second-generation rich kid, the kind of nouveau riche. He was the one who had previously trended online for paying a high price for invitation cards. It was said that he bought over 100 invitation cards by himself and hired 100 qualified beast masters to compete in the same subdivision with him. If those tools encounter him during the competition, the opponent will voluntarily concede. Relying on this bizarre method, he actually managed to advance from the regional competition, defeating numerous opponents along the way and smoothly entering the group stage. Money, after all, is truly omnipotent. The chubby guy shook his hair, but instead of confidence, he spilled a bucket of oil onto the world. The victim, Ming Xi, was forced to float in the sea of oil, wearing a mask of pain. Please don't misunderstand. I didn't come to find you because I'm interested in you. A little yellow-haired girl like you doesn't catch my eye. Ming Xi replied. Then I really have to thank the heavens for not granting you a pair of eyes that can appreciate beauty. I hope that when you meet me in the group stage, you'll voluntarily concede. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss either. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A fairy-type extraordinary creature that Ming Xi couldn't name flew in front of her, handing over a card. Here it is. A special bank card for wealthy people to send others away. Take it. This card has 200,000, enough to buy you a point. You won't lose out. Ming Xi, this chubby guy is really determined to pave the way with money. Even though they had already entered the group stage, he was still using this tactic. He seemed to have figured out the wealth code. 200,000 star coins is indeed not a loss for Ming Xi. Losing 1 point. She still has a great chance of making it into the top 5, and even has a chance to reach the finals. However, throwing a match contradicts her principles, and she definitely can't get past the golden ingots round. If she really agreed to trade with the chubby guy, she would bet her life that golden ingots would definitely terminate her contract at the first opportunity. So, sorry, I don't throw matches, no matter how many star coins you offer. After saying this, she didn't give the chubby guy another chance to negotiate, pushing the card away, closing the door, and locking it in one go. The rejected Li Fuguwei. Inside the door, Ming Xi and her pet beast, which had somehow gathered behind the door, exchanged glances. Lele, aren't you short on money? Why didn't you agree to that, human? It was obvious that the chubby guy's words were overheard. Ming Xi replied with a righteous expression. You don't understand. We humans have a saying. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Throwing a match is not the act of a gentleman. My pain is deafening. 5 minutes later, the real delivery arrived. The delivery person didn't knock on the front door, but flew in through the window, turning her pain into appetite. Ming Xi ordered another bucket meal to settle her and golden ingots lunch. Putting aside distractions, she began to organize information about her opponents. The group round-robin competition would consist of 14 matches, earning 1 point for a win, 1 point for each side in a draw, and no points deducted for a loss. This meant that in the next 2 days, she would need to compete against 14 people in pet battles. The task was heavy and time was tight. At 2 p.m., the battle order for each group had been arranged. Ming Xi was scheduled to compete in 4 matches this afternoon against Yu Qi, Deng Diyu, Yu Zihong, and Bao Lingling. Among these 4, except for Bao Lingling, who had a grass-type intermediate pet with lightning immunity, making her relatively tricky, The other three's pets wouldn't pose any pressure on golden ingots. Sure enough, she won the first 3 matches steadily, earning 30 minutes of reward time in the time realm. During the break, Ming Xi encountered Fu Yifan, who was also there to recharge with his pet axe. Chapter 50. To be truly steady. Upon seeing her, Fu Yifan excitedly lunged at her, looking as if he had just met his half-sister. Ming Xi, let's have dinner together tonight, my treat. Hee, I want to thank you properly. If possible, he also wanted to discuss a few other matters with Ming Xi. Although his group was the safest, given his situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to secure a top 5 finish. After all, his age was a disadvantage. Moreover, in the group stage, the competitors' levels were actually not far apart. Therefore, Fu Yifan felt considerable pressure. He wouldn't naively think that just because he had a lucky win over Lining Luo, he could definitely secure a spot in the top 5. To be truly steady, he needed the help of a master. Seeing the way his eyes were darting around, Ming Xi knew without thinking that he was up to something. Sure, if there's a chance to take advantage of a wealthy guy, why not? He still had a match to compete in that afternoon. The recharge and treatment room was specially arranged by Chongqing Group for the contestants. Inside, there was an angel-type extraordinary creature, Yulin Huai, which had healing skills, and 2 recharging bugs that could continuously supply energy to 100 high-level pets. After completing a match, contestants usually brought their pets to the recharge treatment room to restore them to peak condition. Ming Xi's match against Bao Lingling was scheduled for the last match in the afternoon group. Since Golden Ingot's lightning-type skills were almost entirely immune to her opponent, the match was very tense. In the end, Golden Ingots managed to defeat the opponents with Xia by continuously using Wing Slash, but it also sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, she successfully earned 4 points, temporarily tying for first place with Sheng Shiyan, Rui Qianwu, and Wen Yao. At 5:30 p.m., Ming Xi tidied up and prepared to meet Fu Yifan. Xiaoxi, a familiar figure, suddenly ran towards her. Ming Xi was surprised to see the person. Ding Ding, what are you doing here? Are you alone? The girl in front of her, smiling brightly, was none other than Xiao Dingding. Xiao Dingding explained why she was there. Didn't I mention to you before? I want to develop in the direction of a breeder. Coincidentally, my mom knows a very talented senior breeder through her university friend here. She wants to take me to meet him tonight. If we hit it off, I might think of a way to apprentice under him. Ming Xi thought to herself that it was a good thing she didn't overthink it, believing Xiao Dingding had come specifically to watch her compete. It turned out she was here to seek a mentor. A senior breeder indeed belongs to the industry elite. If Xiao Dingding could really apprentice under such a teacher, her path as a breeder would surely be much smoother. Of course, the most important purpose is still to watch her competition. Ming Xi, all right then. She didn't feel self-important. Dingding, where are you staying tonight? Do you want to stay with me? Xiao Dingding was tempted but still declined. She didn't want to disturb Ming Xi, nor did she want to affect Ming Xi's performance in tomorrow's competition. No need. Aunt Yang's house has a guest room. She's already arranged it. I'm staying at her place tonight. And it's very close to the workers' gymnasium, so it's convenient for me to watch the competition tomorrow. Don't worry, it's not my first time staying at her place. It's very safe. Seemingly afraid that she would worry, she added, Aunt Yang is a single aristocrat, living alone. Beautiful girls can sometimes be a double-edged sword. One misstep can turn them into imperfect victims. All right, if you need anything, just contact me directly on my personal terminal. Don't worry about bothering me. Got it. Since Xiao Dingding was in a hurry to meet the breeder, Ming Xi didn't invite her to join her in meeting Fu Yifan. After they said their goodbyes, they each went to their respective destinations. Ming Xi and Fu Yifan had arranged to meet at the Shattered Lotus restaurant on the floor above their temporary hotel. When Ming Xi arrived with golden ingots, Fu Yifan had been waiting in the private room for quite some time. Junior sister, hurry up. Order whatever you want. This restaurant is a little business my uncle runs in his spare time. We don't have to spend money when we eat here, so don't be polite with me. Just listen to that. This is the tone of a young master from a wealthy family. The Shattered Lotus restaurant was famous even among people like her, who had crossed over from a proletarian background. It was a well-known high-end restaurant in the country, and it was said that reservations had to be made a week in advance. Without a membership card, you couldn't even make a reservation. But in his mouth, it had become a little business. People are indeed incomparable. Ming Xi certainly wouldn't be polite, being courteous to a rich young master who talks like that. She wasn't born yesterday. She slapped the menu and boldly said to the exquisitely dressed waitress, with a particularly sweet smile, I'll have this, and also this. And 2 servings, each of the cherry-flavored and braised pork-flavored energy balls. This restaurant specializes in Chinese cuisine and also offers various flavors of pet energy balls. It was a rare opportunity for Jin Yuanbao to enjoy a feast as well. The nearby Qi Yen, who had already shown off. The restaurant dared not delay Fu Xiaoxiao's order at all. In no time, a table full of delicious food was set before Ming Xi. The energy balls for Jin Yuanbao were also ready. Although they weren't specifically tailored to its constitution, they were still suitable for lightning and flying type extraordinary creatures. The flavors were carefully crafted, and few pets could resist them. Junior, let's eat first. Ming Xi nodded and began to indulge in the feast. To be honest, there was a reason why expensive places were expensive. The chef here was genuinely skilled. 5-star review. After a messy meal, Sweet and I Pig took away the plates and thoughtfully brought digestive tea and dessert fruits. Ding dong. Ming Xi's personal account suddenly received a transfer of 10,000 star coins. She raised her eyebrow and looked across the table. Your thank you red envelope? Yes. Fu Yifan nodded. As we agreed before, if I win against Lin Yingluo, I'll give you a red envelope. It's not much, so don't be disappointed, Junior. Knowing that Ming Xi's family was in difficult circumstances, he actually wanted to give more. But he was afraid she wouldn't accept it if it was too much. 10,000 star coins wasn't a lot for him, but as a red envelope, it wasn't small either. Ming Xi should be able to accept it. Ming Xi indeed didn't refuse. Not because she needed the money, though she did, but because she could tell that Fu Yifan was trying to hint at something. Tonight, it was definitely not just about treating her to a meal. So, what do you really want to discuss? Chapter 51, still opening blind boxes. Fu Yifan's expression suddenly became serious, sitting up straight and saying, Ming Xi Jr., you know I have a task to accomplish in this internal selection competition. My grandfather issued an ultimatum, requiring me to place in the top 20 in this competition, or he would break my legs. The tricks of wealthy elders usually involve breaking legs, freezing accounts, or kicking you out of the family. Ming Xi was familiar with this. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to advance from your group, right? Aside from Hua Lu, Wei Xuan, and Lu Juyue, maybe add one more, Tong Lily. As long as you pay attention, the others in your group shouldn't be your opponents. Excluding the seed players, the overall strength of the group competitors was indeed the weakest among the 4 groups. Fu Yifan's placement in the group made Ming Xi suspect it was manipulated behind the scenes. As long as nothing unexpected happens, you're guaranteed to make it into the top 5. Fu Yifan looked at her, his eyes shining brightly. Junior, you really are impressive. She wasn't even a member of the group, yet she could analyze his situation in the group so thoroughly. The 4 people she mentioned were indeed opponents he wasn't confident he could defeat, especially Tong Lily. Everyone thought he didn't need to fear her, since his family's Mountain King definitely countered her Cocoa Snow Tower in terms of attributes. But in reality, he had recently clashed with Tong Lily and lost. Ming Xi Jr. is indeed impressive. Just this insight made him feel inferior. You're awesome. He gave her a thumbs up. Then he continued, you're right. As long as there are no mistakes, I do have some confidence in making the top 5. Although that confidence was probably as fragile as a balloon, ready to pop with a single poke. He didn't say that part out loud, fearing the junior would laugh at him. He cleared his throat. But there's a big difference between advancing in 5th place and 1st place. Ming Xi said, oh, with a slight raise of her eyebrows, a playful smile forming on her lips. So, do you want to compete for the championship? Not really. I don't have such grand ambitions. At least I know I can't compete with you. After using the tactics Ming Xi taught him to defeat Lin Yingluo today, Fu Yifan deeply realized the gap between himself and Ming Xi. I just want to get a good result, so that my biased grandfather will look at me differently. Ming Xi understood. There were many power struggles in wealthy families. So you want me to be your strategist? Just like in the match against Lin Yingluo? Fu Yifan nodded eagerly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Of course, I won't let you strategize for free. I'll give you a 10,000 star coin red envelope for every match I win. How about that? Ming Xi was taken aback. Every match? You mean you need me to devise strategies for all 10 matches left in your group stage? Winning one match earns 10,000. For 10 matches, that's 100,000. A regular person probably wouldn't earn that much in a year. If she didn't plan to perform a colorful summoning contract, that 100,000 could buy a decent pet egg. No need to wait until she got out of the secret realm to consider it. If she didn't buy a pet egg, it could also pay off half of her family's debt. Assuming it wasn't too troublesome, Fu Yifan looked serious. He felt that having Ming Xi as a backup was more reliable and safer. It's not too troublesome. Aside from Hua Lu and those 4, I can defeat the other competitors on my own. Your tactics will just make it easier for me and reduce the risk of unexpected events. Ming Xi looked at Fu Yifan. Senior, you actually want to help me, right? Knowing I've awakened my 2nd soul key, but have no money to buy a pet. So you're trying to find a way to send me money? Although Ming Xi felt that her relationship with Fu Yifan hadn't developed to the point where he would generously offer financial help, you could never guess the thoughts of rich people. You could guess all you want, but you'd never understand. Anyway, she didn't believe he was simply doing it because of his family elders. Fu Yifan was taken aback. He scratched his head, his face reddening from having his true intentions exposed. Ahem. To be honest, there is a bit of a reason. Since you've awakened your 2nd soul key, it would be a waste if you can't contract quickly just because of money issues. If you can contract a 2nd pet, you might be able to achieve unexpected victories in the upcoming competitions. But he genuinely wanted to achieve better results too. Ming Xi didn't know what to say. However, she understood his intentions. She glanced at Jin Yuanbao, who was happily devouring food and absorbing energy not far away. My second soul key is also a colorful key. I've made up my mind. I will still proceed with the colorful summoning contract. Fu Yifan was shocked. What? Another colorful key? Are you challenging the colorful keys? Indeed. Ming Xi couldn't understand either. Was heaven testing her? But have you really decided to proceed with the colorful summoning again? What if? Fu Yifan hadn't finished speaking, but his gaze secretly glanced in the direction of Jin Yuanbao. The meaning was clear. The risks of the colorful key summoning contract were simply too high. The Thunder Demon Bird was a cautionary tale. The Thunder Demon Bird merely had its evolutionary chain severed. Who knows what might happen with the next one? With Ming Xi's excellent talent, he really didn't want her to ruin her future. So he didn't support Ming Xi's risky approach. Junior, why not just forget it? If you need money, I can lend you some. 1 or 2 million is no problem. Just choose a pet you like seriously. Ming Xi still shook her head. Senior Fu, I know you mean well, but I've already made up my mind. In fact, her decision wasn't because of the money, but because of Jin Yuanbao. Jin Yuanbao knew it was summoned with a colorful key and understood the uniqueness of the colorful key. It also knew she had awakened the colorful key again. If this time she chose not to use the colorful summoning contract, would it make Jin Yuanbao misunderstand that she didn't want to use the colorful summoning because she disliked it? Some might say she's being overly anxious. That the golden ingots wouldn't be so stingy or something like that. Whether the golden ingots are generous or not is hard to say for now. But they are definitely very sensitive. When that little chubby boy came to find her at noon, its series of reactions was enough to explain the problem. So even for the sake of the golden ingots, she had to grit her teeth and perform the illusory color summoning contract again. If in the future it turns out to still be the illusory color key, she has decided to go all the way. Erwa's talent isn't important. Even if it's determined like the golden ingots that it can't evolve, that's fine, as she has the realm of time. The realm of time gives her the confidence to keep trying and making mistakes. Seeing her determined expression, Fu Yifan knew deep down that their friendship was strong. He could only sigh helplessly and accept the fact that his idol was a stubborn little monster. So when are you planning to go to the Beastmaster Center? After the competition tomorrow afternoon. She checked, and the Han City Beastmaster Center is open until midnight, so she would definitely have time to go after the competition. The Realm of Time would resume operation tomorrow night, and she could draw twice for training time. So naturally, the sooner Erwa is ready, the better. Early contract, early training. No waste. Who knows, maybe as Fu Yifan said, Erwa could make a stunning appearance on the last day of the competition and win unexpectedly. In fact, it proved that Ming Xi was completely overthinking. Her Erwa truly lived up to being drawn from a blind box. It was a real oddball. Chapter 52, Ming Xi and Rui Qinwu. Junior, can I go with you? Fu Yifan looked at Ming Xi with hopeful eyes. He really wanted to see it for himself. After all, the illusory color key was rare, and opening a blind box was practically legendary. Anyway, in his life so far, Ming Xi was the only one around him who awakened the illusory color key. Sure, Ming Xi didn't mind. If he wanted to follow, he could. After all, he wouldn't be able to enter the spirit contract room. What about the tactics you were going to help me with? Although the junior clearly refused his financial support, Fu Yifan had not given up on getting her to accept a red envelope. He genuinely wanted to achieve good results. Ming Xi thought for a moment and eventually agreed. Okay, but giving 10,000 star coins for winning a match is way too much. Let us make it 1,000 star coins per match. Fu Yifan's request was different from the chubby boy directly buying his way through. The former still relied on personal strength, just like Fu Yifan's match against Lin Luo. Even if her tactics were meticulously designed, if the Crimson Flame Tiger couldn't master the Flame Pillar skill, or if its control over the Flame Pillar was inadequate, or if its energy wasn't enough to take down the opponent in one go, they would still lose. Moreover, Fu Yifan's behavior wasn't considered cheating. In fact, it was quite common in this world, because nowadays, almost every professional Beastmaster would form their own think tank and coaching team to help them analyze various tactics. It was completely different from throwing a fixed match. So Ming Xi didn't need to feel any psychological burden. Formulating a few battle plans wasn't difficult for her. So, why not? Besides, the 5 Domi needed her to bend down, even if it wasn't for Erwa or to pay off debts. She still had to prepare for entering the secret realm in a few days. She couldn't go in empty-handed. Limited by her status as a poor student and a time traveler, her knowledge of this world, especially regarding extraordinary creatures, was quite limited. Therefore, she still needed to buy a pet identification device to get information quickly on unfamiliar pets once she entered the secret realm. Don't say she hasn't even made it to the finals yet, and she's already being unrealistic and aiming too high. Seeing her agree, Fu Yifan could hardly contain his excitement and immediately sent the information he had collected about the opponents to Ming Xi. As for the thickness of the red envelope, in the end, it was still up to him. By 9 p.m., Ming Xi had organized about 10 tactical plans and sent them all to Fu Yifan. Of course, she couldn't guarantee that Fu Yifan would win them all. The situation on the competition field changes rapidly, and the information they currently had about the competitors might not be comprehensive or accurate. Just like no one knows that her golden ingots would unleash a thunderstorm, others would also keep their trump cards hidden as much as possible, especially for pets like the flower deer, which had just evolved to a higher level. The information exposed to the outside was too limited, so pre-match tactics were merely predictions. They could only increase the odds of winning, but didn't mean Fu Yifan would definitely be able to look down on everyone else. Ultimately, it still depended on Fu Yifan himself. The next day, the group matches were in full swing. Each participant had to compete in 7 matches today, so the energy recharge and healing rooms became the busiest places. The morning matches went smoothly. Ming Xi maintained her perfect winning record, while Fu Yifan suffered a narrow defeat in one match. He ultimately lost to the flower deer. It wasn't that Ming Xi's tactical arrangement was problematic. As always, the situation on the field changed quickly, and the collected information wasn't comprehensive. Fu Yifan's Crimson Flame Tiger fell victim to this situation. However, he could still hold his head high. After all, he was the first to force the flower deer to reveal its trump card, the explosive mushroom. In the afternoon, Ming Xi encountered her strongest opponent in the group, the seeded player, Rue Qianwu. Ming Xi and Rue Qianwu each took their positions. Rue Qianwu was a very beautiful girl with a grand appearance, attending the best Beastmaster High School in Han City, Tade. She had just represented Tade in the National High School Beastmaster League and achieved excellent results, ranking first in the provincial competition for the first-year group and fourth in the Jianghuai regional competition, although she ultimately fell short in the national top 32. Achieving such good results in her first large-scale national event was already quite impressive. Her future was limitless, so Rue Qianwu was undoubtedly a top contender among the seeded players. A favorite for the championship, her pet was a high-level beast called Sisamoka. Sisamoka, fully named Sisamoka Dragon, is a dual-attribute extraordinary creature that evolved from the low-level beast Erikalong. Erica is also an extremely rare breed among dragon-type pets. A single egg of an Erica with unknown talent is worth over 3 million star coins. Clearly, it's a sacred realm that only the wealthy dare to tamper with. The referee had already blown the short whistle. Ming Xi and Rue Qianwu summoned their respective pets at the first moment. Ming Xi could clearly see the entire appearance of Sisamoka Dragon. It was over 4 meters long, with a pair of exaggerated horns on its head, its skin rough and mottled like old tree bark, its back and tail covered with bulging flesh balls, and its bony wings and fleshy wings spread out, resembling bat wings. Ming Xi felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Indeed, it wasn't about being right. It was about being expensive. Just the terrifyingly ugly appearance of Sisamoka Dragon, which could make one's eyes feel like they were about to burst, could attract so many beastmasters. She couldn't understand it, truly couldn't understand it. The dragon-type extraordinary creatures in this world were generally quite ugly, somewhat indescribably so, resembling the Western dragons from her previous life's legends. Moreover, it was said that Sisamoka Dragon was the top beauty among dragon-type creatures. Just this? The top beauty? Ming Xi couldn't imagine how ugly the other dragon-type extraordinary creatures must be to such a catastrophic extent. Of course, Ming Xi could also understand the thoughts of the beast masters in this world. The principle of respecting the strong was the same everywhere. So what if it's ugly? As long as it's powerful, even an ugly man like Okada can win over a beautiful girl like Rinko. And dragon-type extraordinary creatures are undoubtedly the top combat machines among all extraordinary creatures. Moreover, dragon-type pets are the only extraordinary creatures that must carry a secondary attribute. This means that any dragon-type pet will definitely have another attribute. For example, Sisamoka Dragon is also of the flying type. As a child of Huaxia, who hasn't he dreamed of becoming a dragon rider one day? Ming Xi certainly had thought about it, but it absolutely couldn't be this kind of dragon. She is very devoted and only likes the Eastern Divine Dragon. When Ming Xi was disdainful of the appearance of others' pets at 0.5 seconds, the opponent had already launched an attack. Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath, also known as Dragon's Breath, is a relatively special skill. Chapter 53. Quick Attack Tactics. Due to the differences in dragon species and attributes, Dragon Breath can manifest in many different forms. It can be fire, strong acid, ice, wind blades, lightning, and so on. The specific type of Dragon Breath is determined by the secondary attributes. The Dragon Breath emitted by Sikamaka is a sky full of wind blades. Rue Qianwu's fighting style is very distinctive and has a strong personal flair. Sikamaka itself is a high-burst, high-output strong attack-type extraordinary creature, combined with a beast master with a distinctive style, easily crushing others in every moment. Ming Xi did not give commands. In this situation, Jin Yuanbo could handle it on its own. The two flying pets briefly crossed paths in the sky and quickly separated. Jinyuanbo faced a high-level dragon-type pet and felt a lot of pressure. Its only advantage now is speed. Rui Qianwu, charge. Ming Xi squinted. Indeed, it came quickly. The effect of the Dragon Breath skill was still ongoing, immediately followed by the second skill, giving no one a chance to breathe. Dragon's Claw, Heartstrong, Dragon Breath, Wind Tornado, Dragon Shockwave. Rui Qianwu issued an order approximately every 3 seconds, not only quickly, but also with a very full emotional tone, drowning out Ming Xi's commands in her loud and full voice. Whether the attacks are strong or not aside, just this aura makes it easy to feel suppressed. But upon closer inspection, the transitions between skills are very smooth. Sakamaka showed no signs of confusion due to the rapid skill changes. Not only was it not the case, but it also achieved an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2 through the quick transitions between skills. Rui Qianwu is indeed very impressive. On the field, Jinyuanbo, under the imposing chase of Sakamaka, looked like a poor little mouse that could only cover its head and flee. It could only keep using wind chase, trying to dodge the relentless skill bombardment from Sakamaka. However, it had already suffered some injuries. It was impossible to completely avoid group attacks like Dragon Breath, Dragon Shockwave, and Wind Tornado. Jinyuanbo's golden feathers were stained with patches of crimson. At this moment, in the contestant waiting area, aside from the 4 people currently competing, the remaining 11 were all there, along with 2 laid-back contestants who had come over to visit. Rui Qianwu is too fierce. It feels like Ming Xi has no power to resist. No one can resist Rui Qianwu. Ming Xi has already performed quite well. Indeed, Sakamaka is too strong. Dragon-type pets are already much stronger than pets of the same level, and Sakamaka is also advanced, 1 level higher than the Thunder Demon Bird, which is likely to be beaten down. Both are flying types, but in comparison, the Thunder Demon Bird really looks cheap. What are you talking about? Sakamaka is a dragon type, and what about the Thunder Demon Bird? Although the lightning type is also strong, it doesn't even have an evolution chain. Comparing these two is simply an insult to Sakamaka, but there's no need to belittle one while praising the other. Although Sakamaka is indeed strong, the Thunder Demon Bird isn't that bad. No evolution chain, and still not bad? Heh, if you have the ability, your Koya Xiao shouldn't lose to the Thunder Demon Bird. Everyone, stop arguing. Actually, I also wanted to contract a dragon type for my second pet. I begged my parents for a long time, but they kept saying they didn't have the money. However, they finally relented these past 2 days. But on the condition that I can win the Chongqing Cup Championship this time. Do you think I have a chance? Your parents really dare to dream. Thinking you can win the championship? With your only intermediate strength water lingbo? The charming girl sarcastically said, carelessly offending others, just trying to lighten the mood. But the belittled boy instantly flushed red, looking speechless at the charming girl. The girl is Yun Miao from the group, and she is childhood friends with Sheng Shiyan from the same group. Yun Miao proudly shot a glance at the aggrieved boy and didn't forget to provocatively link her arm with the handsome boy beside her. Speaking with a teasing tone, Brother Sheng, I think you will definitely win the championship this time. Sheng Shiyan remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard the words of those around him, always focused on the competition stage ahead, not giving the girl a glance. Brother Sheng, what's so interesting about those two? Anyway, they definitely can't beat you. Although it was a compliment, the praised person showed no signs of joy. Sheng Shiyan frowned and turned to look at Yun Miao. Then who do you think will win? No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't think he could definitely beat Rui Qianwu. Such thoughtless compliments would only put him on the spot. Yun Miao was taken aback. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, it was Rui Qianwu. Although she hated that Rui Qianwu, the strength of Sakamaka was evident. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't. Sheng Shiyan chuckled lightly, discreetly pulling his arm out from Yun Miao's grip. He originally thought that only Rui Qianwu in the group could pose a threat to him. Until last night, when he coincidentally ran into Meng Wenbin in the restaurant. Both being seed players, they inevitably tested each other with a few words. In the conversation, he discovered that Meng Wenbin was actually quite wary of Ming Xi from their group. After inquiring, he learned that Ming Xi had eliminated a high-level beast master with a high-level pet, Bone Underworld Spirit, in the preliminary rounds. The high-level Bone Underworld Spirit was said to have learned shadow tricks, and even he had no absolute confidence in defeating the opponent. So during the preliminary rounds, if Ming Xi wasn't lucky or the opponent didn't hold back, then undoubtedly, Ming Xi was not an easy opponent. Thinking of Ming Xi being only 14 years old and already awakening the second soul, Qi, made Sheng Shiyan even more wary of her. Hey, Sheng Shiyan, did you hear something? You don't really think that the yellow-haired girl with the surname Ming can win against Rui Qianwu, do you? The chubby boy sitting behind them curiously poked his head over, with his small eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. After being unceremoniously rejected by Ming Xi yesterday, he hadn't received much goodwill from other contestants, and his mood was quite unpleasant. He had invested so much money. If he didn't get the secret land card in the end, wouldn't his dad beat him up? He now had a total of 6 points, just enough to be 5th in the group. But the 6th place, Zhang Zhe, was only 1 point behind him and could overtake him at any time. If he didn't think of a way soon, he might really end up with nothing. Zhang Zhe lost to Ming Xi in the last match, and he hadn't even competed against Ming Xi yet. If he could defeat Ming Xi, wouldn't his points increase? Sheng Shiyan shot him a cold glance. I don't know anything. We'll find out who wins and who loses as we watch. He had no good impression of this chubby boy, a spoiled brat who only knew how to take shortcuts. On the competition stage, Ming Xi also began her counterattack. Chapter 54, Thunder Demon Bird vs. Sikamaka. Since the opponent likes quick attacks, let's see who can be faster. Jin Yuanbo, Thunder Radiation. Golden Feather Whirlwind. Wing Slash. Thunder Radiation. Thunderball. Thunderbird. Golden Feather Whirlwind. Thunderbird. At this moment, Ming Xi's eruption was like a torrential storm. It seemed that the attack wasn't strong. But the coverage was very wide, with dense and precise attacks, and the Thunder Demon Bird's skills could almost hit the opponent every time. Although the former seemed more fierce and domineering from the current situation, it was the Thunder Demon Bird that had the upper hand. Even if many of the Thunder Demon Bird's attacks felt like they were just scratching Sikamaka, they could still create a disorienting effect. The contestants were confused, and the audience was also bewildered. At this moment, the commentator Wang Rui, who had been closely following Ming Xi's match, came online. She is still making targeted adjustments based on the commands of player Rui Qianwu, combining the positioning of the Thunder Demon Bird and the Sisamoka each time. Fast and steady. It neither disrupts the skill connections of the Thunder Demon Bird nor misses the precise timing and spacing. There is no doubt that player Ming Xi has an astonishing talent for beast control. Wang Rui became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining. In contrast, Rui Qianwu's fast attack seemed rushed and lacked foresight. Although Wang Rui did not explicitly state that Rui Qianwu's command was somewhat superfluous, the meaning was almost the same. Her fast attack strategy does have its uniqueness, but it is not entirely applicable to Sisamoka. As a commentator, Wang Rui can be sharp in his words, but he must also consider the feelings of the players, so he continued. Of course, Rui Qianwu did very well in handling skill connections, maximizing the advantages of her skills. What he didn't say was that no matter how strong the attack's explosive power is, if it can't hit the opponent, it's all in vain. Although Wang Rui's commentary carried a bit of personal emotion, it did point out the core issue of the situation on the field, and the audience understood. Wang Rui's meaning was quite simple. It wasn't that Sisamoka was incapable, but that there was a significant gap in the command abilities of the beast masters on both sides. Relying on fast attacks, Rui Qianwu encountered a tough opponent who was even better at it. No. It should be said that she faced a player who was adept at fast attack tactics. Cici. Sisamoka roared in pain. Its soft belly was slashed open by the Thunder Demon Bird's wing slash, leaving 2 gruesome wounds, with green blood pouring down like rain. The wing slash, executed with beginner proficiency, was sharp enough to break through Sisamoka's defenses. AKA, seeing her pet severely injured, Rui Qianwu's beautiful face paled a bit. Ming Xi didn't care about how miserable the opponent was. Wasn't the goal of the competition to make the opponent as miserable as possible? Showing mercy to the opponent in battle was something she couldn't afford to do. She decisively ordered Thunder Radiation. Golden Ingots was just about to comply when a sudden change occurred. Cici. The battered Sisamoka suddenly let out a howl, its originally gray-green vertical pupils turning blood red. Somewhat similar to Golden Ingot's eye color. However, Golden Ingot's blood agate eyes were pure and transparent, while Sisamoka's pupils at this moment looked as if soaked in fresh blood, radiating a strong aura of ferocity and madness. At the same time, a layer of light red vortex began to form around it. Berserk. Seeing this scene, Wang Rui on the commentator's platform couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Ming Xi also realized what was happening with Sisamoka. Berserk characteristic. Sisamoka actually activated the Berserk characteristic at a critical moment. Berserk is a trait that extraordinary creatures activate when severely injured, with their physical and mental energy drastically decreased. In this state, the creature's attack power and speed are doubled. It's akin to a character in an online game going berserk when they have only a sliver of health left. She didn't expect this Sisamoka to possess the Berserk characteristic. It hadn't been activated in previous matches. Ming Xi didn't know whether to lament that she was too strong, revealing the opponent's trump card, or to helplessly accept that she often encountered such unforeseen and tricky situations. Life is tough. She had to adjust her tactics. Although the fast attack strategy was effective, it had a fatal flaw. It consumed energy at an alarming rate. After a series of outputs, Golden Ingots had very little energy left, though the opponent's consumption wouldn't be less than theirs. However, considering Sisamoka's status as a high-level pet, its energy peak would certainly be much higher than that of Golden Ingots. Moreover, with Sisamoka activating the Berserk characteristic, its attack power and speed had been significantly boosted. aka Dragon's Shockwave. Rue Qianwu had calmed down. She heard Wang Rue's comments. But she wasn't prepared to change her habits. Her sharp eyes focused on the changes in the arena, and she quickly issued commands. Wind Dragon Tornado. Ming Xi narrowed her eyes. Is this another attempt to pull off a final blow relying on the characteristic? She thought for a moment and said to Golden Ingots, Golden Ingots, hold on. Think of me in the Thunder Pool. This command seemed quite perplexing. To outsiders, it sounded more cryptic than a riddle. However, Golden Ingots, who could somewhat sense Ming Xi's emotions, quickly understood her meaning. If their Beastmaster was in the Thunder Pool, that meant. It glanced at the ugly dragon that was relentlessly pursuing it and began to cleverly adjust its flight angle. Seeing this, Ming Xi silently gave Golden Ingots a thumbs up in her heart. Dragon Breath. Although Rue Qianwu found Ming Xi's seemingly meaningless command strange, she observed for a while and found nothing amiss. She could only continue to command, no matter what schemes the opponent had. As long as AKA dealt with that Thunder Demon Bird, all other plots would be of no use. Ming Xi calmly watched as Golden Ingots narrowly dodged the domineering Dragon Breath. Chapter 55, Darkness Descends. As Rue Qianwu issued her command again, she called out 0.5 seconds earlier than her opponent. Light Drive. Wind Chase. Charge. Rue Qianwu's command also reached Sisimoka's ears at the same time. At this moment, the Thunder Demon Bird in midair suddenly adjusted its flying position again, stabilizing itself 3 meters above the ground while launching the light drive. Meanwhile, Sisimoka also received its Beast Master's command. Charge. Charge. Concentrating all its strength and energy to violently collide with the opponent. In a berserk state, its attack power is doubled with the Thunder Demon Bird's defense. If Sisimoka collided with it, its bones would probably shatter into pieces. The momentum of Sisimoka's charge was already formed, and its body rushed towards the Thunder Demon Bird. Just then, darkness descended. The next second, boom. With a loud bang, Sisimoka's hard body slammed into the ground, creating a 5-meter deep pit. In an instant, debris flew and dust rose. The calmest person in the arena, Ming Xi, calmly issued the order, Wing Slash. Thunder. Golden Ingots quickly soared higher. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, its wings forming a guillotine that fell like lightning. Chew. Detected that the Master's Thunder Demon Bird has defeated the high-level pet Sisimoka, rewarding 100 minutes of training time at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center. Remaining reward time, 234 minutes 16 seconds. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the time it takes to blink, Sisimoka had smashed itself into the pit. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Someone in the audience shouted, and others jumped up. The scene momentarily became somewhat uncontrollable. What was going on? Did Sisimoka just self-destruct? The last move used by the Thunder Demon Bird was Light Drive, right? It was Light Drive, right? It was Light Drive, right? Isn't Light Drive a demon-type skill? How could the Thunder Demon Bird use Light Drive? Could it be that it is actually a demon type? How is that possible? A flying type, lightning type. And now a demon type? The Thunder Demon Bird is going to the sky. My goodness, this is outrageous. Sisimoka was defeated by a mid-level pet. Who would believe that? No matter what, the final twist truly amazed me. Was Light Drive really usable like this? So awesome. That little Beast Master, is she a devil? How could she think of such a brilliant move? On the commentator's platform, after a brief moment of confusion, Wang Rue and the host also became excited. Player Ming Xi, the youngest contestant in this Longhing Cup, actually defeated the most favored contender for the championship. It's simply unbelievable. I still can't believe what I just saw. Wang, how do you view the final counterattack of the Thunder Demon Bird? Wang Rue's mood at this moment was not calm at all. He was certain that Ming Xi would indeed use the delayed prediction. Just now, in that last reversal, she absolutely used the delayed prediction. She anticipated Rue Qianwu's tactics in advance, made arrangements ahead of time, and completed a desperate counterattack. This is not a rookie Beastmaster at all. She is simply a divine Beastmaster. And she is only 14 years old this year. Compared to the bustling excitement in the audience, the excitement on the podium was also agitated, while the players' waiting area fell into a strange silence. Not just this group, but the other 3 groups were similar. Even Fu Yifan and Meng Wenbin, who had some understanding of Ming Xi's strength, were stunned by the final impact of the Thunder Demon Bird. It can be played like this? After all, that was Rue Qianwu, a top 4 player in the National High School Beastmaster League in the Jianghuai region. That was the Thunder Demon Bird, a high-level dragon-type pet. Ming Xi, a rookie Beastmaster who had awakened for less than a month, actually won with just a Thunder Demon Bird. This is no longer a reversal, it's an urban legend. Oh my, no wonder this blonde girl dared to reject this young master. It turns out she is so strong. She actually took down a champion candidate. Finally, breaking the silence in this group was the chubby Li Fugawei. After everyone looked at each other, they turned to Sheng Shiyan. Now, the pressure was on Sheng Shiyan. Currently, on the leaderboard of this group, Sheng Shiyan and Ming Xi were tied for first place. But Sheng Shiyan had not yet battled Rui Qianwu or Ming Xi. Both matches were scheduled for tomorrow morning. This means he would have to face two strong opponents tomorrow. Sheng Shiyan's expression was also very serious. This Ming Xi had completely exceeded his expectations. How could she be so strong? Is she really only 14 years old? She just told Brother Sheng that Rui Qianwu would definitely win, but in the end, it was Ming Xi who won. Isn't this a slap in the face? She indeed hates those two. In fact, our group is the real death group, right? Two championship favorites. And the powerhouse who crushed the championship favorites are all in our group. Zhuoxing Yuan's words immediately resonated with the others in the group. There are indeed 3 seeded players in this group, but aside from Fu Shushu, the remaining 2 cannot compare to Rui Qianwu and Sheng Shiyan in their group at all. Now, another Ming Xi has emerged from their group. Not a seeded player, but better than a seeded player. The death group is definitely their group. As Ming Xi became the topic of discussion for everyone, she was called by Rui Qianwu. Why did you know I was going to have aka use impact? Ming Xi looked at Rui Qianwu, who appeared dejected and unwilling. Clearly, this failure had hit her hard. Ming Xi sighed. You are good at fast attacks. And your handling of the skill connections of the Thunder Demon Bird is unique, maximizing the power of the skills. But you may not have realized that you have already formed muscle memory. Ming Xi certainly did not have precognitive ability. Prediction is a combat skill based on reality and surpassing reality. Let me give you an example. After Wind Tornado, you either follow up with Dragon's Shock or Dragon's Roar. But after Dragon Breath, in this match alone, you used Impact 3 times and Wind Tornado once. Combined with the situation of the Thunder Demon Bird at that time, I judged that the possibility of you using Impact was higher, which is why I made the subsequent arrangements. After hearing Ming Xi's explanation, Rui Qianwu suddenly understood. So her fast attack had formed a fixed pattern? She looked at the young girl in front of her and sighed softly. Although losing to Ming Xi, who is almost 3 years younger than her, made her very frustrated, she had to admit that Ming Xi was strong. It was a kind of pure strength that did not rely on external forces. She sincerely said, "Thank you for being willing to tell me this." "You're welcome." Although Ming Xi didn't think there was anything to thank for. "If you don't have anything else, Rui, I'll be leaving first. My friends are still waiting for me." This was not Ming Xi's excuse. Her matches for today had ended. And next she would join Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding to head to the Beastmaster Center in Han City. Chapter 56, Han City Beastmaster Center. During lunch with Xiao Dingding, she heard that she would go to the Beastmaster Center tonight for the illusory summoning contract, and immediately expressed her desire to go as well. Ming Xi walked into the Han City Beastmaster Center's main entrance, flanked by Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding. "I'll go for a physical test first, to see what level of physical fitness I have, and to what extent my brain domain is developed." She also needed to adjust her subsequent training based on her physical condition. Name, Ming Xi. Gender, female. Age, 14. Physical fitness. Brain domain development, 11. Junior. What level of physical fitness do you have? Fu Yifan stared at the paper in Ming Xi's hand, looking a bit confused. His physical fitness had just barely broken through recently. How could the junior be a whole level higher than him? How could he deal with this? He was puzzled and bewildered. With your physical fitness, how were you ever rumored to be a weakling in our school? Ming Xi. I went to the Thunderpool Villa in Qingyan City a couple of days ago and soaked there for an hour. And that's when I awakened the second soul key. Fu Yifan was surprised. You soaked in the Thunderpool? The one at Thunderpool Villa? Yes. You suddenly had a second awakening while soaking? Yes. Fu Yifan. Is the Thunderpool that effective? It directly promotes awakening? Should he try it one day? Not only was Fu Yifan eager to try, but even Xiao Dingding wanted to give it a go. Ming Xi could naturally see their intentions and fully supported them trying it out. You can all give it a try. The body refining effect is indeed very good. The longer you persist in the thunder pool, the better the effect, but the only downside is the pain. Fu Yifan was curious. How painful is it? It's okay. I managed to hold on, so I believe you can too. Anyway, it definitely won't hurt you to death. Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding exchanged glances, feeling that what Ming Xi referred to as okay was two different things from the common understanding of okay. But since she said so, they definitely had to try the thunder pool at least once. Junior, are you really going to go for the illusory summoning? Why don't you reconsider? Your key quality is 5 stars. 5 stars. The highest quality that is 1 in a million. To just use it for the illusory summoning like this is too wasteful of its quality. How about we first go to the cultivation center next door and see? No matter what you choose, I'll pay today. How about it? Ming Xi, you really can't be so willful. That's a 5-star key. After leaving the key detection room, Fu Yifan transformed from the handsome school idol into a Tang Sung, specifically the version from a Chinese Odyssey. He kept chattering all the way. Tang Sung reciting scriptures, earnestly persuading. She could empathize with the suffering of Sun Wukong today. Senior, it's a big taboo to change generals on the battlefield at the last minute. It usually doesn't end well, and it's just 5-star quality. It's not the first time. Just as they were about to reach the spirit contract department, Fu Yifan was still nagging. Ming Xi didn't want to be the center of attention, so she could only interrupt him. The golden ingot on her shoulder looked at Fu Yifan with a very disdainful gaze, as if he were a spoiled child. What's wrong with the illusory summoning? The ones summoned through illusory summoning are all exceptional beasts like it, gifted and unparalleled, with mighty and unyielding spirits. This foolish human doesn't understand at all. Humph. Its Beastmaster is still wise and visionary. Hearing the underlying meaning, Fu Yifan not only wasn't appeased, but became even more excited. What? Are you saying your first soul key is also 5 stars? You, this is too wasteful. Fu Yifan covered his not-so-muscular chest, striking a pose as if he were a beauty. Ming Xi, the girls at school who admire him should really take a look. This is the campus prince they've been longing for. This is their idol. Idol? More like a neurotic. Fu, you don't need to say anything. Xiaoxi knows what she is doing. Just let her make her own decisions. In the end, it was Xiao Dingding who really stepped up, suppressing Fu Yifan with just one sentence. It turns out it still takes a beautiful sister to handle things. Beautiful sisters are the best. The spirit contract department at the Beastmaster Center in Han City is even livelier than that in Haizhou City. As soon as Ming Xi and the others entered, they felt like they were squeezing into the subway during rush hour. It was already past 6 in the afternoon, yet there were still so many people. One can only say that it lives up to being the provincial capital, right? The atmosphere is quite different. Ming Xi paid and received a number ticket, estimating the wait time. It would take at least 40 minutes. Since they were just idling anyway, and to avoid Fu Yifan bringing up old matters again, Ming Xi began to give Fu Yifan some tips, analyzing the videos of his opponent from the past 2 days frame by frame. Currently, Fu Yifan's points in the group were quite impressive, with 10 wins out of 11 matches, ranking second in the group, only behind Hualu. In fact, as long as he guarantees at least 1 win in the last 3 matches, given the current point standings and match situations, he will certainly advance as one of the top 3 in the group. Junior, do you think I have a chance of tying with Hualu? Fu Yifan asked. Losing to Hualu didn't leave Fu Yifan feeling too bitter. Others had stronger beasts, were older, and were crafty veterans. It was completely normal for him to lose. He was just purely curious. Ming Xi nodded. Yes, there's a chance. The remaining members of your group, who haven't faced him yet. Wei Xianxian has a chance of turning the tables. Wei Xianxian's Fortress Turtle is a water and rock dual-type beast. As we all know, the combination of water and earth can produce many different effects like mud, swamps, and even mudslides. The Fortress Turtle has both offensive and defensive capabilities. If Wei Xianxian can find a way to combine the water and rock skills of the Fortress Turtle to turn the battlefield into a swamp, then for Bouncing Mushroom, which relies heavily on a mushroom spore explosive environment, it would be equivalent to sealing most of its skills. Moreover, the swamp environment restricts movement speed. Even if Bouncing Mushroom learns the seed machine gun, the Fortress Turtle's defense would be enough to withstand a couple of hits. As long as Wei Xianxian doesn't mess up too badly, there's a chance to defeat Hualu under such circumstances. At this moment, the admiration on Fu Yifan's face was hard to hide. Junior, you're amazing. After a moment, he asked slyly, can I tell Wei Xianxian what you just said? He was just itching to see Hualu run into trouble. Chapter 57, Opening Blind Boxes Again. Ming Xi didn't mind. Go ahead. Anyway, I already battled Wei Xianxian this afternoon. His becoming stronger won't affect me, but if Wei Xianxian really wins against Hualu tomorrow, wouldn't that be like I won? He felt that was a pretty good outcome. Ming Xi couldn't understand his self-comforting methods. Xiao Dingding clearly didn't get it either, and couldn't help but say, even if Wei Xianxian beats Hualu, but since Wei Xianxian's points are behind, even if he wins all 3 matches tomorrow, it's unlikely he can catch up to you too, unless you and Hualu lose all 3 matches. That was obviously impossible, but you've lost to Hualu before. According to the competition rules, even if you two end up tied, Hualu would still be first in your group, so the final result wouldn't change. Fu Yifan knew this, waving his hand dismissively. You girls don't understand our competitive spirit. Alright then, who said there's a difference between boys and girls? Just as it was about to be his turn, Ming Xi noticed that the staff had already called out the number in front of her. Number 177. Room 6 for spirit contracts. Sure enough, within a minute, a staff member came out and called her number. Ming Xi quickly got up and walked to the staff member. Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding excitedly followed behind her. The staff member's gaze swept over the 3 of them and finally focused on the well-behaved golden ingots on Ming Xi's shoulder, who was sharpening its claws. She suddenly turned cold, looking at Ming Xi with icy eyes. You are number 177? Ming Xi was taken aback. Did this staff member seem angry? Was it because she brought 2 people along? But ISNT had allowed for the Beastmaster's parents and friends to accompany them to wait outside the spirit contract room as long as the Beastmaster agrees. Plus, the number of companions shouldn't exceed 2, and she didn't exceed that. Although Ming Xi couldn't understand the staff member's change in attitude, she nodded seriously. The staff member's face visibly grew colder. "Why isn't the beast you want a contract wearing a control ring? Do you have a purchase receipt for this beast? Or a breeding certificate issued by the Beastmaster Center?" Ming Xi suddenly realized. She quickly understood the reason for the staff member's change in attitude. It turned out it was because of the control ring. The contract ritual for beasts must take place in the spirit contract room, which requires the Beastmaster to bring suitable beasts or beast eggs to the Beastmaster Center to complete the contract. Uncontracted extraordinary creatures, even those raised in breeding centers, possess certain aggressiveness and uncontrollability, which may lead to resistance, escape, or attacks on humans. Therefore, the Alliance has researched and produced beast control rings. Control rings can effectively suppress the emotions of extraordinary creatures, control their behavior, and prevent accidents. When the Beastmaster awakens the soul key and determines the extraordinary creature to contract through legal means such as purchase or entrusted breeding, the breeding center or breeding shop will fit the creature with a control ring. Bringing wild extraordinary creatures without a control ring into the spirit contract department is illegal. In severe cases, the Beastmaster may face very harsh penalties. In other words, the control ring serves as the identification for the extraordinary creature to be contracted. The existence of control rings also effectively prevents some illegal hunting of wild extraordinary creatures. Of course, beast eggs do not require control rings. But proof of purchase or breeding certification must also be provided before entering the spirit contract room. "You misunderstood." Ming Xi smiled wryly. "Thunder Demon Bird is my beast. It's already contracted." Upon realizing she had caused a misunderstanding, the staff member paused, quickly turning to confusion. If this bird beast wasn't the one this girl was preparing to contract, then why were all three of them empty-handed? Did these three boys have storage items to store the beast eggs? While the staff member was in a storm of thoughts, the little girl in front said, "I'm here for a colorful summoning contract, so I didn't bring any beasts or beast eggs." The staff member blinked, bewildered yet excited, and exclaimed, "What? You're doing a colorful summoning?" Goodness, she even switched to dialect. After Ming Xi said that, she noticed countless curious and probing gazes from the waiting area. As expected, once the colorful key was mentioned, who could compete with her? "Miss, could you take us in first?" She didn't want to endure the looks of the stunned onlookers. "On the way, you really awakened the colorful key?" Ming Xi handed over the key detection slip. "Huh, you're only 14 years old. This is your second time awakening the soul key?" Ming Xi nodded. The staff member looked astonished yet helpless, a conflicted expression on her face. "You really want to do a colorful summoning?" Ming Xi nodded without hesitation. "Are you sure?" Ming Xi nodded again. This staff member was practically Fu Yifan too. 0. What kind of trouble had she caused? Finally arriving at the door of room 6 for spirit contracts, Ming Xi felt a sense of relief. She skillfully took out the soul key, opened the door, and walked in confidently without a hint of hesitation. Once inside the spirit contract room, Ming Xi cleverly summoned golden ingots again to let it witness the summoning contract process. The already contracted beasts of the Beastmaster would not be excluded by the rules of the spirit contract room. The structure inside the spirit contract room is quite similar, and Ming Xi confidently stepped onto the spirit contract platform. She inserted the key into the central lock. The familiar spirit formations lit up one after another beneath her feet. This time, Ming Xi wisely stood at the very edge of the platform, in case Erwa attacked her without asking. Just like Jinyuanbo, she could dodge in time. Amidst the light, an object about half a person's height appeared in Ming Xi and Jinyuanbo's line of sight. Before she could see clearly, Ming Xi felt an inexplicable thud in her heart. When she finally saw the true form of that object, she almost fainted and fell off the spirit contract platform. "Are you kidding me?" Outside the spirit contract room, Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding nervously stared at the closed door of the spirit contract room. To ease the tension, Fu Yifan started making small talk. He had just met Xiao Dingding today, and they were really not familiar with each other. However, because they had a mutual friend, Xiao Dingding's attitude towards Fu Yifan was acceptable. If it was a friend Ming Xi trusted, she would trust them too. That's just how unprincipled she was. Xiao Dingding smiled gently, believing that no matter what, Xiao Shi could nurture it well. Just like the Thunder Demon Bird, even if it couldn't evolve and was just an intermediate pet, it could still take down advanced pets. "Sister Xiao, you are right." At that moment, the door of the spirit contract room opened again. Chapter 58-003. Xiao Dingding, Fu Yifan, and the waiting staff all looked over. They saw Ming Xi expressionlessly carrying a gray-white stone about half a person's height. Jinyuanbo trailed behind her, with drooping feathers, looking confused and lost, as if his worldview had collapsed. Fu Yifan looked at the large stone in Ming Xi's arms and tentatively asked, "Junior, is this a rock-type pet?" Many rock-type pets have the characteristic of turning into stone. Ming Xi sighed deeply and shook her head. "No, this should be a fossil pet egg." As soon as Ming Xi finished speaking, The air was filled with a dead silence after the smoke had cleared. A fossil pet egg, also known as a fossil egg. After hundreds, or even thousands of years, a small part of pet eggs that have never hatched for various reasons will gradually be covered by a layer of hard, shell-like stone. It ultimately becomes an object similar to a fossil, called a fossil pet egg. Fossil pet eggs are difficult to form, making them extremely rare. They are highly sought after by archaeology enthusiasts and some collectors. Generally, fossil pet eggs are dead eggs, and the inside is likely already petrified. However, in rare cases, the pet inside the fossil may still be alive. Even if there are life fluctuations inside the egg, the hatching probability is extremely low. As long as there are life fluctuations, they can be contracted by beast masters. Many breeders believe that completing a contract with a beast master can significantly increase the hatching probability of a fossil pet egg. But no one would be foolish enough to contract a fossil pet egg. Ming Xi's mind wasn't foolish either. She would refuse if the blind box gave her a fossil pet egg. The only consolation might be that being successfully summoned and completing the contract at least indicated that the extraordinary creature inside the egg was still alive. Meanwhile, on a planet light years away from Blue Star, at a depth of 8,000 meters in the sea, in a secret research institute for extraordinary creatures built by a special organization. Not good. Not good. Dr. Allen, it's bad. The assistant's sudden intrusion interrupted the ongoing experiment. Allen, who was holding the breast expander, lost his balance, and the expander suddenly opened wide. Squeak. The green extraordinary creature on the experimental table let out a shrill scream as it was disemboweled, completely dying. Allen frowned and tossed away the expander, not glancing at the green extraordinary creature again, only coldly instructing the assistant beside him, chop it up and throw it in pit 3 for feed. Yes. The assistant respectfully responded and began to handle the aftermath. Only then did Allen look at the person who had barged in, his narrowed eyes revealing a chilling, killing intent. What is the matter with all this shouting? Have you forgotten the rules here? The assistant instantly broke out in a cold sweat, shivering as he realized the reckless mistake he had just made. But at this point, he could only tremble and say, Dr. 003 has disappeared. Allen's face changed drastically, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. 003 was an important sample that had existed since their construction, with a very mysterious origin. It was said to have been retrieved from a secret treasury of a certain country after the Big Boss destroyed that country. The Big Boss valued it highly. What do you mean it disappeared? It just suddenly vanished. All instruments can't detect its existence. Allen frowned. Take me to see. If 003 was truly lost, even he would be held accountable by the Big Boss. This is really bad. Back on Blue Star, Ming Xi walked out of the Beastmaster Center in Hanning City, holding the fossil egg in her hands. Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding followed behind her in silence. Their expressions were as if they had just attended Ming Xi's mother's funeral, full of pity, helplessness, and confusion. The atmosphere was heavy, like a funeral, and Ming Xi felt that it was even heavier than when she went to sweep the Tomb of Martyrs during Qingming Festival in her previous life. She was starting to feel overwhelmed. All right, you really don't need to feel sorry for me. This pet egg is just fossilized. It's not completely dead. Didn't we just test it? Its internal life energy is still very active, which means it still has a good chance of hatching. After leaving the spirit contract room, Ming Xi took the fossil egg to the pet testing room. After testing with the instruments, it was confirmed that although Erwa was a fossil egg, the life fluctuations inside were still very active, definitely not a dead egg. However, even the instruments at the Beastmaster Center couldn't determine what kind of egg it was and couldn't assist in hatching it. What if it never hatches? What will you do? Fu Yifan said worriedly, feeling that he was really worried sick for Ming Xi. I told you, we can't use the illusory call. We can't use the illusory call. The junior is just too stubborn. Now look. She has contracted a fossil pet egg without knowing when it will hatch, or if it can hatch at all. It's really ridiculous. Is there anything more unreliable than the illusory call contract in this world? No, there definitely isn't. He felt that if this happened to him, he would spend his whole life healing from it. Only a person like the junior with a big heart could still comfort them nonchalantly. Ming Xi wasn't as pessimistic as Fu Yifan. When she contracted Jinyuanbo, wasn't it also a pet that was determined to be unable to evolve? But the reality proved that it was just that the League hadn't found the right method for it to evolve. So, she shouldn't throw away the ugly fossil pet egg. She would take it into the time realm tonight to let Guangguang have a look first. Senior Fu, Dingding, you really don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Even if this egg can never hatch, I won't regret my choice today. The decisions I make, I will see through to the end, she said, hugging the fossil egg tightly, stroking its uneven surface as if she could feel its internal movement. Her gaze softened a little. And I believe it's a good baby. It definitely wouldn't want to keep me waiting too long, right? Lele, you still have me. Even if this broken stone never hatches, I can protect you. Jinyuanbo, who had been silent after coming out of the spirit contract room, suddenly spoke up, comforting Ming Xi, which surprised and delighted her. You've become considerate, Jinyuanbo. Well, Ming Xi wondered if it was her imagination, but when Jinyuanbo spoke, the hard pet egg in her hands seemed to move slightly. It must be an illusion. At the same time, the trending topic on Mengbo tonight was entirely taken over by the Chongqing Cup. Chongqing Cup surprises everyone with a dark horse. A god-level reversal stuns the audience. Why did the favorite contestant for the championship in Chongqing Group's internal selection competition dream of elimination? Chapter 59, Trending Topic Exploded. The Chongqing Group's internal selection competition has been held for 5 years, and due to its connection to secret land quotas, it is quite well known in the Zhonghui region. Last year, a television station even aired parts of the competition live. This year's situation is even more special. Due to the nationwide high school Beastmaster League finishing a month earlier than previous years and coinciding with Chongqing Group's 250th anniversary celebration, the rewards for the champions are on par with those of large-scale events. Therefore, many young Beastmasters who have already made a name for themselves flock to participate in this year's Chongqing Cup. For example, Lin Yingluo. For example, Fu Shushu. For example, Rui Qianwu and Sheng Shiyan. They all achieved remarkable results in this year's National High School Beastmaster League. Such nationwide Beastmaster competitions are usually the most popular. As long as one performs excellently on the field, they can gain a large number of fans and attention. Just like Fu Shushu, with his handsome looks and aloof temperament, outstanding family background and talent, he has represented his school in the National High School Beastmaster League for 2 consecutive years, achieving impressive results. In Ming Xi's previous life, he would have definitely fit the role of the male lead in campus literature. So even though he rarely manages his fan blog, his account has nearly 5 million followers, comparable to a third-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. In the era of Beastmasters, those with both strength and looks are the most sought after. This has directly led to this year's Chongqing Cup being far more popular than any previous editions, a truly unprecedented spectacle. But no one expected that Lin Yingluo was eliminated by a middle school boy without even making it to the group stage. Fans thought that this was already surreal. But what happened next shocked them even more. The championship favorite, Rui Qianwu, who possessed a dragon-type pet, lost in the group stage to a 14-year-old second-year middle school girl. The opponent's pet was even deemed by the league to be unable to evolve to a higher level, a thunder demon bird. It was absurd, truly absurd. The trending topics exploded. I'm really curious, do intermediate pets now easily defeat advanced pets? But my Emma Whaley can't do that. What should I do? Am I going to be eliminated by society? I'm really panicking right now. Panic 1. Panic 2. Panic 10086. Hey, which era is 10,086 from? Everyone calm down. It's a low probability event for an intermediate pet to defeat an advanced pet. Don't think everyone can do it. Those who can do it are not human. I can somewhat understand the red flame tiger defeating the duty Ibwa. After all, fire is strong against poison. And that red flame tiger has the flame body characteristic, but I really can't understand how the thunder demon bird took down the Saisa Mokalong. Same here. My brother is a professional beastmaster, and I just showed him the match between the thunder demon bird and the Saisa Mokalong. Do you know what he said? Don't keep us in suspense, or I'll come after you. My brother said that the little beastmaster named Ming Xi might be using a delay prediction technique. You all know what that is, right? Haha, your brother isn't a professional beastmaster. He is a professional trickster, right? Delay prediction is a super skill that only a handful of genius professional beastmasters can master. That Ming Xi is only 14 years old. It said she has been awakened for less than a month. Saying she can use delay prediction, why don't you say your brother is Xie Zhaolang? Xie Zhaolang is currently one of the top young professional beastmasters in Longhua Nation, a superstar contestant. Believe it or not, that's exactly what my brother said. Your brother just blew up. Tomorrow is the last day of the Chongqing Cup, right? It just happens to be Sunday. I've decided to go watch it live. Is anyone coming with me? Let us go. I envy the person above for being from Hanning City. I want to go too, but the distance is too far. I'm from a neighboring city. It's convenient for me to go. I've already bought a ticket to Hanning City for tomorrow morning. I want to see how powerful that thunder demon bird really is. As the Chongqing Group's internal selection competition stirred up unprecedented excitement online, no one noticed that a blogger with fewer than 100 fans posted a new update. Today, I hosted a child who came for a contract ceremony at work. She awakened a prismatic key, which has a very high quality, 5 stars. But I don't know what she was thinking. She chose to open a blind box and ended up with a fossil pet egg. Later, it was checked, and this fossil egg has existed for at least 1,000 years. Ming Xi had no idea how much conversation fodder she had provided for the bored public. At 9 p.m., in the hotel room, after 2 days, the time realm finally descended again. Ming Xi, with her backpack and a pet egg in her arms, with Jin Yuanbao perched on her shoulder, stepped into the open door ahead. Congratulations, Master, on successfully contracting your second pet. The moment Ming Xi heard Guangguang's voice, she couldn't wait to ask, Guangguang, can you tell what type of pet my second one is? It's unclear if the second one is special or if the fossil egg is special, but the Beastmaster Center's instruments couldn't figure out what kind of egg it was. As a result, her personal information interface now shows Pet, Thunder Demon Bird, Intermediate. Unknown, Fossil Pet Egg. It looked both absurd and heart-wrenching. With current technology and the abilities of extraordinary beings, it shouldn't be undetectable. Currently unable to determine. Master can try using the equipment in room 1 to check later. Even Guangguang couldn't figure it out? Fine. Let us first draw the duration. Today she had 2 chances to spin the wheel, so she spun the wheel twice in a row. Her luck for drawing duration was usually good, and today, without the toilet goddess boost, her performance stabilized again. One spin gave her 30 hours, the other 36 hours. Great. At this point, Ming Xi also noticed that besides the countdown sign on Jin Yuanbao's head, there was also one on the pet egg. However, it was pink, particularly dreamy and very girly. But it seemed Jin Yuanbao couldn't see it. It appeared that only she, as a Beastmaster, could see the sign. Master, the day before yesterday, the time realm absorbed a large amount of overflow energy from the thunder pool, and after a fusion of laws, a small thunder pool has been created inside the time realm. Ming Xi was taken aback. She had been busy with the competition these past 2 days and almost forgot that the time realm took a day off to absorb the thunder pool's energy. Are you saying there is now a thunder pool in the time realm? Yes. So, does that mean Jin Yuanbao and I can soak in the thunder pool every day from now on? Yes. Great. That is powerful. No precious reward time was wasted. It turns out that one must give to receive. Jin Yuanbao, our training time is quite ample today, so we need to change our training plan a bit. Let us do this. You first go soak in the thunder pool for an hour, and then, after arranging Jin Yuanbao as training tasks for the next 66 hours in just a few words, Ming Xi didn't let it go to the thunder pool right away. Instead, she held the pet egg and entered room 1 together. As per usual, she first conducted a check. She placed the fossil egg aside and picked up Jin Yuanbao's report. 2000. Ming Xi remained silent. Chapter 60. When did the new characteristic awaken? Thunder Demon Bird. Beast age, 208 days. Level, intermediate. Evolution completed 79 days ago. Gender, male. Attribute, flying. Lightning. Energy peak, 6,098. Energy average, 5,901. Talent. Characteristic 1, Thunderbolt. Level. Note, when encountering thunderstorm or thunderstorm weather, the energy value will be 3 times that of normal, and there is a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Feature 2, Immovable King. Level. Description. After entering battle, willpower becomes particularly firm and unshakable in any situation. Feature 3, Absolute Silence. Level. Description. When using the skill Light Drive, there is a certain chance that opponents caught in the skill will not hear any external sounds. Skills. Wind Chase, minor level 27. Claw Strike, beginner 80. Golden Feather Whirlwind, minor level 4. Light Drive, novice 77. Wing Slash, beginner 75. Thunderball, beginner 76. Thunderbird, beginner 29. Thunder Radiation, novice 94. Thunderstorm, novice 0. Ming Xi was really confused. She didn't understand how Jin Yuanbao inexplicably gained the feature of absolute silence. Isn't it only possible to awaken new features during evolution? She tilted her head to look at Jin Yuanbao. You gained the feature of absolute silence. Do you know that? Jin Yuanbao shook its head, but soon nodded again. Lele. It had a faint feeling, but wasn't sure. Jin Yuanbao mentioned that it had been pondering how to make Light Drive have a silencing effect, so that she could rest well yesterday. It turned out that she fell asleep in the audience because of Jin Yuanbao. No wonder its energy consumption was so high at that time. For her, it actually went against logic to awaken a new feature. What a touching pet love is this. At that moment, Ming Xi felt so moved she wanted to cry. Thank you. She stroked Jin Yuanbao's beautiful feathers, feeling that even if one day it really turned against her, she might still forgive it. Lele. No big deal. Jin Yuanbao waved its wings, wearing a proud expression as if to say it was just something done casually. Lele, is there nothing else for me to do? I'm going to the thunder pool now. Go ahead. Such a thoughtful and diligent pet beast is simply the dream pet of a beastmaster. How can opening a blind box be unreliable? She found it quite reliable. Soon Ming Xi felt down again, because of the detection report of the fossil pet egg. Pet egg. Species, unknown. Gender, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Talent, unknown. Life activity level, 78. Looking at the long list of unknowns except for life activity level, Ming Xi's mouth twitched slightly. So this was just a lonely test. The owner might as well put it in the pet incubator, which can accelerate its hatching progress. And you can also see its hatching progress. Ming Xi exclaimed, so there's an incubator here. Yes, the incubator is in room 1. On the second shelf in the corner to your left, that little black box is it. Ming Xi looked towards the corner and indeed found a black, palm-sized metal box on the shelf. Is such a small box really a pet incubator? It is currently in a folded state. If you press the switch on top, it will automatically restore to its normal size. High-tech. Ming Xi glanced at the other small items on the shelf. These can't all be special instruments, can they? The incubator expanded into an oval sphere, and Ming Xi carefully placed the pet egg inside. Once the hatch door closed, an indicator light lit up at the front of the cabin and flickered several times. The display screen showed, hatching progress 001. Sure enough, it can display hatching progress. So as long as the hatching progress reaches 100, the pet will break out of its shell. Ming Xi thought for a moment and asked, Guang, can it stay here until it hatches? The owner is asking if it can continue to stay here when you are not in the time realm. Yes, it can. But it will consume reward time. 1 hour of reward time can be exchanged for 24 hours of hatching time. Reward time is indeed incredibly useful. Fortunately, she didn't actually use reward time to go to the bathroom. Thanks to the internal selection competition these past 2 days, her reward time has skyrocketed. She currently has 234 minutes and 16 seconds of remaining reward time, which is about 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 16 seconds. If she exchanges it all, she could get about 4 days of hatching time. Ming Xi did not choose to exchange immediately. She needed to see how much the hatching progress would reach after 66 hours. Leaving the pet egg in room 1, she didn't go to the thunder pool right away. She planned to first exhaust herself through training before heading to the thunder pool. Then compare which state would yield better results. Given her current physical fitness level, it wasn't easy to exhaust herself. 3 hours later, after completing 1,000 pull-ups and 1,000 high knees, Ming Xi dragged her tired body toward the area where the thunder pool was located. The thunder pool was set apart in a separate room, which was the newly appeared room 4. Jin Yuanbo had already gone to the static simulation room, so the thunder pool was empty at that moment. The area of the thunder pool was much larger than she imagined, about half the size of a basketball court. Mist swirled and thunder crackled. The hair on her head instantly stood on end. It was similar to the situation at the thunder pool manor. This was exhilarating. Oh no. She wasn't wearing an insulated hat or undergarments. Now she couldn't go out. If she continued to loiter around like this, would she turn into a fried little chick? Ming Xi began to hesitate about whether to step in. Training was valuable, but hair was even more precious. Should she just wait until tomorrow to soak? Guang seemed to sense her dilemma and reminded her, Master, there is a disposable insulated suit in the washroom on the 2nd floor. You can go change into it. Upon hearing this, Ming Xi almost cried tears of joy. Time realm. Ming Xi quickly went upstairs and changed into the special suit for soaking in the thunder pool. The feeling was still intoxicating. However, it wasn't her first time. Some things, once accustomed to, become just that. The pain, as it persisted, gradually became bearable. It's commonly referred to as getting used to it. Ming Xi soaked for an hour before stopping. Knowing when to stop is crucial. Everything must be done in moderation. Countless fairy tales, horror stories, love stories, and other twisted tales teach us the same lesson. Pulling seedlings to help them grow is a no-no. You can't become a big fat man in one bite. Contentment brings happiness. The next man will pamper you even more. All of the above. The truth is, it was just too painfully unbearable. Really couldn't take it. An hour was already Ming Xi's limit. Chapter 61. Good luck comes. After coming out of the thunder pool, Ming Xi felt that although the enhancement effect wasn't as obvious as the last time at the thunder pool manor, it was still much better than her normal training. Especially after the pain subsided, it seemed even the fatigue in her body had disappeared. Fully revived, Ming Xi smacked her lips, feeling that she could soak again soon. Soaking more is better. It turns out that soaking in the thunder pool after training is slightly more effective than soaking in a fully energized state. A normal person might collapse after working continuously for 66 hours, but in the time realm, Ming Xi didn't need to worry about that at all. As long as she could overcome the monotony and boredom of doing the same thing mechanically for a long time, she was fine. In this regard, Jin Yuanbo was stronger than Ming Xi, apart from going to soak in the thunder pool every 20 hours. It spent almost all its time in the static simulation room diligently practicing Thunderstorm. It was truly in love with Thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Ming Xi didn't forget to allocate half her time to reading and studying during her training. She had brought her textbooks with her before leaving home. After all, a Beastmaster who doesn't want to be a top student is not a good Beastmaster. As the 66 hours were nearing completion, Ming Xi brought Jin Yuanbo back to room 1. Jin Yuanbo still laid down inside and came out again. Ming Xi went to check on the hatching progress of the second egg. The incubator's display showed hatching progress 1375. Oh wow. It's much faster than she expected. Ming Xi calculated that with 66 hours for a progress of 1375, that means a progress of 5 and 24 hours. This means that to let the second egg hatch completely in the incubator, it would take 20 days. Guang, if I want to exchange hatching time, What is the time flow ratio compared to reality? Master, you are really perceptive. Guangguang straightforwardly flattered Ming Xi. Ming Xi, if the master decides to exchange the reward time for hatching time, there's no need to consider the ratio to real time. Because no matter how much time you exchange, when you next enter the time realm, the hatching time will have run out. Ming Xi raised an eyebrow. So, even if I exchange for 4 days now, and then immediately use the reward time to enter again, that 4 days of hatching time will have passed? Yes. Awesome. All right, I got it. Ming Xi looked at the golden ingot that had already come out of the detection chamber. Golden ingot, I want to discuss something with you. Ming Xi seriously explained the matter of the pet egg and the incubator to it. All our reward time is earned by you, so it should be all yours. Last time in the Thunder Pool, I used the reward time without asking you, and I want to apologize for that. At that time, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't consult with the golden ingot, so I used the reward time without asking it, which was my mistake. The golden ingot tilted its head. Thunder, thunder? Why apologize? Thunder, thunder? Didn't you say before that yours is mine, and mine is yours? So why apologize to me? Ming Xi was speechless. She didn't expect the golden ingot to really remember what she had said. Today, she felt really moved by the golden ingot. You are right. But I still need to consult your agreement on this matter, since the reward time is earned through your hard work. This is a matter of mutual respect. Don't you think? The golden ingot called out, indicating that it understood. Ming Xi continued. So what I mean is that I want to use the reward time to exchange for the hatching time of the second egg. Do you agree? Thunder, thunder. The golden ingot nodded without hesitation. In fact, it didn't care too much about the reward time. For it, the daily training time drawn was already very valuable. How much is the reward time? It's not enough for its beast master to go to the bathroom. The young master is so generous. With its pet's awareness so high. Ming Xi felt very gratified. She waved her little hand and exchanged 2 days of hatching time for the second egg, consuming 2 hours of reward time. Remaining reward time, 112 minutes 16 seconds. After arranging for the second egg, she picked up the new inspection report from the golden ingot. Then she suddenly widened her eyes. Energy peak, 7,202. Energy average, 7,039. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. The data on it was still shocking. The previous inspection showed that the golden ingot's energy peak was only 6098. Just 2 days had passed, and the energy peak had directly soared by 1104 points. Even if today's drawn training time was doubled, it wouldn't be possible to increase that much all at once. Ming Xi had calculated based on past data that typically, in the time realm's 24-hour training, the golden ingot's energy increase fluctuated between 180 to 280 points. Today, with 66 hours of training time, even if calculated at the highest increase of 280 points, it could only yield 770 points. Where did the extra 334 points of energy come from? Ming Xi could only think of the Thunder Pool. The only difference in the golden ingot's training project today compared to previous days was that it had included soaking in the Thunder Pool. So the Thunder Pool in the time realm can directly enhance the golden ingot's energy? The more Ming Xi analyzed, the more excited she became, almost wanting to dance on the spot and sing, "Good luck is coming, good luck is coming." Although this guess had not yet been confirmed, Ming Xi felt it was highly likely. All her belongings that she had brought in before were scattered on the ground. The inspection report in her hand had already disappeared. After the training time was cleared, all her belongings, except those exchanged for special purposes using reward time, were not allowed to remain in the time realm. And items from the time realm could not be taken out. Being completely distracted by the abnormal surge in energy value, Ming Xi did not notice certain changes in the golden ingot skill bar. The next day, Ming Xi looked around the gymnasium. Was it just her illusion? Why did it feel like there were a lot more spectators today than yesterday? Yesterday, the audience area was clearly dotted with empty seats. But today it looked like the Mediterranean had put on a wig. Although the jungle was fake, the density was real. Look, that little girl must be Ming Xi, right? It's her. She looks so small, and she's even carrying a cartoon backpack, like a little elementary school kid. Others are already very small, okay? She's only 14 years old. Still a little kid. Ming Xi, who was a little kid carrying a backpack. She could hear them. Not happy. Junior sister, did you know? You're famous. Fu Yifan must have secretly practiced the ghost dance steps, appearing behind Ming Xi every time without her noticing. Ming Xi glanced at the almost full audience area, her expression calm. Now I know. She guessed it must be due to the rising popularity of this year's Chongqing Cup. Although Ming Xi was still uncertain about what she would do in the future, she had considered developing in the direction of a professional beastmaster. After all, in this world, professional beastmasters earn more than celebrities and enjoy social status that celebrities do not have. Although Ming Xi had no grand ambitions and just wanted to earn money to support her family, one cannot live their whole life just for trifles, right? She also needed to plan her future well. Ming Xi had 3 matches to compete in this morning, facing Cheng Yuan, Li Fuguei, and Sheng Shiyan respectively. Chapter 62, Thunder Demon Bird Overlord Chapter. Cheng Yuan's ground ant was nothing to fear. Although the ground ant's powerful digging skill made it difficult for the flying-type golden ingot to avoid a hard battle against it. The golden ingot was not only flying-type, but also electric-type. Under the full coverage of electric balls and electric radiation, no matter how tough the ground ant was, it could only be defeated. However, Li Fugui was unexpectedly difficult for Ming Xi to deal with. His pet was not one of the 3 fighting-type bodyguards that always followed him, nor the fairy-type pet that served as his secretary, but a demon-type nightmare demoness. This nightmare demoness rarely attacked actively, constantly using control skills to bind the golden ingot, greatly restricting its movements. This battle between intermediate pets actually lasted for more than half an hour before a winner was determined. Of course, in the end, it was still Ming Xi who won, but the chubby boy did indeed put some pressure on Ming Xi. Ming Xi felt that with such strength, the chubby boy had no need to resort to those shady tricks and waste money. Those funds could be given to her. She could take off on the spot. All groups of matches had entered their final stages. The last matches of each group were as follows. Group, Fu Sushu and Hiyu. Group, Meng Wenbin and Yu Zhou. Group, Sheng Shiyan and Ming Xi. Group, Hua Lu and Wei Xuanxuan. Clearly, this last match was deliberately arranged by the organizing committee. Each group had a seed player participating. But the focus of the audience for this group was undoubtedly the highest in the entire arena, not because of Sheng Shiyan, but because of Ming Xi. The host on the podium passionately announced, the contestants from each group are now entering the arena. The contestant from our group is one of the favorites to win this year's championship, Fu Sushu. His performance in the matches has been outstanding, with no defeats. And he currently leads the group in points by a wide margin. He is also the participant in this year's National High School Beastmaster League. The host began to praise Fu Sushu's remarkable achievements. Everyone understood. Who else would they flatter if not the golden sponsor? Moreover, this golden sponsor's feet are not smelly at all. When it came to introducing other competitors, the host's emotions stabilized significantly, appearing as if a lovesick brain had turned into an intellectual one. Among the contestants was also our dark horse competitor of this session. The host's emotions visibly fluctuated again. Ming Xi, the youngest contestant in this Longheng Cup, is only 14 years old. During the group stage, she also remained undefeated and currently ranks first in group points. Whether it was a competitive spirit ignited by losing to Ming Xi or perhaps due to Ming Xi's explanation in the match against Sheng Shiyan, Ruei Qianwu slightly changed her combat style and ultimately defeated Sheng Shiyan. So now the point ranking of the group is Ming Xi, 13, Ruei Qianwu, 13, Sheng Shiyan, 12, Wen Yao, 10, Wang Fugui, 9. The battle between Ming Xi and Sheng Shiyan would determine who would be the first in their group. If Ming Xi wins, she would undoubtedly be the group leader. But if Sheng Shiyan wins, the situation becomes a bit complicated. They would all have the same score, and each would have 1 win and 1 loss against the other 2. This situation has happened before, so the event committee had established rules in advance. The first principle is, in case of tied points, the side with the higher Beastmaster level is declared the winner. Both Ruei Qianwu and Sheng Shiyan are at level A, while although Ming Xi has already contracted with her second beast, she has not yet completed the Extreme Tower Challenge task, so her level remains at B. This means that if Ming Xi loses this match, she will lose her qualification for the finals. Moreover, Ruei Qianwu has already beaten Sheng Shiyan. Therefore, the group leader would be Ruei Qianwu. In other words, when Sheng Shiyan lost to Ruei Qianwu, he had already missed the chance to qualify for the finals. Of course, this does not mean he would take this last match lightly. In fact, to prove that he is not inferior to Ruei Qianwu and Ming Xi, he would take it even more seriously. The host at the podium continued to elaborate. Contestant Ming Xi is also the only level A Beastmaster with an undefeated record in this group points match. According to insiders, she only contracted her first beast on the 10th of this month, which means she has only been bonded with the Thunder Demon Bird for less than 20 days. Just as Ming Xi stepped onto the battle stage, the insider mentioned by the host couldn't possibly be Fu Yifan, right? Senior Fu doesn't he seem like a big mouth? In less than 20 days, contestant Ming Xi has managed to coordinate with the Thunder Demon Bird to such an extent, which is truly remarkable. Even more astonishing is that she recently awakened her second soul key. I have seen many geniuses, but someone as extraordinary as her is indeed rare. Ming Xi, there's no need to be so direct in your praise. The host probably realized that this was not Ming Xi's home ground, and briefly introduced the 2 contestants from the group. Now, let us look forward to the wonderful performances of these young Beastmasters. The whistle blew simultaneously at 4 competition stages. The final match of the group stage officially began. In front of Ming Xi appeared a giant, brownish-green extraordinary creature, known for its balance of intelligence and strength. Million Gravitational Pull. Million Gravitational Pull is a high-level skill in the control category that releases a powerful gravitational wave to forcibly attract surrounding enemies to itself for strangulation. Very few beasts can escape under million gravitational pull, unless they have skills like gravitational potential that can counteract the pull. Similar skills include 10,000 gravitational pull, 100,000 gravitational pull, and 10 million gravitational pull, which correspond to beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively. Ming Xi decisively spoke up. Chapter 63, Skill Incomplete. Thus, it quickly understood Ming Xi's intention, which was the plan. It also implied balance. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on the Jin Yuan Bao, and it ceased to resist the powerful pull, its body being forced to crash in the direction of the pull at a speed surpassing light. Bang! Shengshan was taken aback, realizing that his beast's two tentacles were almost completely severed, with only a thin layer of skin barely holding them together. I saw that before being pulled over. The thunder demon bird's wings turned into giant guillotines. It must have used wing slash. It only locks onto living beings, meaning that skills like million gravitational pull will only pull the opponent over, but will not pull the skill released by the opponent. This is reasonable, otherwise, million gravitational pull would become useless. What do you think the thunder demon bird did? I have no idea. However, commentator Wang Rui noticed something amiss. He held the microphone. It's an incomplete skill. The thunder demon bird indeed used wing slash, but it maintained the skill in a semi-activated state, just transforming its wings into guillotines without releasing the energy to form an attack. The host beside him had an epiphany. This is equivalent to the thunder demon bird turning into a steel-type beast. If we talk about what million gravitational pull fears the most, it is undoubtedly steel-type beasts. The reason is, as Wang Rui mentioned, the gravitational acceleration under the pull would make the steel-type beast's body the most terrifying weapon. Moreover, I don't know if I misread it, but I feel that Ming Xi's thunder demon bird's proficiency in wing slash seems to have reached the minor accomplishment level, and the size and sharpness of the wing blades are different from yesterday. But is it that easy to improve skill proficiency? It takes at least a year and a half to elevate the proficiency of high-level skills from beginner to minor accomplishment. It's simply impossible. How long has Ming Xi's thunder demon bird been contracted? So I must have misread it. It turns out skills can be used this way, Wang explained. Is this easy for a beast to accomplish? The host raised a crucial question, interrupting Wang Rui's wild thoughts. Wang chuckled softly. I can tell you with certainty that maintaining a skill in an incomplete state is very difficult. He emphasized again, very difficult. Just because the incomplete skill seems simple, but the actual operation is not easy. When extraordinary creatures release skills, it's like pressing a skill key in an online game. The moment you press the key, the skill has already been released. Some might say you can cancel the skill, but for extraordinary beings, almost all skills have continuity and integrity. Once they use the energy within their bodies, the skill is essentially in a fully released state. So interrupting a skill is easy, but maintaining it in an incomplete state is very difficult. It requires the extraordinary creature to have an extremely sophisticated level of control over its own energy, which is unrelated to skill proficiency or the beast's own strength. It only relates to innate talent and diligent practice. Of course, talent is still key. Some extraordinary creatures might spend their entire lives without being able to maintain a perfect, incomplete skill state. The world is indeed cruel. For some, hard work is the best portrayal of life's reality. I see. After hearing Wang Rui's explanation, the audience suddenly understood. So it was indeed wing slash that caused this. Million gravitational pull combined with wing slash, two high-level skills stacked together, would definitely sever the tentacles. Did you notice? This Ming Xi seems to be very good at using her opponent's skills to enhance herself. It was just like when she fought against Si Saimoka, where the actual cause of Si Saimoka's dragon fainting was the impact of its own skill. So her tactic is to make the opposing contestant shoot themselves in the foot? That's right, I noticed that too. This little girl is cunning. She is clever, not cunning, okay? Just as the audience said, million gravitational pull can no longer be used. Shengshan's head ached. Only when faced with Ming Xi did he truly feel how troublesome she was. Even the incomplete skill is workable. How high is the talent of this thunder demon bird? If it weren't for its inability to evolve, he would have wanted to contract one. Strike. Strike. A mid-level skill of the general type uses tentacles for striking attacks. Losing one or two tentacles wouldn't affect its combat power at all. For a moment, the competition stage was filled with the chaotic dance of giant whips, and Jin Yuan Bao could only struggle to survive in the narrow gaps. If it accidentally got hit, dislocated bones would be the least of its worries. Thunderbird. With increasing proficiency, Jin Yuan Bao can now release 8 Thunderbirds. It might just cause a little abrasion. However, the Thunderbirds come with an electric paralysis effect, which is even more effective against water-type pets. Electric types restrain water types. It's not just empty talk. Electric radiation. With Ming Xi's command, a huge electric ball instantly unfolded, covering the entire competition stage with electric energy. Ming Xi knew all too well how stunning the effect of electricity meeting water could be. Its body rapidly expanded, growing to twice its original size. And then its tentacles simultaneously pushed down towards the ground. Chapter 64, The Power of Thunderstorm. The coverage range of electric radiation has its limits. This familiar formula. Good heavens. Water-type pets can even fly these days. Water jet. Sheng Shiyan actively counterattacked. Immediately, a massive torrent shot towards Jin Yuanbao. The water column having a diameter of at least 1 meter and moving at high speed, leaving Jin Yuanbao no time to dodge. The next second, Jin Yuanbao was slammed to the ground by the water flow. It endured without letting out a cry of pain. Ming Xi, fly up. Sheng Shiyan also wanted to pursue the attack, excitedly shouting, Water ball. Chase the wind. Electric ball. Even though it was already trying its best to counterattack. With several electric balls smashing down, there was always something it couldn't avoid. Now the competition stage was filled with water. The opportunity was rare and couldn't be missed. Ming Xi didn't hesitate, decisively calling out the skill, Thunderstorm. Jin Yuanbao excitedly cried out. The budding thunder flowers looked like soft, fluffy clouds, beautiful, peaceful, and quiet. As everyone was mesmerized by the dazzling thunder flowers, they bloomed one after another. At the moment they blossomed, the beautiful and dazzling large flowers transformed into fierce and menacing hurricanes. The petals opened, and the storm arrived suddenly. This is the thunderstorm. Bang bang. Especially piercing and mournful. It was not surprising to be instantly killed by the thunderstorm, which is the most powerful high-level skill. Silence. Only the sound of the wind was desolate. Congratulations to the Master S Thunderbird for defeating at a higher level. The referee's voice was like a drum of awakening, rousing everyone from their daze. Did I see that wrong? Was that the thunderstorm? Such a large thunderflower, such a fierce hurricane. What else could it be if not the thunderstorm? Bro, the Thunderbird is actually a high-level pet, right? Definitely not. The Alliance has determined that the Thunderbird cannot evolve to a high level. So how could it be a high-level pet? Then how could it use the thunderstorm? That is the thunderstorm. A high-level skill among high-level skills. Have you ever seen a mid-level pet use such a high-level skill? I thought it was absurd when this Thunderbird could use Wing Slash before. But now it even unleashed the thunderstorm, and it produced as many as 6 thunder flowers, each bud at least 2 meters tall. Which indicates that the proficiency of the thunderstorm has reached a small success. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? So do you think it's possible that the Alliance made a mistake regarding the Thunderbird's level? Is it actually a high-level one? Although my friend's doubts were well-founded and very plausible. But do you think so many scientists in the Alliance are just eating dry rice? Could they even get the level of extraordinary creatures wrong? Then there's only one possibility. Ming Xi's Thunderbird is too abnormal. Not to mention the audience was dumbfounded. Even Ming Xi, who made Jin Yuanbao use the thunderstorm, was a bit stunned. The thunderstorm actually produced 6 thunder flowers, and the proficiency had already reached a small success. Should Jin Yuanbao just be renamed Jin Kila? So fierce. In just 66 hours, the proficiency of the thunderstorm rose 3 levels. Awesome. The last match of the group stage was bound to be lively. What all the spectators didn't expect was that besides the expected outcome on this side of the group, the flower deer on that side actually stumbled and lost to Wei Xuanxuan. The audience, this is hard to evaluate. Are mid-level pets this impressive these days? The flower deer actually lost. How come I didn't notice that Wei Xuanxuan had such strength before? It feels like he suddenly opened up his meridians. This match was also a tactical victory. The flower deer's bomb mushroom did not showcase its true power at all. This year's Chongqing Cup is so interesting. Isn't it interesting? This year's Chongqing Cup has a very high gold content. In previous years, due to conflicting schedules with the National High School Beastmaster League, there wouldn't be so many talented young participants. Wei Xuanxuan is fine. After all, he is a high school student, almost 17 years old, and it's understandable to train the fortress turtle to this level. But Fu Yifan and Ming Xi are both middle school students, one 15 years old, the other 14. And just look at the results of these two in the group stage. One ranked second in points in their group, losing only 1 match, while the other ranked first, winning all 14 matches. These two really don't look like middle school students at all. The 2 middle school students being discussed by the audience had just gathered together. Fu Yifan pulled Ming Xi aside, first congratulating her on advancing as the first in her group, then started whispering, "Junior, let me tell you a secret. The afternoon match might be cancelled. Is her spatial necklace really going to take flight? I heard my dad and the others say that the secret realm seems to have opened early for some reason." Hearing this, Ming Xi was also surprised. The Chongqing secret realm opened early? Is that true? Fu Yifan nodded. It's almost certain. So we might have to head to the secret realm a day early. To give us enough time for preliminary preparations, the afternoon match will likely be cancelled. The original scheduled time to enter the secret realm was April 30th, with a day off for preparation after the match. But if the secret realm really opens early, the possibility of cancelling the semifinals and finals is very high. Ming Xi was a bit curious. Has this situation happened before? I mean, the Chongqing secret realm opening early. Fu Yifan shook his head. No, but there have been several instances of it opening late. When it opens late, are there any abnormalities inside the secret realm? I haven't heard of that. Seeing her expression seemed a bit serious, Fu Yifan reassured her, don't worry, this kind of thing is actually quite common. Chapter 65. The secret realm opens early. Sometimes the power of spatial solidification can become unstable for some reasons, leading to the early or late opening of secret realm passages. But the secret realm remains the same. There will definitely be no major changes. Fu Yifan spoke confidently, and given his noble background, Ming Xi believed him. The final facts prove that some things should not be said too firmly. It's easy to get a face full of trouble. Ming Xi wasn't really worried. She just feared unexpected changes would make the trip a waste. Since Fu Yifan said so, there shouldn't be any major issues. Fu Yifan's information sources, being a young master of the Fu family, turned out to be very reliable. After the organizers issued the secret realm tokens to the top 5 in points from each group, they announced the cancellation of the afternoon match. The Chongqing secret realm has opened early, and our chairman has decided to let everyone enter the secret realm tomorrow. According to past situations, the secret realm generally opens for 4 days. With today included, you can stay in the Chongqing secret realm for a maximum of 3 days. The secret realm token is the pass to enter the secret realm passage, and when you come out of the secret realm, you will need to return the token to us. So please make sure to keep your secret realm tokens safe and do not lose them. Finally, the semifinals and finals will be held after everyone comes out of the secret realm. Oh wow, Ming Xi's heart suddenly blossomed. So it seems her space pass has potential. With the hand card in hand, it has been confirmed that she will set off for the secret place tomorrow. Ming Xi immediately called her grandmother. The old lady was first very happy for her, but soon turned worried, concerned that her granddaughter at such a young age would encounter dangers alone in the secret place. Seeing her children and grandchildren succeed naturally makes the elder happy, but a mother worries when her child travels far. The grandmother feels the same way about her granddaughter. Ming Xi tried her best to reassure the old lady. After that, she contacted teacher Xiaobai, as she had to ask for a week off for the upcoming holiday. What did you say? Xiaobai knew that Ming Xi participated in the Chongqing group's internal selection competition and that she advanced from the regional competition. However, she always thought Ming Xi was just lucky that she would be eliminated in the first round of the competition. But now, if you listen closely, what did this child say? I ranked first in the group stage and will enter the Chongqing secret place tomorrow, so I need to take a week off. Xiaobai wanted to laugh. Considering her solemn identity as a teacher, she held it back. Ming Xi, are you sincerely telling your teacher that you are embarrassed to say you lost? Xiaobai, whose full name is Bai Jinjin, is 26 years old this year. After graduating, she passed the teacher qualification assessment by the Education Bureau and was assigned to Haizhou No. 3 Middle School. She worked as an ordinary subject teacher for 2 years. And when the original homeroom teacher of class 26 of the second year went on maternity leave last year, she was appointed as the substitute homeroom teacher. Therefore, she inexplicably became the official homeroom teacher of class 26. Although she is young and has been teaching for a short time, she considers herself to be a relatively serious and responsible teacher. To better interact with students, she even took time to enroll in a class to study educational psychology, reading a lot of books on adolescent mental health. She believes she has a certain understanding of adolescent psychology. Just like Ming Xi's current situation, it is clearly a typical avoidance mentality. Young people are sensitive, with a strong sense of competition and shame when facing unexpected results. They will subconsciously choose to lie to cover the truth. In essence, it is just saving face. She thought for a moment and gently said, actually, losing is nothing. As the ancient saying goes, winning or losing is common in war. You have just awakened not long ago, and your coordination with the Thunder Demon Bird is certainly not as good as those beast masters who have been contracted for 1 or 2 years. So losing is very normal, right? But the teacher believes that your future achievements will definitely not be worse than anyone else's. As a good teacher of the people, she is familiar with giving students motivational talks. Xiaobai was convinced that Ming Xi had been eliminated. It's not that she didn't believe in her student's strength, but she heard that this year's Chongqing Cup was particularly lively. The Chongqing group's internal selection competition has been held for 5 years. She had only heard of it before, but had not paid attention. This year, because of Ming Xi, she wanted to pay attention, but a few days ago, her mother, led by other aunties in the community, got into a fight with a group of high school boys over territory while trying to dance in the square. This incident not only caused a ruckus in the hospital, but also made it to the police station. She was busy and overwhelmed with that, so she naturally had no time to focus on the Chongqing Cup competition. However, while she was in the hospital, she happened to overhear 2 nurses talking about the Chongqing group's internal selection competition, saying that many talented high school students participated this year. And the excitement of the competition was no less than that of the National High School Beast Master League. That's why she was so sure that Ming Xi was lying. Ming Xi was speechless. Was she the kind of person who would suffer just to save face? Teacher, I didn't lie. I really got a spot in the Changheng secret place. Ming Xi helplessly thought she didn't want to waste time explaining how awesome she was. So she directly sent a photo of the secret pass with her name engraved on it to teacher Xiaobai. Each secret pass is unique. It is made from a special metal produced in the secret place by the Fu family and is engraved with names by professional spirit engravers after the competition results come out. And it requires blood fusion. This means that the pass can only be used by the person whose name is on it. This is also the reason why the chubby Wang Fugui went to such lengths to mess around. Ming Xi could almost see a few big exclamation marks popping up above teacher Xiaobai's head in the video. Is this real? Did you really advance? Oh my god. Didn't they say this year's Changheng Cup is full of geniuses? How did you stand out among a group of geniuses? Teacher Xiaobai was in a frenzy. So her analysis was all nonsense? Can she get a refund for the psychology course fee she just paid the other day? Ming Xi touched her nose. Teacher, do you think there is a possibility that your student is also a genius? So she is the one blocking others, not the other way around? Xiaobai, cough, teacher, about my request for leave next week. Which normal middle school student would dare to ask for a week off? Unless something serious happened. Xiaobai sigh? She began to doubt whether the information she heard about this year's Changheng Cup was just hearsay. All that talk about geniuses and excitement was all fake. It could just be a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. It's not that she lacked confidence in Ming Xi, but how long has it been since Ming Xi awakened? It hasn't even been 20 days, and no matter how talented she is, she can't really be that amazing, right? The more she thought about it, the more she felt she must have misheard. Those two nurses must not have been talking about the Changheng Cup, but rather some other large-scale competition. Chapter 66. Not a genius, but external help is too strong. Teacher Xiaobai convinced herself like this. Then she began to feel happy for Ming Xi. She also reminded her to be careful in the secret place, not to play too much, and not to trust strangers, blah blah blah, and gave a long list of instructions. Finally, she approved a week's leave for Ming Xi. After ending the call, Ming Xi let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that dealing with elders was more exhausting than competing. Meanwhile, on Xiaobai's side, after hesitating for 3 seconds, she decisively went online to search for news related to the Changheng Group's internal selection competition. Then, she was completely stunned. No way. Could her unremarkable student really be an extraordinary genius? Look at what Ming Xi has accomplished. Defeating high-level dragon-type pets, ranking first in the group stage, an undefeated myth, teaching intermediate pets advanced skills, and even more outrageous, awakening 2 soul keys within a month. Are the protagonists mentioned in these news articles, videos, and trending topics really her student Ming Xi? It couldn't be that there are 2 people with the same name and the same contracted pets, right? His father wore a face that seemed to say he couldn't rest in peace with his whole corpse intact, standing beside his grandfather. The current head of the Fu family, Fu Ting, sat in the main seat, watching Fu Yifan with a blank expression. Fu Ting is a spirited and handsome middle-aged man. He looks like he is only in his early 40s, wearing a loose and comfortable long robe, handsome and refined, like someone who stepped out of an ancient painting. In reality, he is over 80 years old. Fu Yifan's appearance is 80 inherited from Fu Ting, and he is the one among the descendants who resembles Fu Ting the most. However, their temperaments are worlds apart, a difference brought by age and strength. Fu Ting snorted. Just now, your father came running to find me, saying you advanced as the second in your group, only losing 1 match. And he came to take credit on your behalf. What do you have to say about that? Fu Yifan stole a glance at his father. His father still had a deadpan expression. Grandpa, what else is there to say? I did advance as the second in my group. Although it doesn't compare to my cousin's perfect record, but I'm still young, right? You can't be too harsh on me. Fu Ting sneered again. You little brat think you can play tricks on your grandpa? Don't you know your own weight? If you don't, go drink more calcium milk. Now tell me, did you bribe your opponent? Just like that spoiled little fatty from the Li family? Fu Yifan. What do you mean by that? Is his credibility in his grandfather's eyes really that low? How could he be compared to that fool Li Fugui? There are limits to what one can tolerate. Grandpa, you can't wrong your honest, kind, and adorable grandson. My good grades are hard-earned and genuine, not fake. Just listen to what you're saying. Do you even have WeChat? Fu Ting shot him a glance. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Of course, he didn't have the guts to be clever in front of his grandfather. Forget it, forget it. If confessing is the way to go, then so be it. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Grandpa, here's what happened. It was a beautiful day, with a clear sky, and I followed my cousin to the worker stadium, where it was bustling with people. Fu Ting's expression turned serious, his tone icy. Get to the point. Fu Yifan shrank his neck. Wasn't the point coming? That day, I ran into my junior, Ming Xi, and so on. He rambled on. After Fu Yifan finished his story, Fu Ting remained expressionless. But there was a hint of interest in his eyes. It was Fu Yifan's father, however, who looked shocked, his eyes wide open. He stopped pretending to be dead. Looking at his son, he asked, Fan, Are you saying that the reason you could defeat that girl from the Lin family, winning 14 out of 13 matches, and that way Xuan could defeat Hualu, is all because this Ming Xi was behind the scenes strategizing? Under the fierce gaze of his father, Fu Yifan nodded honestly. The fact was indeed as such. Fu father's face instantly turned longer than a horse's face. He gritted his teeth and asked slowly, "Is she still your junior at Haijiao number 3 middle school?" Fu Yifan nodded again. The heart of the father, who had hoped his son would become a dragon, shattered into pieces. The study fell into silence. For a moment, no one spoke. The Ming Xi you mentioned is the little girl who outperformed other competitors in the group score competition, right? Fu Yifan was surprised. Grandpa, you've heard about Junior Ming Xi too? His grandfather, busy with many affairs, had indeed proposed holding the Chongqing Cup, but in reality, he rarely paid attention. Even though he and his cousin participated in this round, he only cared about the results and didn't pay much attention to the process. But he hadn't expected him to know about Ming Xi. In the competition I sponsored, a high-level dragon-type pet defeated a mid-level pet. Such big news. How could I not have heard? However, Fu Ting had not anticipated that his grandson would know that little girl, and moreover, that she was the unsung hero behind his good results this time. Sigh. In truth, he had entertained a glimmer of hope, thinking perhaps his little grandson was truly a genius. It turned out the kid was just an unlucky one. What genius? It was clearly the external help that was too powerful. However, the little grandson's actions weren't exactly cheating. You brat, you could be considered a fool with good fortune. You've made an interesting friend. Hearing this, Fu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed the test, right? He had the chance to invite her over to his house. By the way, send her a copy of the internal materials about the secret land too. Fu Yifan looked up at his grandfather in surprise, feeling that his grandfather looked cunning and had ulterior motives. While Ming Xi was out shopping with Xiao Dingding, preparing items for their trip the next day, she received a transfer from Fu Yifan. 100,000 star coins. At the same time, she received his message and a compressed file. The message was very simple. Junior, I promise to give you 10,000 star coins for every match you win. This includes the match with Wei Xuan. Don't be polite with me. I will definitely need your help in the future. Senior Fu is really generous. 100,000 star coins just like that. No wonder so many people cry out to be friends with the rich. This kind of happiness is indeed quite nice. If she could get good things in the secret land, she would return the favor appropriately. After all, it was agreed to only take 1,000 for each match. And Ming Xi didn't want to take advantage of others for free. With Fu Yifan's financial support, Ming Xi no longer felt constrained while shopping. On Xiao Dingding's recommendation, she replaced the energy pills, supplementary potions, and healing potions at Jin Yuanbao with mid to high-end brands that were more suitable for Jin Yuanbao. Chapter 67, Secret Land Passage. To be safe, she prepared supplies for 4 days, as well as her own food and water, a temperature-controlled tent, temperature-controlled clothing, lighting equipment, and a military shovel, along with other items needed for camping outdoors. Ming Xi also bought herself a short dagger made of super metal for self-defense. After a delightful shopping spree, her 100,000 star coins dwindled to less than 20,000. As expected, money is hard to earn, but it's so easy to spend. In the end, she bought a pet identification device. She simply had to buy this. It was the wish of a study loser. Thank you for accompanying me today, Ding Ding. Jin Yuanbao also politely called out. Xiao Dingding had spent the entire afternoon with her, and her goal was to become a trainer. So her understanding of the pet energy pills and potions on the market was far superior to that of this non-native. Xiao Shi, you're being polite again. Hee. It was heard that Xiao Dingding's meeting with that master trainer went very smoothly. Although the master was a bit serious and rigid, he was very satisfied with Xiao Dingding's talent and had already agreed to take her on. So next semester, Xiao Dingding would transfer to a high school in Hanning City to conveniently learn from her teacher. Good. The items purchased in the afternoon had already been delivered to the hotel, and after she packed and organized what she needed to take, it was almost 9 o'clock. Looking at the mountain backpack that was half her height, she thought it would be great if there was a space button. Storage devices are essential items for home travel and for committing crimes. Their importance has been proven by countless protagonists in refreshing stories. Unfortunately, the time realm does not have storage functions. Otherwise, space buttons would be worthless. She always felt that there was something fishy about this. However, Ming Xi didn't push it. The functions of the time realm were already amazing enough. At exactly 9 o'clock, the time realm arrived on time. Today, she drew 24 hours again. Another day of rolling and dying. Before leaving the time realm, she used her reward time to exchange 3 days of hatching time for the second baby. Before leaving, the hatching progress for the second baby had already reached 2875. She won 3 matches this morning, netting 120 minutes. So her remaining reward time was now 52 minutes and 16 seconds. She couldn't use all her reward time. She had to leave some for emergencies. At 4 o'clock the next morning, before the sun had even risen, Ming Xi and the other competitors had already boarded the car sent by the Fu family and arrived at a small town called Yonghe in the suburbs of Handing City. Ming Xi took a big slurp of soy milk. The entrance to the Chongqing secret land is located in an area owned by the Fu family. Only under the guidance of the Fu family can one enter. When Ming Xi and the others arrived, Fu Yifan and his brother were already waiting at the entrance. Of course, they weren't the only ones there. Other beast masters were present too. These beast masters ranged from young to old. The Chongqing secret land restricts the strength level of beast masters, but does not limit their age. Among them, a few were lightly packed, clearly carrying space buttons. The Chongqing secret land opening certainly couldn't just allow 20 people in. The 20 people selected from the internal selection only accounted for 1/3 of the total quota. The remaining spots were allocated by the Fu family themselves. Junior Ming Xi, you guys are here. Fu Yifan and his cousin stood together, both carrying heavy backpacks. Although they were young masters, their treatment was similar to that of other Fu family members. They weren't given any special treatment. Senior. Ming Xi walked up to Fu Yifan and politely nodded at Fu Sushu. Today, Fu Sushu's gaze had shifted downward significantly. At least Ming Xi could finally see the whites of his eyes. Junior, this is for you. Fu Yifan handed Ming Xi a button-shaped brooch. Ming Xi curiously accepted it, asking, what is this? This is a sensing communicator. Since each space passage is random, we will appear in different places after entering the secret land. In other words, group actions are not possible. Ming Xi understood this clearly. The information that Fu Yifan sent her yesterday was very comprehensive. Not only was there a complete map of the secret realm, but also a list of rare materials that might appear in various regions, the types, strengths, and even weaknesses of wild, extraordinary creatures, all laid out clearly. There were also various precautions, illustrated and detailed to the extent that it could be published as a book. This information was certainly something that only the Fu family's internal members could see. Fu Yifan sent it to her, an outsider, and she wondered if his family would find out and whether he would enjoy the real three-piece set of a wealthy family. However, Ming Xi accepted his goodwill. She didn't know that this information was sent to her at Fu Ting's direction. The magnetic field in the secret realm is chaotic, and our personal terminals will be unusable at that time. This sensing communicator was specially developed by our Chongqing group based on data such as the magnetic field fluctuations of the secret realm. It doesn't have much functionality. Just allows for short-range pairing, and once paired successfully, communication can occur. Ming Xi understood that it was somewhat like an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, usable only within a certain range. What is its maximum sensing distance? This device must have a distance limit. He briefly explained how to use the walkie-talkie. Ming Xi noticed that, besides the Fu brothers, almost every beast master they brought had one. On the participants' side, Meng Wenbin, Rui Qianwu, Sheng Shiyan, Li Fugui, and others also wore the same type of communicator on their chests. Ming Xi was not surprised. Wealthy people always have more connections than ordinary beast masters. Although Ming Xi was poor, she couldn't resist having a wealthy senior. She didn't act pretentious and gladly accepted Fu Yifan's kindness. With many debts, there was no need to worry. At 5 o'clock, as dawn broke, all personnel were in place. Ming Xi's first journey into the secret realm was about to begin. The entrance to the secret realm was located in the belly of a mountain, which was a dark and deep passage. The entrance was not large, just wide enough for an adult to pass through, and the surrounding energy fluctuations were obvious, making it clear that it was not a normal cave. The team was led by Fu Sushu and a clan uncle of Fu Yifan, named Fu Shaodian, a steady young man of 28 years. Before entering the secret realm, he began to explain some important precautions to everyone. Everyone must take good care of their secret realm hand cards. Without them, they would be rejected by the passage. What he didn't say was that there was a spirit inscription stele in their clan's territory. The spirit inscription stele and the secret realm hand cards were made of the same material and were intricately connected. When a beast master holding the hand card entered the secret realm, their name would appear on the stele. If the hand card is destroyed or the holder dies, the name on the stele will disappear. Thus, the secret realm hand card also serves to confirm whether the holder is alive. Based on past experience, after entering the passage and walking about 10 meters, they would reach the secret realm. What they would encounter outside was uncertain. It could be an open and safe environment, a nest of wild, extraordinary creatures, or even underwater. In short, anything could happen. Therefore, everyone must be prepared and remain vigilant. Although the danger level of the Chongqing secret realm is not high, the wild, extraordinary creatures inside are restricted by rules, and the highest level will not exceed the general level. Nevertheless, there have been cases of deaths or serious injuries in previous years, when someone is unlucky. Even instant noodles can lack seasoning packets, not to mention surviving and treasure hunting in an unfamiliar wilderness. Therefore, Ming Xi and the others signed a disclaimer yesterday, stating that in the event of death or serious injury in the secret realm, it would have nothing to do with the Chang'ing group. Fu Xiaodian was obviously a serious and responsible person, continuing to mention a bunch of precautions without pause. Even though Ming Xi had memorized the internal information provided by Fu Yifan, she still listened very attentively. She felt that the more she listened and remembered, the more secure her little life would be. About 10 minutes later, Fu Xiaodian finally said, once inside, regardless of what situation you encounter, remember to summon your pets at the first opportunity. To avoid beast masters and their pets being randomly assigned to different areas, exceeding the summoning range, it's best not to summon pets before entering. After reminding everyone of everything necessary, Fu Xiaodian finally stopped hesitating and began calling names according to the list. Those called entered the passage. Everyone began to enter in order as instructed. Ming Xi. Fu Xiaodian finally called Ming Xi's name. Ming Xi stepped forward and stood at the entrance of the passage. Come back safely. Fu Xiaodian smiled gently at her, his eyes full of encouragement. Ming Xi smiled and nodded at him. You too. After speaking, she adjusted her backpack, confirmed that her secret realm hand card was properly hanging around her neck, turned on her light, and stepped into the dark passage without any hesitation. Ming Xi did not notice that as she stepped into the passage, the spatial passage slightly distorted for a moment, and her secret realm hand card only lit up briefly before quickly dimming. At that moment, she felt like a child going on a spring outing for the first time, feeling both excited and anxious. The ground beneath her feet felt strange, not like normal ground, but rather like stepping on a trampoline, giving a slight sense of unsteadiness and dizziness. Ming Xi tried to raise her light as high as possible, attempting to see her surroundings, but nothing was visible. She couldn't see the people who had entered before her, nor was there any movement behind her. She could only barely see a small area extending beneath her feet. Beyond that was darkness, a darkness that made one's heart tremble with fear. The effect of the strong flashlight here was probably no different from a girl's dreamy firefly lamp. Ming Xi would call it a sanctuary for patients with claustrophobia. Coming here, even the most severe claustrophobia could be cured without medication. Mom no longer has to worry about me blowing up the light bulbs when I take the elevator. After some self-psychological adjustment, Ming Xi took a deep breath and started walking forward, calculating the distance in her mind. 1 meter, 2 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters, 12 meters? Wasn't it said that they would reach the secret realm after about 10 meters? Even if her foot measurement was not accurate. Even if she was short and couldn't take big steps, it shouldn't take over 300 steps to cover less than 10 meters, right? Could it be that she encountered a wall in a secret realm? Ming Xi had an ominous premonition that something big might happen. As time passed, this bad premonition became heavier, almost suffocating her. Half an hour, 2 hours. In the dark and narrow passage, Ming Xi walked until her legs became numb and her vision turned dark. Yet she still hadn't seen any sign of an exit. Just when she thought about singing a song, Where is the Road? To ease her frustration, a faint light appeared in the dark ahead. Heavens, thank you for equipping me with a magnifying glass. You didn't really trap me in the spatial passage. If she continued to stroll leisurely in this passage, even someone without claustrophobia would develop anxiety. The light ahead became clearer, and Ming Xi did not let her guard down due to being trapped in the passage for too long. As she approached the exit, she put away her flashlight and gripped her short dagger tightly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge waves roared in Ming Xi's ears, and she felt the ground beneath her feet vanish. She became like a giant weight, plummeting freely. Damn, if I don't curse now, when should I? Should I wait until I'm smashed to a pulp? Ming Xi's face turned pale, and she used the extreme speed she had when playing games to quickly form seals and summon a golden ingot. Thunder. The golden ingot flew out from the beast's space and dove down, bravely catching Ming Xi, who was in free fall. Only when she firmly sat on the back of the golden ingot did Ming Xi let out a long breath. It had been too thrilling just now. If she wasn't careful, she could have easily met her end. Fortunately, the golden ingot was a flying-type pet beast. Thunder? She looked around and realized that in front of them was a massive waterfall. How massive? Even the angel falls would have to respectfully say, Big brother, I apologize for the offense. All she could see was a torrent of water cascading down 3,000 feet, the roaring waves crashing against the rocks, sounding like thunder. On the river, large white waves bubbled continuously on the surface. The Longheng secret realm had been solidified for 100 years. Even the sand at the bottom of the river had probably been dug up by the Fu family for research, not to mention the overall terrain and landforms. Therefore, Ming Xi was very certain that she was absolutely not in the Longheng secret realm because there was no waterfall there, especially not one as magnificent and spectacular as this, which made one marvel at the wonders of nature. So where the hell is this? Another secret realm or somewhere else on Blue Star? At that moment, Ming Xi's first reaction was, damn, the precautions were clearly ignored. The breakdown of a good-natured person. She had never heard of secret realm passages leading to other secret realms. Secret realm passages shouldn't be that extravagant, right? Her brain was crashing. Thunder. Thunder. At this moment, the golden ingot let out a few low calls, seriously reminding Ming Xi to look closely at the river. Chapter 69, Dual-Beaked Sweet Duck. What was wrong with the river? Not looking was one thing, but looking scared her out of her wits. Those surging waves on the river were definitely not just white froth. They were clearly extraordinary creatures. Each one was about the size of a grinding stone, round and plump, with fur colored in pure white and transparent watercolors, completely free of impurities. They looked somewhat like enlarged water ducks, but their beaks were also white, splitting in the middle, forming a sharp-pointed W shape. There were also some smaller water ducks, which were softer and more transparent than the larger ones, and most importantly, their beaks were in the normal duck shape, without any splits. These large and small ducks crowded on the water surface, flapping their wings, making it look as if the waves were surging. It's no wonder Ming Xi was confused. Who wouldn't be dazed by such a sight? Thunder, thunder? The golden ingot curiously asked her what these were. This question clearly touched Ming Xi's knowledge blind spot. She had no knowledge of such extraordinary creatures in her memory. Fortunately, she had a clear and profound understanding of herself. She decisively took out the pet identification device she had bought in bankruptcy yesterday afternoon. Thanks to Fu Yifan. Thanks to bankruptcy. It kept her from falling into the embarrassment of being illiterate. Dual-Beaked Sweet Duck. Intermediate water-type pet beast. Evolved from the beginner pet beast Sweet Duck. Currently only found in the 24th secret realm of Saga country. The pet identification device made a sound, and Ming Xi's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? This place is the 24th secret realm of Saga country? She not only crossed servers through a secret realm passage, but also crossed countries? While Ming Xi was in a daze, the pet identification device continued reporting diligently. They enjoy sweet food and fish and shrimp, and generally only live in areas rich in water resources. Don't be fooled by their sweet and cute appearance. They have a strong territorial awareness and will eliminate any other creatures that invade their territory. Ming Xi's breath caught in her throat, and that not-so-pleasant premonition resurfaced. Her gaze slid down like a slideshow, and sure enough, she met hundreds and thousands of cold, gleaming eyes. At the same time, the pet identification device leisurely stated, "If you accidentally enter the territory of the dual-beaked sweet duck, remember not to make any noise, or you will be attacked." Damn it. This pet identification device, though she had spent a fortune to buy it, going bankrupt at the price of 15,000 star coins, was already an incomprehensible luxury for Ming Xi, but in reality, it was the cheapest identification device on the market. Aside from being able to identify and report all known pet beasts on Blue Star, it had no other functions. It couldn't connect to personal terminals, couldn't update in real time, and couldn't take photos or videos. If you asked about its advantages, according to the salesperson who introduced it to her yesterday, it has a particularly loud voice when reporting. Even if you are at a concert, you can hear every word it mutters clearly. What a muttering. Ming Xi suspected that she had been hysterical when she bought this pet identification device. Speechless, she could only decide to escape first. Golden ingot, run. The attacking force below was already in position. That overwhelming killing intent was something even Ming Xi could feel with her thick nerves. If she didn't escape now, her life would be at stake. The golden ingot also sensed the overwhelming killing intent of the ducks, and had already started to fly high into the sky even before Ming Xi gave the order. No matter how proud it was, it wouldn't think that while carrying its beast master, it still had the strength to hold off thousands. It was the golden ingot, not Jin Outyin. Of course, it absolutely wasn't disdainful of its beast master's hindrance. Sweet. As the golden ingot soared, the duck swarm below had already begun their attack. Thousands of water columns, as thick as a grown man's arm, shot up into the sky. It was a magnificent and fierce sight. Thunder, thunder. The golden ingot called out, reminding Ming Xi to hold on tight. It was about to accelerate. Ming Xi knew it was going to use the wind chase and quickly leaned down, clamping her legs, sitting in the position that would least interfere with the golden ingot's flight. The next second, the rushing wind swept past Ming Xi's delicate face, and the sting was incredibly painful. Meanwhile, the pet identification device was still shouting without fear. At the same time, you who have intruded into the territory of the dual-beaked sweet duck are in luck. Ming Xi chuckled. What luck? Is it the luck of being chased by thousands of wild extraordinary creatures? Do you want this luck? In the waters where sweet ducks and dual-beaked sweet ducks live, there may be courage fruits growing, blown by the wind like a disciple under Mei Chaofeng. Ming Xi squinted her eyes. Courage fruit? In the materials she had brought regarding the Longhing's secret realm, there was a long section introducing energy fruits. Among them, courage fruit is a type of energy fruit that can temporarily increase a pet's energy value by 300 points when consumed, with a very small probability of permanently increasing the pet's energy value, but it is bitter and pungent. The courage in courage fruit actually refers to bile. Eating it is like eating bile. The purchase price is about 20,000 star coins per piece. Ming Xi's eyes lit up. Energy fruits worth 20,000 000 each. Finding 10 would be 200,000. Wouldn't that clear her family's debts? Even if she doesn't sell, she could save it for the golden ingot and the hatched second child. Ignoring the very small chance of permanently raising energy values, this courage fruit could potentially turn the tide in a critical moment. Although regular Beast Master competitions do not allow the use of any props, they are always useful in secret realm explorations. Temporarily increasing energy by 300 points may not seem like a lot, but the golden ingot uses over 3,000 points for one thunderstorm. It's equivalent to eating a courage fruit and being able to release one more thunderstorm. Isn't that practical? Thunder, thunder. The golden ingot also realized the usefulness of courage fruit and expressed a desire to find some. Ming Xi wanted to as well. She looked down at the sweet ducks that were swarming toward them. It's definitely not possible to go down now. Let's go around to the bottom of the waterfall and take a look. The dual-beaked sweet duck swarm they saw was floating above the waterfall, about 200 to 300 meters from the waterfall cliff. Although the water flow was rapid, it did not affect their leisure at all. The golden ingot responded and turned to fly toward the waterfall. The closer she got to the waterfall, the stronger the sense of awe towards nature in Ming Xi's heart became. The scene before her was truly magnificent. In her previous life, she had seen countless landscapes. But now she felt a sense of ignorance, as if she were a cicada unaware of snow. Perhaps, witnessing this splendid and colorful interstellar world was the meaning of her crossing over. The roar of the water was deafening, and the mist formed a hazy white fog that spread for 1,000 meters in all directions. Chapter 70, Striking It Rich. The golden ingot cautiously flew 200 meters away from the waterfall, slowing down as it descended. While Ming Xi was wandering in the strange secret realm, the guards responsible for watching over the inscription spirit monument on the side of the Fu family noticed something unusual. A total of 60 people had entered the Chongqing secret realm, but only 59 names appeared on the inscription spirit monument. He contacted the personnel on duty outside the secret realm today and confirmed that Fu Xiaodian and the others had all entered the secret realm. So where did the remaining person go? Clearly, something went wrong. This was serious. He immediately reported the matter to the head of the family. Are you sure it didn't light up, rather than lighting up and then quickly going dark? Fu Ting's expression was grave. The distinction between a name not lighting up and a name lighting up and then extinguishing is significant. The former indicates that the person never entered the secret realm at all, while the latter suggests that the person died or that the secret realm's pass was destroyed. The guard said, I confirm that one name never lit up from start to finish. Fu Ting's brow furrowed tighter, and he asked again, who is the person whose name didn't light up? It's a child selected from the internal selection competition, named Ming Xi. It's actually her. Fu Ting didn't expect to hear this name so soon again. The genius girl mentioned by his little grandson. She entered the secret realm passage but did not enter the secret realm. He could only think of 3 possibilities. Either she was unfortunate and got stuck in the passage and couldn't get out, or the passage was affected by temporal and spatial turbulence, causing her to enter another secret realm, or she died in the passage. Although entering the secret realm was never guaranteed to be 100% safe, having problems before entering the secret realm was something that had never happened since the Fu family bought the Chongqing secret realm. Could it be related to the early opening of the secret realm? Was that little girl's luck too bad? You continue to monitor the inscription spirit monument and contact me if Ming Xi's name lights up. By the way, have the passage to the secret realm pay attention as well, to see if there are any abnormalities. Understood. Head of the family. There was indeed nothing Fu Ting could do about this. Even if he had a way, he couldn't intervene. In the journey through the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor come from heaven. Even if she really died, they could only blame that little girl for her own bad luck. The unfortunate Ming Xi was enveloped in the hazy mist. This waterfall was even higher than she had imagined. The height definitely exceeded 1,000 meters. Standing beneath the waterfall felt like witnessing the waters of the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. Humanity appeared small and insignificant before it. The golden ingot flew for about 2 minutes before they saw the flat river surface again. Fortunately, they did not see the sweet duck or the double-billed sweet duck on the water surface, or even their evolved form, the eagle-billed sweet duck. It seemed this species only lived in the upstream area of the waterfall. The golden ingot flew over the water surface and asked if there were courage fruits here. Ming Xi didn't know, but felt the chances were high. Let's take a look. As far as I know, courage fruits generally only grow in fertile soil rich in organic compounds, such as polyhydroxyaldehydes, polyhydroxyketones, and proteins. The appearance of courage fruits in the sweet duck's living area should be related to their preference for sweet food and fish and shrimp. Sweet foods contain a large amount of polyhydroxyaldehydes and polyhydroxyketones, while fish, shrimp, and crabs contain high protein, so their excrement must also contain these compounds. And the soil formed from excrement naturally becomes a breeding ground for courage fruits. Ming Xi patiently explained her reasoning to the golden ingot. The detailed knowledge she had was Of course, thanks to the information provided by Fu Yifan. Now the environment they were in was quite special, due to the waterfall. The sweet duck's excrement would be washed downstream, so she believed they should be able to find courage fruits here, as Ming Xi expected. They soon discovered 4 adult banana trees laden with light beige fruits near the riverbank, not far from the waterfall. It is worth mentioning that energy fruits do not have a fixed tree species. This means they can appear on shrub species or on trees. Even ferns, which can only reproduce through spores, may bear energy fruits due to special growth environments or other reasons. Energy fruits can be distinguished by their types and effects, but the plants that bear them are diverse. Moreover, energy fruits can coexist harmoniously with the original fruits of the tree species. If one day you see a cherry tree filled with small, exquisite black-red cherries, yet also bearing large, pale pink tianyuan fruits, don't be surprised. Though they come from the same mother, they grow differently and have completely different genes. This world values science, but does not adhere to reason. Therefore, it is not surprising for an ordinary banana tree to bear courage fruits. Ming Xi exclaimed in excitement, "Golden ingot, we're going to strike it rich." Her gaze swept over the 4 fruit-laden banana trees nearby, her eyes shining with excitement. Under the secret realm waterfall, filled with energy fruits, come quickly and count them, 24,678. She assigned the golden ingot to keep watch while she took out a net bag and tools to start picking courage fruits and bananas. Yes, she was taking everything, not even planning to spare the bananas. Was it easy to gather some fresh fruit in the wild? The mature courage fruits were about the size of a baby's fist, with smooth skin, fine lines inside, and a spicy aroma. From the 4 banana trees, Ming Xi picked a total of 24 mature courage fruits and 3 large bunches of bananas. Converted to star coins, that would be 480,000. Oh my, we finally don't have to sell the house to pay off debts. Ming Xi's eyes brimmed with tears. Thunder? The golden ingot suddenly called out. It asked if this was it. Ming Xi saw that the golden ingot was holding an unripe courage fruit in its claws and flew over. Where did you find this? The golden ingot flapped its wings and pointed to a nearby small pond formed by the continuous splashing of the waterfall over the years. Is there courage fruits in the pond too? It wasn't impossible. After all, submerged plants are still plants. Ming Xi hurriedly ran over. On the surface of the pond, water hyacinths were spread out, and lavender water lilies bloomed among the lush leaves, creating a stunning sight. Ming Xi squatted down and pulled up a water hyacinth. Just one plant was a whole patch. Sure enough, she saw familiar fruits at the rooting part. Golden ingot, you really are my treasure, Ming Xi exclaimed with excitement. The fragrant one, the flowers of wealth. How many courage fruits could this pond of water hyacinths be producing? Thunder. The golden ingot proudly flapped its wings, indicating that it was all a small matter. This was the little lord's territory. With that little look and tone, it bore a striking resemblance to a certain Han from years ago who contracted a fish pond. Ming Xi again suspected whether it had secretly learned something inappropriate behind her back. Chapter 71, Starting to Reap Benefits. Young girls always have poetic feelings. Which little girl hasn't fantasized about sweet love during her naive years? As a friend of Sun Xiaoxian, the original owner inevitably suffered from this influence, secretly downloading many romance novels and idol dramas behind her grandmother's and teachers' backs. Afraid of being discovered by her grandmother, the device used to store the novels and dramas was the same learning machine that the golden ingot was currently using. Among them, dramatic titles like the overbearing Beast Master Falls in Love with Me occupied a significant portion. Although the golden ingot couldn't read, it understood what it heard. Isn't that just a case of learning something useful? This matter only came to Ming Xi's mind when she accidentally stumbled upon Jin Yuanbo, who was engrossed in watching a show on the learning device. The topic had drifted away again. At this moment, Ming Xi was completely unaware of her own dullness. She was enthusiastically pulling up water hyacinths, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Large clumps of water hyacinths were dragged ashore by Ming Xi, while the ones she couldn't reach were left to Jin Yuanbo. In just a moment, the beautiful lotus flowers had wilted into rotten vegetable leaves. The unique scenery of the pond had become a distant memory. Ming Xi didn't care at all. What beautiful scenery. Does it smell like money? She only loved money that rises untainted from the mud. After a round of destruction by the main duo, the pond was soon cleared out, and in front of Ming Xi were neatly arranged 132 courage fruits. 132 of them. That's a whopping 64 million star coins. Could Jin Yuanbo finally achieve freedom with the energy pills? Oh no. After the excitement, Ming Xi slapped her forehead hard. Jin Yuanbo looked at her in confusion, as if asking what was wrong and how it was wrong. Did she do something wrong? 132 energy fruits probably wouldn't even fit into 2 large sacks. Alone with such a big backpack, she simply couldn't carry them all. Even if Jin Yuanbo had great strength, it couldn't carry 2 sacks like a porter, right? It wasn't like it was Sha Sung. Plus, it would definitely affect combat. At times like this, the importance of a spatial knot was highlighted. With a knot in hand, all resources could be taken away. But the problem was that Ming Xi didn't have one. So now she was in a bind. And she hadn't prepared any large sacks that could hold so many items. After all, today's harvest was quite explosive in the realm of gains. It should be known that the Longheng's secret realm had been harvested for nearly 100 years, and even if her ancestors had accumulated merit for 100 generations, it was unlikely they could bless her with abundant gains. So she only brought a few foldable and preservable boxes, preservation bags, and plastic bags. Who would have thought that the passage she entered would also involve interstellar travel, landing her in another place? However, this suspected no. 24's secret realm of the Saga kingdom was surprisingly rich in resources. She had just entered and had already made a fortune. Jinyuanbo, why don't you try one first? After thinking it over, Ming Xi couldn't come up with a solution and could only temporarily set it aside. The courage fruit had a very low probability of permanently increasing energy value. How low was this probability? It was probably similar to winning the lottery. But given the current situation, it was better to take a chance than to throw it away. Jinyuanbo looked at the scattered courage fruits. Thunder? Are you sure? Ming Xi sighed. This was the only option she had. After all, who told her she didn't have a spatial knot? Thunder. Jinyuanbo nodded. Then I'll give it a try. Without a second thought, it decisively bent down to pick up a courage fruit and swallowed it in a few bites. Its bird-like face twisted for a moment. Probably due to the bitterness. It was said that this thing was incredibly bitter. Ming Xi smiled, watching it. How is it? Jinyuanbo grimaced, struggling to maintain its proud expression despite the bitterness. It let out a couple of hoarse calls, as if something was stuck in its throat. It indicated that it was bearable, and its energy value did indeed increase, but it probably wasn't permanent. Thunder. Thunder. No need to waste this energy value. I'll go for a big one. With a straight posture and calm steps, but from the back, it emitted a suspicious odor. Jinyuanbo had already bravely flown upstream to the waterfall. Ming Xi could only extend her hand. Ming Xi, it seems this courage fruit is indeed very bitter. Look at how it has broken Jinyuanbo's defenses. She wondered if Jinyuanbo would be besieged by those water ducks. 2 minutes later, detected that the owner's thunder demon bird defeated the same level pet, twin-beak sweet duck. Rewarded with 10 minutes of training time in the Time Realm's private pet training facility. Detected that the owner's thunder demon bird defeated the low-level pet. Sweet duck, rewarded with 1 minute of training time in the Time Realm's private pet training facility. Detected. Several notification prompts rang out one after another, and Ming Xi was delighted. She slapped her thigh. Right, this secret realm is not just about resources. It's also a great place to rack up training time rewards. There were indeed quite a few ducks, but they couldn't fly, and they were also severely restrained by the electric type. One thunderball from Jinyuanbo would likely stun a large group of sweet ducks. With one move of thunderstorm, who knows, there might be ducks scattered everywhere. Even if there were high-level or even monarch-level extraordinary creatures among the ducks, with Jinyuanbo's speed, it could still escape if it couldn't win. Ming Xi suddenly felt that she had been blind, fleeing in panic just earlier. Detected that the owner's thunder demon bird defeated the same level pet, twin-beak sweet duck. Rewarded with 10 minutes of training time in the Time Realm's private pet training facility. The training time continued to refresh until the remaining time accumulated to 183 minutes and 16 seconds. Then she formed a seal and summoned it back. Ming Xi scanned its body, relieved to find no injuries. Should she enter the Time Realm to replenish energy? With a good method to rack up training time. Ming Xi suddenly felt that the training time was quite ample. A little waste wouldn't be too bad. By the way, she could also replenish a couple of days of incubation time for Erwa. Jinyuanbo thought for a moment. This place is different from the outside world. If it runs out of energy, it can't protect its beast master. And energy potions are limited. And the replenishment speed isn't as effective as the energy chamber in the Time Realm. Thunder. Okay. Without hesitation, Ming Xi summoned the Time Realm. Upon entering the Time Realm, Jinyuanbo quickly dove into the energy replenishment chamber in room 1. She stood in front of Erwa's incubator, watching the words incubating on the prompt panel. Incubation progress, 4375. Chapter 72, Danger Approaches. At this rate, Erwa would not be far from hatching. If Jinyuanbo did well in harvesting, it might just be in these next 2 days. Ming Xi looked through the transparent glass at the pet egg inside. Perhaps due to the incubation progress, the stone-like shell that was as hard as metal was starting to shed. A small area had already revealed the original appearance of the eggshell. It was a flowing silver color, like a lake under the moonlight, shimmering with a mysterious and gentle glow. A silver eggshell? What race could Erwa be? The master seems to be troubled. The light that primarily provided empty companionship suddenly spoke, interrupting Ming Xi's imaginative thoughts. You must have seen it. She knew that Guangguang could always see her situation in the outside world. This time, she summoned the Time Realm not only to replenish Jinyuanbo's energy, but also to probe Guangguang's intentions again. After several attempts, she felt that Guangguang was hiding something, or it couldn't speak up on its own. After all, many of the rules of the time realm required her to explore and trigger them herself, like the training time rewards, incubation time exchange, and so on. The master is as perceptive as ever. Here it comes, here it comes. The familiar lines came with its indifferent stride. Ming Xi's heart raced. You guessed it right, the time realm does have a storage function. As expected. Ming Xi asked, does it also require training time to exchange? Yes. Then why didn't you reveal it to me when I asked several times before? If I had known earlier, I could have prepared more supplies. The prerequisite for unlocking the storage function is that the total training time you have obtained exceeds 500 minutes. And this condition has just been met. So that is how it is. No wonder it had been hesitant before, like a widow wanting to remarry but being too shy to say it. What is the exchange ratio for the storage function? With the same ratio as the incubation time. 1 hour of reward time can be exchanged for 1 day of item storage time. But the difference is that the storage time is equal to the external time. Does this mean that as long as the golden ingots or future children can defeat 6 same-level pets every day, she can always have a personal space? She thought so and asked. The time realm is amazing. There are so many sweet words, and she won't be part of the silent majority. Before leaving, she renewed the fee for the second child for 1 more day and exchanged for 1 day of storage time. Remaining reward time, 53 minutes, 44 seconds. Looking at the remaining reward time of less than an hour, Ming Xi felt that the group of ducks outside was waving at her. Upon returning to the outside world, Ming Xi immediately waved her hand, using her mind to control and try to send the fruits in front of her into the time realm. In the next second, the ground was empty. With another thought, her right hand instantly had a courage fruit. Hee. The golden ingot squatted on the girl's shoulder, helplessly watching its beast master. Sigh, she was getting sillier. If it were to be gone in the future, would this silly person be lost, and without support? The beast was worried sick. Ming Xi had no idea that the golden ingot was already imagining her miserable old life, and she handed the courage fruit in her hand to it. Still want to eat? The effect of the courage fruit lasts up to 15 minutes, and the one just now had already expired. Unable to hold back, it even shivered, its feathers trembling slightly. Ming Xi seemed oblivious, her arched brows and eyes filled with smiles as she pushed her hand forward again. What's wrong? Don't want to eat? The golden ingot looked at her, then at the courage fruit. As a male, it absolutely could not show fear in front of a human female. Moreover, this person was its beast master. It was just a bit tough and not very tasty. Would it be afraid? Thunder. Eat. That tone was like the determined assassin Jing Ku about to stab King of Qin. The atmosphere of fighting to the death was almost tangible. Gulp. As the golden ingot swallowed, Ming Xi could clearly see the movement of its throat. She was really worried it might choke. Fortunately, the disaster did not happen. Thunder. The expression of the golden ingot was deep like a chasm, indicating it wanted to continue attacking that group of ducks. After saying that, it couldn't wait to fly high into the sky, like a fired cannonball. Even without her command, it wouldn't have any problems for a while. Following her would only make her a burden. A bountiful harvest. This cycle continued. During the process, the golden ingot inevitably got hurt and encountered crises more than once. It discovered that its little brothers were being bullied by an outsider flat-feathered bird and immediately exploded with rage. It chased the golden ingot and launched a fierce counterattack. After a series of extreme pulls of you flee, I chase, you can't fly away. Even though the sweet duck was a high-level pet and had countless little brothers to help, it ultimately didn't end well. On Ming Xi's side, however, it was a joyous harvest. The leader of the sweet ducks had fallen, and the other ducks were like the balance in the golden ingot's bank account, just waiting for it to take it will. So delightful. Until, boom boom boom, listening to the song of nature, Ming Xi sat happily under a big locust tree near the riverbank, eating bananas with compressed biscuits while feeling the energy changes of the golden ingot. Suddenly, her heartbeat quickened for several seconds. In the dimness, she felt as if she was being watched by a pair of fierce eyes. This cold and murderous atmosphere was like the calm before a storm, suffocating. There were other people or extraordinary beings in this place. Ming Xi calmly put down her food, her hands quickly flipping. Her beast master must have gotten into trouble. It had just come out not long ago. Without resisting the summoning power, a flash of white light, and the golden ingot's figure disappeared in front of the sweet ducks. Chapter 73, Earth Fire Spider King. Sweet, sweet. That devil disappeared again. Why so fast this time? Sweet, sweet. Sweet, sweet. Sweet, sweet. Boo-hoo. The boss has been knocked out. Are we going to be exterminated? Thunder? As soon as it appeared, the golden ingot looked nervously at Ming Xi, asking her what was wrong. Before its voice fell, a faint cracking sound suddenly echoed in the air. In her line of sight, a red light shot towards them from a distance. Ming Xi felt as if her hair had been brutally tugged, and her scalp tightened. Without time to say more, she used all her strength to push the golden ingot, which was just in front of her, behind the locust tree. She then rolled down the slope as the increasingly enlarging fireball approached her body. Boom. In the next moment, the huge fireball exploded, lifting the ground entirely. The fire soared into the sky, and the hot wind swept in like a wave, as if it wanted to engulf everything around in the raging flames. Ming Xi felt like her skin was about to be burned by the rolling waves of fire before her. The nearby locust tree suffered, quickly igniting under the invasion of the fire snake. This human is too reckless. A distinguished, extraordinary being like me still needs her protection? Thunder? Are you okay? Ming Xi and the golden ingot almost simultaneously asked each other's situation. Hearing each other's voices, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the attack just now was from a fire-type extraordinary being, and its strength was at least above the general level. It was either a warrior level or a king level. Don't ask her how she judged that. Didn't she see that a fireball coming over was more powerful than the strongest attack of a Simamoka? If she and the golden ingot hadn't reacted quickly, they would have probably been burned to a crisp. Golden ingot, let us go quickly. While that wild extraordinary being hasn't appeared, let us make a run for it. She skillfully flipped onto the back of the golden ingot. And without a backpack as a burden, it should be a lot easier for it to carry her. Thunder. The golden ingot nodded, feeling the ominous aura as well. That familiar scent of strong aggression and slaughter made it feel both disgusted and terrified. Its gaze vigilantly scanned the nearby forest shrouded by grass and trees. Its blood-red eyes seemed ready to bleed. Its body was tense like a bowstring at full moon. Thunder, thunder. Seeing that her beast master was already seated, it didn't dare to linger at all, spreading its wings and flying swiftly into the sky. Ming Xi looked down to pay attention to what was below. Sure enough, she saw movement below. A fiery red object was chasing towards them. Moreover, that object was rapidly growing larger. It wouldn't be another fireball, right? Ming Xi focused and looked closely. It wasn't a fireball at all, but a flaming spider web made of flame silk. At that moment, her heart jumped to her throat, and she hurriedly shouted, "Pursue the wind." At this moment, she was really grateful that the golden ingot was a flying pet and had awakened the pursue wind acceleration skill. Watching the flame spider web almost biting the feathers at the tip of the golden ingot's tail unwillingly dissipate, Ming Xi felt like she had aged 100 years in an instant. So thrilling. If this situation happened a few more times, how long would she live? She couldn't think about it. Ming Xi, being curious about who was attacking them, couldn't help but stretch her neck to look down. 200 meters from the big river was a densely vegetated black forest, with tall trees blocking the ground so tightly that it was impenetrable. Just not far from where she had been, on top of a few towering trees, lay a gigantic spider. No wonder she hadn't noticed it before. With its size, who could detect its presence without flying up? If it were still on the ground, Ming Xi probably wouldn't be able to see its body and head even if she craned her neck. This old six. Its head and upper abdomen were covered in black-green fine fur, with small red dots growing on the fur. The lower abdomen was very strange, round overall, somewhat like a water bag, with a semi-transparent skin that allowed one to see the fiery red liquid flowing inside. Its head had 4 pairs of compound eyes, distributed on both sides and the front and back of the head. At this moment, the pair of compound eyes at the back of its head was staring intently at her and Jin Yuanbao, who were retreating. The instant she made eye contact with those cold compound eyes, a layer of sweat broke out on Ming Xi's white fur. If she gathered it all, she could poke a felt Jin Yuanbao doll. Oh my god, what level of spider could be this big? Could it really be a king level? The extraordinary creature before her was beyond Ming Xi's understanding. She looked left and right, confirming that there were no other extraordinary creatures lurking nearby. Before decisively pulling out the pet identification device from her pocket, she aimed it at the giant spider like a demon-revealing mirror. Then, without waiting for the pet identification device to make a sound, she hurriedly said to Jin Yuanbao, "Hurry, hurry, that big spider is coming after us." Yes, the big spider was chasing them at an incredibly fast speed. Its long, slender 8 legs swiftly navigated through the woods, even faster and more vigorous than a zero-energy consuming pile driver. Wherever it passed, trees were crashing down in clusters. The quiet forest was stirred up like an earthquake tsunami. With such power, it would be a shame not to work at the demolition office. Even more terrifying were its 4 pairs of compound eyes, which locked onto her and Jin Yuanbao like high-precision missiles. Ming Xi only felt a chill run down her spine. Were she and Jin Yuanbao being treated as rich prey by that giant spider? At this moment, the pet identification device finally completed its analysis and began to speak. Earth Fire Spider King, Fire, Ground System King Level Pet. Wow, it really was a king level. Thinking about being chased by a king level wild extraordinary creature from behind, Ming Xi's white fur was sweating even more profusely. Evolved from the basic pet burrowing spider, it possesses the characteristic of sleep assimilation. Sleep assimilation. In a state of sleep, the extraordinary creature's body will spontaneously assimilate with the surrounding environment. So that's it. It turned out to have the sleep assimilation characteristic. This characteristic typically only appears in ground-type extraordinary creatures. Although it doesn't enhance the creature's attack or defense, it is definitely a life-saving tool for extraordinary creatures living in the wild. The vast majority of extraordinary creatures cannot recognize them in their assimilated state. She found it strange that when Jin Yuanbao was checking the surrounding environment earlier, it hadn't detected the presence of the Earth Fire Spider King. It seemed that this Earth Fire Spider King had been sleeping before. Chapter 74, The Widowed Noble. She had thought that the danger level of this unknown secret realm was not high. After all, Jin Yuanbao had bullied that group of sweet ducks for so long and had only encountered a high-level pet. She hadn't discovered any signs of extraordinary creature activity nearby. But clearly, she had been overly presumptuous. The reason this area looked calm and peaceful was likely because it was the territory of the Earth Fire Spider King. A king-level extraordinary creature wouldn't mind having a quiet and harmonious domain. After all, it could sweep through everything on its own. It had been sleeping, which allowed them to frolic in its territory for so long. If she and Jin Yuanbao had intruded while the Earth Fire Spider King was awake, they would probably have already been shoulder to shoulder with the sun by now. Ming Xi's guess was not wrong. The pet identification device loudly proclaimed, "Wild Earth Fire Spider Kings are extremely cruel hunters, extremely bloodthirsty and murderous. In their living areas, almost no other living beings can be found, including their mates, who may also become their targets. Therefore, wild Earth Fire Spider Kings are basically solitary, with 99 being unpaired, making them renowned as the widowed nobles among extraordinary creatures. Ming Xi, not even able to coexist with mates, it's too ruthless." Ming Xi felt completely uneasy. This Earth Fire Spider King wouldn't stop until it killed them, would it? The danger level of this unknown secret realm in her mind had already surpassed 5 stars. Although the danger level of a secret realm cannot be said to be 100 linked to the extraordinary creatures within it, it is still one of the important indicators. Generally, the higher the upper limit level of extraordinary creatures within a secret realm, the more complete the rules of the secret realm, and thus the higher the danger level. For example, in the Chongqing secret realm, the highest limit of wild extraordinary creatures is at the king level, so its danger level is only 3 stars. However, now that a king-level extraordinary creature had appeared in this secret realm, it indicated that the upper limit of this secret realm must be at the king level or even higher. The danger level was definitely over 5 stars. Thus, she couldn't guarantee that they, running around like headless flies, wouldn't attract even more terrifying enemies than the Earth Fire Spider King. She didn't even dare to let Jin Yuanbao fly freely into the sky, as the high altitude was the territory of high-level flying extraordinary creatures. She didn't want to end up in a tiger's den after just escaping a wolf's den. Jin Yuanbao, to the left, go around that big guy, and try to move upstream towards the waterfall. Previously, in their desperate escape, Jin Yuanbao hadn't paid attention to the direction, and now they had strayed far from the waterfall. That large waterfall was an excellent natural barrier. The Earth Fire Spider King was of the fire type, and no matter how much it liked dampness, it shouldn't be able to cross the waterfall, right? Otherwise, that group of sweet ducks wouldn't be able to live comfortably next to the Earth Fire Spider King. Jin Yuanbao also realized this. It had been too reckless earlier, panicking and leading its beast master down a dangerous path. The Earth Fire Spider King was indeed persistent. When Jin Yuanbao changed direction, it changed direction too. Moreover, its crawling speed was even faster than Jin Yuanbao's. Once Jin Yuanbao stopped using wind chase, it would soon be caught up. Once within its attack range, it would attack without hesitation, either shooting fireballs or launching fiery spider webs. Both Ming Xi and her beast faced several life-threatening situations. Jin Yuanbao's tail feathers were singed, and the golden feathers were stained with a tragic hue. The scorching air from the fire explosion also blistered Ming Xi's back. Finally, they were getting closer to the large waterfall again. Taking advantage of the mist for cover, Jin Yuanbao soared higher towards the top of the waterfall. Ming Xi kept an eye on the movements of the Earth Fire Spider King and saw it jump straight into the rushing river without even hesitating for a second. It also didn't forget to launch attacks at them. Huge fireballs rained down from above. Ming Xi was about to curse again. Seeing the Earth Fire Spider King using its spider legs, which resembled a scarecrow but were even more robust and powerful, to climb against the current towards the waterfall, Ming Xi thought, what had she done to provoke such deep hatred from this Spider King? Did it not fear its own species' nature? Climbing a waterfall over 1,000 meters high with abundant water flow, the water resistance must be immense. Moreover, the terrain was vertical. How could the Earth Fire Spider King move so easily? Its speed was only slightly slower than on land. It was utterly unreasonable. With such determination to overcome all obstacles and claim their heads, how could it not be invincible? There was no need to chase after 2 weak, defenseless individuals and their pets. Jin Yuanbao used thunderstorm against the waterfall. If they continued this chase, the situation would only become increasingly unfavorable for them. After all, Jin Yuanbao's energy was limited. Carrying her while flying would not only slow them down, but also increase energy consumption. Even though she had the time domain to let Jin Yuanbao rest and recharge at any time, they couldn't keep running forever, right? So they had to find a way to break free from this predicament. They were currently in the attack blind spot of the Earth Fire Spider King. But thanks to the characteristics of the waterfall's flow, they could attack the Earth Fire Spider King. Jin Yuanbao immediately unleashed Thunderstorm towards the roaring waterfall below. As the strongest lightning-type attack skill, Thunderstorm's power was maximized in the water. 6 brilliant thunder flowers bloom, and in that moment, it seems that the entire waterfall is dyed in a dazzling purple. The thunder flowers explode, transforming into countless thunder snakes and thunder dragons, swirling towards the Earth Fire Spider King with the rushing water. The Earth Fire Spider King, clinging tightly to the cliff with its 8 legs, is the first to suffer. Crackle. The Earth Fire Spider King's originally stable climbing body visibly stiffens, and the tiny hairs on its surface turn charred black. Ming Xi's eyes brighten. Useful. Thunderstorm. If one strike isn't enough, then I'll do it again. She doesn't believe that this Spider King is truly unafraid of water and resistant to electricity. If she lacks energy, she has courage fruits to spare. Jin Yuanbao, eat a few more. She pulls out 4 courage fruits in one go. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao doesn't care how bitter and unpleasant these fruits are. It gulps them down like candy. After finishing, it unleashes its skills. If 4 aren't enough, then 8. If 8 aren't enough, then 16. Neither of them notices the clear white light that bursts forth from Jin Yuanbao, flashing and disappearing. All efforts will not be in vain. Under Ming Xi's reckless feeding and Jin Yuanbao's tireless outburst, the Earth Fire Spider King below finally cannot hold on any longer, its 8 legs weakly giving way. Even if it is a king-level creature, in such an environment that is disadvantageous to it in every way, it has to concede defeat. Splash. Chapter 75, Level Cap. The mountain-like body falls down, creating a huge splash. If not now, then when? Ming Xi quickly hugs Jin Yuanbao and shouts, "The wind is strong. Let's escape." The escape process is difficult. Fortunately, the outcome is good. The two of them finally stop after flying out of the Sweet Duck's territory. Even if the Earth Fire Spider King wants to continue chasing them, it will first encounter that group of Sweet Ducks. Even if the Sweet Ducks aren't strong enough to take it down in one hit, they can at least divert its attention. As for whether the Sweet Ducks will turn into sweet roasted ducks, that is not something Ming Xi needs to consider. Survival of the fittest and natural selection are the rules of existence in the secret realm. Ming Xi has Jin Yuanbao stop at a cypress tree that requires 3 people to embrace. The time realm. Jin Yuanbao is now out of energy and in poor condition. It must rest properly. After all, thanks to Jin Yuanbao's hard work in plucking duck feathers, there is plenty of reward time now. 885 minutes and 44 seconds. A casual expenditure. Sincere thanks to the Sweet Ducks for their selfless contributions. This time in, she plans to extend the incubation time for Erwa by 10 days all at once. This way, Erwa's incubation progress can reach 9375. By tomorrow evening at the latest, Erwa will be able to hatch. This secret realm is too dangerous. The earlier Erwa is born, the more safety guarantees she will have. Master, you should take the Thunder Demon Bird to check its data. Its energy value seems to have reached the level cap. Ming Xi has just come out of the bathing room when she is stunned by Guangguang's words. What? Jin Yuanbao's energy value has reached the level cap? When did this happen? Why is it that she has no idea again? It turns out Guangguang's judgment is correct. Ming Xi holds the inspection report, dumbfounded. Thunder Demon Bird. Beast age, 210 days. Level, intermediate. Evolution has been 81 days. Gender, male. Attributes, flight, thunder. Energy peak, 10,000. Energy average, 10,000. Talent. Characteristic 1, thunder like 1,000 tons. Skills, wine chasing, minor achievement 28. Claw strike, entry 80. Golden feather whirlwind, minor achievement 4. Drive light, beginner 79. Wing slash, minor achievement 3. Thunderball, entry 76. Thunderbird, entry 29. Thunder radiation, entry 1. Thunderstorm, minor achievement 7. Jin Yuanbao's energy peak and average have actually both reached the level cap. Courage fruit. Jin Yuanbao just hit the jackpot. One of the courage fruits it ate has permanently increased its energy value. Before entering the secret realm, Jin Yuanbao's original energy average had already surpassed 7,000 points. And with the additional 3,000 from the courage fruit, its energy value is indeed maxed out, right? Once an extraordinary creature's energy value reaches the level cap, it cannot continue to increase unless it evolves. Hee, Jin Yuanbao, you see, your luck is actually quite good. She has calculated that including the consumption while playing with the Sweet Ducks, Jin Yuanbao has just eaten a total of 35 courage fruits. A probability of 29 is actually not low in the lottery world. Calculating this way, the selling price of the courage fruits seems a bit low. 700,000 is a lot for her, but for the vast majority of beast masters, it shouldn't be too much. Could it be that the circulating courage fruits are too many, and the market is saturated? What she doesn't know is that although courage fruits are not considered expensive in the energy fruit market, it does not mean they are common. The reason they are priced low is fundamentally that the taste of courage fruits truly tests the taste buds and intestines of extraordinary creatures. Very few pets are willing to eat them, let alone eat as many as 35 in a row. Jin Yuanbao is truly a brave warrior. Thunder? Jin Yuanbao actually no longer cares about its luck. Its beast master is right. Strength is the hard truth. Now that it knows its energy value has reached the cap, can it evolve? It knows there are instruments in the time realm that can allow it to evolve directly. Ming Xi shakes her head. Wait a bit longer, no rush. I still want to get the ghost thunderflower before letting you evolve. The evolution chamber in the time realm can forcibly help Jin Yuanbao evolve. But Guangguang also said that forced evolution might affect Jin Yuanbao's talent. So unless absolutely necessary, she won't let Jin Yuanbao evolve without the ghost thunderflower. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao has also heard about its evolution conditions. Of course, it doesn't want its talent to be affected, but isn't the ghost thunderflower quite rare? Its beast master is so poor that she has no way to purchase it. Moreover, the current situation is special. They are trapped in an unknown secret realm. With its current strength, it cannot guarantee that it can protect her. So after thinking it over, it decides to evolve. Although Jin Yuanbao does not explicitly state it, Ming Xi can roughly guess its thoughts. Jin Yuanbao may be deep in thought, but it has a very strong sense of responsibility. She firmly refuses again. No. I know what you're thinking. This secret realm is indeed very dangerous, and we may encounter extraordinary creatures as powerful as that Earth Fire Spider King at any moment. But we are not at a dead end yet, and you don't need to sacrifice yourself. She gently strokes its slightly charred feathers. Softly comforting. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are already very strong, and we don't need to be hasty. Moreover, because of your efforts, Erwa can hatch soon, and it will be able to help as well. Even if the hatched Erwa is just a beginner-level pet in its juvenile stage, the egg can still withstand a hard blow, and a milk beast might also become an asset. Seeing her firm attitude, Jin Yuanbao slightly lowers its feathers. Thunder. All right. Then let's wait a bit longer. Its beast master is right. It is already strong and shouldn't be so impatient. Returning to the outside world, there is no change around. The Earth Fire Spider King has most likely given up on chasing them. Ming Xi glances at the time. It is already past 3 p.m. without her realizing it. And their first night in the secret realm is about to arrive. They need to find a suitable place to camp quickly. Who knows what might happen as night falls? In fact, the riverbank where the sweet ducks roost is a very good camping site, elevated and close to a water source. The problem is that it is too close to the Earth Fire Spider King. If that big spider has enhanced senses or skills, it would be disastrous. So Ming Xi can only have Jin Yuanbao carry on and continue flying upstream. The further upstream they go, the lower the air temperature becomes. There is a feeling of quickly transitioning from cool summer to deep autumn, and since the constant temperature clothing is sufficient, she doesn't feel much of a difference. During this time, she encounters a group of vengeful crocodiles fighting with a group of ice turtles in the river. Both sides are fighting fiercely. The sky darkening and the sun and moon losing their light, while the surface of the water is stained a glaring and eerie pink from the blood they shed. Chapter 76, Blood Moon in the Sky. Ming Xi has once again clearly recognized the dangers of this secret realm. The vengeful crocodiles are elite pets, and among them is a king-level vengeful crocodile. The ice turtles are also elite pets, with their leader being a king-level ice turtle. With 2 king-level extraordinary beings involved in the conflict between the 2 factions, Ming Xi and Jin Yuanbao naturally do not have the courage to provoke them. After noticing the strange color of the water, she instructs Jin Yuanbao to stop. Moving forward another 100 meters, she can clearly hear the unusual sounds ahead. The clashing of weapons and the aura of killing fill the air. The familiar sounds of skill collisions mix with the cries of extraordinary beings, whether sorrowful or angry. Various sounds, grievous, thumping, overlap, creating quite a commotion. Jin Yuanbao mentions that their insults are quite vulgar, seemingly indicating that the 2 different factions are fighting over territory. Yielding to curiosity, the pair stealthily approaches the outskirts to take a look, then quickly hides like a turtle, retracting their necks into their knees. They are all big shots. They can't afford to provoke them. Any random skill could send them away, not daring to linger, and having no naive thoughts of benefiting from the conflict. The pair feels as if they are in a dragon's lair, wishing to distance themselves by a great leap. They change direction and move on. Finding main materials for making healing potions like Mishur and Sanshang, they unexpectedly discover a millennium-old fusion tree. The sap of the fusion tree is essential in making most energy pills, serving to blend the effects of other materials and prevent conflicts and loss of medicinal properties. It acts as a binder and harmonizer. The older the fusion tree, the better the blending effect, resulting in higher quality energy pills. Most fusion sap on the market comes from artificially cultivated fusion trees, which are relatively young. However, this particular fusion tree appears to be at least 1,000 years old, making its sap invaluable. Although this secret realm is indeed a bit dangerous, it is incredibly rich in resources. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a land of golden opportunities. Thinking this way, Ming Xi feels that logging in across servers isn't such a bad thing, as long as she doesn't have to meet her great-grandmother. A little longer lifespan won't be a problem. She can handle it. Extracting sap from the fusion tree will take time, given the thickness of this tree trunk. It will likely take 2 to 3 days to finish, but Ming Xi is willing to go to great lengths for this. Fortunately, she finds a natural cave not far from the fusion tree. The cave is small, shaped like an inverted pear, with a narrow entrance and a spacious interior. Looking out from the cave, the view is open and unobstructed. Moreover, the size and height of this cave are just right for her and Jinyuanbo to enter and exit. There are no obvious signs of wild beasts or extraordinary beings living in the cave, indicating that it has likely been uninhabited recently, avoiding the awkwardness of being a squatter. After confirming that the cave is suitable for resting at night, Ming Xi begins to take things out from the time realm. Since it is not an open sky and ground, there is no need to set up a tent. First, she inflates a mattress as thin as paper, then places a sleeping bag on top. Dinner consists of a bottle of water, 2 bananas, and a compressed biscuit. The compressed biscuits in this world are made smaller, generally about the size of a thumb. Enough to fill one for half a day. They are nutritious, easy to carry, and don't take up space, but the taste is hard to describe, somewhat like Play-Doh. She doesn't know how long she will stay in this secret realm. Generally, secret realms open for as short as 3 days to as long as half a month. When a secret realm is about to close, the realm's laws automatically sense the presence of external beings and open a spatial passage beside them. Only by stepping into the passage can one leave the secret realm. If one does not enter the passage before it disappears, the only option to leave is to wait for the next opening of the secret realm. Therefore, Ming Xi must be mentally prepared to stay in this secret realm for 10 days to half a month. However, she has only prepared food for 4 days. So, to be safe, she must ration her food carefully and also collect some edible wild fruits and vegetables along the way. Night falls slowly. The unfamiliar secret realm, which resembled the outside world during the day, finally reveals its uniqueness at night. 2 moons hang in the sky. One, a silver disk like jade, is clear and frosty. The other, bright red like blood, is eerie and dreamlike. The 2 large disks are high in the sky, one in the east and one in the west, standing in opposition, splitting the night sky as if dividing it into 2 worlds. There is a sense of watching a low-quality horror movie. It is eerie yet sinister, with a hint of absurdity. Sounds echo as the moon rises from near and far. Ming Xi finds the noise somewhat headache-inducing. These extraordinary beings weren't this rowdy during the day, were they? Why are they making such a racket at night? Is it related to the 2 moons? As a poor student who has been transported for less than a month, Ming Xi's understanding of this world is quite limited. At least, she has never heard of a secret realm with 2 moons. However, she has heard of a moon-related secret realm, which is the Moon Mirror secret realm in their Longhua Kingdom. Yes, that's the one with the ghost thunder flowers. Because of the ghost thunder flowers, Ming Xi had specifically studied the Moon Mirror secret realm in detail. The Moon Mirror secret realm, originally the number 11 secret realm, was solidified in the year 011. It was initially managed by the Longhua Kingdom's Secret Realm Administration and was authorized by the state in 098 to be managed by the Wanling Beast Master University. The Moon Mirror secret realm opens once every 3 years. Its danger level is as high as 6 stars. Wanling Beast Master University generally uses it as a training assessment place for outstanding students. It is said that the Moon Mirror secret realm has a mirror lake that reflects a blood-red moon at night, gazing at the normally waxing and waning moon above. The name Moon Mirror comes from this. With a blood moon here, this secret realm shouldn't have any connection to the Moon Mirror secret realm, right? Jinyuanbo has been squatting at the cave entrance, looking up at the red moon with a solemn expression after climbing up from the 2 moons. Thunder? What is wrong? Ming Xi looks at it. You've been staring at the blood moon. Is there something wrong with it? After a moment of silence, Jinyuanbo nods. Thunder. It says that in its previous home, the moon was also like this. Ming Xi feels both delighted and surprised, instinctively holding her breath. She is happy because this is the first time Jinyuanbo has mentioned its hometown. Does this mean it has begun to lower its guard against her? She is surprised that Jinyuanbo's hometown also has a blood moon. Could that be here? Thunder. Thunder. It turns out Ming Xi just voiced her thoughts, but Jinyuanbo denied it. It looks up at the eastern moon again, indicating that its hometown only has a blood moon, not a silver moon. Thunder. It continues, and in its hometown, all extraordinary beings have eyes similar to it, but those here do not. Upon hearing this, Ming Xi is surprised again. Having contracted with the thunder demon bird, Ming Xi naturally studied the information about the thunder demon bird seriously. In the juvenile stage, it is very small, only about the size of a palm. Its feathers are golden, but not as shiny as Jinyuanbo. Its eye colors can be black or light brown. After evolving into a thunder demon bird, its size significantly increases, and purple-black feathers grow on its head, which is also a sign of the lightning element. Its eye color will change, but it is usually purplish-red. However, Jinyuanbo's eye color is a gem-like crimson. The phenomenon of pupil color variation is not too rare among extraordinary creatures, so Ming Xi didn't take it to heart. She didn't expect that Jinyuanbo's eye color would have such a background. All extraordinary creatures in its hometown have blood-red eyes. This is definitely not a simple pupil color variation. Ming Xi asked, "Do you know where your hometown is?" Jinyuanbo shook its head. Lele. It didn't know. Ming Xi stared at its drooping feathers, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked. Jinyuanbo turned to look at her, its blood-red eyes reflecting her slender figure. This human probably hoped it would deny it, right? But it didn't want to lie to her. I think. She let out a long sigh. It's to bring, not to let. She is a person with a lot of selfishness, not a selfless saint. Jinyuanbo was very smart and of course understood the implication behind her words. Ming Xi smiled at it. Otherwise, I could never release you from our contract, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. Breaking the contract with a pet beast would not only affect the Beastmaster's brain domain and physical abilities, but would also lead to a permanent vacancy in the contract position. That means a soul key would awaken. Lele? Ming Xi raised her eyebrows, her smile becoming even more carefree. Where is it that one wouldn't die? Even drinking cold water could lead to scalding. Taking the subway could result in derailment accidents. Sometimes how long we can live isn't something we can control. So no matter how dangerous your home is, to me, it doesn't make much difference from being in my own home. If the King of Hell wants her to die at 3 in the morning, he will never leave her until the universe is destroyed. The issue of life and death is too macro and vast. In this aspect, Ming Xi belonged to the let-it-be type of player. Her philosophy is to seize the day. Jinyuanbo was clearly stunned by her words, remaining silent for a long time, just staring at her. It seemed to be contemplating. Lele. Ming Xi had already curled up in her sleeping bag, dozing off, when she heard its call. It said, I understand now. A faint, gentle smile appeared at the corner of Ming Xi's mouth, like a flower kissed by a gentle breeze, blooming silently. At 9 o'clock, all drowsiness must retreat. The human and the beast entered the realm of time. According to the rules, they would draw the training duration for today. Ming Xi rubbed her hands, her expression unusually serious. The hatching progress of Erwa should be at 9375, so in another 30 hours, it could successfully hatch. Therefore, she hoped to draw 30 or 36 hours tonight, so she wouldn't have to consume her reward duration. Explode, my little universe. The roulette spun rapidly. It finally stopped in the 30-hour range. Ming Xi let out a long breath, her tense muscles relaxing. At the critical moment, it didn't fail her. Ming Xi first took Jinyuanbo to see Erwa. At this time, Erwa in the incubator no longer had the previous shabby appearance. The stone-like covering had all fallen off, revealing the true appearance of the pet beast egg. The eggshell looked like flowing mercury. At first glance, it resembled a large weight. It was covered with thin green threads like silkworm silk. Amazingly, these green threads seemed to have life, constantly combining and dispersing, forming one mysterious pattern after another, like a changing kaleidoscope. The whole egg seemed to be a masterpiece meticulously carved by God, something that mere mortals could never create. Ming Xi couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. What kind of breed is Erwa? This egg clearly isn't ordinary. Guangguang, can you determine its species now? Master, this pet beast egg is very likely an ancient breed. What is an ancient breed? This high-end new term is really difficult for a literary novice like her. Guangguang probably also understood her situation. It explained. Ancient breeds are extraordinary species that existed in ancient times, long before humans were born. In this era, most ancient breeds have already gone extinct, and many of the legendary extraordinary creatures spoken of by humans are descendants of ancient breeds. Ming Xi, she was a bit panicked. You mean this pet beast egg might be left over from 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years ago? Previously, when she was tested at the Beastmaster Center, the staff estimated that her Erwa must be at least 1,000 years old, and she thought that was exaggerated enough. She never expected that the reality could be even more exaggerated than the test. It's not fully determined yet. We will know what it is once it hatches. Master, don't worry. Ming Xi felt that Guangguang was standing there speaking without concern, who wouldn't be anxious upon learning such explosive news. She wished she hadn't drawn 30 hours of training time today. She would rather use the reward time to speed up Erwa's hatching. But it was too late. The excitement of drawing it earlier was now matched by her regret. She would train as she usually did. Jinyuanbo had already entered the static simulation room. Although its energy level had reached the upper limit and could not be increased, there was still the pesky little demon of skill proficiency, right? It wanted to quickly master the thunderstorm skill to perfection, so it prepared to spend the whole day in the static simulation room. Ming Xi also began her daily exercises. Exhausted, she would then soak in the thunder pool. After soaking, she would meditate and then continue practicing. She didn't know if it was because she had something on her mind, but she felt that time was passing particularly slowly today. Master, it's about to hatch. Chapter 78. Erwa has hatched. Ming Xi, who was doing one-handed push-ups, immediately sprang up, her speed as if she had springs in her body. She hurriedly called Jin Yuangbao, who was so engrossed in practicing skills that it had lost track of time in the mountains. Jin Yuangbao, who had invested the most in Erwa's birth, must witness it with its own eyes. Hearing that the future little brother was finally about to hatch, Jin Yuangbao stopped practicing and rushed with Ming Xi to room 1. On the display screen in front of the incubator, the hatching progress was already full. Inside the incubator, the silver egg was swaying left and right. Crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the eggshell. Ming Xi and Jin Yuangbao nervously leaned in close to the incubator, not daring to blink. The cracking sounds became more frequent. Bang! A small piece of eggshell fell off. Then they saw a tender white paw cautiously poking out. At that moment, Ming Xi felt her heart leap out of her chest. She stiffly watched the three-toed beast claw with sharp nails, watching it peel off the eggshell piece by piece. Sounds of crunching and chewing came from inside the eggshell. Extraordinary creatures usually eat their eggshells when they hatch because the eggshell contains their original power. Master, your training time is about to run out. Do you wish to consume reward time to continue staying in the realm of time? At such a moment, it was absolutely possible for something to jump out and ruin the atmosphere. Yes, with Guangguang's interruption, Ming Xi's mindset calmed down a lot, quietly waiting for the little one inside to come out. Luo Luo. A milk-soft voice emerged, and at the same time, a small head timidly poked out, still wearing a piece of eggshell. It was a face very similar to a human's. The head was about the size of Ming Xi's fist, with skin as white as porcelain, different from the transparent white of normal humans. Its features were exquisitely crafted, embodying a beauty that was hard to distinguish between male and female. Its eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair were all silver white, from the sides of its brow bones to the center of its brow, and then to the tip of its nose. Transparent diamond-like crystals were embedded. Ming Xi counted. There were a total of 10. Under its eyelids were symmetrical green cross star patterns. Ming Xi recognized this as one of the patterns that had been constantly changing and combining on the eggshell. Ming Xi quietly took out the pet identification device and aimed it at the little one still in the incubator. No corresponding pet data found in the directory. Please re-identify. Hearing a sound, the little creature looked up, and through the glass of the incubator, Ming Xi's gaze met its pink eyes. Luo. Ming Xi was taken aback. What did this little creature just call her? Mother? She couldn't recall that extraordinary creatures had the habit of recognizing the first person they saw as their mother. I am not your mother. I am your beast master. Extraordinary creatures are different from ordinary wild beasts. They are born with the cognitive abilities of a 7 or 8-year-old child. So Ming Xi knew it could understand her. The little creature merely tilted its head, its pink eyes blooming like peach blossoms, exuding a unique charm. Then it grabbed the eggshell on its head and began to nibble on it with its sharp little milk teeth, looking quite content. Its nibbling was quite graceful, not fast, resembling an exceptionally well-mannered young lady. Ming Xi and Jin Yuanbo silently watched it, without urging. It wasn't until it finished eating all the eggshells that its full appearance was finally revealed. Its upper body looked quite normal, but its lower body was a tail about half a meter long, covered with silver-white gradient scales that extended from the tip of the tail all the way to its neck. It looked a bit like a snake's tail, very reminiscent of the Anhua tribe, if it weren't for the 2 pairs of pure white wings on its back. Its wings were strange, floating behind it like decorative elements, with no connection points to its body. The base of the wings was neither bone nor flesh, but a silver cylindrical metallic material, resembling a pair of crescent moons facing away. Looking at those wings, Ming Xi was momentarily stunned and muttered to herself, Angel type? The 4 major extraordinary abilities can all have humanoid appearances, so when she saw the little one's face, Ming Xi couldn't determine its attribute. But upon seeing those white wings floating away from its body, she could be 100% sure that it was an angel type. Only angel-type pets would grow wings like that. She just didn't know what race it belonged to. After all, she had no impression of such an image. Could it really be an ancient species? At that moment, the incubator made a soft pop, and the top lid opened. The little creature flapped its wings and flew in front of Ming Xi, reaching out its short claws to touch her face. Its short claws were slightly cool, and the tips of its nails were very sharp. But its movements were gentle and did not hurt her. Luo Luo. Mother hug. Ming Xi. No way, she was only 14 years old, still a human child, and had not even had her first period. She absolutely could not become a mother without pain. But she still gently embraced the little creature. Who could refuse such a little angel? Excluding the tail dragging behind, it stood about 50 centimeters tall, and holding it felt like holding a doll. She seriously reiterated, My name is Ming Xi. I am your beast master, not your mother. Luo Luo? Can I call you mother? The little creature tilted its head cutely, fully aware that the human girl before it was its beast master. This person had awakened it from a long slumber. This person made it feel warm and comfortable, just like the feeling from a mother. Moreover, if it called her mother, she would surely spoil it a bit more. The little creature was indeed a bit too cute. Even Ming Xi, who wasn't too domineering in her preferences, found it hard to resist and reluctantly decided to take a step back. Calling me mother is really not okay. I'm still young and can't be your mother, but you can call me sister. The little creature pouted its pink lips slightly, seemingly feeling wronged. With tears welling up in its eyes, Ming Xi felt as if she might be too cruel. What bad thoughts could the little creature have? It just wanted a mother. Just as Ming Xi was struggling with whether to concede and become a mother without pain, she heard the little creature call her sister in a soft voice. Wronged as it was, it still compromised. It seemed to be an understanding child. Lele, Lele. At this moment, Jin Yuanbo, who had been silent, also squatted on Ming Xi's shoulder and greeted the little creature. It said, "Little one, I am your elder brother. Quickly call me big brother to hear." Although the little brother had turned into a little sister, it had low demands of its companions. As long as they didn't cause trouble for their beast master, it would look out for them. The little creature then turned its gaze to Jin Yuanbo, seeing it perched on its beast master's shoulder, its little brows furrowing slightly. But soon, they relaxed. Its eyes curved into crescent moons, smiling. "Luo Luo, big brother, hello." Quite polite. Jin Yuanbo nodded in satisfaction and called out a couple more times, indicating that it would take good care of it in the future. Since the little one had successfully hatched, it was time for the body inspection. Chapter 79, Loxiomia. At the very least, they needed to know the little one's species name. Ming Xi placed the little creature into the testing chamber. 2 minutes later, the test report was out. Loxiomia. Age, 1 day. Level, beginner. Gender, female. Attributes, angel, dragon. Energy peak, 56. Energy average, 49. Talent. Characteristic 1, sacred mission. Level. Description, has a certain resistance and suppression against dark energy. Effect varies with the energy strength of both sides. Characteristic 2, aura disruption. Level. Description, alters the effect of the aura, reducing its power. When the extraordinary creatures on the field have dark, fairy, and ghost auras, the disruption effect is doubled. Characteristic 3, flight. Level. Description, although not a flying type, it possesses flying capabilities. Its ability will be weakened when facing flying types. Skills, divine healing, beginner 0. Barrier, beginner 0. Wing control, intermediate. Dragon tail, beginner 0. Dragon breath, beginner 0. Ming Xi, how to put it? The sense of unreality was too strong. She doubted she was actually dreaming. If this test report were posted online, it would be ridiculed in an instant, because it was too absurd. It looked like something forged by someone with a fantasy disorder and not quite right in the head. Angel type, dragon type, dual attributes? Even Ming Xi knew that in the history of the Alliance, there had never been an extraordinary creature with both attributes. Talent? The peak talent is 3, which can only appear in extraordinary creatures of royal level or above. In the Alliance's history, a beginner pet that was born with dual talents was likely rarer than a divine level pet. Moreover, it had awakened 3 characteristics at the beginner level, one of which was a level characteristic. Even more outrageous were the skills. Just hatched, and it had 5 skills all at once, which would be understandable. But aside from Dragon Tail, which was a beginner level dragon skill, Dragon Breath, Barrier, and Wing Control were all intermediate. Divine Healing was even more outrageous. It was directly a heavenly level skill, the top skill among healing skills. Who asks for a beginner pet to be so powerful right after hatching? How would other pets live? Guangguang, Loxiomia is the ancient species you mentioned, right? That's the only possibility Ming Xi could think of. Yes, according to my database records. Loxiomia is an ancient species that has been extinct for over 10,000 years, the only angelic dragon tribe. The only one. That sounded too grand. Ming Xi felt as if she had been hit by a giant pie made of gold, dizzy and disoriented. Could this really be opened from a blind box? Where was the so-called pitfall? If Loxiomia was a pitfall, then she would gladly accept a heavenly burial. Master, don't get too happy too early. Ancient species are indeed powerful. But in this era, raising it to adulthood is very difficult. Do you know why? Guangguang was quite good at pouring cold water. Ming Xi's 120-degree boiling body was instantly doused with cold water by its words, feeling colder than being poisoned by the bone-piercing blue and by tea. She bit down on her back teeth. If Guangguang weren't incorporeal, she really wanted to drag it out and give it a good beating. What was wrong with letting her be happy for a moment? She didn't steal the rice from their house. How frustrating. She held her breath and tried hard to show a calm and composed smile. Why? Because ancient species evolution must meet a necessary condition, which is to absorb enough rule power. And this is something that the evolution chamber of the time domain cannot compensate for. Ming Xi frowned. Rule power? It seemed she had heard Guangguang mention it before. Rule power is the fragments derived from the laws of the universe during the universe's evolution. In ancient times, the laws of the universe were not yet perfected, and there existed countless fragments of rule power in the world, so ancient species could continuously evolve by absorbing rule power. However, with the birth of humanity and the improvement of social order, the laws of the universe gradually became stable and no longer self-generated rule fragments. As a result, ancient species faced extinction. Ming Xi understood. In ancient times, the order was chaotic, so rule power was everywhere. But when new civilizations were born, and humanity became the creators and controllers of order, the laws of the universe faded away, directly leading to a food crisis for ancient species, which in turn caused their extinction. So now the question is, where could she find rule power for Luokexiami? Primary pet beasts have a lifespan of no more than 10 years. If it cannot evolve, it would die prematurely. Ming Xi looked up, her heart aching with small tears. Gently, she took the poor little creature out of the detection chamber, treating it like fragile porcelain, gazing at it with a loving and kind expression. Master, you don't have to be too pessimistic. There is still hope for Luokexiami to evolve. Ming Xi, she had reason to suspect Guangguang could read minds. It must have heard her complaints, so it deliberately poured cold water on her when she was happy and added fuel to the fire when she was sad. It was all about being rebellious without any weight, but with the defiance of 300 pounds. In short, it was just a matter of being a little prickly. Ming Xi was so angry she almost fainted. Fortunately, she held on. Who would account for the time lost if she passed out? Guangguang, let's make a deal. Can you finish your sentences in one breath without gasping for air? At her age, she hadn't prepared her quick-acting heart-saving pill yet, and she really couldn't withstand such torment. I am very happy to serve you, my master. You listen to yourself. Does that sentence have even a dime's worth of emotion in it? Although the evolution chamber of the time domain cannot meet Luokexiami's absolute need for rule power, it can help extract rule power, but extracting it also requires consuming reward time. As for where rule power comes from, when you awaken the soul key, when the thunder demon bird evolves, they will actually generate rule power. And places with energy anomalies like the thunder pool also have a certain probability of producing rule power. However, these rule powers appear too briefly, and Luokexiami might not be able to absorb them smoothly by itself. Ming Xi understood. Rule power hadn't completely vanished, it just dissipated immediately after appearing. She asked, can the time domain also help extract rule power when others awaken or evolve? If so, she could go watch others evolve every day. That way, Irwa would have endless rule power to consume. Unfortunately, no, meaning it couldn't be done. Fine, that's still better than having no hope at all. Ming Xi gathered the little creature again, checked the time, and realized that this delay had consumed more than 30 minutes of reward time. Reward time was now hard currency. It was needed everywhere, so she couldn't waste a second. Hurry up and leave. If there were other questions, she'd talk about them tomorrow night. Back in reality, the cave was illuminated by flickering lights. Jin Yuanbao, you rest first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. And then you can take over for the second half, okay? Chapter 80, Majestic Sleeping Posture. Camping outdoors requires night watch. Otherwise, if you sleep too deeply, a beast could carry you away without anyone knowing. Beast tamers have pet beasts, so there is no concern about not having someone to keep watch alone. Jin Yuanbao flapped its wings and called out twice, indicating that it didn't need her. It could keep watch all night. How considerate. Could this be the enlightenment of an older brother? However, Ming Xi still refused. We don't know what we'll encounter tomorrow. You're our main force. And my safety and Luokexiami's safety depend on you, so you must ensure you get enough sleep to be in better shape. She stroked its tail feathers, which had slightly recovered after drinking the healing potion. Good. Jin Yuanbao also knew its responsibility was significant, so it could only compromise and nod. The little creature in Ming Xi's arms saw this scene and pouted its small mouth, suddenly reaching out to hug Ming Xi's neck. Luoluo, Luoluo, sister, I can protect you too. I can help keep watch. Its voice was soft and sweet, melting anyone's heart. Ming Xi looked down and patted its head. The little creature was great, but keeping watch was out of the question. It had just hatched, and the energy from the eggshell hadn't been fully digested yet. It was best for it to enter the pet beast space to cultivate. Luoluo, don't go into the pet beast space. I want to stay by my sister's side. Ming Xi was naturally willing to fulfill this small request, lying back on her sleeping bag while holding it. With its size, it was indeed a perfect fit as a pillow. In her eyes, Luokexiami was just a newly hatched little milk beast. What scheming could a little milk beast have? Only Jin Yuanbao felt something was off. Was it its illusion? Did the new little sister want to steal its beast tamer's attention? That night passed peacefully. Ming Xi woke up before 5 o'clock. She had woken Jin Yuanbao at 2 to switch places. It had been less than 3 hours. She had forced herself to stay awake, feeling a bit breathless, as if someone had grabbed her throat. It was also a little cold. Looking down, she saw that the sleeping bag zipper had somehow been pulled open. and Luo Keximi was lying on her, its tail wrapped tightly around her neck. No wonder she felt breathless. Her neck was chilly, and the culprit was Luo Keximi. It lay there with its arms wide open, a suspicious liquid trickling from the corner of its mouth, and its eyelids were even slightly flipped outward, sleeping like it had no image to uphold. From Ming Xi's perspective, Luo Keximi looked like Jesus nailed to a cross, but with wings. This majestic and unrestrained sleeping posture was completely different from its elegant and holy appearance when awake. Thunder? Jin Yuanbao, squatting at the cave entrance, noticed she was awake and called out softly, asking if she wasn't going to sleep. Ming Xi shook her head. She gently moved Luo Keximi's tail aside and slowly crawled out of the sleeping bag, leaving Luo Keximi to sleep alone inside. She quickly washed up, prepared energy pills for Jin Yuanbao, and nibbled on half a compressed biscuit herself. As for Luo Keximi's meals, she didn't need to worry for the next couple of days. After extraordinary creatures hatch, it takes several days to digest their eggshells. It could last at least 3 to 5 days, right? Ming Xi instructed Jin Yuanbao to watch over the soundly sleeping Luo Keximi while she went to collect the resin from the fusion tree. The fusion tree wasn't too far from the cave. Jin Yuanbao could see it from the entrance, so she felt reassured letting her go alone. After a night's work, the several containers Ming Xi prepared were almost full of a light green, thick liquid. The method of collecting fusion tree sap was similar to collecting rubber sap. After trying a few times, the operation wasn't too difficult. Judging by the flow rate of the sap, Ming Xi estimated that this tree could produce at least another 20 to 30 pounds of fusion sap, so she cut several more openings to continue collecting in containers. Fortunately, the time domain had opened a storage function. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough containers for all this sap. Because of the fusion tree, Ming Xi decided to wander around the surrounding area today and not explore other places for the time being. Although she was uncertain about the value of the Millennium Resin, she was sure it would not be too cheap. If she didn't shrink back after finally entering the secret realm, which was neither in line with success principles nor economic efficiency, she would have prepared to stay in this small valley until the secret realm passage appeared. Lakshmi woke up groggily only when the sun was blazing. It called out in a soft voice, still a bit out of it. Awake? A gentle smile appeared in front of him. It was his beast master. Seeing her, Lakshmi immediately perked up. Lolo's sister hug. This little guy seemed to be a bit clingy, probably because it had just been born. Perhaps young creatures all lack a sense of security. Ming Xi picked it up and taught it how to use a small toothbrush and towel. She didn't know if other extraordinary beings had this habit, but her beast had to develop the good habit of getting up early to wash its face and brush its teeth. Lolo, let sister help you brush. As it spoke, it opened its mouth, showing her its sharp little milk teeth. Looking at its 2 rows of sharp teeth like rakes, Ming Xi sighed, thinking how good its teeth must be for eating. Seeing it so cute, Ming Xi ultimately compromised, but she declared, only this once, no next time. Starting tonight, you must learn to brush your teeth and wash your face by yourself, understand? Absolutely cannot develop a lazy disposition. Noticing her seriousness, Lakshmi nodded. It would definitely listen to its beast master's words and be a good baby. Seeing it nod, Ming Xi happily picked up the spare toothbrush and after negotiating with Jin Yuanbao, squeezed a bit of its special toothpaste. This pet toothpaste was a universal toothpaste for extraordinary creatures, and basically all extraordinary beings could use it. Ming Xi began to carefully brush its teeth. Lakshmi occasionally made soft, spoiled sounds, like it was being coy, and also like it was enjoying it. Jin Yuanbao, who quietly stayed nearby, thought this new little sister was really useless, needing her beast master to help even with brushing teeth, too pampered. Would she also need her beast master to help her with potty training? What kind of beast master would that make? Humph. If it weren't for the fact that it was a female beast, it would definitely have to teach her some discipline with its fists. Sigh. Female beasts are just troublesome. This day passed exceptionally leisurely, digging for herbs, soaking up the sun, and just like that, the day went by. If someone didn't know any better, they might think Ming Xi was on vacation in the secret realm. Before entering the time realm again at night, Lakshmi's name was officially confirmed. Compared to Jin Yuanbao, who was indifferent about names, Lakshmi was much more cautious and meticulous about the name that would accompany it for life. Chapter 81. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd. Ming Xi proposed names like Rich Child, Silver, and Luo Tianyi. But the little guy politely rejected them all. They sounded too ugly. No matter how much it loved its sister, it couldn't accept them. Jin Yuanbao also chimed in, suggesting Silver Treasure. It thought since it was named Gold Treasure, the new little sister should be named Silver Treasure, and it just so happened she was silver-colored, making it clear to everyone they were family. Naturally, Jin Yuanbao's proposal was also bluntly rejected by Lakshmi. Lolo, I don't want that. If my beast master calls out treasure, is she calling me or her? So how did the final name come about? There's a song that goes like this. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd, I can never forget your face. Lakshmi happened to see an unknown small white flower on the cliff of the cave where they were temporarily residing. And just like that, it rashly decided on its name, Silverflower. Ming Xi thought this name was not much better than the one she proposed, and was even less practical. Silverflower sounded like an old lady's name. However, what mattered most was that the pet liked it, so Ming Xi naturally had no reason to insist. The name of the little Silverflower was thus settled. The second night in the secret realm arrived as expected. 2 moons still hung in the sky, and those extraordinary creatures continued to be more restless than during the day. Today, Ming Xi carefully observed and verified again, and indeed found something amiss. The blood moon did not genuinely exist, but was an illusory projection, because the river only reflected the white moon. So the blood moon was likely not the true nature of the secret realm. The same blood moon, and the situation was somewhat bizarre. Ming Xi would never believe there was no connection. Therefore, Ming Xi boldly speculated and cautiously verified. She ultimately deduced a conclusion: the blood moon in the secret realm. The blood moon in the mirror lake of the moon mirror secret realm, and the blood moon in Jin Yuanbao's hometown were likely the same moon. But speculation was just speculation. She had no way to prove it. For now, it could only remain a suspense. At 9 o'clock, it was the familiar time realm. Little Silverflower began its first training clock-in of its life. After Little Silverflower hatched, the static simulation room 2 and the practical simulation room 3 had morphed into room 2, and room 3. It could be said to be quite user-friendly, given that Little Silverflower had just been born and was still a little creature not yet a month old. Ming Xi did not let it undergo high-intensity training like Jin Yuanbao, but she also didn't let it do nothing at all. The time realm provided such good conditions. The little one had to get to work. So tonight, Ming Xi arranged the main task for it to practice the skill of the barrier, ideally mastering it to the beginner level. The barrier was a mid-level skill of the angel system, condensing energy to divide space and form an independent, relatively closed small space. Ming Xi wanted Little Silverflower to practice this skill because it could serve both as a control skill and a defense skill. Little Silverflower was still too weak, and this secret realm was too dangerous. Ming Xi didn't expect it to turn the tide in a crisis. As long as it could protect itself and provide timely healing to injured Jin Yuanbao or herself, that would be sufficient. Therefore, the holy healing, a divine-level healing skill, also needed to be practiced vigorously. According to Guangguang, mastering holy healing could truly achieve the impossible, bringing the dead back to life. Thus, Little Silverflower was certainly a versatile candidate that could heal, control, and attack. No wonder it was an ancient breed. Therefore, Ming Xi's short-term goal for Silverflower was only one: while applying the barrier to itself, also release holy healing. Simply put, it needed to learn to multitask. Achieving this was naturally not easy. If the barrier and holy healing required the same energy attribute, the failure rate would be almost 100%. Fortunately, one required spatial energy and the other required light energy. Although both were angel skills, their energy sources were indeed different. With more practice, it was quite possible to achieve simultaneous release. Lolo. Little Silverflower heard Ming Xi's training plan and sighed deeply. It wanted to say it was still a baby. But looking at its beast master's expectant and encouraging eyes, it found it hard to refuse. Fine, let us practice. After all, the task wasn't difficult to complete. The beast master said that as long as the proficiency of the barrier reached the beginner level, and it could also use holy healing at the same time, it could rest for the rest of the month. With its talent, it believed it could squeeze out a long rest time. At this moment, Silverflower had no idea how treacherous human hearts could be. Today was March 30th. Only one day was left in this month. Where would it find a long rest time? After sending the 2 little ones into room 2 and room 2 respectively, Ming Xi began her daily training. Before leaving the time realm, Ming Xi, as usual, had Jin Yuanbao and Little Silverflower undergo testing. Jin Yuanbao's data didn't change much compared to yesterday. Only the proficiency of Lightning Storm had significantly increased. Little Silverflower's data also didn't change much. Its energy peak increased by 23 points, and its energy average increased by 21 points. At first glance, it seems like the training results of the golden ingot are much worse than before. But let us not forget that it is a beginner pet beast, and the threshold is there, so it's impossible to compare it with the intermediate golden ingot. Aside from the energy value, there have also been a few changes in the skill bar. Really, just a little. The barrier, beginner 0. Not a bit more. Not a bit less. Even great authors don't understand positioning as well as it does. The other data is completely consistent with what it was after hatching last night. It's clear that there is a hint of loafing around. However, Ming Xi didn't say anything. Little Silverflower had already completed the task she assigned for tonight, and didn't act contrary, just a good beast. March 31st, the last day of the Chongqing secret realm opening. Fu Ting and his second son Fu Xinhe personally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Uncle Jiu, has there been any unusual activity in the secret realm passage these past 2 days? Fu Xinhe frowned. Sitting across from him was the mayor of Yonghe Town. who was also the Fu family elder specifically assigned to guard and supervise the secret realm entrance. Uncle Joe shook his head. No, aside from opening a day early. The energy fluctuations of the passage have been very stable, with no difference from previous years. He also knew why the family head and Fu Xinhe had come in person this time. Because of the mysteriously missing Ming Xi. Her name had never appeared on the spirit inscription monument. It's likely that her situation is dire. Not just Uncle Joe thought so. Almost everyone who knew about this matter thought the same. What a pity, so young, rumored to have exceptional beast taming talent. A veritable dark horse in this year's Chongqing Cup. Fu Xinhe didn't say anything further, glanced at his calm father, and let out a gentle sigh. At 3:45 p.m., the first figure appeared at the secret realm passage. Chapter 82, Escaping from the Old Nest. Coming out was a mid-level cadre from the Chongqing group. Looking as if nothing had happened, not a hair out of place. Upon seeing Fu Ting and Fu Xinhe waiting on the opposite side, he was momentarily stunned. He quickly greeted them respectfully, Chairman, Vice President. But inside, he was already complaining. What is going on? How could the Chairman and Vice President be here? He thought about the Chairman's two grandsons who had also entered the secret realm. Could something have happened to them? Could it be the Vice President's son? Fu Xinhe was unaware of what his employee was thinking. He waved his hand and said nothing. Next, Hua Lu, Li Fugui, and Sheng Shiyan came one after another, tumbling out of the passage like dumplings. They looked much more disheveled, with several people injured. The standby logistics personnel quickly rushed over to help. Grandpa, Dad, second uncle. Before long, Fu Su Shu and Fu Yifan, the two brothers, also walked out of the passage one after the other. Seeing their grandfather and father, second uncle, the two were somewhat surprised. Fu Yifan walked up to his dad. Dad, why are you and Grandpa here? Are you worried about me and Shuge? He felt something was off. Given his grandfather and dad's personalities, unless he or his cousin had died in the secret realm, they wouldn't have left their work to come here specially. As his grandfather would say, it's just a secret realm with a danger level of 3 stars. Do you need a ceremonial team arranged for you? No ceremonial team, and for the big shots to personally come welcome them was even more unreasonable. Fu Xinhe looked at his son's puzzled face and then glanced at the disappearing secret realm passage. He sighed. Your classmate might be in trouble. Due to Fu Ting and Fu Xinhe's presence, the group that had just come out of the secret realm instinctively didn't dare to speak loudly. So the scene was actually quite quiet. Moreover, since beast tamers are generally sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, Fu Xinhe's words were heard by almost everyone. The Fu family side was fine, as only a few who had paid attention to the internal selection matches had heard of Ming Xi's name. But the boys and girls who obtained the secret realm entry cards through the internal selection match were collectively stunned upon hearing this. They exchanged glances. Ming Xi is in trouble? That little monster who made them, self-proclaimed geniuses, feel pressured, is in trouble? Fu Yifan's expression was even more confused. His brows furrowed tightly as he scanned the faces of everyone present, and indeed, he did not find Ming Xi's figure. Everyone who entered the secret realm was present, except for Ming Xi, and the secret realm passage had now completely disappeared. Fu Xinhe knew that although his son was usually carefree, he was a very sentimental child. He knew his son must be feeling terrible inside. Helplessly, he patted his shoulder. Ming Xi's name never appeared on the spirit inscription monument from start to finish. She must have encountered an accident when entering the passage. As a member of the Fu family, Fu Yifan certainly knew the function of the spirit inscription monument. He also understood what it meant for a name not to appear. His face turned even uglier. After a long time, he finally said, Grandpa, Dad, I want to stay in Yonghe town for a few more days. He wanted to wait for his classmate to come out. He didn't believe that Ming Xi would quietly die like this. Perhaps she entered another secret realm, and that secret realm just hasn't closed yet. He wanted to wait for her to come out here. Fu Ting and Fu Xinhe exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, what was Ming Xi doing? She was once again fleeing for her life. After collecting enough fusion tree sap, Ming Xi set off again on her exploration of the secret realm with the golden ingot and little silver flower. Leaving the small valley, they headed northeast along a stream on the mountain path. Not long after walking, they arrived at a vast sea of flowers. Countless unknown flowers bloomed extravagantly. Bees and butterflies flitted among the flowers, collecting nectar. However, these bees and butterflies were larger than Ming Xi's head. They looked quite extraordinary. Clearly, they were extraordinary creatures. Ming Xi did not dare to immediately take out the pet identification device to identify their species, as it could easily draw her enough hate value. She was also scared. Luo. Little silver flower pointed at a bee, excitedly expressing that it wanted to eat honey. Ming Xi felt that the child should indeed be spoiled, and it was essential to supplement some nutrition after just being born. Moreover, the honey made by wild extraordinary bees was not only loved by pet beasts, but humans could also consume it, and it was greatly beneficial to the body. The tracking plan was progressing smoothly. The old nest plan did not encounter much trouble. The plan was to find the bee's nest, with the golden ingot responsible for setting fire in the upwind area of the hive. Once the fire started, it would inevitably attract the attention of the bee swarm. To avoid their own nest being affected, the big bees left to help extinguish the fire. This was the strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. Once most of the bees left the hive, Ming Xi would take the opportunity to remove the hive. After all, with the storage function of the time domain, Ming Xi could collect an entire skyscraper in an instant. A small beehive? That was easy. Ahem. Exaggerated metaphor. Please do not take it literally. However, the unexpected happened after the bee's nest disappeared. The time domain could only store inanimate objects. Aside from Ming Xi's contracted beast, no other extraordinary creatures could enter. So when the beehive, which was as large as a small villa, completely vanished, the inhabitants naturally remained in place. Aside from some worker bees that were busy making honey, there was also an unusually fat and ugly queen bee. Honey. The queen bee let out a sharp and urgent cry, immediately alarming the male bees nearby that were extinguishing the fire. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly realized that their home had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk. They didn't even care about extinguishing the fire or their queen anymore. They bared their fangs, protruded their stingers, and charged toward Ming Xi and her companions. Thus, Ming Xi began another escape journey. A swarm of large bees seemed to have consumed hundreds of pounds of gunpowder. Their fury so great that it seemed they would destroy the world. Ming Xi sat on the golden ingot, holding the little silver flower that was happily nibbling on a honeycomb. Feeling exasperated by the relentless pursuit, this group of bees was even more persistent than the fire spider king, chasing them for hundreds of miles without giving them a moment to catch their breath. They were finally driven into a strangely shaped, narrow valley with steep cliffs. The moment they entered the canyon, the large bees that had been closely following them suddenly came to a synchronized halt, as if to say that if they didn't die, the queen would castrate herself and become a eunuch. Chapter 83, The Strange Canyon. Some of the bees stopped so abruptly that they even performed a drifting maneuver. Ming Xi was always alert to the behavior of these large bees and noticed their unusual actions. The fact that these fierce bees were so fearful could only mean that there was something wrong with this canyon. Something big was wrong. Golden ingot. Don't go forward yet. Ming Xi was not reckless. The unknown is often the most terrifying and deadly. She frowned and began to carefully observe the canyon. The cliffs on both sides were steep and jagged, forming natural sharp peaks that enclosed the canyon into a spire shape. Apart from the entrance they came in through, there were no other exits in sight. The stone path in the middle of the canyon was a steep slope, but not too steep, about 8 or 9 meters wide. Winding upwards, both sides of the path were filled with colorful flowers. The colors were so vibrant, even more beautiful than what they had seen in the flower fields earlier. Seeing those flowers, the little silver flower flapped its wings wanting to go pick them, but Ming Xi quickly held it tightly. No, it might be dangerous. The reaction of those large bees was too abnormal. She was sure that either this canyon was dangerous, or the flowers and stones here were strange. The little silver flower was still very obedient and didn't move again. They did not leave, but gathered outside the valley, with more and more of them coming. And Ming Xi estimated that almost the entire colony had arrived. Pairs of green compound eyes were firmly locked onto them. Was there a hint of gloating? This feeling was even more chilling than being targeted by a psychopathic killer. Ming Xi was increasingly convinced that there was something wrong with this canyon. Perhaps the bees had deliberately driven them here to leave them with no escape. There might be wolves in front and tigers behind. What if they broke through from above? Although it looked narrow from above, that was just a visual illusion caused by height. With the size of the golden ingot, it should be able to fly out. But that might not work either. Those large bees were also flying creatures and would surely catch up. There might already be bees waiting above. Golden ingot. I'll go down and take a look. No matter what, there are always more solutions than difficulties. When the golden ingot descended to a certain height, Ming Xi hugged the little silver flower and jumped off its back. She stood right in the middle of the stone path, not approaching the flowers. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately felt a chill that shot straight to her soul. It was a coldness that seemed to freeze her entirely. She could feel her feet had already gone numb, with the cold rapidly spreading up her legs. Realizing something was wrong, she tossed the little silver flower into the air, letting it fly on its own. The cold clearly came from the ground. As long as the little silver flower did not come into contact with her, it would not be affected. Golden ingot. Ming Xi called out. The golden ingot saw her face turn pale as paper and realized something was wrong, quickly flying to her side. The moment her feet left the ground, the rapidly encroaching cold disappeared, but by then, her legs had almost lost all sensation. It turned out that the problem might not be with the flowers, but with this land. It was the energy of this place. She had not been cautious enough and almost turned into a frozen statue. Lele, are you okay? The golden ingot turned its head, looking at her with concern. It had been in contact with its beast master's body and knew exactly what she had just experienced. Lolo. The little silver flower also flew over. its eyes already brimming with tears. Ming Xi smiled reassuringly at them. I'm fine, I just can't move my feet for a while. Fortunately, the golden ingot reacted quickly. Otherwise, she would definitely be a celestial sister on the cliff now. At that moment, a series of pink light circles fell onto her one after another, as if she was being enveloped in a soft glow. The stiffness and pain in her legs were quickly fading away, along with the burns on her back from being chased by the Fire Spider King. Was this divine healing? Ming Xi looked at the little silver flower floating in front of her, noticing its pink pupils spinning rapidly in an almost unnatural manner. Those pink light circles were emanating from its eyes. Divine healing, so it was this girl-like? Healing skills were almost a must-have for every angelic extraordinary creature. A racial talent they possessed from birth. However, healing skills varied in strength. Some could heal simple flesh wounds, while others could fully revive a person on the brink of death. Among these healing skills, divine healing was the highest level and the rarest. Until today, Ming Xi had only heard of it, but had never seen any extraordinary creature use this skill. There was none online, and even less in reality. So she truly hadn't expected divine healing to manifest like this, with such a full pink aura. If one didn't know better, they might think she was in love. That was quite nice. The prestige of a skill shouldn't just depend on effects but on efficacy, right? Thank you, little silver flower, I'm all better now. Seeing her beastmaster smile sincerely, the golden ingot quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As Ming Xi's first pet, it was most sensitive to her emotional changes, so it could clearly feel her pain earlier. The new little sister might be a bit delicate, but she wasn't without her merits. Ming Xi also felt lucky to have contracted with the little silver flower. With a pet that could use healing skills guarding her, she no longer had to worry about losing limbs. Thinking of her grandmother, she remembered that today was the day the Chongqing secret realm was supposed to close. If she couldn't contact her for a long time, her grandmother would surely be worried sick. She didn't know when this secret realm would close. Her grandmother's health had just recovered, and she didn't want her to fall ill again because of her. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and her previously bright mood sank again. Lolo, the little silver flower, also sensed her unusual emotions and thought it was because it hadn't healed her properly, preparing to release the skill again. Ming Xi quickly stopped it. No, I'm really fine. Divine healing is very effective. I just remembered something unpleasant. She didn't want her mood to affect them and quickly perked up again. At this point, worrying and being entangled here wouldn't help. All she could do was live well. Golden ingot, little silver flower. You must be careful not to touch anything here, including wildflowers and grass, not even the cliff walls. The reinvigorated Ming Xi reminded the two little ones. This canyon was indeed very strange. Chapter 84, Natural Enemies. The air temperature was clearly not low. Her personal terminal displayed a temperature of 21 degrees. But the coldness from the ground was enough to kill in silence. Yet, there were no signs of frost or freezing on the stone walls. And so many beautiful flowers and plants could still grow around. The sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, brimming with the vitality of spring. Everything looked incredibly natural and harmonious. Indeed, one cannot judge this world by common sense, especially since this was a magical secret realm. She had to be more careful and cautious. Lolo, the golden ingot and little silver flower nodded in agreement. With their Beastmaster's prior experience, they understood that this place was unusual. Even the delicate little silver flower was fully alert, carefully observing its surroundings. What should they do next? Directly exiting the canyon was certainly not a good plan, but Ming Xi also did not intend to venture deeper into the canyon. She felt it was even less safe inside. Otherwise, why wouldn't that group of big bees follow them in? After all, they were also flying-type pets. Ming Xi speculated that either there was something even more terrifying inside the canyon that intimidated them, or there was a natural enemy growing nearby. After thinking for a moment, the loud-mouthed pet identification device made its appearance again, targeting the largest bee outside the canyon. Honey Wine Blue Wing Bee, a flight-type extraordinary creature of the soldier level, evolved from the primary extraordinary creature Honey Wine Wing Bee. The Honey Wine Wing Bee tribe is one of the rare extraordinary creatures that cannot be contracted by beast masters, as they will only be loyal to their queen. Even if a forced contract is successful, it will immediately backlash against the beast master, even at the cost of its life. It is indeed rare for an extraordinary creature to be loyal only to the sole female of its species. However, this situation usually only occurs in bee and ant extraordinary creatures. Moreover, the honey wine wing bee only collects nectar from the moonlight wine immortal flower, and the honey produced is called wine immortal honey. It is said that long-term consumption of wine immortal honey brewed by the honey wine wing bee can prolong life and bestow everlasting blessings. Ming Xi, what the hell? Everlasting blessings. Nonsense that disturbs the mind. However, Ming Xi believed that wine immortal honey must be a good thing. Otherwise, the little silver flower wouldn't want to eat it after having some. It didn't even delay its enjoyment of the honey chunks while fleeing for its life. Thinking of the huge beehive she had just collected into the time realm, Ming Xi felt as if her heart was soaked in a honey jar, sweet as can be. At this time, the pet identification device continued to play. The wing color of the honey wine wing bee deepens with evolution, the higher the level, the deeper the wing color. The honey wine black wing bee is the pinnacle of this species at the royal level. Although the pet identification device was hard to describe, the explanations were quite detailed. Overall, the flaws did not overshadow the merits. Putting away the pet identification device, Ming Xi did not do anything else. She quietly sat on the back of the golden ingots, resembling a meditating monk. The little silver flower simply occupied the throne on Ming Xi's left shoulder, elegantly enjoying the honey chunk while hugging it with its short toes. From time to time, it would send pieces to Ming Xi's mouth, acting cute and wanting to share with her sister. Ming Xi didn't mind that the honey chunk had been nibbled on by it. She carefully bit off a small piece each time and put it in her mouth. To be honest, it tasted really good, sweet but not greasy, melting in her mouth. Better than any candy she had ever eaten before. Moreover, there was a refreshing feeling after eating it. The fatigue in her body was gradually disappearing. Golden ingots. You should eat some honey chunks too. It seems to replenish energy. She hurriedly stuffed several pieces into Golden Ingot's mouth. Golden Ingots was thrilled after eating. Compared to the bitter courage fruit that made it doubt life, the honey chunks were simply a divine product. It let out a low call twice, expressing its approval of the honey chunks. The greedy little sister wasn't bad after all. After a long while, it couldn't help but call out again, asking Ming Xi what to do next. Ming Xi, wait. Wait for what? Wait for the secret realm to close. Or wait for that group of honey wine winged bees to disperse on their own. But they have set up their nest. Will they really give up chasing us? Golden Ingots was even more confused. However, its curiosity wasn't strong, and it knew that its beast master had her own considerations, so it quieted down. About half an hour passed. The honey wine winged bees outside the canyon increased rather than decreased. At a glance, there were countless huge compound eyes. This scene resembled the momentum of Bai Qi encircling the Zhao army during the Chongping battle back in the day. Quite intimidating. At this moment, Ming Xi spoke up. Little silver flower, can your barrier block toxic gas? Of course, no problem. Good, then we will do it this way. The three heads of one person and two beasts huddled together and then let out strange cackling laughter. The honey wine winged bees outside the canyon had no idea what kind of disaster was about to befall them. 2 minutes later, thick black smoke rose from within the canyon, and the smoke drifted out with the wind. Soon, the honey wine winged bees started to buzz frantically, their voices filled with panic and unease. Although Ming Xi couldn't understand what they were saying, she still smiled. It seemed she had made the right bet. The honey wine winged bees hated them to the bone, willing to mobilize their entire tribe to block them. But they were also very wary of this canyon. Even though the whole tribe was mobilized, not a single honey wine winged bee dared to enter the canyon. Was this reasonable? Ming Xi felt it was unreasonable. Even if there were other extraordinary creatures inside the canyon that frightened the honey wine winged bees, they shouldn't be so fearful that they didn't dare to approach at all. The purpose of Ming Xi using the pet identification device earlier was not solely to identify the honey wine winged bees, but also to confirm something. The pet identification device at maximum volume had an effect that could definitely compete with a motorcycle gang revving their engines. However, half an hour had passed, and the canyon remained peaceful and quiet. This proved that even if there were very powerful extraordinary creatures inside the canyon, they would not easily appear. So Ming Xi was certain that there were other things in this canyon that frightened the honey wine winged bees or could harm them. For example, the particularly beautiful flowers and plants blooming along the stone path. So she ignited a patch of flowers. The effect was immediate. The swarm of honey wine winged bees quickly fell into chaos, and Ming Xi noticed their wings were fading in color. Blue faded to light green. Dark green faded to pale yellow. The wings were a symbol of the strength of the honey wine winged bee tribe. So this fading phenomenon could only indicate that their strength was rapidly declining. Ming Xi looked at the burning flower patch and didn't even know what kind of flowers these were. But they posed such a significant threat to the honey wine winged bee tribe. No wonder they didn't dare to enter the canyon. It turned out their natural enemies were here. Ming Xi patted the golden ingots beneath her. Let us begin. Chapter 85, Meow Meow appears. Golden ingots let out an excited call. Energy surging within, and one by one, thunderbirds flew out of the canyon entrance, swiftly and accurately striking those honey wine white-winged bees whose wings were nearly transparent. They were the most cost-effective time reward machines. The Thunderbird was Golden Ingot's farthest attacking skill, more than enough to deal with primary pets. In fact, the most useful was the Thunderstorm, but she could only stay on Golden Ingot's back now, and if it used Thunderstorm, it could very likely hurt her. So it had to be disabled. Detected that the owner's Thunder Demon Bird has defeated a same-level extraordinary creature, Honey Wine White-Winged Bee. Rewarded with 10 minutes of training time at the private pet training facility of the Time Realm. Detected. The 8 Thunderbirds collectively harvested 40 minutes of reward time. The benefits were astonishing. and the most abundant outside the canyon were the white-winged bees. Wouldn't this reward time exceed the limit? Ming Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, the honey wine-winged bees were not fools. Would they not escape when they dared not approach the canyon? Although they would prefer to retaliate. But the canyon's terrain was special. There was a giant peak at the entrance, narrow at the entrance and wide inside, and the terrain inside the canyon was also high. It was an excellent terrain that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Coupled with the smoke produced by the burning grass and trees, those honey wine-winged bees could only stay far away from the cliff. In short, golden ingots and the others could take advantage of the terrain to launch long-range attacks. But the honey wine-winged bees found it very difficult to counterattack. Ming Xi and the others were hiding in a very tricky position. The leading honey wine blue-winged bee, seeing that revenge was hopeless and its tribe members were harmed instead, could only unwillingly glare at Ming Xi, and finally let out a sharp call, ordering a retreat. The frequency of releasing thunderbirds reached once per second. Ming Xi was almost getting tinnitus from the sound of the prompts. At this moment, detected that the Master S. Lakshiyu defeated the intermediate extraordinary creature, honey wine white-winged bee, rewarded with 100 minutes of training time at the Time Realm's private pet training facility. Huh? Ming Xi turned her head in surprise to look at the little silver flower on her left shoulder, only to realize that the two pairs of angel wings behind it had vanished. Its pink pupils were surrounded by a white glow. Ming Xi quickly followed its line of sight and indeed saw two pairs of familiar white wings transforming into four blades, following the golden ingot's thunderbird, snapping up kills. Wing control, an intermediate skill of the angel system, transforms wings into guillotines, which can serve as melee weapons or be used for ranged attacks. The attack form is somewhat similar to the golden ingot's wing slash. However, this skill differs from others in that it does not change in proficiency, but evolves with the pet's level. This means it could potentially become wing control, high, or wing control, earth. Like the healing skill, wing control is also a talent skill of the angel system. Ming Xi reached out and touched the transparent barrier enveloping them. She truly felt the resistance from the space, indicating that the little silver flower had been using the barrier all along. Has the little silver flower learned to multitask? The question is, has it ever studied? It surprisingly knows how to snap up kills. Impressive, my little silver flower. However, the cost-effectiveness of the little silver flower getting the last hits is indeed high. Ming Xi's eyes lit up, feeling like she had grasped the key to wealth. She quickly told the two beasts, Golden Ingot, let the little silver flower get the final hit. Worried that the golden ingot might have a temper, she added an explanation. Since it's also defeating intermediates, the little silver flower, being of a lower level, will receive 10 times the reward duration as you. The golden ingot understood. It was all because it was too strong. Fine. For the sake of its beast master being able to go to the bathroom whenever she wants in the future, it could endure a little. With the golden ingot's active cooperation, the little silver flower's kill-stealing career took a qualitative leap. In less than 10 minutes, Ming Xi's wallet was already bulging. Remaining reward duration, 1,438 minutes 23 seconds. Now it's good. The storage function should be able to maintain stability for a long time. Unfortunately, the little silver flower has too little energy. Maintaining the barrier and using wing control quickly drained it. It could only exit the battle. Ming Xi gave it a bottle of energy supplement, specifically choosing a fruit flavor. From the little silver flower's aversion to the courage fruit, it was clear that it liked sweet food. At this time, the honey wine-winged bees outside the valley had already dwindled to very few. But few does not mean none. The remaining ones were all honey wine-winged bees of the above intermediate level. The smoke had a relatively small impact on them, so they did not choose to retreat and seemed prepared to endure the smoke damage until the girls came out. They surrounded the valley entrance tightly, and no matter which direction Ming Xi tried to break through, she would encounter attacks from more than 3 honey wine-winged bees. Were they planning to wear her down? It seemed she had underestimated the persistence and ferocity of the honey wine-winged bee tribe. She thought she could finally escape. It appeared that for now, she would have to continue hiding in this canyon, and Ming Xi did not dare to burn any more flowers or grass. Burning one cluster was a test. Burning 2 clusters was helping to weed. Burning any more would be a blatant provocation. She was also afraid that if she hadn't dealt with the big bees outside, she might provoke even stronger foes. Time passed minute by minute. The burning flower clusters gradually extinguished, the smoke dissipated, and night was about to fall. The honey wine-winged bees outside the valley had already changed shifts 3 times. Ming Xi was truly exasperated with this group of old six. She had only disturbed their nest. It wasn't like she had dug up their ancestral graves. It shouldn't be this way, really shouldn't. This wouldn't do. The golden ingot carrying her would also get tired. Even if it could enter the time realm to rest, that wouldn't be a long-term solution. Perhaps she should find a way to break through. There were methods available, but they might require her to get injured a bit. Getting hurt wasn't a big deal. After all, she had the little silver flower. Just as Ming Xi was pondering how to resolve the current predicament, A small beast came running out from the winding stone path in the canyon. Because she had been wary, Ming Xi had been paying attention to the other side of the canyon, so she noticed the small beast's appearance immediately. Although it was still a bit far away, Ming Xi could clearly see what the small beast looked like. Saying it was small, it was actually about the size of an adult cat from Ming Xi's previous life. But it was very thin, almost skin and bones, so thin that the protruding spine and ribs could be seen on its back. It was even thinner than Ming Xi when she first arrived. Its fur was mostly ice blue, but its limbs and cheeks were covered with dark red mixed fur. Coupled with sparse hair and various rotten, unhealed wounds all over its body, it looked like an ordinary stray cat that had been abandoned for many years. But Ming Xi knew that it was definitely an extraordinary creature. Chapter 86, A Shift in the Scene. The small beast initially did not notice them. It stumbled as it ran, and its right eye seemed to be injured, continuously bleeding. It left clear paw prints where it had stepped. Lolo? The little silver flower also noticed the unexpected guest across the way, poking Ming Xi's face with its short toes, asking if she wanted to kill it. Ming Xi, is the little silver flower's personality a bit cruel? Clearly, it looks like a delicate little angel. That contrast is quite stark, dear. Ming Xi was lost in thought, but did not forget to stop the fierce little sister from harming the innocent. That little beast was already so injured, and it was obvious that it was a primary extraordinary creature. Now that her wallet was full, she didn't need to be greedy for that 10 minutes of reward time. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, she would not kill any extraordinary creature. Extraordinary creatures are not ordinary beasts. In this world, extraordinary creatures are like humans, possessing intelligence, thoughts, and their own worldview. Killing them is essentially no different from killing a person. So whether it was the sweet duck from the day before or today's honey wine-winged bees, the golden ingot would either knock them unconscious or defeat them, rather than kill them. Saying extermination was purely talk. The golden ingot is really not a perverted beast killer. It is still very civilized and polite. Back to the point, that cat-like extraordinary creature had already stumbled into the middle of the mountain path. It finally noticed their presence. In an instant, its fur stood on end, its spine elongated, and its rear end raised high, striking a classic attack posture, commonly known as fluffing up. Dingling dingling. Ice spirit. Its cry was unexpectedly pleasant, the kind that could make one's ears feel euphoric and clean. However, it was too tense. At this moment, Ming Xi also saw a pair of bells hanging from the cartilage inside its ears. The left bell was blue, while the right one was red. That jingling sound was produced by the bells. Seeing that pair of bells and hearing its cry, Ming Xi confirmed its species. The ice spirit bells in their inner ears are carriers of their energy, ringing only when their emotions are highly agitated. Ming Xi did not expect this disheveled little beast to be an ice spirit mongoose because, in her understanding, ice spirit mongooses have all ice blue fur, long and fluffy. They are particularly appealing. Therefore, they are highly favored by cat lovers. Moreover, their inner ear ice spirit bells should all be blue. But this one in front of her had mixed and messy fur, with one blue and one red ice spirit bell. If it weren't for its cry, who would dare believe it was an ice spirit mongoose? So one thing is certain, this ice spirit mongoose has undergone genetic mutation. Moreover, it may have mutated in a not-so-good direction. Genetic mutations in extraordinary creatures are actually not uncommon, as they do not have reproductive isolation. So the offspring born have a certain chance of inheriting the racial traits of both parents simultaneously, thus leading to genetic mutations. Moreover, this kind of genetic mutation is usually not a good thing. The mutated offspring either die shortly after hatching or have a very short lifespan and cannot evolve later on. Therefore, many wild female extraordinary creatures will actively abandon their mutated offspring after giving birth. It can be said that it is quite tragic. Of course, such genetic mutations do not run rampant. The vast majority of offspring will only inherit one side of their parents' genetic chain, ensuring the natural continuation of the species. Looking at the pitiful ice spirit raccoon in front of her, Ming Xi couldn't help but think of the original owner. Abandoned by her biological mother, she had to face the hardships of life early on, sensitive yet strong, fragile yet filled with infinite courage. They are all pitiful children. Little Silver Flower, please help it heal. Little Silver Flower sighed lightly, as if regretting that she couldn't take action, but still obediently treated the ice spirit raccoon. A pink halo appeared around the ice spirit raccoon, resembling the transformation scene of a magical girl. However, the ice spirit raccoon did not realize that Little Silver Flower was using a healing skill on it. Instead, it thought it was being attacked. The entire cat became even more agitated, baring its teeth and pouncing fiercely towards Ming Xi, accompanied by a biting cold wind. The freezing wind, an entry-level ice skill, freezes objects within effective range, and the freezing effect improves with skill proficiency. Jin Yuanbao immediately took to the air, escaping the range of the freezing wind and avoiding the ice spirit raccoon's attack. Seeing the ice spirit raccoon not recognizing good intentions, and actually attacking its beast master who had just helped it. Almost injuring her, little silver flower became increasingly angry. Luo Luo, Luo Luo, one short paw pointed out, while the other was on its waist, and it unleashed a torrent of verbal criticism at the ice spirit raccoon with quite everyday language. Ming Xi, Jin Yuanbao. Both looked bewildered. Wasn't it a delicate little princess? Wasn't it a scheming little green tea? How did it turn into a furious sister in the blink of an eye? The little princess, little green tea, filter shattered completely in the minds of both the person and the beast. Ming Xi saw that the ice spirit raccoon was also stunned by the scolding, standing still like a tree stump. Perhaps it had already sensed the changes in its body. The injured right eye had stopped bleeding, and the rotting wounds on its body had healed, leaving behind unsightly bald patches. Sacred healing, short treatment, quick effect. Everyone who uses it praises its efficacy. After calming down, it recalled the human's words from earlier. So it really almost injured its benefactor? The ice spirit raccoon, like a child who had done something wrong, lowered its head, its whole body stiff as it allowed little silver flower to continue her verbal output. The scene was solemn, yet somewhat comical. Ahem, Ming Xi cleared her throat. Little silver flower, it probably doesn't recognize the sacred healing skill and thought you were attacking it earlier. So it's all a misunderstanding. Look, it's not attacking us anymore, which means it has realized it made a mistake. Jin Yuanbao also agreed with a couple of calls, indicating that this creature should not be bad and that it had indeed been a misunderstanding. Ming Xi cast an appreciative glance at Jin Yuanbao and took out a bottle of water, handing it to little silver flower. All right, let's drink some water to soothe our throats. After outputting so many words in one breath, Ming Xi was genuinely worried about its throat going hoarse. And little silver flower's rich vocabulary. She had no idea where it came from. Truly, one cannot judge a beast by its appearance. Luo Luo. Little silver flower nodded, indicating that it would forgive the ice spirit raccoon today for the sake of its sister. It puffed up its cheeks, huffing angrily at the silent ice spirit raccoon. Then with a nasal sound, it accepted the water handed to it by its beast master, gulping down more than half a bottle in one go. Its throat was indeed about to smoke. After drinking, it rubbed against Ming Xi's cheek, innocently calling her sister, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. Reverting back to the original delicate and cute little angel. Quite the dissonance. After calming down the furious sister, Ming Xi finally turned her serious gaze towards the ice spirit raccoon below. She signaled Jin Yuanbao to fly in front of it. It was evidently unaffected by the mysterious aura of this land, possibly because it was of the ice type. Hello, little one, Ming Xi politely greeted, then tentatively asked, "Is this your home?" Chapter 87 Exit. The ice spirit raccoon raised its head. Its eyes were a clear and flawless ice blue, slightly deeper than its fur color, resembling jade formed from snow domain blue spirits. It gazed at her and slowly nodded. This meant that the depths of the canyon might be home to its parents. She remembered that the ice spirit raccoon only had one evolution chain, the highest being royal level, called Ice Capture Six-Tailed Huan. So, there shouldn't be an Ice Capture Six-Tailed Huan in this canyon, right? Unfortunately, Ming Xi guessed wrong this time. Not one, but two. No wonder those honey wine-winged bees were unwilling to enter this canyon. Even if there were no flowers and plants that would weaken their strength, they probably wouldn't dare to venture in. A nest of two royal-level extraordinary creatures? Which fool would dare to barge in casually? The foolish Ming Xi was already starting to tremble. This must be what they call ignorance is bliss. Thinking about what she had done after entering the canyon, the white-haired sweat was all in place. Little one, I'm very sorry for intruding into your home. We will leave right now. Please don't call your parents. Ming Xi now didn't want to stay here for even another second. They had to run away immediately. A hasty escape with everyone in tow. Ignoring the honey wine-winged bees outside that were still eyeing them covetously, she instructed Jin Yuanbao, preparing to fly out of this canyon that was giving her immense pressure. Compared to the two royal-level extraordinary creatures, that group of honey wine-winged bees outside didn't even count as an appetizer. Just as she turned around, a low call from the ice spirit raccoon came from behind. Ming Xi obviously didn't understand, but the golden translator Jin Yuanbao was online, conveying the other's meaning as it was. It was saying, "Follow me." Ming Xi was stunned. What does that mean? She turned to look at the ice spirit raccoon. Where are we going? You can't possibly be taking us to meet your parents, right? Kid, that's not how adult society repays kindness. The ice spirit raccoon. Jin Yuanbao continued to translate. It says it can take us away. Ming Xi instantly understood. This ice spirit raccoon must have been born in this canyon and knew about the hidden paths. But she hesitated. This little one probably wouldn't harm them, but thinking about the two royal-level extraordinary creatures in this place. They could jump out at any moment and tear them into pieces. She felt particularly uneasy. The ice spirit raccoon. Jin Yuanbao. It says its parents aren't home and have gone out for something. Ming Xi's eyes widened. All right, we will follow you. It wasn't that Ming Xi was naively trusting a stranger beast's words. She made this decision based on the actual situation. She had found it somewhat strange earlier. Just think about it. If you were in their shoes and a group of strangers barged into your home, playing surround sound music in your yard, that wasn't all. They even recklessly burned the flowers and plants in your garden and even slaughtered right at your doorstep. Could you turn a blind eye to all of that? Even Buddha wouldn't be that easygoing, right? Unless you weren't home at all, how would you know that intruders had entered your house? Everything made sense now. And Ming Xi also knew that ice spirit raccoons were not social animals. So the ones ruling this canyon now were probably the offspring of those two ice capture six-tailed huans. So at least for the time being, they were safe. The ice spirit raccoon didn't say anything more, gracefully and calmly walking ahead despite being thin as a rake, exuding an inherent elegance and composure typical of feline beasts. It led them around a stone path corner and through a dense thicket of thorns. Unlike Jin Yuanbao, who could fly, the ice spirit raccoon inevitably got scratched by the thorns, leaving several wounds. But it seems to have no strong feelings. Even when thorns embed in its flesh, it doesn't make a sound, its expression calm as if it merely had a small scrape on its finger. Ming Xi sighed silently. One wonders how much suffering it has endured to remain so composed in the face of such pain. It seems that the fiery little sister's heart is still quite soft. Little Silver Flower's kindness stems entirely from not being able to bear the expression of its Beastmaster's heartache for the beast outside. Humph, cunning beast. Daring to act in front of Little Silver Flower, don't even think about succeeding. Ming Xi had no idea of her pet beast's little thoughts. She discovered that behind the tall thicket of thorns was actually a stone crevice 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Wind was blowing from the crevice, indicating that it indeed led to the outside world. However, the crevice was too narrow. When golden ingots spread its wings, they spanned 3 meters, making it impossible to pass through. What if they just left from the air? After all, this place had already escaped the monitoring range of the honey wine-winged bees. They shouldn't be able to notice, and even if they did, they couldn't catch up. It's just that she wondered if there were any flying extraordinary creatures living on this sheer cliff. Every Beastmaster is usually warned before entering a secret realm that the high altitude is actually the most dangerous area on land, even when facing terrifying opponents. There is sometimes hope for escape, but once something happens in the air, it almost always ends in a catastrophic fall. So during these 3 days, aside from being near the waterfall, Golden Ingot's flying altitude had never exceeded 200 meters. Even in desperate situations, it tried to stay as low as possible. Ice Spirit. Golden Ingots, lay. It asked us to wait. At that moment, Ice Spirit Fox crouched down and sprang up, surprisingly jumping step by step onto a large tree that grew on the steep cliff. It placed some leaves beneath Golden Ingots. Ice Spirit. Golden Ingots, lay. It said that placing these leaves underfoot can isolate the Earth's energy. Ming Xi's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected such a useful item. This way, she could indeed walk out of the canyon herself. Ming Xi had Little Silver Flower fly down to help her gather some leaves, took off her shoes, and placed the leaves inside. After making the preparations, she jumped down from Golden Ingot's back. At that moment, both she and the two beasts were tense. Although they could sense that Ice Spirit Fox meant no harm, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Besides, to be serious, they were still intruders in its territory. What if it turned out to be an Oscar-winning actor? So Ming Xi remained on high alert. Golden Ingots consciously flew to the base of its Beastmaster's legs, ready to let her climb on its back if anything went wrong. Little Silver Flower also hovered in the air, always ready to unleash a divine healing. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. When Ming Xi's feet touched the ground, she didn't feel that previous bone-chilling cold. Instead, her feet felt warm and quite comfortable. Thank you. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the Ice Spirit Fox in front of her. It seemed it genuinely wanted to help them. Ice Spirit Fox said nothing, merely raised its paw and pointed at the stone crevice, then led the way inside. Chapter 88. The Ice Spirit Fox's Gratitude. The stone crevice was indeed very narrow, and to avoid other parts of her body touching the stone wall, Ming Xi walked very carefully and slowly. The Ice Spirit Fox leading in front would occasionally stop to wait for her. It was very quiet, never urging her. After a long time, they finally exited the stone crevice just before night fell completely. In front of them was a clear little stream flowing gently into the distance. The terrain here was flat and spacious, surrounded by mountains on both sides and water on one side, making it a great place for camping. Ming Xi summoned Golden Ingots again. Then she carefully reached out to touch the stone wall. Nothing unexpected happened. It seemed they had truly left the canyon. Ming Xi expressed her heartfelt thanks to the Ice Spirit Fox again and gifted it 2 courage fruits. Although courage fruits were bitter, they could almost be considered an extra life for low-level pet beasts. She thought it would like them. Ice Spirit Fox looked at the energy fruits that the human girl had pushed to its feet. It knew this was an energy fruit. Its mother's friend had given one to each of its brothers, except for it. That day, It was beaten black and blue by its brothers who had eaten the energy fruits, suffering worse than any other day. So much so that it thought it was going to die. Although it survived later, it had a deep impression of that day. Energy fruits were powerful. It didn't expect this human would give it too. Are all humans this generous? If so, then forming a bond with humans might not be so bad after all. Such a high and aloof little creature. The night was frosted. Since this place was suitable for camping and there were no signs of powerful extraordinary creatures in the vicinity, Ming Xi decided not to exert herself looking for another place and directly set up the tent in a sheltered spot against the mountain. Although the nights in unknown secret realms were eerie, they were unexpectedly stable. Furthermore, there were no signs of the secret realm closing at all. Ming Xi suppressed her restlessness and worries deep in her heart. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Ming Xi began a new day of exploration. Given that she had played a little too recklessly yesterday and almost put herself in danger, they decided to take a more cautious approach. Just digging for herbs and energy crystals around the campsite. Suddenly, the bright sky turned pitch black. Between heaven and earth, lightning flashed continuously. A storm was coming. Right now? She couldn't find a better place to take shelter from the rain than that stone crevice. Ming Xi curled up her body and hid inside the stone crevice, while golden ingots and little silver flower occupied her shoulders on either side. Although the space was cramped, it was enough to accommodate them. In the distance, she saw a small white dot in the midst of the dark clouds, slowly growing larger. Then the white dot transformed into a large white cloth, and finally into a Boeing 747. The massive shadow covered the sky and earth. Ming Xi silently reduced her presence. She guessed correctly. There indeed lived flying extraordinary creatures on this high mountain. Seeing its size as it flew by, she would believe it was an imperial-level creature. Fortunately, she had trusted the ice spirit fox yesterday and taken the hidden path it discovered. If she had been overly suspicious, rejected the ice spirit fox as kindness, and chosen to break through from the air, she would probably be cold bones by now. Amitba, good people are rewarded. Thunder. Golden ingots suddenly let out a low call. Turning its body to look deep into the stone crevice, Ming Xi realized something was approaching from behind. She awkwardly shifted her body, leaning against the stone wall, and just caught sight of a familiar figure entering her view. It was the ice spirit fox from yesterday. Golden ingot's tense body relaxed. Ming Xi waved at the little creature. Oh, it's you, little one. How did you get hurt again? The ice spirit fox had noticeably more wounds than before. Not only from thorns, but also many wounds clearly inflicted by its own kin. They were caused by its skills. Looking at the ice spirit fox in front of her, Ming Xi clearly recognized how difficult the situation was for wild, extraordinary creatures with genetic mutations. Little Silver Flower, divine healing. Little Silver Flower was somewhat reluctant. It thought to itself, this annoying ugly cat has come to her sister to play the victim again. It's so scheming. But a beast master's order must be obeyed. Pouting, it cast the divine healing. The ice spirit fox felt the pain in its body completely vanish, secretly marveling at how powerful that beautiful but terrifying angel beast was. If only it could also master such a skill, it wouldn't have to worry about dying one day. Although this world was terrible, it still wanted to live well. Ice spirit. Golden ingots timely translated. Lay. It said thank you. Little Silver Flower turned its face away. It didn't need the cunning beast's thanks. Ice spirit. Ice spirit fox seemed oblivious to Little Silver Flower's attitude and called out again. Its voice is truly pleasant, like the clear and lonely spring water on a snow peak, giving those who hear it a feeling of being spiritually cleansed. Jin Yuan, Lele. Ming Xi was surprised for a second. This ice spirit raccoon had actually come specifically to find them. How did it know they were still here? However, Ming Xi couldn't ask this question. When she looked down and saw what the ice spirit raccoon had pushed to her feet, all her doubts turned into fleeting clouds. It was a flower with a black base and golden patterns, shaped somewhat like a tulip. The moment she recognized this flower, Ming Xi's pupils. Ghost Thunderflower. There is a saying that excitement can cause sudden death. Ming Xi experienced this firsthand. Due to her excitement, she forgot where she was, and her body suddenly stood up, hitting the back of her head directly against the mountain wall. With a loud bang, it was exceptionally resonant. Ming Xi, does this count as pain and joy at the same time? Ming Xi was in so much pain that tears sparkled in her eyes, doubting whether her head had cracked. Fortunately, she had the little silver flower, which would not be stingy with its beast master. Without needing Ming Xi's instructions, a divine healing spell had already landed on the back of Ming Xi's head. It was quick and efficient. After the healing, it gently extended its little paw to rub. Luo. Sister, don't cry, the pain has flown away. Ming Xi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Her mood calmed down. She squatted down again, picked up the strange and enchanting black flower at her feet, and carefully examined it several times. In her heart, she had already confirmed that this flower in her hand was indeed the Ghost Thunderflower, a rare material required for Jin Yuan's evolution. With a starting price of 5 million star coins, the Ghost Thunderflower, moreover, looking at the leaves as black as water and the delicate and beautiful golden patterns on them. This was indeed a ghost thunder flower of excellent quality. Chapter 89, Jin Yuanyuan's Evolution. Ming Xi swallowed. With eyes that could show deep affection even towards a dog, she gazed at the quiet ice spirit raccoon and asked, "Can I ask where you got this flower?" "Ice spirit. Lele. I picked it near my parent beast's nest." Jin Yuanyuan was also very excited, and the translating voice was slightly trembling, even omitting the prefix it usually used. The nest of the ice spirit raccoon's parent beasts? Ming Xi recalled the growth environment of the ghost thunder flower, which is in extremely cold and dark places. She speculated that the nests of those two ice capture six-tail one might very well be the source of the bizarre energy. So what exactly is this secret realm? It collided with the various settings of the Moon Mirror secret realm, but was clearly not the Moon Mirror secret realm. Ming Xi was confused. Boom. The heavy rain had unknowingly poured down, and clusters of upside-down thunder trees in the sky grew rapidly, and then withered quickly. With a destructive force, it shook the heavens and the earth, as if a person defying heaven was undergoing a thunder tribulation. She thought for a moment and decided to enter the time realm to ask Guangguang if this flower was indeed the ghost thunder flower. To avoid the possibility of her mistaking it due to her old eyes, Guangguang confirmed that the flower sent by the ice spirit raccoon was indeed the ghost thunder flower. Coming out of the time realm, everything was without a trace. The ice spirit raccoon looked at the suddenly appearing red pet beast space with a face full of confusion and curiosity. Ming Xi could raid the nest of the honey wine-winged bee without any psychological burden and could indulge Jin Yuanyuan in treating the sweet duck flock as wool to be sheared. How to describe it? But when others treat me kindly, I feel embarrassed not to repay them in kind. In short, it was of uncertain quality, entirely dependent on mood. Ice spirit. The ice spirit raccoon nodded, wanting a few more of those energy fruits from yesterday. Jin Yuanyuan translated faithfully. "Do you want the courage fruit?" "That's easy." They had previously harvested a total of 132 courage fruits. Jin Yuanyuan had consumed 43 of them over the past 2 days while she was escaping. And they had given 2 to the ice spirit raccoon yesterday. So Ming Xi still had 87 courage fruits left in her hands. "These are all for you." Ming Xi generously piled 2 large bags of courage fruits in front of the ice spirit raccoon. Although these courage fruits combined were worth far less than a ghost thunder flower. The ice spirit raccoon looked at the 2 large bags of courage fruits in shock, wondering how this human could carry so many energy fruits. It had thought there would only be 3 or 5 at most. Too many, so much that it was a bit flabbergasted. It raised its paw and tapped the bag beside it. "Ice spirit." Without needing Jin Yuanyuan to translate, Ming Xi could guess what it was saying. Probably something like 1 bag is enough. Ming Xi thought for a moment and didn't insist. This ice spirit raccoon was in a difficult situation, and it had no space to store them, so carrying so many courage fruits would indeed be inconvenient. If its siblings accidentally discovered it, it might even bring disaster upon it. "All right, Jin Yuanyuan, you can evolve now." Outside, a thunderstorm was raging, and Guangguang said that this weather was most suitable for the thunder demon bird to evolve. The ghost thunder flower was also here, so if not now, when? Jin Yuanyuan looked excitedly at the ghost thunder flower, then at its beast master, just as it was about to use its mouth to grab the flower. Jin Yuanyuan looked puzzled and confused at her, only to see another courage fruit appear in front of it. It tilted its head in confusion. "Lele, what does that mean?" Ming Xi explained. "Didn't they say it's best to evolve when you're in your best state? Just to be safe, eat a courage fruit first. That way you can guarantee your best condition." The courage fruit temporarily boosts energy values without conflicting with level caps, meaning that after eating the courage fruit, Jin Yuanyuan's energy value could temporarily rise to 13,000. Ming Xi didn't know that the action she took for insurance would multiply the market value of the courage fruit several times. "Thunder." Jin Yuanyuan nodded, feeling that her beast master was indeed thoughtful. Boom. The dark sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Jin Yuanyuan suddenly burst out from the crevice of the stone. Wings spread wide, flying towards the sky against the raging wind and rain. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, the fire trees falling from the sky kept growing and withering. Countless bolts of lightning struck it, electricity coursing through its body like silver snakes dancing wildly. But Jin Yuanyuan seemed oblivious to all of this. Facing the torrential rain, strong winds, and thunder, it soared up into the sky. The posture was as if it were about to poke a hole in the heavens. At this moment, Ming Xi no longer cared whether she would get wet. She stepped out from the stone crevice, looking up nervously at the sky. Little Silver Flower and the ice spirit raccoon also stood at the outermost part of the stone crevice, curiously watching this miraculous scene. Thunder. The excited cry of Jin Yuanyuan echoed in the air, as if expressing its overflowing passion and heroism. At the same time, Guangguang's voice rang in her ears. "Detected that the Master's Thunder Demon bird is about to evolve. Would you like to spend 500 minutes of reward time to collect the power of rules?" Ming Xi gasped sharply. Good heavens. What a good deal. Collecting the power of rules actually requires 500 minutes of reward time. It felt like robbery. She previously thought that her bulging wallet could be squandered freely, but she was a big fool. However, this reward time couldn't be wasted. After all, it concerned little Silver Flower's life. Sigh. She finally understood that the pets she raised were all ancestors. Expensive and costly. Yes, after making the choice. The familiar mini pet space appeared on her forehead. At this moment, Ming Xi couldn't care less about it. All she saw was that Jean Yuan in the air was radiating a brilliant white light, causing her eyes to sting, and she couldn't help but close them. When she opened her eyes again, a bird with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters was flying towards her. Collection successful, stored for you in the second-floor storage room. The crystal on her forehead quietly disappeared. Ming Xi still didn't pay attention to it, through the thick rain curtain. Her gaze was firmly locked on the large bird that was flying towards her. Chapter 90. Jean Yuan's new form. In the darkness and storm, its existence was so eye-catching. Jean Yuan successfully evolved. It had changed significantly. Its larger size was just the least remarkable aspect. The 3 purple-red feathers on its head were connected together, forming a staggered convex structure, with the color deepening at the top to a purplish gold. It looked like a magnificent crown. Dark patterns in purplish gold also appeared around its eyes. Its wing changes were very obvious as well. First, the 2 wings split into 2 parts, with the feathers closer to the back becoming longer and denser, each one resembling a sharp short sword, still in brilliant golden color. The edges transformed into long feathers resembling wheat spikes, gradually changing from gold to black. Although the black part was minimal, almost just a small tuft at the very bottom. This added an air of precious mystery to the golden ingots. The most significant change was its tail. The original tail of the golden ingot was just a short tuft, barely covering a certain physiological organ. But now it had grown 4 long, chain-like tail feathers about 2 meters long, black in color. At first glance, they resembled the legendary phoenix tail. However, the bottom of the phoenix tail featured peacock patterns, while on the golden ingot, it was black feathers embedded with golden diamond-like gems. They were real gems that sparkled when struck by lightning, making one want to snatch them away for personal collection. Thunder. The large bird landed steadily in front of Ming Xi, standing at a height of about 1.5 meters, similar to Ming Xi's height. As for the golden ingot's appearance, setting that aside, the overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from it was stronger than any high-level pet Ming Xi had seen before. Yes, even stronger than the dragon type, Sa-Mo-Ka. Thunder. It called out again, spreading one wing over her head to shield her from the incessant rain. Those beautiful blood agate eyes were filled with disapproval, scolding her for being out in the rain. Despite the significant transformation, it was indeed the golden ingot. The evolution of extraordinary beings was truly miraculous and incredible, almost like a transformation of a living being. Seeing the evolution of an extraordinary being for the first time, Ming Xi felt as if she had just watched a fantastical Xianxia movie. She raised her hand to touch the drooping wheat spike feathers. This layer of gradually darkening long feathers was quite beautiful, enchanting, and mysteriously noble. Even when soaked in rainwater, these feathers remained exceptionally soft, like cotton. Golden ingot. Do you know your current species name? Thunder. The golden ingot shook its head, indicating it didn't know. It felt somewhat different from its kin. Well, it seemed they would have to rely on the time realm. The successful evolution of the golden ingot to a higher level alleviated a considerable burden from Ming Xi's heart, and the next step was how to evolve to the ultimate level or even higher. But they had already proven with facts that the evolution chain of the thunder demon bird was simply too normal. Thunder. It's all right. I like thunderstorm days. Little Silver Flower was completely unreliable. Ming Xi somewhat understood the golden ingot's thoughts and didn't force it. The current thunderstorm weather was indeed suitable for its training. Extraordinary beings shouldn't be harmed by rain. Ming Xi glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 in the evening, with less than an hour and a half until 9 o'clock. Thinking about the significantly reduced reward time, Ming Xi suppressed her desire to immediately enter the time realm to test the golden ingot. She could afford to wait until 9 o'clock. She was calm. She took out a towel and began to wipe the rainwater off herself. At that moment, little Silver Flower flew in front of her, flapping its wings and hugging her face with its short toes. It blinked its pink eyes and called out sweetly, Luo Luo, Luo Luo. Sister, evolution is so cool. I want to evolve too. Ming Xi met its big pink eyes, which were filled only with pure curiosity and expectation. It wasn't stimulated by the golden ingot's increased strength, but rather because evolution was so cool. This reason left Ming Xi speechless. She said seriously, your situation is quite special. You need to absorb enough rules power to evolve. So don't rush. There will be bread, and there will be evolution. Just don't know how much rules power little Silver Flower needs to evolve from basic to intermediate. Is the rules power obtained by the golden ingot this time enough for it to evolve to intermediate? She would have to ask Wang Wang later. Little Silver Flower nodded regretfully. Yes, it hadn't hatched for 10,000 years because its evolution conditions were too difficult to meet. So it had been waiting for an opportunity. Then it sensed her. It no longer had to remain alone trapped in its shell, spending long and dull years. Ming Xi gently stroked its head, her face filled with tenderness. The golden ingot silently observed them, its body pressed against the gap, blocking the torrential rain outside without letting a single drop through. The Ice Soul Fox, which had been quietly watching, glanced at the harmonious and warm interaction between the person and the two beasts, a hint of envy flashing in its icy blue eyes. At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared behind Ming Xi. The golden ingot, facing the black hole, noticed it first and hurriedly called out to remind Ming Xi. It was a secret realm passage. This secret realm was about to close. Ming Xi felt relieved. At least they wouldn't be trapped here for 10 days or half a month. We're leaving. Ming Xi squatted down, facing the Ice Soul Fox, and said, "Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days." She reached out to stroke its furry head. Unfortunately, the wild, extraordinary beings in the secret realm couldn't enter the passage. Otherwise, Ming Xi would have wanted to take this little guy with her. She sighed softly and took out the remaining healing potions and energy potions. These are for you too. Drinking this can heal wounds, and this can quickly restore consumed energy. The Ice Soul Fox said nothing, just stared at her blankly, its clear icy eyes sparkling. Ming Xi helped it pack the potions into a nearby sack and finally said, "Goodbye, little guy. I wish you all your wishes come true, and may your path be smooth. No longer lonely and helpless, and never surrounded by malice again." The Ice Soul Fox still said nothing. Dingling dingling. In a daze, Ming Xi seemed to hear a melodious, yet sorrowful ringing sound, as if someone were sending her off. Chapter 91. What kind of god is this? Outside the Chongqing secret realm passage in Yonghe Town, the guards from the Fu family responsible for watching the passage had not all withdrawn, for people remained. The night sky was starry and brilliant. The 4 guards were sitting in a temporary shed playing cards, not far from the already closed passage. I don't know what the young master is thinking. The passage has been closed for 2 days, yet he still has us guarding here. Isn't this redundant? One guard complained, holding a hand full of unplayable cards. In the past, they would all withdraw as soon as the secret realm closed. Unlike this year, the passage had been closed for 2 days, and they were still forced to stay here, exposed to the elements. The guard across from him shot him a glance. Don't you know? The young master's friend hasn't come out of the secret realm yet. He wants us to wait here for that little girl. Haha, the passage is closed. How can she come out? That girl must be dead by now. A little brat who hasn't even grown up yet, trying to explore the secret realm like others? Look, she explored with her life, but couldn't come out alive. If she dies, she dies. She's just wasting our time. What a bad luck. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, slapping his cards down in frustration, saying impatiently, "I'm done playing, wasting my time." It was unclear whether he was referring to playing cards or staying here guarding as a waste of time. "I'm going to take a piss," he said, ignoring the thoughts of the other 3, and turned to walk to a corner, preparing to unzip and relieve himself. His standing position was right next to the left side of the secret realm passage. If it weren't for the Fu family's strict rules, he would have wanted to take a hot leak right at the passage. Just then, the passage, which had already turned to gray-white stone, unexpectedly showed signs of energy fluctuations. The black vortex grew larger and larger. Then, a slender figure emerged from the black vortex, holding a lantern. The guard was stunned, his hand trembling on his pants zipper, instinctively shouting, "Oh my God." Just out of the dead silence of the dark passage, Ming Xi felt a bit dizzy from the brightness. Hearing voices beside her, she turned her head to see a man with a pale face in the dim moonlight, looking greatly frightened. Ming Xi blinked in confusion. She quickly scanned her surroundings and, upon realizing she was in the familiar Yonghe town, breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was good that she wasn't taken to some desolate place far away. Given the man's reaction just now, she thought she had appeared in a place she shouldn't have. "Excuse me, are you Miss Ming Xi?" the man asked. The other 3 also noticed the commotion but did not think Ming Xi was a ghost. Ming Xi nodded at the 3, "It's me." She was a bit surprised and thought to herself, "Senior Fu is really a good person. Then please take me to see him." "Okay, this way please." The 3 excitedly surrounded Ming Xi as they walked down the mountain, ignoring the man who had failed to relieve himself. At that moment, the good-hearted Fu Yifan was dealing with his mother's relentless nagging. Fan, your schoolmate is currently missing. No one knows if she is dead or alive. Staying in Yonghe Town won't solve the problem, will it?" He had only taken a week off, and it was impossible for him to stay there forever. "I know, Mom. I actually don't want to deal with you, but tomorrow is your cousin Su Shutang's day to compete in the Chongqing Cup finals. You should at least go cheer for him, right?" Fu Yifan was taken aback, almost forgetting that the semi-finals and finals of the Chongqing Cup were being held tomorrow. But it was a pity about his schoolmate. Suddenly, Fu Yifan's eyes widened. Without time to put away his personal terminal, He rushed with joy and urgency toward the girl entering through the door. Ming Xi, Senior Fu, thank you for keeping my grandmother in the dark about my disappearance. On the way down, Ming Xi immediately contacted her grandmother to report her safety, only to find out that her grandmother was unaware she hadn't come out of the secret place on time. This was because Fu Yifan had hired a mimic doll. The mimic doll could perfectly simulate human appearance, almost indistinguishable from reality. The only drawback was that it couldn't speak human language. So Fu Yifan also found a professional voice actor with a voice card to help. The mimic doll served as a living background while the voice actor and his beast master handled the voice, connecting with Ming Xi's grandmother via video call. This successfully tricked Wan Qing'e. Moreover, to be cautious, he contacted Xiao Dingding to ask her to keep an eye on Ming Xi's grandmother. One could only say Fu Yifan was very thoughtful. Fu Yifan scratched his head. It's nothing. By the way, schoolmate, where have you been these past few days? Did you not enter the Chongqing secret place at all? Ming Xi nodded and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few days. Fu Yifan was left speechless. Are you saying you entered a secret realm with a danger level of 6 stars or higher, and encountered king level or even emperor level extraordinary beings? He thought Ming Xi must have had some adventures, but he didn't expect them to be so bizarre and perilous. A secret realm with a danger level of 6 stars or above was a territory only beast masters of that level dared to enter. Ming Xi, only 14 years old, had already been through it. What kind of miraculous being are you? Ming Xi explained, to be accurate, I only encountered a king-level extraordinary being. I only heard about the ice spirit Mongoose's parents. That is already very dangerous. Fu Yifan thought about it and shuddered for her. Accidentally entering an unfamiliar secret realm and being chased by a king-level extraordinary being was simply terrifying. Ming Xi nodded, of course. She originally thought she had missed the finals. But unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to arrive just in time. Although the time domain had opened a storage function now, it would be even better if she could obtain a spatial token for convenience and to help her cover her tracks. Then you should go rest now. We can talk about anything tomorrow. I've instructed the servants to prepare the guest room. The two of them were still young, so there weren't many taboos. The laws of this world were still quite sound. Fu Yifan actually wanted to know more about that secret realm. But seeing Ming Xi's slightly weary expression and considering there was a competition tomorrow, he kindly refrained from pressing further. Ming Xi indeed needed rest. She had just been caught in the rain, and although she wore a temperature-regulating outfit, it couldn't keep out the dampness. She needed to take a hot bath quickly. Moreover, it was already almost 9 o'clock, so she didn't hold back from thanking Fu Yifan and followed the maid to the guest room. Chapter 92, Thunderstorm. The small dining table was filled with a sumptuous late-night snack, along with beast energy pills. The bathroom was already filled with hot water, and the wardrobe in the bedroom contained 3 sets of new clothes suitable for Ming Xi: a casual hoodie with jeans, a ladylike dress with a small jacket, and a brand new school uniform from Haijo No. 3 Middle School. Looking at the neatly arranged clothes and various accessories in the wardrobe, Ming Xi admired and sighed. Senior Fu's future wife is really lucky. At such a young age, he was so attentive and thorough. That's not simple at all. After taking a bath and enjoying a late-night snack, Ming Xi felt rejuvenated. Right at 9 o'clock, the time domain descended, and she took the energy pills that were clearly prepared for Jin Yuanbao and entered. Today, she only drew a 12-hour duration. Ming Xi wasn't disappointed. Luck was a mysterious thing, with its ups and downs being quite normal. She summoned Jin Yuanbao and Xiao Yinhua, and the 3 of them rushed toward room 1 in perfect harmony. Although Jin Yuanbao had grown in size, it didn't affect its detection ability at all. This detection chamber could change size freely, just like an incubator. Jin Yuanbao lay inside the detection chamber, and the instruments began to operate quickly. Soon, a report slid out of the printer attached to the device. Ming Xi hurriedly grabbed the report, her speed as if someone would snatch it from her. Xiao Yinhua also flew to her side, sitting on her shoulder, curiously staring at the report as if it could understand it. Thunderstorm. Beast age, 213 days. Level, advanced, evolution 0 days. Gender, male. Attributes, flight, lightning. Energy peak, 13,056. Energy average, 13,011. Talent. Characteristic 1, thunderous might. Level. Description. When encountering thunderstorms or lightning weather, energy value will be 3 times the usual, with a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Characteristic 2, unmoving king. Level. Description. After entering battle, willpower becomes particularly firm, unshakable under any circumstances. Characteristic 3, absolute silence. Level. Description. When using the skill light drive, there is a certain probability that opponents caught in the skill will not hear any external sounds. Skills. Wind Chase, minor completion 29. Claw Strike, entry 80. Golden Feather Whirlwind, minor completion 4. Light Drive, beginner 79. Wing Slash, minor completion 4. Lightning Ball, entry 78. Thunderbird, Entry 31. Lightning Radiation, Entry 1. Lightning Storm, Minor Completion 66. Wind Tornado, Beginner 0. Thunderclap, Beginner 0. Wrath of the Thunder God, Beginner 0. Hellfire, Beginner 0. Ming Xi was stunned. There were too many aspects that amazed her, and she needed to sort them out. First was the species name, thunderstorm. The term storm definitely did not refer to an ordinary wind. Ming Xi remembered that in the Shanhai Jing, there was a divine bird called Divine Windstorm, a fierce creature capable of summoning hurricanes. The species name of Jin Yuanbao should be analogous to Divine Windstorm. Then looking at its energy value, the peak and average values are both above 13,000, which is quite astonishing. The recently evolved extraordinary creature has its energy level cap raised to 100,000, and at this point, the energy peak will show slight fluctuations. Note, it's slight. Typically, it won't exceed 200 points. In any case, it is absolutely impossible to increase by 3,000 points all at once. If it were just an increase in energy peak, she would think it was simply the effect of the courage fruit that hadn't worn off. But with the energy average also above 13,000, it can only indicate that the energy value of the golden ingot is indeed that high. Ming Xi is not foolish. She quickly realizes that all these changes are related to the courage fruit consumed before the golden ingot's evolution. Was the permanent effect of the courage fruit triggered again? Or is there another reason? Ming Xi vaguely feels that she seems to have discovered something very important. The level of immovable king has risen, changing to a new tier. Although it seems like just a minor increase, the characteristics are much harder to level up than skills. Skill proficiency can be improved through effort, while characteristics rely entirely on mysticism. It is said that there have even been tragic stories of levels dropping in reverse. Therefore, with the immovable king level increasing slightly, Ming Xi is genuinely very pleased. Finally, there are the skills. This part is even more explosive. It actually awakened 4 skills at once. Wind Tornado, a high-level flying skill, senses the wind's momentum to form a gale to attack opponents. Thunder Crash, a mid-level lightning skill, simulates the sound of thunder to scare opponents while achieving rapid movement. Wrath of the Thunder God. This skill is also the first time Ming Xi has heard of it, so she very tactfully asks Guang for advice. It says, Wrath of the Thunder God is a ground-level lightning skill that forcibly extracts all lightning energy from oneself and a certain surrounding area, unleashing a powerful strike. The destructive power of Wrath of the Thunder God at the marvelous proficiency level is almost equivalent to the explosion of a 100-ton nuclear bomb. It is a last-ditch move and should not be used casually in battle. Hearing about the nuclear bomb explosion, Ming Xi is startled. Wrath of the Thunder God is actually a ground-level skill. It should be noted that divine-level skills have become legends, and heavenly-level skills are the pinnacle. The golden ingot awakened a ground-level skill while still at a high level, which is no longer just extraordinary talent. It is an existence that even mysticism cannot explain. Could it be that it is actually the reincarnation of a dragon? Ming Xi covers her thumping heart, feeling old and unable to handle the excitement. Although Guang also mentioned that Wrath of the Thunder God is a last-ditch move that shouldn't be used casually in real battles. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a super trump card? Ming Xi is already so excited that she is speechless. However, she hasn't forgotten to continue looking at the last skill awakened by the golden ingot. Hellfire. This skill's emergence is a bit strange. Hellfire, a beginner-level demon skill, summons ghost fire from hell that can burn light and spatial power. The golden ingot truly dares to awaken any kind of skill, although it is only a beginner-level skill. This is already the second demon skill that the golden ingot has awakened. Once could be coincidence, but what about the second time? Coupled with the changes in the golden ingot's wings and tail feathers, it is evident that Guang and she are thinking along the same lines. The golden ingot's appearance and the skills it has awakened show signs of gravitating towards the demon type. So, could it be that the golden ingot will eventually possess the attributes of flight, lightning, and demons? Ming Xi shudders, startled by her own thoughts. Are there not 3 attribute extraordinary creatures in the Alliance? Of course there are, but they are almost all at the legendary level. Chapter 93, Wolf Vanquishing the Golden Ingot. A few non-legendary types are so rare that they are virtually non-existent in reality. If the golden ingot can truly awaken a 3rd attribute in the future, Ming Xi can hardly imagine what kind of grand scene would emerge. Shivering, she doesn't dare to think. It feels like it wouldn't be anything simple. Ming Xi still manages to stay composed. After a brief shock, she calms down. Thinking more won't help, only adding pressure. It's still about training. Today, the training time isn't long. Apart from preparing for tomorrow's competition, Ming Xi lets the golden ingot and little silver flower arrange their own time. The golden ingot, the king of the scroll, never wastes a moment. As soon as it learns that one of its awakened skills is a ground-level skill, it immediately decides to practice Wrath of the Thunder God until it reaches the entry level today. Even if practicing Wrath of the Thunder God will drain all its internal energy, Every time it comes out of room 2, it looks like a debauched emperor who has just spent the night with 100 women, appearing on the verge of exhaustion, with all its vitality drained. It can even barely fly. It can only drag its heavy steps, moving slowly into room 1. Then, 10 minutes later, it emerges looking like a spirited young man, excitedly flying back into room 2. Half a minute later, it comes out again, back to that exhausted emperor look. Ming Xi watches in alarm, genuinely worried that it might accidentally overdo it. She even advises it to take it easy. Wrath of the Thunder God is a last-ditch move that might not even be useful in real life, and it can practice slowly. However, the golden ingot flaps its wings, indicating that it can handle it. Ming Xi really wants to ask it if it remembers the lightning storm by the Daming Lake. The golden ingot is a wolf-vanquishing creature. Compared to the golden ingot, which has already engraved the scroll's character into its being, Little Silver Flower is like a carefree young scion with no learning. In 12 hours, it only spent 4 hours practicing, using the rest of the time to cuddle, snuggle, and hug Ming Xi. Quite laid back. Considering it has just hatched, Ming Xi doesn't push it. Being a baby, eating and sleeping is just the daily routine. After completing her basic training, Ming Xi begins to sort out the gains from this secret realm journey. Although the developments during this secret realm trip were slightly unexpected, the rewards are quite gratifying. First, Little Silver Flower successfully hatched, and then the golden ingot completed its evolution, both benefiting from that unknown secret realm. Additionally, there are the materials collected in the secret realm. If she says it was a bountiful harvest, no one would blame her. Right? She lists a harvest list. Courage fruit, 42 pieces. Millennium condensed tree sap, 300. Deer style, 32 plants. 3 merchants, 19 plants. Moon interest tears, 1 plant. Energy crystals, unknown level 22 pieces. Wine immortal honey, 56,000. Wine immortal royal jelly, 412. Wine immortal honey fat, 215 pieces. Beehive, several pounds. Power of rules, 1 bottle. After Ming Xi sent the entire beehive into the time realm, the considerate Guangguang helped her process the honey, royal jelly, and honey fat for free. Ming Xi is moved to tears. She didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Guangguang, the light of the universe. Sending you heart emojis. Of course, among all these items, the most precious is still the power of rules, but she doesn't plan to let Little Silver Flower absorb it right now. She intends to wait until it grows a bit more. Ming Xi also doesn't know how much these items can sell for in star coins, but she doesn't plan to sell them all. Moreover, taking out so many items at once, she wouldn't be able to explain how she brought them out. So when leaving the time realm, she only took 5 condensed tree sap, 1 jar of 250 wine immortal honey, 2 pieces of courage fruit, and materials such as deer style 3 merchants energy crystals. Bringing these items out shouldn't be too outrageous. The next day, Ming Xi gets up before 5 as usual. After washing up, she starts her routine training in her bedroom. Since she is not familiar with Yonghe Town, she cancels outdoor activities today. She also doesn't let the golden ingot and Little Silver Flower come out. The sense of mystery must be maintained. At 7 o'clock, the maid comes to knock on the door, notifying her that breakfast is ready downstairs. Today's semifinals are scheduled for 9 o'clock. It only takes half an hour to get from Yonghe Town to the workers' stadium, so they can have breakfast and still make it in time. In the restaurant, Fu Yifan is already waiting. Seeing her greet him warmly. Junior, how did you rest last night? Pretty good, thank you, Senior. Ming Xi took out a jar of wine immortal honey and 2 courage fruits from her backpack. Senior, this is the wine immortal honey and courage fruits I got from that secret realm, a gift for you and the Crimson Flame Tiger. It's just a small token of appreciation. Fu Yifan didn't expect Ming Xi to give him a gift. He looked at the things placed in front of him in surprise. He knew about courage fruits, which are energy fruits that can only be consumed by extraordinary beings. Although their retail price isn't high, they are not very common. But what is wine immortal honey? He was curious and asked. Ming Xi explained, wine immortal honey is honey brewed from a flower called Moonlight Wine Immortal, collected by the honey wine winged bee clan. It's quite delicious. The effects of wine immortal honey and wine immortal honey fat are indeed very good. Ming Xi wasn't sure if it had longevity effects, but she could definitely feel her body becoming lighter and more energetic. It was definitely a good thing. So giving a jar of 250 wine immortal honey to Fu Yifan wasn't her being stingy. Although Fu Yifan was an academic elite, he was still just a middle school student. Even with elite education, he couldn't possibly know everything. However, his living environment determined his perspective. Just by looking at the color and texture of the honey jar, he knew it was definitely a good product. Even before opening it, there was a faint and lingering fragrance in the air that made one feel refreshed, further confirming the high quality of this wine immortal honey. It was very likely a rare material. Junior, although I've never heard of wine immortal honey, I can be sure its value isn't low. Are you really sure you want to give it to me? Although he also wanted to accept such a precious rare material, he hesitated when thinking about Ming Xi's situation. Ming Xi smiled. Senior, You wouldn't think I only got this one jar, would you? Chapter 94, Deal. Fu Yifan was taken aback. He thought to himself, indeed. Although Ming Xi had a good temperament, she was definitely not the type to be a naive sweetheart. He smiled back. All right, then I will accept it. Thank you, Junior. As for the courage fruits, he didn't think much and calmly accepted them for his family's crimson flame tiger. Senior. I also got some other things in the secret realm this time. You know my situation, I don't have many connections, so do you have any suitable buyers to introduce? Ming Xi could find a market herself, but why not take a shortcut? With Fu's family connections. It was definitely better than floundering around like a headless fly and possibly getting scammed, plus she really didn't like doing business. Dealing with shrewd merchants was too troublesome for her. She preferred to solve problems simply and directly. Fu Yifan didn't disappoint her. With a smile, he said, that's simple. You can just sell it to my family. He then curiously asked, what did you manage to get? This time I collected 5 medicinal herbs and 18 energy crystals from the Chongqing secret realm. Combined, it's not enough for my monthly allowance. The rich kid spoke. The types of medicinal herbs were unknown, so their exact value couldn't be assessed, but energy crystals were the most important material for making energy potions. With a unit price of about 10,000 star coins per crystal, 18 energy crystals would be worth 180,000 star coins. Yet it was still not enough for his monthly spending. Ming Xi rolled her eyes dramatically, jealousy turning her expression ugly. She refused to speak and quietly took out the items from her backpack one by one, quickly filling the long dining table. Fu Yifan then displayed a look of existential doubt. Junior Ming Xi, did you get all of these from that unknown secret realm in the past few days? Ming Xi nodded. Fu Yifan, how can there be such a huge gap between people? They both entered the secret realm, but comparing his harvest to Ming Xi's made his own seem negligible. A Fu Yifan emerged under the lemon tree. He took a deep breath, swallowing the mouthful of lemon juice, his gaze sweeping over the items. The fist-sized energy crystals, judging by appearance alone, were at least above level 4. Next were various well-preserved medicinal herbs, totaling at least 100. Among them was a rare material, moon tier. Finally, his eyes landed on the most astonishing large plastic box. Is this fusion tree sap? Yes. It looked like it had a high age. Ming Xi nodded, It should be a 1,000-year-old fusion tree sap. Uffed. Fu Yifan sprayed out the soy milk he had just swallowed, his noble demeanor disappearing without a trace. With milk-white liquid dripping from his mouth, he looked at Ming Xi in disbelief. What did you say? Ming Xi. I said this is a 1,000-year-old fusion tree sap. Fu Yifan. He swallowed hard, looking at the plastic box full of tree sap. Do you know fusion tree sap is sold by weight? I've heard a little, but I'm not very clear on the specific price. Let me tell you, ordinary tree sap, the kind cultivated artificially, with a tree age of no more than 20 years, is about 10 star coins per gram. For a 100-year-old fusion tree sap, it increases tenfold, around 100 star coins per gram. For a 1,000-year-old, that's another tenfold increase from the 100-year-old, meaning 1,000 star coins, and that's still a low estimate. Fusion trees are not easy to cultivate, but they are essential for making pet energy pills, which leads to a constant supply-demand imbalance. Therefore, the price has always remained high. This large box of fusion tree sap weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. If it is indeed 1,000 years old, how much would it be worth? 5 million. Ming Xi had already calculated the value of this box of fusion tree sap. She didn't expect it to be so valuable, combined with the part from the time realm. She was set to earn nearly 10 million star coins just from the fusion tree sap. She quickly took a big gulp of soy milk to calm her nerves. This was a huge profit. Junior, I will contact people right away. We will buy all these items. Fu Yifan also realized the preciousness of these materials. One of the main industries of Chongqing Group is pet energy pills. Having so much fusion tree sap would alleviate a lot of pressure from the procurement department. Moreover, this was a 1,000-year-old fusion tree sap. Regardless of their junior relationship, they had to buy it all. Fu Yifan made a phone call and summoned a group of professional appraisers within 2 minutes. Most of the residents in Yonghe Town were members of the Fu family or their vassals, and there was also a high-level laboratory subordinate to the Fu family. Therefore, there were plenty of professionals available. The appraisers quickly got to work. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the fusion tree sap was indeed 1,000 years old and of very high quality. The 22 energy crystals included 3 level 4, 17 level 5, and the last 2 were level 6. The quality of the medicinal herbs was also quite good. Young master, the total value of everything is 874 million. The main person in charge who came this time couldn't hide his excitement. He didn't expect the young master to surprise him with such a significant find. 10 pounds of 1,000-year-old fusion tree sap. Don't underestimate this 10 pounds. It may seem like a drop in the ocean for a whole group, but in reality, the procurement department probably wouldn't collect this much in a month. Fu Yifan nodded knowingly and turned to Ming Xi, saying, Junior, 874 million is the minimum purchase price. Your 1,000-year-old fusion tree sap is of high quality, and they pressed the price down too much, so I will take the liberty to raise it by 20%. Totaling 48 million star coins. The person in charge, who was grinning from ear to ear, nearly choked on his own saliva. Although he knew he was indeed quoting the minimum purchase price and that raising the price by 20% wouldn't result in a loss, he never expected to undermine his own family like this. He awkwardly smiled at the beautiful young girl. Ming Xi didn't take it to heart. Business people pursue profit. And it was already good that the other party didn't press too hard on the price. However, Ming Xi did not refuse Fu Yifun's proposal. More star coins are always better. After all, besides supporting her grandmother, she also has to take care of two precious ancestors, Jin Yuangbao and Xiao Yinhua. Ming Xi has a premonition that star coins will only become insufficient, never be spent completely. Deal. Han City Workers Stadium. The audience seats are unexpectedly filled with people. On the podium, the familiar host and commentator Wang Rui are still smiling. But if someone observes closely, they would notice a hint of forced smile on their faces. Chapter 95: The Noisiest Silent Moment. Today's competition was supposed to consist of 4 matches, 2 semifinals, and 2 finals. However, they just learned from the organizers that the Dark Horse contestant Ming Xi has gone missing during her journey in the secret land. And there has been no news of her since. This implies that she might withdraw directly from the finals. This news was somewhat hard for them to accept. Could such a brilliant star fall so unexpectedly? She is only 14 years old. It feels wrong. Very wrong. Wang Rui even lost the mood to commentate on the upcoming matches. Sigh. Sigh. 2 sighs echoed softly, as Wang Rui and the host exchanged glances, but ultimately said nothing. Despite feeling like they were attending a funeral, once the time came, the host still perked up, wearing a professional smile, and began to follow the procedures as required. Leader speeches. Referee's oath. Match list matching. The electronic screens all around the stadium displayed the match information simultaneously. Semi-final, Meng Wenbin versus Ming Xi. Fu Sushu versus Hualu. In the final circle, there remained only one match stage in the center. So the first match was between Meng Wenbin and Ming Xi. No one expected these 2 contestants from the Haijiao subdivision to meet in the semifinals. Although only 3 contestants from the Haijiao subdivision successfully entered the group stage, making it the least populated among all divisions, they value quality over quantity. With 4 spots in the final circle, their subdivision occupies half. Who would dare say the Haijiao subdivision is weak? They are practically winning all the way. Meng Wenbin stepped onto the match stage first. His mood was quite complicated at this moment. Part of him felt relaxed. After all, he already knew his opponent wouldn't show up, which meant he had fortunately secured a spot in the finals early. At least a high-level skill stone was guaranteed. But there was also regret. Regret over losing an opponent like Ming Xi. Regret over the fall of such a genius. Seeing Meng Wenbin standing alone on the match stage, the host let out a soft sigh, preparing to explain to the audience about Ming Xi's absence due to unforeseen circumstances. Just then, a slender figure rushed out from the staff passage, quickly running towards the match stage. The host's eyes widened in shock, gasping. The newcomer was none other than Ming Xi. She's okay. Meng Wenbin also noticed the figure that had already stepped onto the match stage. His previously complex expression instantly froze, then morphed into one of disbelief. How could you be here? The true meaning of being dumbfounded is when all one's features reflect that confusion. At this moment, Meng Wenbin couldn't even articulate his words. It felt like his mouth didn't belong to him anymore. His mood was like a roller coaster, with the sensation of the world spinning around him, a strong urge to faint, yet unable to do so. Not just him. Other contestants who knew Ming Xi hadn't exited the Chongqing secret land were also stunned. What happened to the promised disappearance? What happened to the possibility of her already being dead? Who is this spirited girl standing before them, looking even more beautiful than a few days ago? Is she back from the dead? At this moment, everyone's feelings were very subtle. Fu Sushu glanced at his cousin, who had just entered the waiting area. His gaze sharp. Feeling the cold aura radiating from his cousin, Fu Yifun awkwardly touched his nose. It was around 8 or 9 last night, anyway quite late. I was worried about disturbing your rest, so I didn't say anything. I just wanted to give everyone a surprise. Of course, they definitely didn't mean to time it perfectly this morning. Verifying those materials took a bit of time, causing them to leave too late and almost miss it. Fu Sushu gritted his teeth, wanting to give his cousin a good whack. It's clear he wasn't worried about disturbing them. He simply wanted to see their expressions change. This little brat must be getting restless again. Fu Sushu was too lazy to look at his cousin's annoying face and shifted his gaze to the match stage. At this moment, the referee just blew the whistle. The first match of the semifinals officially began. Meng Wenbin also managed to stabilize his suddenly turbulent emotions and began forming seals to summon. Ming Xi's fingers flew quickly. 2 ethereal pet spaces appeared, both red. In the next second, both pets took their positions. The following minute would later be humorously dubbed the noisiest silent moment. It marked the historic debut of the first Thunderstorm Phoenix in the league. At that time, the only one unaffected was the Beast Master of the Thunderstorm Phoenix, Wind Tornado. Ming Xi didn't care whether her opponent was distracted. She never practiced martial ethics during battles. Jin Yuangbao was the same. Its massive wings trembled. A fierce wind sweeping towards the fairy-type, high-level pet Meng Keilu. As a fairy-type pet, Meng Keilu also had a pair of beautiful wings, so it could fly. However, facing the high-level skill of a similarly ranked pet, even with low proficiency, it was still blown around chaotically by the wind tornado. Moreover, its beast master seemed as if he were dead, staring blankly at the imposing big bird in the sky, not even giving it a glance. This is infuriating. It seems its beast master was not reliable. The burden of this battle still fell on its shoulders. Meng Keilu decided to save itself. But while the idea was nice, the reality was extremely frustrating. With a single command from the opposing beast master, a thunderstorm erupted, and the light points it had just released turned into ethereal bubbles, devoured completely by the large bolts of lightning. And then, there was nothing more. Meng Keilu fell down, but the referee's whistle did not sound. Jin Yuangbao flew above the charred stake, looking curiously at its beast master. Lele? It asked whether it should deliver another blow. Ming Xi's mouth twitched, quickly shaking her head. Delivering another blow would not be a match, but an accident. She was sure that Meng Keilu had already lost its fighting capability, because she had already heard the prompt. Referee, should we continue? Ming Xi helplessly looked at the referee, who was also distracted. She had to admit that this match was somewhat unearned. Meng Keilu probably hadn't even displayed 1/5 of its strength. But the occurrence of such a situation was also due to Jin Yuangbao's advantage, so Ming Xi felt no psychological burden. On the match stage, it was all about winning or losing. He glanced at the field, and then noticed that Meng Keilu had already fainted. Ding! Meng Keilu has lost its fighting capability, and contestant Ming Xi wins. This whistle also awakened everyone else in the venue. In an instant, it felt as though 10,000 crows flew overhead in the workers' stadium. What was that big bird? Some started shaking the shoulders of nearby strangers frantically. Chapter 96 Explosion. The innocent boy whose shoulder was grabbed had a vacant look in his eyes, confused and helpless. I don't know, I'll let go of me, ugh. Others had already calmed down, analyzing rationally. It was obvious that it was definitely a high-level pet. Obviously, even a fool could see that. Friends, I have a possibly mature thought. I have one too. Me too. I think it might be an evolved form of the thunder demon bird. Haha. Great minds think alike. This is impossible, right? How is it impossible? Just look at the shape, skills, and attributes of that big bird. It's clearly an upgraded version of the thunder demon bird. But isn't the thunder demon bird unable to evolve? So what do you say is in front of us? It can't possibly be the second pet of Ming Xi's contract, right? Have you ever seen a beastmaster who can directly contract a high-level pet? But, no buts. I dare to bet my future husband's century of lifespan that this big bird is definitely an evolved form of the thunder demon bird. I tried using the pet identification device, and it couldn't recognize it. My pet identification device is of full recognition level. What does this indicate? It indicates that this big bird is definitely a new evolution type. If it's not the evolved form of the thunder demon bird, what else could it be? No need to guess. The truth is already in front of everyone. What a majestic big bird. At first glance, it's extraordinary. Oh, who said that the thunder demon bird can't evolve? Who said that? Crawl over here. Where's the host? Where are the reporters? Have they all disappeared? Don't they have any sense of urgency? Someone come quickly to stop Ming Xi, to interview her, to ask her the truth. Excited, frantic, and some even performing rituals on the spot. It was like a large-scale human ancestral revival scene. Ming Xi was completely overwhelmed. It seems that the badge worn on the chest of a person is from the Hanning City TV station. Behind her is a photographer with an interview badge, whose single eye is magnified, constantly scanning Ming Xi up and down, indicating that they are in shooting mode. The audience's enthusiasm was effective. A reporter broke through the staff's line of defense and arrived in front of Ming Xi. The reporter's cheeks flushed, her expression excited, and anyone unaware would think she was about to interview her idol. Hello, Ming Xi. I'm a reporter from the City TV station. I'd like to ask you, is that pet just now the evolved form of the thunder demon bird? The female reporter didn't want to ease into the topic and went straight to the most concerning question for everyone. This was a question that had to be faced sooner or later, so Ming Xi didn't hide it and nodded, saying, yes. Although the conversation between the reporter and Ming Xi wasn't loud, at that moment, the audience seemed to have gained the ability to see and hear from miles away. Ming Xi's shy nod, like a water lily, and her melodious whisper, everyone saw and heard. It's true. The thunder demon bird really evolved. The female reporter's hand holding the microphone shook, and the light in her eyes was hotter than the sun. She continued to ask, when did the thunder demon bird evolve? Yesterday. What is the name of its new evolved form? Have you decided yet? The League has clear regulations that the first Beastmaster to cultivate a new evolved form of an extraordinary creature has the right to name that new form. Ming Xi. It's called Thunder Yin Great Wind. The audience heard Ming Xi's words, and the audience area erupted again. Thunder Yin Great Wind. The evolved form of the Thunder Demon Bird is called Thunder Yin Great Wind. I really like Thunder Yin Great Wind. I've decided that when I awaken my second soul key, I will go contract a golden feather sparrow. But wait, do you even know how to evolve the Thunder Demon Bird into Thunder Yin Great Wind before you go contract a golden feather sparrow? Let us wait until the League researches the evolution method. It's possible that Ming Xi's Thunder Yin Great Wind is one of a kind. Impossible, right? Trust me. Anything is possible. It's not that she is stingy or hiding it. But the new evolutionary route and related evolution methods must be researched and confirmed by professional research institutions to verify that the evolution method is scientifically reasonable and effective before the Beastmaster Center will announce it to the public. This is also to avoid unnecessary confusion, as some evolution methods only apply to individual pets rather than the entire species. The female reporter quickly realized that she had asked a blunt question and hurriedly apologized to Ming Xi. She could only command the photographer to give way. As soon as Ming Xi stepped into the contestant waiting area, she felt an inexplicable pressure. She looked up and met Fu Yifun's tearful eyes. "Junior, you've hidden this from me so painfully." Ming Xi shivered. "Senior, please act normally." She felt like all her hairs were about to stand on end. It was quite creepy. Fu Yifun felt he couldn't act normally when he saw the refreshed golden ingots. His entire soul felt like it had left his body. The Thunder Demon Bird actually evolved successfully, and in such a majestic form? In such an important matter, Ming Xi, the junior, had kept it from him, leaving him and others dumbfounded. How could he bear it? Am I not your closest senior anymore? You didn't mention such a big deal as the Thunder Demon Bird evolving last night. He clutched his chest. My heart hurts. Ming Xi. She admitted that there was indeed a bit of intentionality in her actions. Young and reckless, it was rare to be a bit delusional. She was just an ordinary middle school student, and at a critical moment, not putting on this act felt like a disservice to herself. What she was hiding was more than just the golden ingots. Fu Yifun was taken aback. What does the junior mean? Is there an even bigger secret than the Thunder Demon Bird evolving? What is it? Can you tell me now? Ming Xi gave him a look that suggested he should figure it out himself. Although the appearance of the evolved form of the Thunder Demon Bird had thrown the stadium into chaos, the competition still had to proceed. Fu Sushu and Hua Lu had already stepped onto the competition stage. However, both were somewhat out of sorts, clearly shaken by the news of the Thunder Demon Bird's evolution. The referee's whistle barely brought them back to reality, and they began to battle normally. Fu Sushu's strategy was subtle yet sharp, and his ability to control the battle was outstanding. Moreover, he had trained the Frosty Qilin Tiger very well, compared to Hua Lu's exploding mushroom. The battle style of the Frosty Qilin Tiger was sharper and more robust, showcasing the kingly aura of a tiger-type extraordinary creature that was completely in control. In the end, Fu Sushu naturally emerged victorious. Next was the match between Hua Lu and Meng Wenbin, where they would decide the third place. It's uncertain if it was because Meng Wenbin felt too ashamed after being taken down by Ming Xi in the semifinals, but in this match, he appeared as a vengeful messenger, commanding Meng Kalu to launch an all-out attack, defeating the exploding mushroom without any chance of retaliation, and successfully winning the third place in this Longheng Cup. Dear audience, next up is the final match of this Longheng Cup. Please give a warm applause to welcome our contestants Fu Sushu and Ming Xi. Under the host's guidance, the audience erupted in applause like waves. Go Ming Xi. Go Thunder Yin Great Wind. Ming Xi, you are the best. Ming Xi, I love you. Ming Xi, I want to have your babies. Ming Xi. To the brother who wants to have her babies, please calm down first. The woman next to you is already giving you a look that could kill. Standing on the competition stage, Ming Xi's gaze met Fu Sushu's, and sparks flew in an instant, especially thrilling. You're strong and excellent. I previously underestimated you. Fu Sushu looked at her, his gaze clear, and the previous arrogance had completely disappeared. His expression was confident and excited. I'm sorry, but I want to lose to you. Ming Xi. She had a bunch of excellent quotes to draw from before the match. But considering the other party was Fu's senior cousin, she decided to be a bit more polite. Then good luck to you. Fu Sushu raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused about what Ming Xi meant by that. Did it mean he had to work hard to not be her opponent? Is that what it means? Indeed. Quite arrogant and confident. He had indeed misjudged her before. Ming Xi had no idea about Fu Sushu's overthinking. Otherwise, she would definitely feel more wrong than Doi. Both sides summoned their pets. The moment the golden ingots appeared, the audience erupted again with a wave-like roar. It was too exaggerated. Fortunately, the golden ingots was a proud little lord, and it could handle such a scene quite well. In its view, it is completely normal for mortals to fall under the wings of its pomegranate feathered wings. Thunderbirds interrupted. Ming Xi noticed the energy fluctuations from the Frosty Kinnihu and realized that the opponent was activating a skill. Considering the combat power of the Frosty Kinnihu, Ming Xi focused her attention sharply. In the next moment, she heard Fu Sushu give the order. Continue. The Frosty Kinnihu, originally prepared to move to avoid, stood firmly in place without hesitation. Thunderbirds swept across its body, leaving behind ghastly wounds. It actually persisted in completing the skill release despite being injured. Sure enough, in the next moment, translucent snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. It was the ice-type advanced skill, 1,000 miles of snowfall. 1,000 miles of snowfall creates a continuous snowfall phenomenon within a certain range for a certain period of time, and any part touched by the snowflakes will experience freezing effects. A rather tricky weather-type skill. However, in a moment, the arena was filled with heavy snow, and the snowflakes fell thickly. The scene looked quite romantic at first glance, if one ignored the lethality of the snowflakes. The attack range of 1,000 miles of snowfall was too large, and the snowflakes were dense, causing Jin Yuangbao to inevitably be covered in snowflakes, with many feathers already frozen. If the frozen area continued to expand, it would undoubtedly affect Jin Yuangbao's flying speed and attack efficiency. Ming Xi shouted in a deep voice, Wing Slash. With the change in Jin Yuangbao's form, Wing Slash also underwent a transformation. The original Wing Slash involved the dual wings concentrating energy to become a blade-like wing, then unleashing a powerful attack similar to a blade's aura, making it a single target attack skill. However, now when Wing Slash was activated, the feathers on the upper part of Jin Yuangbao's wings would simultaneously unleash a powerful sharp aura, which gathered above Jin Yuangbao's head, quickly forming a semi-phantom white giant sword nearly 5 meters long. The lower part still maintained the original Wing Slash form. Not only that, but the giant sword and the blade could attack simultaneously or one after the other. It could be said that while Wing Slash was still Wing Slash, its mobility and power had at least doubled. Visually, the current Wing Slash was also more magnificent. When the white giant sword began to coalesce, the audience was stunned. They couldn't help but doubt their eyes, and even question whether what they were seeing was really Wing Slash. Of course, not everyone had such doubts. Due to the differences in size, race, and characteristics of extraordinary creatures, using the same skill would display different effects. The most typical example is the common skill Claw Strike. Most bird and beast-type pets can learn this skill, but some have naturally sharp claws, while others can even change their claws, and some merely have ordinary beast claws. Thus, when using Claw Strike, the effects and power vary tremendously. Jin Yuangbao could also use Claw Strike, but it belonged to the less useful category. While the Flying Steel Saw Eagle usually had a tearing effect when using Claw Strike, making its lethality astonishing. So it wasn't surprising that Jin Yuangbao's Wing Slash would show such variations. Jin Yuangbao first controlled the blade to slash at the Frosty Kinnihu. The giant sword above continued to gather power, visibly becoming more and more solid. Fu Sushu was a bit startled, but he remained calm, directing the Frosty Kinnihu, dodge. Watch out for the giant sword. He knew very well that the more important role of the dual wing blade was to attract the Frosty Kinnihu's attention. The real threat was that giant sword. Sure enough, as the Frosty Kinnihu dodged the blade slash, with Ming Xi's crisp command, the giant sword that had long been poised to strike fell fiercely. This sword, cleaved through mountains and split stones, shot through the sky like a long rainbow. However, the sword's edge did not fall directly on the Frosty Kinnihu, but rather turned at an acute angle of about 70 degrees. A diagonal slash, or rather, a horizontal slash. The Frosty Kinnihu had received the order and had been paying attention to the giant sword's movements, but no matter how cautious it was, it never expected the giant sword to attack at this angle. It had no flying ability. Lie down. Fu Sushu's calm voice rang in its ears. Chapter 98, Champion. The Frosty Kinnihu did not expect this, but Fu Sushu had anticipated it, so his command was timely. The Frosty Kinnihu reacted quickly, immediately lying on the ground, quickly flattening into a large cat pancake. Just as it lay down, a sharp, unmatched sword wind swept brutally across its back, head, and limbs. The silent wind and formless sword aura made even the ice-type extraordinary creature, the Frosty Kinnihu, feel a chill. Boom. A deep trench nearly half a meter deep appeared on the ground less than a yard away from it. If that sword had landed solidly on it, being heavily injured would be the least of its worries. Fortunately, its beast master had a strong awareness. Ming Xi was not surprised that the Frosty Kinnihu could dodge the series of attacks from Wing Slash. Though Fu Sushu usually appeared aloof and indifferent, he was remarkably calm and steady during battles, never underestimating any opponent. Ming Xi had watched all of his matches in the group stage and found that even when facing the weakest opponents, he always gave it his all. It seemed that his arrogance was merely a facade for daily interactions, and it did not conflict with his demeanor as a composed beast master in the arena. A wealthy young master could be understood to be a bit distant and aloof in daily life. Therefore, based on her observations of Fu Sushu over the past few days, Ming Xi did not let her guard down. While the frosty Kinahu lay down, she also shouted a new command: ground, thunder radiation. The frosty Kinahu had just laid down to dodge the wing/attack, and hadn't had time to catch its breath before it was hit by the thunder radiation spread across the ground, causing its limbs to twitch. Seeing this scene, Wang, the commentator on the podium, was so excited that he was already off his chair without realizing it. With veins bulging on the hand holding the microphone. Stasis prediction. Another stasis prediction. This little girl Ming Xi is truly remarkable. Even among those mature professional beast masters, he seldom sees anyone who can use stasis prediction so effortlessly. This little girl seems to have mastered it. What kind of talent is this? Ming Xi's training and evolution of the Thunder Demon Bird to a high level was indeed surprising. After all, so many people had failed or given up on this over the years. Wang Rui was also very impressed and excited about this. However, in his view, the talent Ming Xi displayed in beast mastery was even more astonishing than her success in evolving the Thunder Demon Bird, and even more commendable. Because training pets often relies more on external factors, such as various evolution items and energy potions. Only the talent for beast mastery truly belongs to her. Wang Rui felt an uncontrollable sense of urgency in his heart, eagerly wanting to see her fully grown, to see her standing in the large professional league. He believed that a professional beast master was her future, and the interstellar stage was where she could showcase her talents and ambitions. Previously, he couldn't confirm this because the Thunder Demon Bird could not evolve. After all, the first pet of a professional beast master is crucial and absolutely cannot be one that can only remain at an intermediate level. Now that the Thunder Demon Bird has evolved, all problems are no longer issues. He dares to assert that Ming Xi will undoubtedly become a rising star. Wang Rui's excitement was known to no one, while the situation on the competition stage had become extremely intense. The frosty Kinahu dodged the wing slash, but could not escape the coverage of thunder radiation. Although the attack power of thunder radiation was far less than that of thunderstorm, its paralysis effect was the strongest among all of Jin Yuangbao's skills. Moreover, the frosty Kinahu was currently in a pancake state, and the area it was exposed to maximum attack could be said to be at its peak. It was immediately shocked to the point where it couldn't even stand. The whole cat pancake was shaking wildly. Fu Sushu looked at this scene with a heavy expression. Ming Xi was indeed very impressive. Dodging the wing slash does not mean avoiding the thunderbolt radiation. If one wishes to evade the thunderbolt radiation, they must endure that wing slash attack. It is likely that she had already envisioned all of this when she made Lei Yindefeng use the wing slash. Moreover, while others may not have noticed, he did. The wing slash had another purpose. It served to a certain extent to eliminate the freezing effect caused by Qianli Shuepiao when the wing slash was unleashed. The feathers that had been frozen on Lei Yindefeng's body had already recovered due to the energy fluctuations and air disturbances. What a perfect case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Frost and snow, using ice sealing on the ground. Even though the current situation was unfavorable for their side, Fu Sushu had no intention of giving up. Pure ice cannot conduct electricity. Even if there are impurities, the conductivity would be greatly reduced. Although the frost chi tiger was rendered immobile by the electricity, it could still spit out an ice breath towards the ground. But would Ming Xi not know that ice has poor conductivity? At such a moment, of course, one would take advantage of his weakness. Wing slash. Fu Sushu's expression changed drastically. How could it be wing slash again? Based on the energy explosion from the previous wing slash, he was certain that the energy consumption of the wing slash had increased significantly. It would have to exceed 4,000 energy points at the very least. Wasn't it said that this Lei Yindefeng had just evolved yesterday? How could its energy points support it in using the wing slash consecutively? It should be noted that it had also used Thunderbird and Thunderbolt radiation earlier. There was no way it had not consumed energy. If it used the wing slash again, wouldn't Lei Yindefeng be completely drained? Did Ming Xi really believe that this move could defeat his Frost Chi Tiger? Both were advanced pets, and his Frost Snow had evolved more than half a year earlier. While the difference in strength was not a vast gap, Frost Snow definitely had the upper hand over Lei Yindefeng. So where did she get her confidence? But he also knew that Frost Snow could not dodge this wing slash. The guillotine and sword edge struck down simultaneously, cleaving directly into the body of the Frost Chi Tiger, leaving 3 deep wounds that were shocking to behold. Frost Snow. Fu Sushu felt heartbroken and guilty, but he gritted his teeth. Frost Snow, get up. We still have a chance. Now that Lei Yindefeng's energy was exhausted, as long as Frost Snow held on, they could still win. But the voice that followed his words plunged him into despair. Ming Xi, golden ingots, thunderstorm. Fu Sushu looked in disbelief at the cool-faced girl across from him. How could it be? How could Lei Yindefeng still have so much energy left? However, reality was indeed despairing. Before the Frost Chi Tiger could stand up under its Beast Master's encouragement, it fell at the moment when the Thunder Flowers bloomed in great abundance. In fact, Fu Shushu's guess was not wrong. As the power of the wing slash significantly increased, the energy consumption also multiplied. But what he did not anticipate was that the energy peak of golden ingots was not just over 10,000, but over 13,000. The sharp whistle rang out. The last match of the 5th Chongqing Cup came to an end. Champion, Ming Xi. Chapter 99, Invitation from a Big Shot. Let's congratulate the youngest Beastmaster of this session, contestant Ming Xi, for becoming the first champion of our Chongqing Cup. At this moment, the host's passionate voice echoed above the venue, accompanied by the even more excited cheers of the audience. They shouted Ming Xi's name, celebrating this thrilling moment together. Before today, no one would have imagined that a girl who had awakened for less than a month could achieve such an impressive result. It was simply a miracle, not to mention that the Thunder Demon Bird had evolved to an advanced level. This session of the Chongqing Cup was destined to be deeply remembered in history. The applause resounded in the audience. Lei Yindefeng is amazing. Why do I feel like the Thunder Demon Bird has become a bit too strong after evolving? It's understandable that it could wipe out Meng Keilu in the semifinals. Everyone knows fairy-type pets are fragile, but to easily defeat the Frost Chi Tiger as well. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You're not mistaken. Fu Shushu's Frost Chi Tiger was raised exceptionally well, yet it was still no match for Lei Yindefeng. It truly is impressive. It's not too surprising, actually. The Thunder Demon Bird has always been reputed as the ceiling of intermediate pet combat power, far stronger than the other evolutionary path of the Golden Feather Sparrow, Shanshan Xiao. Its only criticism has been its inability to evolve, which is a fatal flaw. Lei Yindefeng could defeat the higher-level Sisimokalong even when it was still a Thunder Demon Bird. So what is strange about defeating the Frost Chi Tiger now? True, Ming Xi's Lei Yindefeng was already strong. It just became stronger after evolving. Once the evolution method of the Thunder Demon Bird is revealed, who would still choose the Shanshan Xiao evolutionary chain? The gap is indeed massive. You're right, Lei Yindefeng is indeed strong among advanced pets. But if it remained unable to evolve like during its Thunder Demon Bird days, then no matter how strong it is, it would just be a decoration. However, it certainly won't become extinct like it did during the Thunder Demon Bird days. After all, for many Beastmasters, raising an advanced pet is already the peak they can achieve in their lifetime. After the initial shock, many audience members had calmed down and started to analyze rationally why the Thunder Demon Bird successfully evolved. Of course, they were still excited. After all, Lei Yindefeng was a brand new evolutionary type. Next was a simple yet grand award ceremony. The one presenting the award to Ming Xi was Fu Ting, the chairman of Chongqing Group. He had intercepted the task originally intended for his eldest son. Upon learning that Ming Xi had appeared in the finals, he dropped his business affairs and rushed over. He happened to witness the scene of his eldest grandson's Frost Chi Tiger being utterly defeated. Fu Ting stood in front of Ming Xi, smiling as he handed over a spatial token he had specially commissioned a master to customize for his eldest grandson. There were also flowers and a custom trophy. Congratulations on winning the championship, little girl. You did great, keep it up. Ming Xi took the flowers and prizes, revealing a radiant smile at the face that resembled Fu Yifan. Thank you, Chairman Fu. Fu Ting nodded in satisfaction, having a very good impression of the girl before him. Unfortunately, the award stage was not suitable for small talk. Otherwise, he would have loved to have a good chat with the young girl. Watching his grandfather, who immediately turned to leave after presenting the award without even glancing at him, Fu Shushu nearly rolled his eyes to the sky. Grandpa, do you remember you have a beloved grandson who needs your care? Fu Ting forgot about the eldest grandson, but remembered the youngest. In the reception room of the stadium, Fu Yifan looked around but did not glance at his grandfather. This guilty demeanor made Fu Ting both angry and amused. You're something, Fu Yifan. You've managed to keep your grandfather in the dark. Your dad and the others didn't have this boldness at your age. You've outdone them. A blatant warning. This truly made Fu Ting laugh in anger. Was he not anxious to inform him? He hadn't notified him at all. It was the person in charge of the Chongqing Cup who notified him. Even if they were complete strangers to Ming Xi, she was still alive. And a remarkably talented one at that. Moreover, Ming Xi had also come out due to the incident in the Chongqing secret realm. How could they not care? This kid probably hasn't had enough stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat recently. Fu Yifan also knew that he was in the wrong regarding this matter. Awkwardly chuckling twice while starting to think about what kind of pleas for mercy would be more graceful, Fu Ting had watched his youngest grandson grow up. It's not an exaggeration to say he could guess whether he wanted meat buns or sandwiches for breakfast just by moving his brows and raising his legs. Seeing his current pouting expression, how could he not understand his thoughts? All right, stop overthinking how to lessen your punishment. I'll be kind and give you a chance to redeem yourself. You go contact Ming Xi and tell her that this old man wants to invite her to lunch. Now, he was even more interested in that little girl Ming Xi, and temporarily lazy to discipline his youngest grandson. Fu Yifan knew that his grandfather wanted to inquire about Ming Xi's situation in the secret realm. Without saying a word, he called Ming Xi in front of his grandfather, knowing that his junior would definitely not refuse. As expected, Ming Xi agreed. Ming Xi also knew that Fu Ting wanted to meet her for a purpose, and she happened to want to inquire about some matters as well. As the head of the Fu family, Fu Ting was undoubtedly the best candidate. Once she got the spatial tether, Ming Xi immediately bound it. After binding it, she transferred some of the items stored in the time realm. The reason she didn't transfer everything was that the spatial tether was only 5 cubic meters in size, while the items she had in the time realm included thousands of pounds of wine fairy beehives. The spatial tether simply wasn't enough. The beehives took up too much space, but she was reluctant to throw them away. She thought she still needed to find a way to sell the beehives. Otherwise, she would have to keep using the storage function of the time realm. It would be a pure waste of reward time. To show his importance to Ming Xi, Fu Ting specially chose the Fu family estate as the lunch venue. Chapter 100. The Effect of Wine Fairy Honey. The Fu family estate is located in the South Lake Bay scenic area of Hanning City, covering an area of over 1,000 acres. The entire estate is designed in the ancient garden style of Longhua Kingdom, with carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions, and towers. It's hard to imagine that in such a high-tech forest made of reinforced concrete and even metal, there exists such a tranquil, deep, elegant, and exquisite ancient building. My grandfather loves these things full of ancient charm. He bought this estate with his first pot of gold when he was young. Fu Yifan personally went to the entrance to greet Ming Xi, leading her toward the main house while introducing the various corners of the house. Ming Xi was astonished. Fu Yifan's grandfather was truly a big shot. Just with his first pot of gold, he was able to buy such a large estate. How big must that pot have been? In contrast to herself, her true first pot of gold should have been from trading with Fu Yifan's strategist, plus the red envelope she received from Lining Luo. She had earned a total of 110,000 star coins. With 110,000 star coins, she estimated she couldn't even buy a small patch of lawn in this estate. Comparing herself to others really made her feel inferior. Over there is the outdoor training ground, which consists of 4 areas. Ming Xi looked in the direction Fu Yifan pointed. Crossing over rockeries and flowing water, and passing by neatly trimmed shrubs and flowers, to a vast expanse of flat land. It truly was endless. Is this the world of the rich? Feeling sour, Ming Xi's little friend has arrived. Welcome, welcome. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the main hall. Only 2 people were seated in the main hall, Fu Ting and Fu Sushu. To avoid making Ming Xi uncomfortable with too many people, the rest of the Fu family was absent. Fu Ting still wore a flowing cyan long robe, making him appear 3 years younger. Hello, Grandpa Fu. You can just call me Ming Xi or Xiaoxi. I feel a bit embarrassed being called a little friend. Fu Ting smiled, finding this little girl quite interesting. Despite her young age, she was well versed in the ways of the world. Previously, she had called him Director Fu during the award ceremony, but now she directly called him Grandpa Fu. It was clear that her change in address was not flattery, as there was no hint of servility or flattery in her expression. At that moment, he was probably just Fu Yifan's grandfather in her eyes. Moreover, after entering, her gaze remained clear and calm, her demeanor composed and measured. He couldn't find a trace of petty demeanor in her, whether it was in her speech, temperament, or upbringing. Ming Xi was not inferior to his 2 grandsons, but one must know that their growth environments and education were worlds apart. For a little girl to grow up like this was indeed quite unusual. Ming Xi was unaware of Fu Ting's high evaluation of her. She took out a prepared gift from the already bound spatial tether. It was inappropriate to visit someone's home without a gift. It was still a small jar of wine fairy honey, just with a more exquisite and high-end packaging. She was reluctant to give away more, as she planned to keep most of the wine fairy honey for her grandmother and her uncle, who had always treated the original owner and her grandmother well. This thing must be beneficial for the elderly. It might even extend their lifespan. She hoped her grandmother and uncle would be healthy and live long lives. Thank you for your invitation. I didn't have time to prepare for my first visit. So this jar of wine fairy honey is something I obtained by chance in the secret realm. I hope Grandpa Fu won't mind. Upon hearing the words wine fairy honey, Fu Ting's eyes sparkled, and he quickly reached out to accept the gift, as if afraid Ming Xi would change her mind. Ming Xi blinked. Was it just her illusion? What good things had the big shot seen? How could he possibly cherish her small gift? Of course I don't mind. I like it. Fu Ting smiled so broadly that his eyebrows seemed to fly up, carefully storing that jar of wine fairy honey into his spatial tether. The big shot's first pot of gold could buy such a large estate. How could he not have a spatial tether? You might laugh, but actually, that jar you gave to Yifan in the morning has already been snatched by me. Ming Xi was astonished. She looked at Fu Yifan, who nodded with her expression. It turned out that it was better not to send anything. Once he did, he couldn't even keep the remaining half jar. Fu Yifan explained. Grandpa said your wine fairy honey is an extremely rare health product. Long-term consumption not only improves beauty and complexion, but also eliminates physical ailments and can extend life. Oh, and it's also beneficial for pets. Long-term consumption may enhance their talents. Grandpa also said that just this small jar you gifted could sell for at least 10 million star coins and is priceless. You can't even buy it with money. Ming Xi gasped in surprise. She knew that wine fairy honey was a good thing, but she didn't realize it was this good. She calculated how much wine fairy honey she had left. If she sold it all, could she also buy a mansion? She didn't dare to think about it. So this gift has truly hit the spot with my grandfather. To be honest, he felt pain for Ming Xi, as she was so poor, although she wasn't anymore. But to suddenly give away over 20 million star coins was indeed a big deal for her situation. Ming Xi wasn't too heartbroken, although she did feel a bit of pain. However, she was more concerned about the effects of the wine fairy honey. So the pet recognition device wasn't just boasting? Could it be that the blessing of longevity could also be expected? Ha ha ha, Yifan is right. Ming Xi, I really like this gift. This wine fairy honey is a treasure that money can't buy, and even he had only seen it a few times at the Shenyang auction house. Each time, he had to compete with the crowd, and it wasn't certain he could win. Ming Xi, so it really wasn't just her illusion. Ming Xi, can I have another competition with you? At that moment, Fu Sushu also squeezed in, showing a sincere smile with 8 shining teeth. His eyes sparkling with kindness and competitive spirit. Ming Xi, why is he suddenly calling her little sister? When did she become so familiar with Fu Sushu? And wasn't he the arrogant young master of a noble family? The person before her was actually Fu Sushu's twin brother, right? My cousin likes to compete with those stronger than him. The stronger you are, the more enthusiastic he gets. Fu Yifan quietly explained in her ear. Ming Xi figured it out. Fu Sushu probably had a tendency to be interested only in those who were stronger than him. Ming Xi shivered but kept a calm smile on her face. Of course, Ming Xi generally wouldn't refuse challenges from others, as they were all small amounts of money, reward time. Really? Great. Then let us compete now. Let us go. Upon hearing Ming Xi agree, Fu Sushu immediately wanted to drag Ming Xi to the outdoor training ground. But he was caught by Fu Ting by the scruff of his neck. Chapter 101, Abyss Secret Realm. Where do you think you're going, you fool? The meal is about to start, no matter how big the matter is. It can wait until after lunch. Fu Ting naturally understood the personality of his eldest grandson. If you say he is aloof, he is particularly warm and friendly to those he appreciates. If you say he is warm, he usually has an air of superiority that makes everyone else seem ordinary compared to him. This personality is hard to trace back to anyone. It's just beyond words. With his hopes dashed by his grandfather, the light in Fu Su's eyes extinguished like a burnt-out candle flame. Ming Xi could only silently sigh. Life is full of wandering and helplessness. The world is strange and diverse. The chef in the Fu family was no less skilled than those at the Broken Lotus restaurant, and clearly had done his homework on Ming Xi's preferences. The table was filled with dishes that Ming Xi loved. Although it was her first visit to the Fu family, and there was elder Fu Ting present, Fu Ting was a very easygoing elder, showing none of the aloofness typical of someone in power, nor did he impose any rules on the younger generation at the dining table. He spoke humorously and wittily, making it easy for others to relax. Therefore, Ming Xi enjoyed the meal without any discomfort afterwards. After dinner, when Fu Su once again suggested taking Ming Xi to the outdoor training ground, Fu Ting brutally suppressed his eldest grandson again. Little Ming Xi, I think you have guessed the purpose of my invitation this time. I wonder if you would mind sharing? Finally getting to the point, Ming Xi thought to herself that it had indeed come. Grandpa Fu wanted to know which secret realm she had entered, right? Fu Ting nodded with a smile. That's right. Your situation this time is too special. I need to confirm whether the same thing will happen again in the future. It was not just out of curiosity, but also to ensure the safety of the Chongqing secret realm. Ming Xi understood and began recounting her experiences from a few days ago, detailing how long it took her to leave the passage after entering, what wild extraordinary beings she encountered in the secret realm, how there were 2 moons at night, a silver moon and a blood moon, and her personal assessment of the danger level of the secret realm, explaining everything in detail as much as she could. She even projected some photos taken in the secret realm using her personal terminal's projection function. The basic functions like taking photos and measuring temperature were unaffected by the special electromagnetic field of the secret realm. But communication functions like calls and internet access were not usable. If it weren't for the concern of her personal terminal being hacked or encountering other potential targeting situations, Ming Xi would have preferred to record for a longer time. At the end, she looked at Fu Ting with anticipation and asked, Grandpa Fu, do you know which secret realm or secret place this is? Fu Ting frowned slightly, looking at the projected images for a long time before clapping his hands and exclaiming, I know. You entered the blue star number 9 secret realm. That's right. It must be the number 9 secret realm. Ming Xi and Fu Yifan exchanged puzzled glances. both equally confused. Clearly, they had never heard of the Blue Star Number 9 secret realm. Ming Xi took out her personal terminal to search online, but was quickly stopped by Fu Ting. He chuckled and said, "You won't find anything online." Then he explained, "Secret realms numbered by Blue Star are classified and cannot be found online because they are the highest level of confidential secret realms. So that is how it is." They sat quietly, waiting for Fu Ting to provide them with answers. You all know that secret realms are unstable large fragments of space that are always drifting, but they are generally controlled within a certain range. Secret realms numbered by planets have the largest range of movement. They do not appear fixed in any one country or region. They may show up in our Longhua country today, and tomorrow they could appear in a small country on the other side of the globe. The Blue Star Number 9 secret realm is such a realm, and it also has an alias called the Abyss Secret Realm, supposedly because there is an unfathomable abyss crack at the very center of the secret realm, and so far, no one has been able to determine what lies beneath the abyss, as everyone who has entered has died without exception. The three of them looked serious. The opening of the Abyss Secret Realm is completely irregular. It could be described as erratic, with times when there is no news for 10 or 8 years, and times when it opens twice within half a month. Ming Xi thought to herself that it truly is erratic. Fu Ting's solemn expression suddenly shifted, and he looked at Ming Xi with a hint of teasing in his smile, saying, "Also, its danger level is 8 stars. Ming Xi and the brothers simultaneously gasped. The sound was deafening. A danger level of 8 stars. What does 8 stars mean? The upper limit of extraordinary beings in the secret realm is the sovereign level. The sovereign level. What does the sovereign level mean? The levels of extraordinary beings, from low to high, are primary, intermediate, advanced, commander, soldier, king, emperor, saint, sovereign, and divine. In an era where divine-level extraordinary beings have disappeared, the sovereign level is the most powerful weapon below the divine level. This is outrageous. They trembled in fear. Fu Yifun sighed softly. Ming Xi completely agreed. Isn't this like the ancestral grave smoking? Miracles are meant for her alone. Ha ha, little Ming Xi's luck is indeed very good. As far as I know, the Abyss Secret Realm is divided into 3 parts: the outer realm, the central zone, and the inner periphery. Little Ming Xi's activity area should be the outermost part of the outer realm, which is the safest area of that secret realm. He cleared his throat and continued. The reason I believe little Ming Xi entered the Blue Star Number 9 secret realm is because of the waterfall and the strange energy canyon you mentioned. Based on your description and these photos, it is consistent with the records related to the Blue Star Number 9 secret realm in the Alliance. Fu Ting shook his head. Previous records did not mention that the Number 9 secret realm has 2 moons at night. So strange. Grandpa, why is that? Could it be that little Ming Xi didn't actually enter the Number 9 secret realm that you mentioned? Fu Su questioned. Fu Ting shook his head. The likelihood is very low. The similarity of the energy canyon is almost 100. You could say that there are 2 identical places in this world. But if the wild extraordinary beings living there are the same, then it can only be the same place. At his level, many confidential documents are only a matter of whether he wants to see them, not whether he can see them. In addition to being the head of the Fu family, he is also a high-ranking beast master, and he needs to enter secret realms for training and exploration every year. Therefore, he has seen the information regarding the Blue Star Number 9 secret realm more than once. Fu Yifun was also curious. Then how do we explain the 2 moons? Chapter 102. Unspoken. Ming Xi thought the same. In the nights of those days, wild extraordinary beings became particularly restless and noisy, perhaps because they were in a special period of the secret realm. After thinking for a moment, she voiced her doubts. Grandpa Fu, do you know of any secret places or secret realms where the night is always filled with a blood moon? And it's a full moon. By the way, all the extraordinary beings there have blood-red pupils. Previously, she had thought about investigating the hometown of Jin Yuangbao herself, but it proved that she was too naive. Some information cannot be obtained just by wanting to search for it. Therefore, if she wanted to quickly obtain accurate and reliable information, asking Fu Ting was undoubtedly the most convenient way. Fu Ting's brow twitched slightly, and a flash of shock passed through his eyes. He collected his thoughts and looked at her. Why do you ask this? Is it related to your newly evolved pet? Ming Xi did not miss his brief moment of surprise and distraction. Yes, I'm trying to inquire about the hometown of my first pet, Thunder Yin. Although she had already guessed. Receiving a definite confirmation left Fu Ting's heart unsettled for a long time. That thunder demon bird actually came from that place. At his age, there are few things that can shock him, but today he experienced it again and again with the same person. It's truly rare. I'm sorry. I can't tell you about this for the time being. He furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed, saying, but I believe that with your ability, one day you will be able to know everything through your own strength. Fu Ting's tone was very serious, as if he was speaking about something extremely important. Ming Xi really didn't expect to receive such an answer. Could it be that Jin Yuanbao's hometown is some secretive place? Grandpa, Is Jin Yuanbao's hometown something unspeakable? Thank you. Senior Fu, my internet mouthpiece. Fu Ting shot a glance at his clueless little grandson. Did your dad never teach you what it means to say less and listen more? He had hinted so clearly, yet he still asked foolish questions. It seems it really is unspeakable. For a moment, Ming Xi felt a bit dizzy. Could this also be the power of the illusionary key? The fact that Xiao Yinhua is an ancient species is one thing, but the origin of Jin Yuanbao is actually significant too. She couldn't help but doubt her previous decision. If the subsequent awakenings are all illusionary keys, is it too reckless to continue opening blind boxes? If they all turn out to be troublemakers, she wouldn't be able to handle being torn into 100 pieces. Her head hurts. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, Ming Xi still sincerely thanked Fu Ting. At least he made her clearly realize that wanting to go to Jin Yuanbao's hometown is not easy. The road is long and difficult. After that, Fu Ting took the initiative to bring up something, successfully shifting the attention of the three of them. Xiao Mingxi, have you considered transferring schools? Mingxi was somewhat surprised and confused. Why was Grandpa Fu asking this? If you want to develop in the direction of a professional beastmaster in the future, then continuing to stay in Haijo No. 3 middle school for junior high might not be very suitable. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Haijo No. 3 middle school. Fan studies there, and our family has also looked into your school, which has a good school spirit, teacher ethics, and teaching quality. The reason I'm suggesting you switch schools is that a significant gap has already emerged between you and your classmates, even your seniors. In Haijo No. 3 middle school, it has become quite difficult for you to find opponents of equal strength, and this situation will undoubtedly greatly limit your progress in the next couple of years. The more Mingxi listened, the more silent she became. She hadn't really considered this point before. After all, she had only been in this world for about a month. In this month, she had been extremely busy, hardly having a moment to spare, so how could she have time to think about whether Haijo No. 3 middle school was suitable for her? But what Fu Ting said was indeed very reasonable. She is only in the second year of junior high, and if she were to complete her junior high studies step by step, she would still have over a year left before graduation. During this more than a year, it would almost be impossible for her to find opponents of comparable strength in school, unless she sought out teachers. So I suggest you take the high school entrance exam with Fan at the end of this semester. As long as your score meets the minimum threshold, I can recommend you to study at Tade Beastmaster High School. After Fu Ting finished speaking, Mingxi had no immediate reaction, but the two brothers, Fu Yifan and Fu Fan, became excited first. Mingxi, I think my grandpa's suggestion is great. I'm also planning to take the Tade entrance exam this year, and then we can be classmates. Mingxi, I also think grandpa's suggestion is excellent. I'm from Tade High School too. Once you get into our school, we can battle often. Mingxi, Tade High School is really good. The school spirit is free, and more importantly, there are many genius beastmasters like my brother. Many? Yes, Mingxi. Rui Qianwu is also from our Tade High School. The two brothers looked at her excitedly, each speaking in turn, as if they were performing a duet. Mingxi felt sweat starting to bead on her forehead. She certainly knew about Tade Beastmaster High School, the best Beastmaster High School in Hanning City, which has nurtured countless outstanding professional beastmasters, trainers, pharmacists, and spirit pattern masters, ranking among the top 3 super elite schools in the entire Jianghuai region. It would be a lie to say she had no interest in Tade Beastmaster High School, but her concern was not whether the school was good or not, but whether she could get in. She was a poor student. Even though she hadn't relaxed her studies at all during this month, she still didn't have the confidence to believe she could pass the high school entrance exams smoothly with a lack of a year's study time. Fu Ting probably also saw her difficulties. As far as he knew, Mingxi's academic performance was quite average, even somewhat poor. It was almost like she had a different talent in beast mastery. He smiled and said, if you're worried about your entrance exam score, then put more effort into studying over the next 2 months. You could also hire a tutor or ask your teachers for help. You're so smart. As long as you don't aim for high scores, getting over the line shouldn't be a big issue. In fact, with Fu's family status in Hanning City, it would be very easy to arrange for a student to enter Tade. Moreover, Mingxi had already shown astonishing talent in beast mastery. Even if her academic performance was poor, Tade would definitely accept her. A genius like her would be a fool to turn away. The reason he didn't give her a guarantee was simply that he didn't want her to neglect her studies and cultural knowledge due to her monstrous talent in beast mastery. In his view, a true strong person must be well-rounded in both literary and martial skills. Chapter 103, Meeting Gift. A word awakens a dreamer. Yes, it's not like the high school entrance exam is tomorrow. The timing for the entrance exam in this world is roughly similar to Mingxi's previous life, usually starting around June 20th. Today is May 3rd. There are less than 50 days until the entrance exam. Completing all the knowledge of the third year of junior high in 50 days is quite difficult for others, but she is in a different world. Even if she can only spare 12 hours a day, that would be equivalent to double the study time compared to others. If she only needs to meet the minimum admission score, with some effort, it is indeed not without hope. Ming Xi secretly clenched her fist and looked at Fu Ting, saying, "Then I will trouble Grandpa Fu." She did not refuse Fu Ting's kindness in a pretentious manner. When she left the Fu family estate, Ming Xi had a delicate little box in her hand. It was a meeting gift from Fu Ting. "Junior, aren't you going to open it and take a look? Aren't you curious about what's inside?" Ming Xi was essentially hitching a ride. Ming Xi is someone with very strong self-control, and she never goes back on her promises to others. So no matter how curious she was, she wouldn't open it now. She decisively put the box into her spatial pocket, out of sight and out of mind. It was the kind of reminder that was almost explicit. With Ming Xi's intelligence, she immediately understood his meaning. Modifying the information of her beast was originally a small matter. But for her, it was clearly not. It was indeed something worth considering. After careful thought, Ming Xi decided to change her plans. Upon re-entering the Han Ning City Beastmaster Center, she felt as if she had returned to another world. The scene of her coming out of the spirit contract room holding the fossil egg seemed to have happened a long time ago. "Junior, did you forget something?" Fu Yifan didn't stay in the car waiting. He followed her as well. Ming Xi certainly knew what he was reminding her of. She had said before that she would tell him a secret to make up for him. You'll find out soon. She just hoped he wouldn't get confused by then. Fu Yifan. Why did he feel that Junior's gaze held a hint of mischief? Changing the beast information can be done at the service hall on the first floor. There's no need for testing. Ming Xi skillfully took a number. The waiting area still had quite a few people. She and Fu Yifan casually found a spot to sit down. However, it wasn't long before it was Ming Xi's turn. She walked up to the window, presented her personal terminal, and said to the staff at the counter, "Hello, I want to modify the information of my beast." The staff scanned the terminal code she presented, and immediately, Ming Xi's personal information appeared on the screen in front of them. "All right, please summon the beast whose information needs to be changed." The staff member spoke carelessly, casually glancing at the information displayed on the screen, but when he saw Ming Xi's name, he quickly sat up straight, shocked, and looked at the girl standing outside the counter. At that moment, Ming Xi had already completed the summoning. The figure of the golden ingot appeared before everyone. "It really is you. It's the new evolution of the Thunder Demon Bird." The staff member was so excited that he stood up. His voice was quite loud, instantly attracting the attention of many people. It was normal for a high-level pet beast to appear at the Beastmaster Center. Even though the Thunder Yin Defeng's appearance was stunning and unfamiliar, it wouldn't draw too much attention. People would just think it was an unknown extraordinary creature. After all, there are thousands of extraordinary creatures. It's impossible to know them all. So when they encountered an unfamiliar pet beast, they would just take a second glance at most. But once the staff member shouted out those words, the effect was different. Any mention of a new evolution is certainly big news. In fact, the matter of Ming Xi and the Thunder Demon Bird's evolution had already caused a seismic reaction online. This time it wasn't just a commotion in the Jianghuai area. It was a nationwide trending search. The emergence of a new evolution of a pet beast is a big deal that captures everyone's attention. Especially since this time it was the Thunder Demon Bird, a problem that had troubled the Alliance for hundreds or even thousands of years, was unexpectedly solved by a middle school student without any warning. Such an outrageous event would not only cause a massive online earthquake, but would soon spread like wildfire in reality as well. However, since the Chongqing Cup had just concluded recently, many people hadn't gone online yet, so not many were aware of this in real life. What does it mean? There's a new evolution? Beastmasters generally have good ears. So almost all the Beastmasters in the lobby service area and waiting area heard the staff member's urgent call. "Is it that black and gold bird beast? It looks really impressive. It seems very strong, not like a recently evolved one. Does anyone know what extraordinary creature's new evolution it is?" Didn't that staff member just say? "It's the new evolution of the Thunder Demon Bird." Thunder Demon Bird? What is that? I remember it seems to be a pet beast from the Chuanyang area. Not only that, but the Thunder Demon Bird has a very special situation. Its evolution chain has been severed. What does that mean? It means that prior to this, it had never appeared as a high-level evolution. No way. So that one over there is the first ever evolved Thunder Demon Bird in history? Exactly. Ridiculous. Ming Xi also thought it was ridiculous. Although she was prepared, she didn't expect the staff member's reaction to be so great. The young man was not calm enough. "It's me." The staff member also realized he had overreacted. Haha. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Hello, Miss Ming. The thing is, because the situation of the new evolution of the Thunder Demon Bird is quite special, our supervisor has instructed us that if you come to our Beastmaster Center to update your information, they would like to meet you in person." Ming Xi was not surprised at all. This should also be the purpose of Fu Ting reminding her to come and modify her information. Nodding, she said, "Okay. Please help me update the information first." "All right, please wait a moment." Then he quickly got into work mode. Since it has been confirmed that you are the first beast master to allow the thunder demon bird to complete its evolution and have the exclusive naming rights for the new evolution. What is the name of the thunder demon bird's evolution? Thunder Yin Phone. Please input the correct name on the screen. Please confirm. Okay. The relevant information has been updated for you. Throughout the process, the staff member's attitude was as gentle as a spring breeze. Ming Xi was almost laughed to sweat by him. Does Miss Ming have any other questions? The staff member asked with a smile, though the urgency on his face could not be concealed. Ming Xi nodded. I also need to modify the information for my second pet beast. Chapter 104. Guzi. Huh. The staff member was just casually asking as part of his duties, but he didn't expect Ming Xi to drop such a bomb. He looked down at Ming Xi's personal information. He found that she had indeed contracted a second pet beast. There was a line of information in the pet beast section, unknown, fossil pet egg. Fossil egg? The staff member murmured, suddenly remembering something. A few days ago, their Center Soul Contract Department had received a beast master who performed a colorful summoning. That beast master had contracted a fossil pet egg. Because this incident was too bizarre, it quickly spread throughout the entire Beast Master Center's work group. According to a colleague who received that beast master, that unfortunate person seemed to be a very young girl. So could it be this one in front of him? After all, in this day and age, a normal beast master would never contract a fossil egg, unless it was not voluntary. Therefore, the probability of two beast masters contracting fossil pet eggs in a short time is nearly zero. But if it really is this one, how did she manage to hatch the fossil egg? And it has only been a few days? 5 days or 6 days. It was said that the fossil egg had existed for at least 1,000 years. And the hatching probability might be lower than bringing back to life someone who has been dead for 100 years. Or is it that what she meant by updating the information does not refer to hatching, but rather confirming the type of the pet egg? Ming Xi Jr. While the staff member was still in a daze, Fu Yifan, who had been quietly standing beside Ming Xi, suddenly shouted. The boy's face was struck by lightning, and he had an expression of unprecedented shock on his body and soul. The fossil egg has hatched. The appearance of eunuchs in the interstellar era is always accompanied by bizarre and outrageous events, such as special phenomenon. Ming Xi quickly wiped away the ridiculous thoughts in her mind. Calmly, she said, Senior, calm down. I can't calm down. Fu Yifan was far from calm. He felt as if he was about to go crazy. Ming Xi could only nod honestly. Yeah, it hatched the day before golden ingots evolved. Silence is golden. At this moment, there was gold everywhere here. Fu Yifan took a deep breath. The shock in his heart at this moment was stronger than a magnitude 13 earthquake. What kind of devil is Ming Xi Jr.? How could she hatch that fossil egg in such a short time? Is she really sure she is human? At this moment, Fu Yifan deeply doubted it. Ming Xi seemed to see what he was thinking and explained, Ahem, I got a good thing in the secret realm, which happened to promote the hatching of the pet egg. Lying is not good, but if she doesn't lie, she might be in trouble. Actually, it's not really a lie. The key item that promoted the early hatching of the little silver flower was the reward time. Those reward times were obtained by harvesting wild pet beasts in the secret realm, weren't they? After hearing her say this, Fu Yifan suddenly realized. Right. How could he forget this point? There are plenty of rare materials and special items in this world that can promote the early hatching of pet eggs. For example, the birth source crystal. Ming Xi Jr. must have been lucky enough to obtain similar materials in that abyss secret realm. The danger level of that secret realm is so high. The resources must be abundant. Ming Xi Jr., quickly, summon your Guzi. I want to see what kind of pet beast is in the fossil egg that has not hatched for 1,000 years. Ming Xi raised her eyebrows, feeling he might get hit. She didn't dare to give the little silver flower such a nickname. As he wished, she began to form seals. And soon a petite figure appeared beside the golden ingot, with a human upper body, a serpent tail, and 2 pairs of wings as white as clouds. Pure and mysterious. The entire service hall was like an ancient city under curfew on the movie screen, forced to hit the pause button. Luo Luo. The little silver flower angrily called out twice, suddenly turning into a furious little sister, flying in front of Fu Yifan, extending her little claws to scratch his face. Ming Xi hurriedly held on, saving Fu Yifan's handsome face at a critical moment. Xiao Yinhua, calm down, he definitely didn't mean to call you Guzi. She knew it. Xiao Yinhua wasn't even happy with the name Fugyear, which was so fresh and elegant. So how could she accept such a crude and unrefined nickname like Guzi? Being beaten up would be a light punishment. Fu Yifan was initially immersed in the incredible, unfamiliar, and absolutely beautiful appearance of Luo Keximi, but after this shock, his spirit returned to reality in an instant. He also realized that he had said something inappropriate, looking at the unbelievably beautiful little pet in front of him. How could such a clumsy and silly nickname like Guzi be worthy of it? He quickly apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Luo. Xiao Yinhua stretched out her short toes, still not feeling forgiven. This human was too bad, actually daring to call her Guzi. She was clearly her sister's precious little fairy. Where was the air? Where was the dog? Lele. Jin Yuangbao, feeling left out, spoke up, expressing that he thought the name Erguzi was quite good. It suited the little sister well. Xiao Yinhua seemed taken aback by her family member's heart-piercing words, instantly pouting her face in injury, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. Feeling wronged, she let out a low whimper and buried her head in Ming Xi's embrace. Luo, 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 Luo. Sister, look, big brother is bullying me. I don't want to live anymore, wah wah wah. Ming Xi twitched the corners of her mouth. Goodness. Xiao Yinhua was switching effortlessly between a feisty little sister and a green tea little sister. She amusingly pinched her tinder bun-like face and explained for the innocent Jin Yuangbao. Xiao Yinhua. Everyone's and every beast's aesthetic and taste are different. Just like Jin Yuangbao can eat a lot of courage fruit without changing expression. But you want to vomit just smelling the courage fruit. Every being's perception and feelings towards something are different. So Jin Yuangbao genuinely thought the name Erguzi was quite good and had no intention of bullying you. As she spoke, she looked at Jin Yuangbao, who was bewildered by Xiao Yinhua's sudden fake crying. Jin Yuangbao, am I right? Lele. Jin Yuangbao had an innocent face, indicating that he really thought so. He genuinely felt that the name Erguzi was better than Xiao Yinhua, or something like that. The new little sister was just too delicate. It's just a name. Yet she was hitting people, reporting, and crying. How could it be so serious? Sigh. It was a headache. Thankfully, her beast master understood him. Xiao Yinhua lifted her head. Her eyes filled with tears, on the verge of falling, looking pitiful. This appearance would definitely be top tier in the little white flower world. Luo, Luo, Luo. Everyone listens to sister. Ming Xi thought, Xiao Yinhua not entering the entertainment industry was truly a waste of talent. With such acting skills, calm like a rabbit and lively like a quacking duck, who else could compete with the Oscar-winning actress? Ha ha. After a brief silence, an exaggerated burst of laughter came from beside them. Ha ha. Ming Xi Jr., your angel-type pet is so amusing. Did it graduate from the performing arts department? Although Fu Yifan couldn't understand what Xiao Yinhua was saying, he could guess the general content just by looking. This little angel was too funny. Ming Xi, Jin Yuangbao, and Xiao Yinhua all shot dangerous cold glances at Fu Yifan, who was laughing like a fool. The clear and cold gazes, especially from the angel-type pet, couldn't hide their desire to stab him. Fu Yifan, receiving 3 pairs of dangerous cold eyes, almost choked, realizing he had done something foolish again, and quickly stopped laughing. He stood straight and again apologized to Xiao Yinhua. I'm sorry. To show his sincerity, he decided to splurge. I'll treat you to the best energy meals, for a week, no, a month. So beautiful little angel, please do me a favor and forgive me. After a while, she raised her little chin, looking down at him, and let out several low calls. Ming Xi, covered in sweat, twitched her mouth crazily, but still seriously translated for her. Senior, she said her name is Xiao Yinhua, not Little Angel. From now on, you must refer to her as Silver Flower Fairy, Ultimate Magic Heavenly Sovereign. Also, the energy meals for a month must include her big brothers. She added, her big brother is Jin Yuangbao. Jin Yuangbao timely called out, confirming, that's right, it's me. Fu Yifan looked at the trio, not knowing which point to comment on. Okay, I got it, Silver Flower Fairy, Ultimate Magic Heavenly Sovereign. Looking at his expression of constipation, Ming Xi couldn't help but laugh. The staff member was already stuck, unable to move as if his butt was nailed to the chair. He had just scanned that suspicious angel-type pet with their pet scanning device, and the system showed no related records. You should know that their Beastmaster Center's database connects to the entire star system, having the most comprehensive extraordinary biological database in the entire alliance. As long as it was an extraordinary creature that had appeared before, there would be records, unless it was a new evolution type. But this pet was at the elementary level. How could there be any evolution? So he was truly confused, puzzled, lost, and helpless. Miss Ming, your pet may need to undergo a physical examination first. The data from the pet egg previously did not detect its race and other information. The staff member tried to maintain a smile, concealing the turmoil in his heart. Ming Xi had also considered this issue, but knew in her heart that the Beastmaster Center's testing room probably still wouldn't be able to detect anything. After all, the Beastmaster Center couldn't possibly have the race data for Luo Kexumi. She was troubled about how to explain it. Hello, you must be Miss Ming Xi, right? Has the information for the Thunder Demon Bird been updated? At this moment, the supervisor hurriedly arrived, her excitement barely contained as she looked at Ming Xi, mainly focusing on Jin Yuangbao beside her. Her main purpose for this visit was the evolution type of the Thunder Demon Bird, but she completely overlooked the obviously extraordinary Xiao Yinhua. Supervisor, Miss Ming's second pet has hatched, and also needs to update its registration information. The staff member also noticed Ming Xi's dilemma, thinking about how the scanner couldn't even pick up any information on that pet. The middle-aged female supervisor, not catching the staff member's implication, casually said, Then hurry up and help Miss Ming update it. But I can't scan any information about that pet. He paused, uncertainly saying. It seems to be an extraordinary creature not recorded by the Alliance. What? In the end, Ming Xi and her group were invited to a special reception room. And the person responsible for receiving them was the highest leader of the Haining City Beastmaster Center, accompanied by the big leader of the neighboring breeding center. This treatment was something even top Beastmasters probably didn't receive. Jin Yuangbao and Xiao Yinhua also couldn't escape the fate of being taken for various tests. The two leaders looked at the report for a long time in silence. The data for Lei Dafu could still be understood. Being a high-level pet and a new evolution type, it's not unusual for it to be special. But Luo Keximi was truly unprecedented. An angel-dragon dual-type pet with dual talents. Could it be more against the heavens? After a moment of silence, the two looked at Xiao Yinhua with eyes more fervent than when they saw their dream lover, causing Xiao Yinhua to shyly hide in Ming Xi's embrace. This was the first angel-dragon dual-type pet in the Alliance. Unique. One of a kind. More legendary than legendary extraordinary creatures. Definitely a national treasure. No, it was a treasure for the entire Alliance. If it weren't for Ming Xi already contracting it, it would definitely attract competition from all sides. It could even spark a war. Miss Ming Xi, I wonder what your thoughts are on the experimental research of the thunder demon bird evolving into Lei Dafu? The big leader of the breeding center looked at Ming Xi with a serious face, trying to suppress his excitement. Ming Xi was not surprised that the other party would ask her this question. The evolution of the thunder demon bird had always been a tough problem. And now that there was a breakthrough, the breeding center would naturally follow up. As for Luoxiaomi, they probably have their own ideas. Our breeding center has several strong and reputable research labs, and we have established long-term strategic partnerships with Wanjing Beast University, Longhua International Beast Academy, Chongqing Group, and Xiangjitang. Among others, we have the most dedicated and responsible research team and cutting-edge technological support in the world. As long as you agree to entrust these two projects to our Haining City Breeding Center, we will pay you a basic salary of 500,000 star coins per month. If the research progresses smoothly, we will also consider granting bonuses. Blah blah blah. The big leader of the breeding center spoke passionately, eager to boast that their breeding center is the best in the world. Ming Xi sighed, realizing that those who can reach leadership positions these days are indeed talented. Just look at this eloquence, it's truly unfathomable. Ming Xi glanced at the time and realized that they had spent over 2 hours at the Beast Center without making any decisions. This meant they couldn't make a decision for now. Her purpose for this visit was actually to explore and maximize her own interests, which was the deeper meaning she gleaned from Fu Ting's reminder. The two big leaders exchanged glances, knowing that they definitely couldn't secure this little beast master today.